I'm going to be reading now from a book called Facts and Fascism. Facts and Fascism was authored by a man named George Seldes, last name S-E-L-D-E-S. And Seldes, for those of you who may not be familiar with his name, was an early investigative reporter and sort of muckraker, an early anti-fascist researcher, and those of you who saw the movie Reds have actually seen George Seldes, because Seldes was one of those people who was in the movie Reds and was featured in various little excerpts that were carried in the movie Reds. Okay, now in the book Facts and Fascism, George Seldes quotes a small passage from Adolf Hitler's 1935 German edition of Mein Kampf, and specifically the passage I'm about to read you can be found on page 252 of the 1935 German language edition. And basically, Der Fuhrer, Corporal Hitler here, is talking about lying. Alrighty, now, about lying, Hitler had the following thing to say. The size of the lie is a definite factor in causing it to be believed, because the vast masses of a nation are in the depths of their hearts more easily deceived than they are consciously and intentionally bad. The primitive simplicity of their minds renders them more easy victims of a big lie than a small one, because they themselves often tell little lies but would be ashamed to tell big ones. Such a form of lying would never enter their heads. They would never credit others with the possibility of such great impudence as the complete reversal of facts. Even explanations would long leave them in doubt and hesitation, and any trifling reason would dispose them to accept a thing as true. Something, therefore, always remains and sticks from the most impudent lies, a fact which all bodies and individuals concerned in the art of lying in this world know only too well, and therefore they stop at nothing to achieve this end. Basically, what we're going to be doing here over the course of the next 4 Tuesdays is presenting to you some of the features of the truth about the JFK assassination and some of the more glaring aspects of the big lie. For indeed, the official version of the assassination of President Kennedy, that Lee Harvey Oswald, alone and unaided, dispatched the president, is not only wrong, it is completely wrong, but all the major aspects of the official government-sanctioned version of the assassination of President Kennedy are physically impossible, and several of the most important points contradict somewhere between 3 and a half dozen major theorems of plane geometry.
Just to reiterate something, and this is, I've been doing some talking on different shows in different places lately, and basically the thesis statement that I've been using, which parrots what Dave has just said, is that either you believe in the Warren Commission or you believe in the laws of physics, and there doesn't seem to be any middle ground between them. Before we go on and start to lay out some of the evidence and some of the background for, specifically, this is going to be a background show this Tuesday night, let me just touch on something that Dave offered, not tonight, but at another point as an analogy or a metaphor, let's say, for the Kennedy assassination, which I found very telling. And that is to view the actual event of the assassination of John F. Kennedy as being the narrow part of an hourglass, and the bell-shaped protuberances, if you will have it that way, on either side as being the antecedents and the ramifications, and to understand the assassination itself and to understand the ramifications of the assassination, what came of this major blow to American political reality, you have to understand some of the antecedents of those particular events, and that's what we're going to be talking about tonight. Now, one of the first things, Dave, before we get into some of this information, a lot of our listeners who perhaps either through reading or just through the fact of their age are not familiar with some of the changes that went on in this country, if you were to tell them that as late as the 1930s that a socialist could garner a fairly large percentage of the vote in the presidential race in the United States, some people out there would probably find that ludicrous just as a concept. This, I think, and Dave, you can toss your own 2 cents in on this, I think that this is attributable largely to the fact that in the 1950s, the late 1940s and the 1950s, that the left as a political force, as a responsible political force, one could say was basically stomped out in this country systematically and very thoroughly.
Not only the left as a political force, but beyond that, even the record of their actions has been almost completely eliminated. What we're going to be doing this evening is, of course, covering the assassination of President Kennedy. Now, that assassination was one of a number of events which basically sort of spread out like the ripples from a rock being thrown into a pond, spread out from 1917, when basically there was the first socialist country came into being, namely the Soviet Union came into being with the Bolshevik Revolution. That's inspired a great deal of fear and resentment in the non-socialist countries, who then basically began a series of actions. Some of them were diplomatic, some of them were military, to try and stifle the Soviet Union. The dominant industrialists throughout the non-socialist world were in close touch, and many of them were in close cooperation in order to provide not only funding but patent technology and technological know-how as well to Nazi Germany, in the hopes that Nazi Germany would prove to be the would trump the Soviet ace, so to speak, that basically the German military prowess would eliminate the one socialist country on the world. Now, of course, in World War II, that didn't happen.
Unfortunately for many of the Western industrialists, as far as they were concerned, and that is a long and somewhat heinous record of participation and outright, one could call it selling out one's own side, that we've detailed in some other programs, namely Uncle Sam and the Swastika here on KFJC.
Just the important thing to note about it is that there were many, many industrialists in the United States, and many of the most powerful names who were pro-Nazi. In other words, their sympathies were with fascism and not democracy, and that's a point we'll be taking up later on in the series.
Okay, now, also, lest anybody turning this show on mistake the point of what is going on here, it should be made very clear that neither Dave or I are offering a socialist viewpoint on this, and I don't think either Dave or I would qualify as socialists of any sort, much less communists. However, much of this, and this again is a very crucial thing to understand, many of the events of the Kennedy assassination are directly attributable to John F. Kennedy's position as president between the right wing of his own country, the fiercely anti-communist right wing of his own country, and his desires to open up the world to perhaps at least a slightly less tense mode of living between the Western democracies and the socialist countries of the eastern part of our planet. So this is a crucial thing to understand, and talking about socialism has nothing to do with political determination or political feelings as to what we think about them. It's simply a fact to be taken into account, and whenever possible, we are going to be documenting anything even faintly resembling an assertion, and anything that we're going to hand you as a fact, be assured that we will have done our very darndest to document it about 9 times over. We're also going to be providing names and source quotations and citing references on all of the stuff that we're going to be laying before you in the next 4 shows. Tonight, as mentioned, and then the next 3 Tuesdays, culminating on the 22nd, which of course is the anniversary of John F. Kennedy's death. Now, perhaps before we go to this tape segment, Dave, you'd like to introduce it.
Yeah, also just a general remark for the benefit of listeners who would like to follow up on some of the information we present. We're not pretending to give you all of the information that there is to be had about the JFK assassination. It's a massive subject, and indeed just the Kennedy assassination alone, that is the John Kennedy assassination, is more than enough work to occupy a whole lifetime, and a very devoted lifetime at that. Rather, what we're trying to do here is to make you acquainted with some of the more important aspects of the controversy surrounding President Kennedy's assassination. And in particular, we're going to be focusing on the Kennedy assassination as a political event. We will describe the crime itself and highlight many of its important features, but rather than going through every single faulty witness or every piece of missing evidence or faulty evidence, and there are incredible numbers of both in the course of that have cropped up in the course of the investigation, because the official version is, as we said, is a big lie. Rather, we're going to go out of our way to try and show you the significance of the Kennedy assassination as a political event, as an occurrence which stemmed from a number of different actions that were taken, mostly at the end of, but even to a certain extent during the course of World War II, by key industrialists in this country in order to safeguard against the eventuality of socialism.
Now, the first person that we're going to be quoting from, and in fact this is going to be a tape of an earlier One Step Beyond broadcast where this material was offered on the air at KFJC for the first time. We're going to be quoting from a gentleman named L. Fletcher Prouty, and L. Fletcher Prouty was the focus officer for Air Force and CIA liaison. Yes,
his actual formal title was Air Force Focal Point Officer, and what this meant was that all CIA operations involving the use of aircraft or Air Force units had to go through Prouty, and this is a very important point because we're going to be dealing with two cases in which just such a requirement was necessary.
Yes, we're going to be dealing with Mr. Prouty's area of expertise and what he has to say about it. Now, one other crucial thing, now referring back to the Cold War and understanding the format or the frame within which these facts fit. Mr. Prouty, in his book, The Secret Team, subtitled The CIA and Its Allies in Control of the World, talks about the secret team, but more importantly, in the larger sense, talks about the fact that the Cold War allowed the American military and intelligence establishment to perpetuate itself as if it were still wartime. In other words, there is a massive difference, and some of you, if you will reflect on this, will realize there is a massive difference between the powers that a military and an intelligence outfit is given during wartime than what it is given during peacetime. And the promulgation, if you want to use such a big word, or one could call it the incitement and of the Cold War, acted as an excuse for the intelligence agencies and the military establishment to keep themselves in a position of essentially making the final decisions on American foreign policy and American domestic political philosophy in a lot of ways as to what kind of resistance was dangerous and was cottoning to the enemy and things of this nature, which cropped up again in the later 1960s during the peace movement and other things. So anyway, just to understand that crucial point that the military and the intelligence establishments were playing prior to the election of John F. Kennedy in the political philosophy of the United States.
And of course, keep in mind that traditionally in the United States, the military, and this was specifically designated by the framers of the Constitution, that the United States was to have a civilian commander-in-chief over its armed forces, and that the final word on the commitment of military forces by the country was to be with the civilian sector. So keep that in mind. Now, one brief point before we proceed here. We're going to be presenting a lot of material in a very scholarly fashion. A lot of the material we're going to be presenting is excerpted directly from secondary and sometimes primary sources, like the book segment that we're about to give you here. Those of you who are in a position to do so may want to tape this and the succeeding broadcast so you'll have a record of the information for yourself and can go back over it later or play it for other people. Now, the first segment that we're going to be presenting comes from a book called The Secret Team by Fletcher Prouty. Why don't you give us the publisher and a publication date. It was copyrighted 1969, and in softcover it was published by Ballantine Books. So The Secret Team, CIA and Its Allies in Control of the World, authored by Colonel L. Fletcher Prouty, softcover Ballantine, 1969.
Okay, and this tape is originally excerpted from the One Step Beyond of September 4th, 1983. The fate of the world hung in the balance somewhere between these earnest plans for peace, they're talking about the summit conference, and the miles remaining ahead of that U-2, Francis Gary Powers plane, as it neared Sverdlovsk. This was not the normal U-2 flight. Much was made of the fact that the pilot had with him a vial, a needle of poison, so that rather than expose his native land to charges of willful violation of the airspace and sovereignty of the Soviet Union, he could silence himself in death. The code of the spy. Yet little was made of the antithetical fact that the pilot also had a parachute, which would save his life. Much was made of the fact afterwards that this was a, quote, civilian aircraft, and that it was flown by a, quote, civilian pilot. Yet this pilot had been permitted to carry with him on this flight his military identification card, complete with name and picture, along with a pocketful of other identifying cards, all of which easily placed him at military installations, in military instrument flight schools, and on military facilities just days before the flight. He was hardly a deniable spy. Much was made later of the fact that Air Force Captain Powers had resigned from the Air Force and that he was a civilian employee of the Lockheed Aircraft Corporation. He was technically a civilian, but his records were still held by the Air Force, and had he chosen, he could have returned to the Air Force without loss of pay, seniority, and promotion status. Furthermore, the number of identification items that he had with him made it clear that he was less a true civilian and more a civilian cover spy pilot. He was in the same mold as Alan Pope in 1958, who was captured by the Indonesians, and of the Air Force crew that was shot down in Armenia, also in 1958. By that time, the Russians had plenty of evidence to know that, quote, civilian pilots belonged to the CIA by way of the U.S. Air Force. This course of events had more impact upon the United States than upon the Soviet Union. The U.S. government made much of the fact that the U-2 was, quote, an unarmed civilian aircraft. and that it was flown by a civilian. However, in his book, The Craft of Intelligence, Alan Dulles makes much of the fact that the operation of such sophisticated aircraft could scarcely have been kept a secret. It wasn't. As he wrote, quote, "Sooner or later, certainly this would have leaked out. Since this was so certain, then why did the U.S. government have to give out untrue cover stories? And why do they have to permit Powers to carry so much identification when it would have been better to limit the leak as much as possible? Even if he had died, they would have had all the information they needed. How did it happen that they broke with policy procedures for that special flight by letting him take off loaded with incriminating evidence that proved he was a U.S. spy pilot? Who was it who wanted this special U-2 flight on May 1st, 1960, 2 weeks before the summit conference, to fail, and then to become so glaring an admission of guilt when it did fail that it would inevitably doom the summit conference along with it? The incidents of these things, too many things, give weight to the thought that this flight was intended to be something rather special. Nothing was said that all clandestine operations personnel, and especially the select coterie of U-2 pilots, were required to submit to a complete inspection before takeoff, which included the removal of all clothes and other personal effects, and the issue of sanitized, non-identifiable clothing and equipment sufficient only for the flight. Neither pilot nor plane were sanitized on this flight, as was required on other flights. Skipping on down. When the plane went down, its signals faded, and it was lost from tracking radar. The engine had stopped, and Powers was gliding the plane down from its extreme altitude, which was so high that the air's oxygen content was insufficient to support combustion. The normal combustion of the jet engine at that altitude had to be assisted by the infusion of a trace of raw hydrogen from a small liquid hydrogen cryogenic storage bottle. If by some chance the engine either coughed itself out, or if something happened to this slight hydrogen supply and the engine flamed out, it could not be restarted at that altitude. The pilot would have had no recourse other than to let down and see if he could restart the engine at some lower altitude. The evidence that the engine would not restart even at 30,000 feet indicates that the trouble was most likely hydrogen deficiency and not a normal fuel flameout. Had it been a simple flameout and had there been plenty of hydrogen, the engine should have restarted, as others had in similar circumstances. When the plane did not restart, Powers was forced to let it continue to spiral toward the Earth, and then at a safer altitude either bail out — a high-altitude bailout is dangerous and violent — or continue on down to the ground. Actually, some of the early pictures of the U-2 showed an aircraft that was relatively undamaged, when one considers that the Russian story was that it was hit by a rocket in the air and then crashed into the ground. We may never really know whether Powers parachuted because he was hit by Russian rockets or gunfire, or whether he parachuted simply to leave a plane that was doomed to crash anyhow. The elaborate pictures of the plane, which the Soviets released at the trial, show neither bullet damage nor rocket damage. Although at that point neither would be important. The plane was going to come down. If it had not been on the way down, neither rockets nor bullets would have been able to bring it down in those days. Okay, skipping ahead. The Russian premier, this is of course Nikita Khrushchev, was ready to say, quote, "We are so close to the summit and to peace. I am ready to accept that this was a cruel and terrible provocation made by others without the knowledge of the American president." Then, out of quotes, let the president stand up and say that he had no knowledge of this flight, and then back up his statement by firing Alan Dulles, Dick Bissell, and those other 4 men who had pressed so hard for this flight. This was the challenge, and that was the price. There was still a chance that Ike could have his long-dreamed-of summit conference, but now he would have to pay the price. Thus, Eisenhower was put to the biggest test of his entire career. Could he clean house? Could he rid the country of those who, as Harry Truman said, quote, had diverted the CIA to become the center of foreign intrigue? Or would he have to bend to their might and their cunning and see his dreams shattered in a cold and cruel awakening? Many years later, it was President Richard M. Nixon who said, quote, "When you inherit a nightmare." And that was as far as he went with his thought. President Kennedy, after the Bay of Pigs, had the same nightmare. President Eisenhower had come within 2 weeks of achieving not only the goal of an aging president who had given his entire adult life to his country, but of realizing the hope of the entire country for a lasting and hopeful peace. No one will ever know just why he turned down Khrushchev's gambit. No one will ever know why he decided to back the ST at a time when it had permitted his plans to be shattered. Did he simply believe that his course was the only honest way out and that someone in his administration had made an innocent mistake? Or did he succumb to a greater pressure? It was not only the U-2 that had trapped him. The ST had armed and equipped a major force of tens of thousands of Tibetans high beyond the Himalayas. Now, the ST refers to the secret team, and this is the policymakers at the top of the military and the intelligence monoliths, I guess you could call them. It was not only the U-2 that had trapped him. The ST had armed and equipped a major force of tens of thousands of Tibetans high beyond the Himalayas. It had thousands of Cubans under arms and in training all over the North American continent, from the Canal Zone to many sites in the United States. It was deeply entwined in the politics and economy and rebellions of Africa, and already the United States, which had seldom seen armies in its own streets, was becoming accustomed to the roar of heavy trucks and the march of feet in embattled inner cities. Did Eisenhower really have a choice? Could he just fire Allen Dulles and a few of his top lieutenants and clean house that simply? He knew that he could not. Those other men who had seen to it that all the little things fell into place, and that the U-2 had gone aloft on that precise day, were men of the secret team, and wiping out Dulles and his staff would not touch them. Furthermore, it was one thing to have the power to see that the U-2 was not stopped from going on a rather routine flight, but it was an entirely different matter to be able to assure that it would come down in the very center and heart of the Soviet Union. Skipping ahead for the last part we're going to read here. The President may have realized that he was not really in charge of events, and he could not honestly say that he didn't know what was going on. Yet he had never seen the picture in its totality before. There was no other way out. President Eisenhower did the only thing he could. He announced to the world that he had known about the flight and that it had been his sole responsibility as Commander-in-Chief of the United States. With that, Khrushchev had no choice but to face the same facts his way. How could he hope to reach a peaceful settlement and meaningful agreements with a president who was admitting to the world that at the very time he had been speaking peace, he had been plotting overflights and the invasion of the territorial integrity of not only the Soviet Union, but of China and Tibet and Cuba? Khrushchev had no alternative either. All hopes for a successful summit conference had gone. The leaders of the world attended the conference individually, but all was lost. With this great disaster, the 15-year search for a peaceful settlement in a world menaced by the atomic bomb came to an end. Vietnam lay ahead. Now, that's a rather complicated bit of information, and probably, and to hearten those of you out there who are reeling from all the information on the U-2 spy plane, which you might not have been familiar with, that's probably the most complicated bit of information we're going to be laying on you in this show tonight, at least as far as getting in tune with things. To go back and touch some bases real quickly, Dave, you might want to explain about the U-2 and how it all came to pass in the first place, and some things relating to it later on, and how we're going to bring it back in.
Oh, okay. Now, the U-2 basically was put together by the CIA and Lockheed Corporation in order to fly over the vast territorial expanse of the Soviet Union and bring it all under U.S. surveillance. U.S. intelligence had been notoriously bad at getting agents inside the Soviet Union, so they turned to technology basically to solve that problem. And the U-2 had been flying for some time over the Soviet Union performing espionage missions, and it's worth noting that the U-2 flew much higher than any existing plane, interceptor aircraft, or anti-aircraft guided missile that was possessed by either side in the Cold War at this point, so that there was no way that the Russians could have shot the plane down unless it went down to a lower altitude. Now, summing up very briefly what Prouty had to say there, so that the information is front and center. Basically, first thing, the summit conference basically was deep-sixed by the failure of the U-2. In other words, Khrushchev and President Eisenhower were going to be getting together and attempting to work out some sort of peaceful resolution to the Cold War. The U-2 scratched that. Now, President Eisenhower had given specific orders that no plane, no act be taken by any element in the U.S. military or intelligence apparatus to jeopardize the peace conference. Now,
let's also make a couple of other things clear real quickly, which is, first of all, President Dwight Eisenhower, despite his own military background, was the first person to warn the United States and its citizens formally about the military-industrial complex. Dwight Eisenhower, in fact, said that the greatest danger to the United States in the upcoming years would be the growing supremacy of the military-industrial complex in in its participation in national life and national policy making. Another key point, unless any of you out there have missed this, I want to make this clear, because since we jumped into the technicalities, we did not make the overall thesis of this as clear as it might have been. There is no doubt that there was spying going on both sides. The mere existence of the U-2 is not in and of itself the thing that we're pointing to. There is no doubt in anybody's minds that both sides were doing their best to spy on each other. What we are talking about here, and what Lieutenant Colonel Fletcher Prouty is in fact charging, is nothing less than a betrayal of the U-2 from within by what he calls the secret team. Again, the top men in intelligence and the military complexes. A betrayal of this particular U-2 flight from within, so to sabotage this upcoming conference. Okay, and that's specifically what we're talking about here. Not the spying itself, but the fact of the United States sabotaging its own spy mission to Deep Six, the summit conference.
Worth noting, of course, that already by 1959, the national security apparatus of the United States, or at least elements thereof, were already acting independently of the President's wishes and in direct contradiction of the United States Constitution. It's worth noting that one of the remarkable departures from standard operating procedure with the U-2 was the fact that someone obviously went out of their way to see to it that Francis Gary Powers would be very identifiable. None of the standard steps were taken to sanitize Francis Gary Powers, and Prouty also hints that a tampering with the hydrogen mechanism of the U-2 was responsible for its inability to maintain its altitude and consequent downing by the Soviets. And again, keep in mind that this was in direct contradiction of not only President Eisenhower's wishes and orders, but indeed in direct contradiction of the United States Constitution. And it's worth noting that the events surrounding the U-2 obviously were initiated by a very capable group of individuals. It certainly could not have been the work of one man.
Okay, another very important thing to realize while we're piling important things on top of you here is, as Dave said, the National Intelligence Network, specifically the CIA in this case, had long since become or considered themselves independent of the presidency. And another thing to remember here when we're talking about the CIA, except for the director who is appointed, we are talking about essentially a government civil service that knows no political affiliation in terms of being voted in or out of office. So a group that came in 1949 during the Red Scare were still around in 1959. Many of them were still around in 1969. Some of them were still around in 1979. God forbid, a few of them may still make it to 1989. So we're talking about a perpetual group, not a group of office holders voted in and out by the whims of the Democratic public. Another important thing to realize is, as Dave said, not only had they become independent of Dwight Eisenhower, this goes clear back to the formation of the CIA and the inception of the CIA charter. The CIA, as many people fail to realize, a lot of people think the CIA is sort of like our intelligence army abroad, you know, fighting the Soviets, training radical groups, you know, to do this and do that. Well, that's in fact many things that they have become, but the CIA at its inception was supposed to be an intelligence gathering operation. The only part of the operation that was had any leeway as far as action was a very small subclause written in that the CIA could take whatever action was necessary in certain select circumstances to protect their intelligence sources. Well, the people in the secret team, if you want to put it that way, exploited this loophole to the point where the covert operations team, which was originally built on that tiny loophole, later became much superior in terms of clout within the CIA to the intelligence division itself, and in fact became the operant mode. And this is where quite a few of the people that have been termed as renegade agents or have been disavowed by the CIA in fact came from, and in fact most of them, many of whom are now called renegade agents, have continued to be members of the covert operations, but their very nature makes them covert operators. So this is something to bear in mind also. So clear back in the Truman days, at its very inception, the CIA had begun to break away from presidential control.
All right, now going again back to the U-2, recall that the summit conference, which would have cemented détente between Eisenhower and Khrushchev, was Deep Six. Obviously, it was the work of some sort of organization, either the U.S. national security apparatus as a whole or a large and controlling segment thereof. Now, this is worth noting for our purposes because the pilot of the U-2, Francis Gary Powers, who basically was shot down, imprisoned in the Soviet Union, and then came back to the United States. Upon his return, he co-authored a book with a man named Curt Gentry, and among the things he intimated in that book were the fact that Lee Harvey Oswald, later incorrectly accused as the lone assassin of President Kennedy, is attributed, the downing of the U-2 is attributed to Lee Harvey Oswald by Francis Gary Powers and others.
The other thing to remember is, as stated in Colonel Prouty's book, the Russians, the Soviets, however you want to phrase it, could not have shot down the U-2 if it had not descended. In other words, that although, as we'll hear Powers say, that he thinks it was betrayed to the Soviets, at that point in time, technologically speaking, the Soviets could not have gotten up to get the U-2, even if they'd known exactly where it was flying. The U-2 had to come down before shots could even be fired at it.
No plane or missile could reach the standard cruising altitude of the U-2.
All right, so now we're going to be listening to another segment from the same One Step Beyond, and...
No, actually, this will be from the succeeding week. This will be September 11th.
Ah, okay, all right. My mistake then, and we're going to go ahead and listen to the One Step Beyond. There you go. Okay.
All right, now what we're going to be doing here is reading, basically you're going to hear Nip Tuck reading from a book called Operation Overflight. Now, Operation Overflight, as I just mentioned, was authored by Francis Gary Powers, who was the pilot of the ill-fated U-2 mission which scotched the impending summit conference. He wrote the book with a man named Curt Gentry, last name Gentry. The book was published by Tower Books in paperback and copyrighted. Well, my Roman numerals are a ways behind us. I'm not even going to attempt the copyright date, but within the last 10, 12 years. So basically, Tower Books is the paperback edition. Operation Overflight by Francis Gary Powers and Curt Gentry. This from the One Step Beyond show of September 11th, 1983.
The U-2s, that's the spy plane that Francis Gary Powers was flying, the U-2s were based in a new location at Sugi, Japan. In September of that year, a 17-year-old Marine Corps private was assigned to Marine Air Control Squadron No. 1, MACS-1, based at Atsugi. MACS-1, or MAX-1, was a radar unit whose duties included scouting for incoming foreign aircraft. Its equipment included height-finding radar. The private, a trained radar operator, had access to this equipment. He remained in Japan until November 1958, at which time he was returned to the United States and assigned to the Marine Air Control Squadron No. 9, MAX-9, at the Marine Corps Air Station at El Toro, California. El Toro was not a U-2 base, but U-2s frequently flew over this portion of Southern California. At El Toro, he had access not only to radar and radio codes, but also to the new MPS-16 height-finding radar gear. In September 1959, he obtained a hardship discharge from the U.S. Marine Corps. The following month, he defected to the Soviet Union. On October 31st, he appeared in the American Embassy in Moscow to state his intention of renouncing his U.S. citizenship. According to Richard E. Snyder, the second secretary and senior consular official, and John A. McVicker, Snyder's assistant, he mentioned that he had already offered to tell the Russians everything he knew about the Marine Corps and his specialty, radar operation. He also intimated that he might know something of, quote, special interest. His name, and long-time listeners of One Step Beyond have probably figured this out already, his name was Lee Harvey Oswald. 6 months later, says Francis Gary Powers, my U-2 was shot down. Oswald's familiarity with MPS-16 height-finding radar gear and radar and radio codes, the latter were changed following his defection, are mentioned in the testimony of John E. Donovan, a former first lieutenant assigned to the same El Toro radar unit as Oswald, on page 298 of Volume 8 of the Warren Commission hearings. According to Donovan, Oswald, quote, had the access to the location of all bases in the West Coast area, all radio frequencies for all squadrons, all tactical call signs, and the relative strength of all squadrons, number and type of aircraft in a squadron, who was the commanding officer, the authentication code of entering and exiting, which stands for the ADIZ, which stands for Air Defense Identification Zone. He knew the range of our radar. He knew the range of our radio. And he knew the range of the surrounding units' radio and radar, unquote. Oswald's conversation with Snyder is mentioned at least 3 times in the report of the Warren Commission on the assassination of President Kennedy. Page 618. Oswald told him that he had already offered to tell a Soviet official what he had learned as a radar operator in the Marines. Page 665. Oswald stated to Snyder that he had voluntarily told Soviet officials that he would make known to them all information concerning the Marine Corps and his specialty therein, radar operation, as he possessed. Page 369. Quote, he stated that he had volunteered to give Soviet officials any information that he had concerning Marine Corps operations and intimated that he might know something of special interest. During the 6 months following the October 31st, 1959 embassy meeting, there were only 2 overflights of the USSR. The one which occurred on April 9, 1960 was uneventful. The one which followed on May 1st, 1960 wasn't. Here the trail ends, except for one tantalizing lead discovered during the research for this volume. Among the Warren Commission documents in the National Archives in Washington, D.C. is one numbered 931, dated May 13, 1964, CIA National Security Classification Secret. In response to an inquiry, Mark G. Eckhoff, Director, Legislative, Judicial, and Diplomatic Records Division, National Archives, in a letter dated October 13, 1969, stated, quote, Commission Document 931 is still classified and withheld from research. The title of document number 931 is, quote, Oswald's accessed information about the U-2. All right, so a brief segment from a book by Francis Gary Powers with Kurt Gentry, and his allegation, and it's a fairly subtle allegation, but the allegation is definitely there, that Lee Harvey Oswald, in fact, compromised and was responsible for the shooting down of the U-2. Now, a couple of facts that should be made clear very quickly. One, this book did come out well after the Kennedy assassination and the resulting brouhaha, so Oswald's name was not unknown at this point, and many other people were putting out things accusing Oswald of all variety of things. So it's not as if Francis Gary Powers can be given the nod for pinpointing Oswald ahead of the time. It was definitely part of a pattern.
That's important to note. This is a theme that's been sounded by the right in this country over a period of years. It's not hard to find articles attributing the downing of the U-2 and subsequent deep sixing of the summit conference to Lee Harvey Oswald. And this is interesting because now recall the material that Prouty presented about how Francis Gary Powers went on the flight with all kinds of identification, personal and organizational, which was done in direct contradiction of standard operating procedure. Recall the hint by Prouty that the hydrogen mechanism, which was used to restart the plane in the event of a flameout, had been deep-sixed.
And the very flight itself was in contravention of Eisenhower's direct order as Commander-in-Chief not to compromise the summit conference, and that's a very important fact. I mean, that flight was put in the air deliberately in contravention of Eisenhower's order.
Notice that none of the information that Prouty talks about as being involved in the downing of the U-2 had anything to do with radar or any of the information that Francis Gary Powers charges Lee Harvey Oswald with being in the position to betray. And it's worth noting also that Richard Snyder, whom Oswald was interviewed, it later turned out was a CIA operative stationed at the Moscow embassy, and there are a number of sources for that, notably a book called Who's Who in the CIA by Julius Mater, but it's been well documented. And think about Oswald. Now, he supposedly had nothing more than an 8th grade education, and he was from the Marines. Now, could Lee Harvey Oswald, the lone nut who not only deep-sixed President Kennedy, could he also have deep-sixed a summit conference here? And, well, again, look at all the history that's being attributed to one man.
That's right. And while you're thinking about that, we're going to take a short musical break, and we are going to be back in just a matter of a few moments here with more on the subject of the Cold War and the hardening of the anti-Soviet attitude amongst the people at the top of the secret team and their influence directly on the presidency of John F. Kennedy. We're going to be talking about the Bay of Pigs when Dave Emory and myself, Nip Tuck, return in just a moment for a little more of the Guns of November. If you had something that you specifically wanted to point out.
Yeah, okay. Reviewing really quickly, of course, we've seen how an impending summit conference between Soviet Premier Khrushchev and President Eisenhower was basically canceled against the wishes of President Eisenhower. This was so done by producing an incident which, quite obviously from the nature of the incident, could not have been done by one man. It obviously took certainly a large group, if not the entire U.S. national security apparatus, to pull such an operation, and yet we've seen this crime attributed, or this crime, I guess we could call it, attributed to Lee Harvey Oswald, and it's quite apparent that Lee Harvey Oswald certainly did not have the capabilities of performing such an action on his own. And the actions that he supposedly took were in direct contradiction of the Constitution and prevented détente. Now, it's worth noting that Francis Gary Powers, the fellow from whose book Nip just read via Oxide just a couple of minutes ago, when he was going to be questioned by, I believe it was the Senate Intelligence Committee about the U-2 incident, He died in the crash of the traffic helicopter that he was piloting, and he was an extremely experienced pilot. The official account for why his helicopter crashed was that he ran out of fuel. Certainly one wonders how such an experienced pilot could have done it. Eyewitnesses to the crash, however, said the helicopter exploded in midair. And this is worth noting because we're going to see an awful lot of untimely deaths befalling various figures connected with the Kennedy assassination.
And I think this is one of the key things that people have to deal with in terms of the one of the main things that we hear in response to the Kennedy assassination, the thesis that the fact that it was not a lone nut, and that in fact, if there was not a conspiracy from the beginning, there was certainly a conspiracy to cover up, and we feel that that can be proven without doubt, without exception. A lot of people have to get over the initial idea of it can't happen here, and one of the main things I think that will lock a lot of people onto the truth of this is when you see how many people who resisted the idea of Lee Harvey Oswald as the lone assassin, whether out of personal information or out of a desire to find out more themselves or whatever, wound up dead rather suddenly, some of them rather violently. So that's something we're going to be talking about. One of the other things I want to make clear as we're moving along through the show tonight is that after we have finished with the information portion of the show tonight, which may be as much as another hour or so, we will be opening the phones. This show is going on until 10 o'clock tonight. We know that there are a lot of people out there who already have some expertise, but there are also undoubtedly a lot of people out there who are not familiar with this material at all and will want to ask questions or try out some theorems of their own or whatever the case may be. So after we finish the information part of the show, we will certainly be opening the phones. That is an integral part of our performance here tonight, is your part in that performance, so don't worry about that. Now, Dave, I think we're going to go ahead and we're going to talk a little bit about a subject that was very much on the minds of all the people on every side of the spectrum during the Kennedy days, and that is Cuba and its Premier Fidel Castro and its status as a pro or anti-U.S. country.
Of course, that's very much on people's mind these days, too. It's a subject that's occupied a lot of newsprint and a lot of thought time over the course of the last 20 years or so. Now, of course, in 1959, Fidel Castro overthrew Fulgencio Batista, who was the dictator of Cuba, and established a regime initially with United States help. It later turned out that Castro was a Marxist, and following the perhaps predictable United States reaction to that information, namely one of overt hostility, Fidel Castro turned to the Soviet Union for his support, and that basically forged the alliance which we've heard so much about through the years. Now, where we're going to begin picking up here is exactly, in a sense, where we left off before the music break. We're going to begin with the initiation of a U.S. intelligence operation against the specific directives of President Eisenhower, who preceded President Kennedy as president. And again, we're going to be looking at an operation which was put together without the president's knowledge and without his sanction by an insider's cabal, as Colonel Fletcher Prouty terms it. Now, again, we're going to be returning to the work of Colonel L. Fletcher Prouty, who, for those of you who maybe just tuned in, Colonel Prouty was known as Air Force Focal Point Officer. He was a colonel in the Air Force, and what this meant was that he was the liaison officer between the Pentagon and the CIA on all CIA operations necessitating the use of aircraft or Air Force units. Now, this is significant for our purposes because the Bay of Pigs, as well as the U-2, involved such an operation. Now, the source where our information is coming from on this, I'd like to comment on it briefly. We're going to be talking about an article from Gallery Magazine. And now, Gallery Magazine is not generally one of the sources that we regard as a pillar of American journalism. This article was sent to me some years ago by a listener, and unfortunately I can't even cite you the exact issue of Gallery that this article comes from, because Gallery does not put the issue and date at the bottom or top of its pages. Now, the title of this particular article from Gallery Magazine is "The Betrayal of JFK Kept Fidel Castro in Power." It's by Colonel Prouty. It's clear from the context of the article that it took place fairly early in the Carter administration, but again, I can't give you an exact date of it. And for those of you who might be troubled by the use of Gallery Magazine as an information source, basically keep in mind that we're using this because of Colonel Prouty's expertise. Again, he was the liaison officer for all CIA operations involving Air Force units and was directly and highly placed in the chain of command for the U-2 operation, as we're going to discuss.
Okay, another thing about Colonel Prouty, since again it is his information that is important here, is that Colonel Prouty not only held one could say almost a critical position in the events that we've been talking about, the U-2 and the Bay of Pigs and things of that nature. But Colonel Prouty's veracity, as far as I know, nobody has ever been able to take him down. Many people have wanted to, because of course Colonel Prouty has put some thorns in some very highly placed sides, and nobody has ever been able to disprove any of Colonel Prouty's allegations as to these things going on.
Good point. Not only that, but Prouty has been sought out by both right-wing, far right-wing, and left-wing or left-of-center sources. So apparently his integrity and veracity transcends ideological boundaries. You'll see him quoted by far-right mercenary publications as well as by so-called radical elements, too. Now, before we get into this segment of tape here, basically this is going to be from a Hard Rain broadcast from June 3rd of 1981, almost 2.5 years ago. First, Nip has a comment here.
Yeah, I want to mention a couple of things, and this is very important because a lot of people, again, we're talking about a period in history that quite a few of our listeners were not of sufficient age to have been following at the time in terms of news and things going on, and that furthermore that since then has come almost entirely into the I would say under the auspices of people writing news and writing history, many of whom have chosen some rather lamentable shortcuts. A couple of very key things. The first is just, for instance, myself. I was just looking at a sociology textbook the other day, and they used the example of John F. Kennedy and his cabinet concocting the Bay of Pigs as being an example of group think, meaning inability of a group to make a correct decision because of a wish for unanimity or something of that nature. Anyway, as Colonel Prouty and other people have mentioned and have made clear in the past, this operation was planned long before John F. Kennedy was in office, long before it was even known that John F. Kennedy was elected to office. Okay, that's a critical point because people since have come to believe, because it's sort of just bandied around, that, well, of course, John F. Kennedy initiated the Bay of Pigs. Simply not true, but something, as I said, I just saw in an up-to-date sociology textbook. Another key point, and this, in fact, is, again, getting back to setting the stage into an understanding of what was going on in the United States at that time. As I mentioned, there was what could be called a corps of full-time civil service level intelligence operatives. In other words, people who had been in intelligence since perhaps World War II and would, in fact, devote their entire lives to clandestine intelligence. Now, not to tar them all with the same brush, but quite a few of these people have proven since to be just about devoid of human values. And I think that anybody who's watched, the Watergate hearings or the Church Commission hearings and things of this nature are quite aware of that. But now the key point, and the point I'm holding up this tape to make, is that the capture, if you will have it that way, of Cuba by Castro, in other words, the overthrowing by Castro of an extremely right-wing government, which even the U.S. supported in terms of the overthrow for a while, was when it was revealed that Castro was himself left of center, was a Marxist, was going to try and redistribute the wealth, et cetera, and then later on when he was rebuffed by the United States based on his political philosophies and they had to make contacts with Russia, this was a thorn in the side of America's intelligence establishment such as it has never seen before or since. I mean, Cuba is still a driving obsession for many people in clandestine intelligence. This is one of the reasons that the Reagan administration came in talking about Cuba as soon as they got into office and the possibility that maybe we were going to start making things hot for Cuba again. The presence of a Marxist state 90 miles off the coast of Florida has been an obsession unequaled. And this is one of the main reasons that so many things having to do with clandestine intelligence, with renegade members of clandestine intelligence or pseudo-renegade members of clandestine intelligence, Watergate, assassinations, and a variety of other things often come back down to this Cuba lobby because it was a pivotal and a crucial point to the thinking of most American intelligence agents.
Now, keep in mind the accurately stated antipathy of the United States towards Cuba, because the information that Prouty is going to be presenting here is going to be quite startling. To give you an idea of what you're going to be listening to here, because a lot of information is going to be run by you in a relatively short period of time, the most important thing about about Prouty's presentation here is the fact that he maintains that it was the CIA itself, or an element thereof, specifically in the person of General Charles Cabell, who was deputy director of the CIA at the time, that it was the CIA itself which deliberately sabotaged its own covert operation in the Bay of Pigs, and, as the title, the betrayal of JFK kept Fidel Castro in power, that basically that that betrayal occurred by the CIA. Now, to tell you what you're going to be listening to, first of all, the first section here that Prouty is going to be talking about is going to deal with the fact that John F. Kennedy, when he was a presidential candidate, learned of what Prouty terms an insider's cabal to launch the Bay of Pigs operation. Now, this is important to note because just as we saw with the U-2 incident, the Bay of Pigs operation was undertaken by a group of the Cold War civil servants that Nip Tuck talked about just a few minutes ago. It was undertaken on their own against President Eisenhower's specific directives because he forestalled all action against Cuba until it could be better determined just what nature of fish Castro was. Then this insider's cabal, led by Richard Nixon, who was at the time vice president and in charge of the control group, in charge of all covert operations, basically, this insider's cabal went ahead on its own in direct contradiction of Eisenhower's wishes to plan the Bay of Pigs. Now, candidate John F. Kennedy penetrated this insider's cabal to a certain extent, learned of some of the impending plans for the invasion, and thereby ran afoul of this insider's cabal, including Richard Nixon, who we're going to talk about later, who was President Kennedy's 1960 opponent. He learned about this running afoul of that cabal even before he became president. Now, two terms that Prouty talks about here, which are absolutely essential for understanding the Bay of Pigs and understanding how the CIA deep-sixed its own operation, are the terms air cover and air support. Now, air support refers to action taken by warplanes against ground forces in support of one's own ground forces. Okay, air cover or air support is action taken by air forces against units on the ground on behalf or in support of one's own forces. Air cover refers to action by aircraft against opponents' aircraft. In other words, if you're staging a military operation and the enemy is coming at you with airplanes, you need aircraft of your own to provide air cover against the enemy's aircraft. Now, Kennedy has been faulted for not providing the Bay of Pigs invasion with air cover, without utilizing the Air Force itself to provide air cover for the Bay of Pigs operation. There were numerous appeals for air cover, which Kennedy quite correctly or quite accurately did turn down. Now, what Prouty points out and what isn't mentioned is that the original plan for the Bay of Pigs invasion would not have needed air cover. The CIA's air wing had put together a group of World War II B-26 bombers, which were outfitted with a very impressive array of machine guns specifically for use against ground targets. And U.S. espionage and reconnaissance had located all of Castro's Air Force, which was tiny. Now, the core of Castro's Air Force were 3 T-33 jet trainers of American manufacture, each of which were armed with some .50 caliber machine guns. Now, these planes, if they got into the air, would have been capable of trashing the B-26 propeller-driven planes that the CIA had provided for air support for the invasion. Now, because of this, a provision had been made for a preemptive strike by the CIA's B-26s on the T-33 jets, which had been located by U.S. reconnaissance. Now, it was General Charles Cabell, who, according to Prouty, was one of the major figures, along with Prouty himself, in the chain of command for Bay of Pigs, who deliberately scotched the order for the B-26s to attack the T-33s, thereby eliminating Castro's Air Force, and thereby eliminating the need for air cover. Okay, so this is the importance of the difference between air cover and air support. Had the CIA or an element thereof not deliberately deep-sixed its own operation, there would have been no need for air cover. So this is absolutely essential to keep in mind as you listen to Prouty's argument. And then keep in mind that as Air Force focal point officer, he was directly and highly placed in the chain of command, as we're going to see. So without further ado, here is the article from Gallery by Colonel L. Fletcher Prouty dealing with how the CIA deep-sixed the Bay of Pigs.
And you are listening.
Under Eisenhower, there never was a plan to invade Cuba. There may have been hope for it on the part of the Cubans, but the president had not sanctioned such an act. As a matter of fact, we had explicit orders not to become involved in any operation which in any way would carry over from the Eisenhower administration into the next administration, either Nixon or Kennedy. These orders were explicit and understood by all of us in the clandestine game during the crucial midsummer of 1960. Then, Senator Kennedy began to make his moves. JFK aimed for the presidency, and he was unique. He not only campaigned long and hard to weld together a knowledgeable, hard-hitting team, he also carried that team over into his administration. They began to dig into the clandestine dung heap. The magnetic Cuban speaker in Detroit, Manuel Artime, was the ace in the CIA's anti-Castro deck, but JFK got to him. On the very same day, Artime and his other Cuban inner-circle exiles were escorted into the Pentagon's super-secret Office of Special Operations, Office of the Secretary of Defense. On that very same day, those same Cubans were spirited away from the CIA into the office of Senator Jack Kennedy. JFK won up the CIA and the Pentagon and Nixon on Cuban affairs even before that crucial TV debate with Nixon. I'd like to interrupt here to point out something I neglected to mention in the introduction. Nixon was the head of the National Security Council group in charge of covert operations, which is how he came to be involved with what Prouty terms the insiders' cabal. Continuing here with Prouty's narrative, Kennedy didn't get all of the inside data, but he kept Nixon and the CIA cabal on their toes. By October of 1960, this insiders' cabal decided it was time to make several moves. If Nixon won the election, they would be well on their way with several major clandestine operations in full swing. If Kennedy won, the cabal might have enough momentum to overpower any deflecting moves he might make. And if the secret operations failed, Kennedy would be blamed because no one knew they were initiated before he became president. The word went out to step up the Cuban exile training in Florida, Louisiana, Panama, and Guatemala. Next, Prouty goes on to describe the tactical plan for the Bay of Pigs operation. As I mentioned before, the CIA's Air Division had provided for some propeller-driven B-26s to fly in support of the Cuban Exile Brigade, and that basically these were equipped with special armament to make them particularly potent against ground targets, and that the operation plan called for these planes to destroy all of Castro's Air Force, and especially Castro's U.S.-built T-33 jet trainers, which, though lightly armed, were so much more maneuverable than the propeller-driven B-26s the CIA brigade had, that basically the B-26s would have been no match for these T-33s. Now, as I said, the original plans were to knock out these T-33s, and Prouty goes on to describe the tactical situation as follows. Castro had a half-dozen B-26 aircraft, which, unlike the CIA B-26s, had no machine guns. They were light bombers. He had a few old British combat fighters called Sea Furies, and he had 3 T-33 jets. The T-33s each had 2 50-caliber machine guns. That was not much firepower, but with their high speed, those jets had a huge advantage over the CIA B-26s, and their 50-caliber guns were lethal. The Air Division plan called for the destruction of Castro's combat aircraft on the ground before the brigade hit the beach. This was an absolute must. Everyone knew that. Kennedy knew that. Allen Dulles knew that. Chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff Lyman L. Lemnitzer knew that, and all the key CIA mission commanders knew that. The principal CIA combat commander was a U.S. Marine Corps colonel, and he knew that. If Castro's aircraft were destroyed first, there would be no need for air cover. The B-26s would be air support. On the Saturday before the Monday of the invasion, the Exile Brigade's B-26s had taken off to destroy the Cuban Air Force planes on the ground. They totaled the B-26s and the Sea Furies, but they did not find the T-33s. A U-2 was sent up to locate them. It found them parked wingtip to wingtip near Santiago, Cuba. They would easily be destroyed at sunrise on Monday. In the dark of that moonless night, the CIA mission commander in Nicaragua rode his bicycle toward those 4 B-26s. He signaled them to fire up their engines and stand by. Then he waited for the release from Washington, which would tell him all was going according to plan to send the bombers on their way. The commander knew the mission depended upon the success of this operation. He was ready, and the crack Cuban crews were raring to go. Their orders were to strike that small base where the T-33s were parked, coming in at sunrise with the sun at their tails and flying low to avoid possible radar and ground fire. Still later, Prouty goes on to say, only 3 small jets parked on an airfield near Santiago stood between success and failure. General C.P. Cabell, C-A-B-E-L-L, Dulles' CIA deputy who was running the operation in Dulles' absence, knew that as he monitored events at the command center in Washington. The engines on those 4 bombers at Puerto Cabezas idled slowly as the minutes grew to hours. If they were to strike at dawn, they had to leave as scheduled. It was a long way to Santiago across the Caribbean. The CIA operations control officer got on his bicycle again, and pedaled back to the communications tent to see if the orders releasing the planes had come. The Cubans in the B-26s were angry and impatient. The thought crossed the agent's mind they might mutiny and go anyhow. The CIA agent wished they would go, but there were no orders from Washington. The CIA mission commander was an old friend of mine. We had been through many clandestine operations together, and we had complete confidence in each other. At about 2 a.m. Washington time on April 17th, my home telephone rang. The mission commander was calling from Nicaragua. He explained what was happening. He held the phone up, and I could hear the roaring B-26 engines. He emphasized the crucial timing for that essential flight. They had to go. He asked me to call the CIA command center and to talk to them about getting the release out immediately. The fate of the operation hung on that thin thread, and the thread broke. Well, Prouty next goes on to describe a number of bogus versions of the history of the Bay of Pigs, all of which, as I said, followed the sort of traditional line that Kennedy was responsible for the failure, for the operation's failure, because he neglected or deliberately withheld air cover. And of course, as we have seen and will delve into in greater detail, that failure was due to C.P. Cabell's failure to send off the airstrike to neutralize Castro's T-33s. Anyway, Prouty goes on to describe the bogus versions of the Bay of Pigs and what really happened as follows. There have been many versions of the Bay of Pigs. All have been written by people who were not involved. Robert D. Morrow, M-O-R-R-O-W, wrote a fantastic account in a book called Betrayal. His account is incorrect. Reporters have written about the Bay of Pigs, but they reported only what they could find out from others. They were not involved. They knew only what they were told. The most contrived account is contained in John Ehrlichman's recent novel, The Company. He has his JFK, unquote, president deciding to ensure the failure of the operation while at the same time not calling it off. There are other accounts of this crucial event. One of these, which appears to be authentic because of the inner sanctum role of the author, is Arthur Schlesinger's 1,000 Days. Schlesinger recalls, at 4:30 a.m. invasion morning, Cabell awoke Rusk and later appealed to President Kennedy to permit the vital B-26 mission to go. There is no evidence Cabell called JFK even then, nor was there any reason to call at that time. This was a clever ruse. Prouty goes on to say here, this was a clever ruse. Remember, I was called at about 2 a.m. At 2 a.m. or even 3 a.m., there was still time for the B-26s to fly from Nicaragua to Santiago and hit their targets by daybreak. By 4:30 a.m., it was much too late. To be effective, the B-26s had to hit those T-33s on the ground no later than daybreak. I would interrupt here, but you will recall it would have taken a long time for the B-26s to fly across the Caribbean to Santiago, Cuba. Continuing here, as Prouty writes, to be effective, the B-26s had to hit those T-33s on the ground no later than daybreak. This was crucial. The brigade was set to hit the beach at dawn. They knew that even before they hit the beach, they could be discovered. They were. At dawn, the alarm was flashed across Cuba, and the T-33s went into action. When Cabell withheld the release orders from his mission commander in Nicaragua, he doomed the whole operation to failure. This means that a purported 4:30 a.m. call from Cabell to Rusk, unquote, as reported by Schlesinger, was meaningless except in the event Cabell wanted Rusk, Bundy, and Schlesinger to believe he was trying to carry out the operation instead of thwarting it. Schlesinger's account proves this. He says, Castro's Air Force, alerted by the first clash, reacted with vigor, unquote. The only combat Air Force Castro had that morning were those 3 T-33s. Then Schlesinger adds, Castro's forgotten, my emphasis, T-33s shot 4 B-26s down. Schlesinger's use of the word forgotten is strange. What in hell does he think all of us were doing that long night? Those T-33s were on everyone's mind. Cabell didn't forget them. We all screamed to him for action against them. He simply let the moment pass, and the whole operation went down the drain. None of us have forgotten that. After the call I received from Nicaragua, I spoke to the CIA command center. I told them about my call. I emphasized the urgency of action as planned. I was not on the CIA line of command and could do no more than pass on the word from Nicaragua. I had worked with most of those clandestine operators since 1955 and knew them well. I knew how dedicated they were and that they, too, wanted the release from Cabell. They believed he must have had some political or other important reason for holding back, but they assured me they would do everything possible to expedite the orders to the commander at Puerto Cabezas. The release never came. We'll never know exactly why. Cabell was a lifelong military officer with a splendid record. Cabell obeyed orders, but in this case, whose orders? He belonged to the ultra-Cold War sect, and he was more a Nixon enthusiast than a Kennedy man. Not much later, JFK fired Cabell. Kennedy may have learned what he needed to know. If you don't agree with this account, then consider what followed. The other air crews thought the Puerto Cabezas bombers had carried out their orders, so they went ahead with their part of the tactical plan. They flew to the beach and began to provide air support. At least 16 of these planes were shot down by the T-33 jets, and at least 32 crewmen died, many of them Americans. That morning, those 3 T-33s sank both invasion supply ships. That ended the nearby offshore supply support. During the next 2 days, those jets raked the beach and covered Castro's troops as they advanced on the brigade which had dug in just above the high tide line. The invasion failed totally. President Kennedy accepted the blame and later fired Allen Dulles. Prouty goes on to describe how Kennedy put together a team of his most trusted advisors in order to look into the failure of the Bay of Pigs operation, and that basically, following that, as mentioned above, he fired Allen Dulles, but that basically he then went on to attempt to bring covert operations from the control of the CIA back under his own control and that of the Pentagon. Prouty describes that, saying, "Each evening, Bobby would meet with Jack Kennedy and the Irish Inner Circle, O'Donnell, Sorensen, O'Brien, and others. Each evening they would go over every word spoken in the inquiry," that is, the inquiry into the Bay of Pigs. They looked for clues to the CIA's behavior. They tried to answer the questions, why had the CIA destroyed its own operation? What did the CIA gain in the defeat of the Cubans and in the degradation of the Kennedy administration? Day after day, the lesson became clear. The CIA had signaled Kennedy that his political fate was under CIA control, just as was Eisenhower's in the U-2 incident. Why didn't Cabell call Allen Dulles? There's no evidence that he ever did, and I recall in the anger and disappointment of the CIA operators after the disaster that I never heard anyone bring Dulles' name into the picture. Until some other explanation is found, there is no way to exonerate Cabell. As I mentioned a minute ago, Kennedy went on to clarify the CIA's role vis-a-vis covert operations and to emphasize that he wanted the final word, so to speak, for covert operations to be under his control with direct advice from the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff. Prouty describes this, saying, "The committee learned all of this and more. It met daily well into May of 1961, and then it issued no written report. No report was necessary. JFK found out all he needed to know. Early in June of 1961, he signed some very important presidential directives known as National Security Action Memoranda 55, 56, and 57. These papers are the basis of the story told by Senator Mansfield, among others, that JFK said he would tear the CIA into 1,000 pieces. NSAM 55 was a most unusual directive. It was directed specifically to the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, General Lyman L. Lemnitzer, and it was signed personally by Kennedy. Ordinarily, the president would address the chairman directly only in time of actual war. Kennedy viewed that paper as a declaration that, quote, peacetime operations, unquote, a euphemism for clandestine activities in time of peace, were as important to him as actual wartime operations, and that he wanted the chairman to be his advisor in such instances. Kennedy planned to establish control over the CIA during the remainder of his first term in office. He confided to many that he would complete that Herculean task during his second term. He never achieved that. He was not able to restrain the growth of the war in Vietnam. He was not able to keep the lid on the growth of the CIA-inspired special forces. He was not alive by the end of his first term in office. It's interesting to note that the Church Committee, the Senate committee created to investigate the CIA, has published in Volume 4 of its findings what purports to be a history of the CIA. This official, unquote, history unaccountably misquotes the law which created the agency and misstates the duties and responsibilities of the CIA. Then it proceeds to list chronologically all of the National Security Council top-level directives which outline the CIA's role in covert activities. Although the chronology is almost complete, this important historical document ignores and omits Kennedy's directives NSAM 55, 56, and 57. Such a glaring oversight does more to highlight the behind-the-scenes power and adroitness of the CIA than anything else. This is what presidents have had to fight. It is what President Carter is tangled up in today.
Right, that was the section from Hard Rain, and once again, Dave was reading from an article by L. Fletcher Prouty, who was Air Force focal point officer, specifically involved in the Bay of Pigs as the focal point officer between the Air Force and any need the CIA might have had for Air Force and military air cover or air support or any military air participation in any CIA operation. So a man in the know and a man in the middle of the Bay of Pigs. What some people think, myself included, was probably the watershed moment for relations between then newly elected President John F. Kennedy and the CIA.
Recall, very briefly, summing up what we looked at. First of all, Kennedy as a candidate had already penetrated this insiders cabal, which, against President Eisenhower's wishes and without his knowledge, was going ahead and planning this operation against Cuba. We then saw how the operation was undertaken, and the proposed airstrike to neutralize Castro's Air Force, the go order, so to speak, for that strike was withheld by General Charles P. Cabell. And we saw how this was responsible for the failure of the Bay of Pigs operation, that Kennedy had gone along with what he was supposed to do. In other words, apparently, according to Prouty's account, and bear in mind that Prouty was in the chain of communication, he was a liaison officer and a key one between the Pentagon and CIA, that apparently Kennedy fulfilled his part, his intended role in the mission, that it was General Charles P. Cabell who deep-sixed the Bay of Pigs operation, and as he indicated that later, even the Church Committee was influenced by the CIA to misrepresent not only Kennedy's actions vis-a-vis CIA and covert operations, but the very role of the CIA itself.
Okay, let's go back and look at a couple of other points, too, that are very important here. Now, again, Lieutenant Colonel Fletcher Prouty is making the point that, as the operation stood, President Kennedy had no role in the assignation of any part to the Air Force or the air support and air cover of the operation, and there was, in fact, nothing that he was supposed to have done. Now, what people have since claimed, especially CIA insiders, have tried to paint the picture that then they turned to John F. Kennedy and asked for air cover, and basically at that point, if John F. Kennedy had provided air cover once that the T-33s had been allowed to get off the ground, he would have in fact been declaring overt war on Cuba and would have in fact been putting U.S. planes instead of planes that could have been passed off as belonging to Cuban anti-Castro activists. He would have been putting U.S. planes into action against Cuban planes, which is an overt act of war, would have in fact have dragged the entire country into a war with Cuba, as opposed to the deniability. And now we're not talking about morality, we're talking about the facts of the occasion, as opposed to the deniability of the Bay of Pigs. Also, another key point that has to be reiterated, which is, according to all the reliable sources that we have found, most notably Colonel Prouty, who was in on it from the beginning, the entire Bay of Pigs operation was fostered and was nurtured long before John F. Kennedy was even elected. It was spearheaded by Richard Nixon, Allen Dulles, and the rest of the people that Prouty calls the secret team. And then when Kennedy came into office, and mind you, he only came into office in January of 1961, walked into the door of the White House on January 23rd, 1961, he was presented with a fait accompli, which means an accomplished fact, an accomplished thing. And so that's a crucial thing to keep in mind. Now, we are going to talk briefly about Mr. Cabell, or General Cabell again.
Okay, now keep in mind, before the Nipper presents you with the information about Cabell here, that at the time that Kennedy assumed the presidency, either the entire U.S. intelligence apparatus, the entire national security apparatus, or a majority interest thereof, had in essence declared its independence of the U.S. Constitution. It had begun to operate on its own, independent of and contradicting at times presidential authority, and that Kennedy, with those National Security Action Memoranda 55, 6, and 7, was attempting to bring covert operations back to some semblance of constitutionality, namely to reinstitute the president as commander-in-chief of the armed forces as the ultimate arbiter of whether or not a covert operation was to be undertaken or not.
Okay, we're going to be reading now, I'm going to be reading now from a book entitled Coincidence or Conspiracy. It's been produced by the Committee to Investigate Assassinations under the direction of Bernard Fensterwald, Jr., and also compiled by Michael Ewing. This book is a Zebra Books product published by Kensington Publishing Corporation, New York, 1977, and it's copyrighted by the Committee to Investigate Assassinations. And Mr. Fez Fensterwald has a long history of research into the John F. Kennedy assassination and other political events.
Mr. Fensterwald, in addition to having been one of the long-standing assassination investigators, was none other than James McCord's defense attorney. James McCord was the security coordinator for the Committee to Re-elect the President for President Nixon in 1972. And James McCord led the so-called plumbers unit that was arrested inside of the Democratic National headquarters at the Watergate Hotel. The whole Watergate JFK connection we're going to come back to in the future, but it's worth noting just where Fensterwald fits into American political life.
Right, and you can his data, incidentally, that we're going to be citing here is the references have been checked and found quite solid. As to Mr. Fensterwald's position, it is kind of a strange one, and he certainly, if nothing else, has been a Washington insider, as evidenced by his representation of Mr. McCord, and we'll be talking about that in the past. But once again, this documentation has been found other places. We're just choosing this because this is a well-ordered source for what we're talking about. Once again, reading from Coincidence or Conspiracy, produced by the Committee to Investigate Assassinations.
Now, keep in mind here that the subject of the discussion here, General Charles T. Cabell, is the individual that Prouty has fingered as withholding the go order for the B-26 strike to neutralize Castro's Air Force, thereby sabotaging the entire CIA's Bay of Pigs operation, usually attributed to the failure of which is attributed to Kennedy.
That's right. Okay. And under the subheading of General Charles T. Cabell, I read as follows. Air Force General Charles Cabell served as Deputy Director of the CIA under Allen Dulles, and as acting director of the CIA during the Bay of Pigs invasion while Dulles was out of the country. According to the Senate Intelligence Committee report in late 1975, as deputy director of the CIA, General Cabell had also been a party to the secret CIA mafia assassination conspiracies against Fidel Castro during the latter part of September of 1960. According to a secret CIA Inspector General's report, noted by the Senate Intelligence Committee, quote, with Bissell present, Edwards briefed the director, Allen Dulles, and the DDCI, that's the deputy director, Cabell, General Charles T. Cabell, on the existence of an assassination plan involving members of the syndicate. And they're referring to an assassination plan against Fidel Castro. Days later, during the week of September 25th, Robert Mayhew, that's spelled M-A-H-E-U, that's a name that crops up quite often in this type of work, the CIA support chief, and mafia leaders John Roselli, Sam Giancana, and Santos Traficante met in Miami to set up the secret assassination plans, according to the Senate committee. Again, at this point, they're talking about the assassination of Fidel Castro. General Cabell was later replaced as deputy director of the CIA by President Kennedy in April 1962, due to what Kennedy believed was Cabell's poor performance during the Bay of Pigs invasion and planning. While Kennedy had been greatly angered over what he believed was the astonishingly negligent invasion planning, he had rejected the advice of some aides to dismiss the CIA and military officials on whom he placed the blame. Pierre Salinger recalled the president remarking, quote, we really blew this one. How could that crowd at CIA and the Pentagon be this wrong? Still, as Salinger recalls, Kennedy decided to wait a, quote, decent interval before replacing the top CIA officials. JFK's former press secretary remembers the president stating, quote, if I'm going to knock some heads together, now isn't the time to do it with everybody looking down the barrel at us. While Deputy CIA Director Cabell's role in the secret CIA mafia assassination conspiracies was revealed in late 1975, the general had been the subject of an even more startling allegation about assassinations 2 years earlier. On September 16, 1973, the Washington Post reported, New Orleans District Attorney Jim Garrison, as late as March 1971, was preparing to accuse another person of conspiring to assassinate President John F. Kennedy. Garrison's intended defendant this time was the late Air Force General Charles Cabell, former deputy director of the Central Intelligence Agency. The Post reported that only limited details were available about the controversial district attorney's latest conspiracy theory, but noted that General Cabell's brother, Earl Cabell, had been mayor of Dallas at the time of the assassination. The Post reported that Earl Cabell was aware of Garrison's suspicions that he or his brother may have been involved in the assassination, and had said of Garrison, quote, "He's nuttier than a fruitcake." The Washington Post account also stated that Garrison had told a former aide about his suspicions of what he claimed were General Cabell's, quote, "mysterious movements in New Orleans" in November of 1963. Garrison reportedly believed that President Kennedy's decision to remove Cabell as deputy director of the CIA, and replace other CIA officials as well, had played a part in what Garrison claimed was the eventual assassination conspiracy. As far as is known, however, Garrison never pursued these allegations any further. General Charles Cabell died of a heart ailment on May 25, 1971, in a Fort Myers clinic. During his retirement, Cabell served as consultant to Howard Hughes in the Hughes Aircraft Corporation and as a board member of Air America, a CIA proprietary firm. Cabell reportedly worked closely with Robert Mayhew during that period. All right, so once again, just to quickly reiterate the connections there, General Charles T. Cabell, who Fletcher Prouty, a man in a position to have deep inside information on the subject, has fingered, as Dave put it, as the person who scotched the Bay of Pigs operation, who chose not to send in the air support, or the air cover rather, to destroy Castro's T-33 planes on the ground, thereby destroying the entire invasion and any chance it might have of success, and putting the blame for it squarely in the lap of the president. General Charles T. Cabell, coincidentally enough, turns out that his brother was the mayor of Dallas, who apparently also, Dave, had helped to arrange the route of the motorcade.
He did, and he was in the motorcade himself, as of course was then Texas Governor John Connally, who, as Secretary of the Navy, basically sort of ex post facto downgraded Lee Harvey Oswald's discharge to dishonorable. Remember, he had initially had an honorable discharge after allegedly defecting to the Soviet Union and performing espionage against the United States. Then Secretary of the Navy John Connally, who was governor of Texas, also in the motorcade, and along with Earl Cabell, Dallas mayor, helped arrange the motorcade route. He downgraded Oswald's status to dishonorable, and John Connally later, of course, became Nixon's Secretary of the Treasury.
And, of course, John Connally is going to play a rather key role in some of the discussions that we're going to be having next week when we talk about the magic bullet and the single bullet theory and the assassination of John F. Kennedy, because, of course, John Connally found himself perhaps rather closer to the events than he might have wished to be, and, in fact, closer than anybody might have wished to be.
And it's worth noting here that this coincidence that Cabell, Charles T. Cabell, who Prouty attributes the failure of the Bay of Pigs to, his brother just happened to be the mayor of Dallas and arranging the motorcade route. As we're going to see, there is a remarkable series of coincidences. Indeed, as the title of Fensterwald book implies, is it a coincidence or is it a conspiracy? Can you have such a remarkable series of coincidences and still say with a straight face that they are coincidences? Now, a couple of interesting details that were brought up by Fensterwald in his account of Charles T. Cabell. Perhaps the most significant of those for our purposes right now is the fact that Cabell, as deputy director of the CIA, was one of the individuals involved with recruiting three top mafiosi, Sam Momo Giancana, John Rosselli, and Santos Trafficante, for attempts against the life of Fidel Castro. Now, Bay of Pigs, recall, has failed, and so now CIA is allegedly trying to get Castro out some other way. Now, recall that it was the CIA or an element thereof that prevented Bay of Pigs from getting rid of Castro, as we've seen. So certainly we have to, I think, at least ask ourselves, what was CIA's motivation in this whole thing? Now, in order to get rid of Castro, the CIA, through Sheffield Edwards and Richard Helms and Charles Cabell, turned to these three top mafiosi to get rid of Castro. Now, it's worth noting that the exact role of Charles Cabell in this CIA mafia plot to kill Castro is very mysterious, because the account of this event was drawn up by Richard Helms in 1967 for President Johnson. He made no mention of exactly what Cabell's role was. Cabell briefed Sheffield Edwards and Richard Helms, who were in charge of, I've forgotten what their exact, I know Sheffield Edwards was in charge of operations, and I've forgotten exactly what Helms' title was, but they were the two CIA officials who Cabell briefed on what was going on. And Cabell's role remains very mysterious, and this is worth noting because he crops up as an increasingly mysterious and yet central, pivotal figure in this series of events.
It's important also to understand that the CIA did not suddenly turn to the Mafia with lily-white hands and say, maybe we could try these guys. There's a CIA-Mafia connection that goes back quite a long ways. At the end of the Second World War, the CIA was already pumping money in. I see you waving your finger there.
Yeah, I think in order to really understand the cooperation between U.S. intelligence and the Mafia before the key events after the war, which are really touched directly on what we're going to talk about, it might be worth noting that actually during World War II is where we have the beginning of the pattern of cooperation
with
between
FDR and Lucky Luciano.
What really happened was there was massive Axis sabotage on the docks of New York. To counter this, President Roosevelt turned to Lucky Luciano, who was, I believe at that time, capo mafioso for at least New York City, if not the whole syndicate. And, well, actually, he turned to Meyer Lansky. Luciano was in jail.
Right.
And Meyer Lansky set up a quid pro quo. He offered to enlist the entire syndicate army in order to prevent Axis sabotage on East Coast docks in return for Lucky Luciano's eventual release from prison. And so, as a result, the docks were secured. This pattern, which this project was known as Operation Underworld, and it forged an effective pattern of cooperation between the mob and U.S. intelligence. And Lucky Luciano was eventually released from prison, and the mob secured the docks against Axis sabotage.
That's right. And the important thing, too, then, as this continues on, once the contact had been made, and we're going to be talking about this in a number of areas, how once an intelligence group makes a contact and begins to compromise itself for whatever purpose it feels is useful or worthwhile, it becomes very difficult to back out of these partnerships. We're going to be talking about that at some point as far as the United States intelligence network's contact with the Nazi intelligence network, and in fact this also became the case with the Mafia as more and more people in the right-wing intelligence apparat began to see the Mafia as being a tool against leftist activity in Italy, in newly freed Italy immediately at the end of World War II, and began to pump money into the Mafia there so that they could literally combat the Italian socialist and communist movements. They also did this in France and with the Corsican gangsters and a variety of other places. So by the time of the Bay of Pigs and the subsequent contacts between the CIA and the Mafia, the CIA had contacts with the Mafia for so long that there was no possibility of backing out, and one almost gets the feeling that they said to each other, well, as long as we're stuck in this together, why don't we enjoy it? And this pretty much brings us up to the point of the attempted assassinations of Fidel Castro.
Okay, now it's worth noting that the mob didn't need a whole lot of prodding in order to be disposed to killing Fidel Castro. Now, the Mafia had a tremendous interest in Cuba. Meyer Lansky, the aforementioned, well, really the man who formed the syndicate, he's sort of credited with bringing organized crime up to the corporate level. So, Meyer Lansky had initially formed a working relationship with the deposed dictator, the dictator of Cuba that Castro deposed, Fulgencio Batista. Basically, during Prohibition, Lansky went to Cuba and basically worked out Cuba as a source of sugar cane, which, of course, is used for distilling whiskey. And it not only became, Cuba, that is, not only became a key source of sugar cane for the mob distillers and bootleggers, but it also became a tremendous source of narcotics after the re-legalization of the repeal of Prohibition and the legalization of liquor. So Cuba was a prime Mafia property. It was one of the main jumping-off points for the massive narcotics traffic into the United States that, in turn, was set up as a sort of a reward to the mob for their anti-communist efforts at the end of World War II. Their narcotics traffic was protected. It was guaranteed. Cuba was a key jumping-off point for that. Plus, Cuba was a very, very lucrative gambling center for the mob. The Cuban gambling casinos are sort of legend to this day. And so Cuba was a prime piece of Mafia property. They were extremely upset when Castro appropriated it and kicked the Mafia out.
Let me just also throw in that in the 1950s, early 1950s and mid-1950s, some of Richard Nixon's first contacts with organized crime took place in the Havana casinos, where he was taken down oftentimes actually as a guest of various what one could call shady elements. And of course, Richard Nixon, despite the fact that he was holding no public office after the point where John F. Kennedy took office, plays a very key role in a number of situations here, and in other places is at best in what would be called, if it's a coincidence, a very suspicious coincidence. So once again, as we probably will not necessarily have time to detail in the information section of the show, but we may respond to questions during the phone-in sections, Richard Nixon's ties also to organized crime began at the same time that much of this network of the CIA and organized crime was being set up, specifically in Cuba.
Yeah, indeed. At the same post-World War II period, Nixon usually attributes, or biographers of Nixon have attributed his political rise to an initiative undertaken by a mob attorney named Murray Chotiner. We're going to come back to Chotiner in the future. I don't want to devote too much time to him now. Now, it's worth noting, of course, as we just mentioned, that the Mafia hated Fidel Castro. They wanted Cuba back, so they didn't need any prodding on the part of CIA to go and kill Fidel Castro. So now, Charles T. Cabell, the fellow we talked about as being the primary suspect in the deep sixing of the Bay of Pigs operation, his brother is mayor of Dallas and arranges JFK's fatal motorcade. Earl Cabell was one of the primary CIA officials in charge with recruiting 3 top mafiosi to
Charles Cabell.
I confused me.
Just wanted to make that clear.
Charles Cabell. Earl Cabell is the brother and mayor of Dallas. Charles Cabell is the general. So in case I make that confusion again. Okay. Now, Charles Cabell, along with Sheffield Edwards and Richard Helms, 2 other key CIA officials, Helms became director eventually, go on and recruit. Again, the 3 mafiosis' names were Sam Giancana, usually known as Momo, who was capo mafioso for Chicago, John Rosselli, who was a former primary member of the Capone mob in Chicago, along with Jack Ruby, by the way. Ruby, and we're going to talk about his organized crime connections, Ruby began an organized crime as a group of teenage couriers for the Capone mob, working with Frank the Enforcer Nitti, who some of you may have seen a characterization of on the Untouchables TV show that still runs on a lot of VHF stations. Now, basically, the 3 mafiosi did not obviously kill Fidel Castro. What's worth noting here is that according to John Rosselli, and this information first surfaced in a Jack Anderson column, according to John Rosselli, some of the people recruited to kill Fidel Castro went on to kill John Kennedy. And this is, obviously, this brings us to the assassination of Kennedy, and it's worth noting here as well that the Mafia hated John F. Kennedy at least as much as they hated Fidel Castro.
And a crucial point to be made here, however, is that, and this is something that has come up quite a bit lately in assassination research or people wanting answers to the actual thing of if there was a conspiracy, then who did it? Well, one of the latest series of stories that has been floated is that the Mafia was in fact wholly and totally responsible for the assassination of John F. Kennedy. Now, just to quickly address this point, and we'll address it in greater length later on, a very important thing that any kind of intelligence apparatus operation, an important thing to be aware of is what the CIA calls modified limited hangout. Now, the CIA, anytime they engage in an operation, has a series of cover stories, a series of stratified cover stories, very much like, let's say, the rings on an onion, okay, the different skins of an onion. And some of the top ones are meant to be flimsy. They're meant to sow misinformation and to get people nervous and get people to start to doubt anything because there's so many stories being floated around. Once these stories are peeled through, the CIA begins what's called the modified limited hangout. In other words, when somebody starts to close in on a CIA operation, and this is not something I'm making up, by the way, nip, tuck, inserts parenthetically. This is something that the CIA has come out in CIA documents. It's come out from people who've been in the CIA and have later gone on to talk about their experiences. The CIA then goes into the modified limited hangout mode. That's their slang for it. And what that means is that they will admit to something that is a very minor consequence, but that they have already been pinned to, and they'll say, oh, you clever researchers, you caught us, you found out the whole truth, that's it. Boy, you know, you're right, we did hire the Mafia to try and kill Fidel Castro. The CIA then can feel that they have backed out without compromising any of their real secrets, or any other intelligence group can. I mean, it's not just the CIA, but they can feel that they have not compromised their real secrets while throwing a bone to the people who are investigating, who can then feel that they have solved the mystery. Now, I personally feel, and I think we'll prove this as we go along in the series, that this is, in fact, what the Mafia story is. And as an illustration, before getting back to Dave, who's going to do some reading on the subject, an important thing to think about is the fact that it's a common thing, and a common thing known to any law enforcement officer. And I think that if any of you folks know a policeman who's worked in the big city, in any big city in which there is a syndicate or organized crime involvement, that officer will tell you that the mafia, the Cosa Nostra, the whatever you want to call it, the syndicate organized crime, does not kill police officers, if in any possible way avoidable, because of the fact that the things that come back on the mafia because of the killing of one of the upholders of society's virtues, if you'll have it, is so much worse than anything that the mafia can benefit. In other words, in some ways, the mafia will be allowed to slide and will be allowed to handle certain types of things, their drugs, their gambling, their vices, and the police will turn a deaf ear and a blind eye. But once a police officer has been killed, the police will descend with vengeance. And this is why the mafia kills other mafiosi, but does not kill police officers. And if you want to extrapolate out to the Kennedy assassination, it's pretty obvious that the mafia as a group would not have been responsible for the death of John F. Kennedy if they could possibly, unless they had some kind of word from the inside.
Okay. Now, and we're going to come back to the whole subject of could the mafia have done it in weeks to come. Now, it's important to note here that the mafia hated Kennedy and had many reasons to have wanted to kill him. And keep in mind, as we just seen, that the mafia is, in a certain sense, inseparable from the U.S. intelligence apparatus. They're part of it. They've been working in conjunction with it. So, really, it is sort of, in a sense, academic as to where the mob leaves off and the CIA begins. Now, these three mafiosi, Giancana, Roselli and Santos Trafficante were recruited by CIA to kill Castro, which they did not do. And as I mentioned, according to John Roselli, some of the people recruited by, some of the mobsters recruited by CIA to kill Castro wound up killing Kennedy. Now, at this point, let's take a look at some of the reasons why the mob hated John Kennedy. First of all, they blamed John Kennedy for the failure of the Bay of Pigs operation, and as such, were looking to avenge themselves on him in some fashion or another for having failed to regain their Cuban sanctuary for them. A second reason is that basically the Kennedy brothers had been extremely active against the mafia even before John became president and his brother Robert became attorney general. The Kennedys were both very active, Robert in particular, with the Senate's McClellan Committee, which investigated organized crime and the mafia relationship with the Teamsters Union and James Hoffa in particular. Now, when the Kennedys came into office, that is, John became president and Robert attorney general, they undertook a huge, literally a war against the mafia and directed the entire federal law enforcement establishment against the mob and were doing more against organized crime than anyone had done in a long, long time. And it is worth noting that there were numerous attempts to, or numerous accounts of the mafia threatening John F. Kennedy's life, and that's what we're going to turn to right now. I'm going to be reading to you from a book called The Hoffa Wars. That's an excellent book authored by a man named Dan Moldea, last name Moldea. It was published in softcover by Charter Books, and it was copyrighted in 1978. And in this particular passage here, we're going to see, that I'm about to read you from Moldea's book, we're going to see threats against the life of Kennedy by two key mafiosi. One of these was Santos Trafficante, who is generally believed to be capo mafioso for Florida and in charge of the entire Cuban mafia connection. And he was one of the fellows who we're going to see uttering a threat against Kennedy's life in the same month as another key mafioso, a man named Carlos Marcello, last name Marcello. Trafficante, by the way, is Trafficante. Now, Carlos Marcello was capo mafioso, head mafioso for New Orleans, and he was named by the House Select Committee to investigate assassinations as a probable conspirator in the assassination of Kennedy, interrupting the House Select Committee on Investigation. The House Select Committee on Assassinations concluded that there had been a conspiracy to kill both John Kennedy and Martin Luther King, and they named Carlos Marcello as a probable conspirator in the JFK case. Now, keep Carlos Marcello's name in mind here as you listen to this, and keep Santos Trafficante, who along with John Roselli and Sam Giancana were recruited by Cabell and the rest of the CIA to kill Castro, and according to Roselli, they wound up killing Kennedy. Now, reading once again from The Hoffa Wars by Dan E. Moldea. That month, as word of Valachi's cooperation leaked out, that, by the way, refers to Joe Valachi, a turncoat mafioso who spilled a lot of key information to the Congress about the mob. Beginning again. That month, as word of Valachi's cooperation leaked out, Carlos Marcello met with his top henchman in a cottage near New Orleans. During the meeting, Marcello, according to a report, was in a frenzy about Robert Kennedy and especially Marcello's own recent kidnapping, which had been engineered by the Attorney General near the time of the Bay of Pigs invasion. Both Marcello and Russell Bufalino had gotten deportation orders and were battling the government with the same attorney. Russell Bufalino was an organized crime figure as well and a close associate of Jimmy Hoffa. In the Marcello kidnapping, federal agents sent by the Attorney General arrested and handcuffed Marcello as he was walking down a New Orleans street. They drove him to a nearby airport, loaded him onto a private plane, and flew him out of the country. Since he carried a Guatemalan birth certificate, it was assumed that he was a native. After 2 months in Latin America, Marcello illegally flew back into the United States on his private plane, piloted by David Ferrie, last name F-E-R-R-I-E, an anti-Castro activist. Interrupting here, keep in mind the name David Ferrie. We're going to come back to him. I'm not going to interrupt here anymore to explain who he was. Remember the name. Back in America, Marcello began his successful appeal to fight permanent deportation, claiming that he had been sent away with no opportunity to call either his family or his lawyer. Marcello reportedly worked himself up over the incident and finally shouted an ancient Sicilian death threat against the Kennedy brothers. Levarsi na Petra de la Scarpa. Take the stone out of my shoe. He then announced that John Kennedy was going to be assassinated and that a nut, unquote, was going to be hired to handle the job. This recalled in 1962, a year before the assassination. That same month, Marcello's friend Trafficante, still involved in the CIA murder plots, was talking to Jose Aleman, last name A-L-E-M-A-N, a Cuban exile financier who was a respected FBI informant, about his hatred of the president. Have you seen how his brother is hitting Hoffa, a man who is a worker, who is not a millionaire, a friend of the blue collars? He doesn't know that this kind of encounter is very delicate. Mark my words, this man Kennedy is in trouble and he will get what is coming to him, unquote. Aleman, who was talking to the underworld leader about a $1.5 million Central States pension fund loan which Hoffa had personally cleared for Trafficante, responded that President Kennedy would probably be elected to a second term. No, Jose, Trafficante said firmly, he is going to be hit, unquote. When asked during the research of this book who was making the arrangements for the president's assassination, Aleman said that Trafficante had, quote, made it clear, unquote, that it was Hoffa. Okay, interrupting here very briefly, it's worth noting, I think, a little bit of postscript to this particular alleged assassination attempt against Castro and possible successful attempt on the life of Kennedy. Now, in 1975 and 6, the Senate Intelligence Committee undertook to investigate the CIA attempts against Castro, and specifically to investigate whether Rosselli's claim that this charge had backfired and resulted in the Kennedy assassination, whether there was any validity to this. Now, Sam Giancana was under FBI surveillance and police surveillance. He was to appear as a witness before the Senate Intelligence Committee. 2 weeks before he was to appear, he was murdered, found shot 6 times in the neck and face in his own home, supposedly while under FBI and Chicago police surveillance.
With friends like that, who needs enemies?
Well, now, not only that, but the Senate was less than thrilled by this. They asked the FBI to investigate Giancana's murder. The FBI, under then-Director Clarence Kelly, refused on the grounds of a technicality. Now, here's a Senate witness murdered, and the FBI refuses to investigate. Now, later, the following summer, John Rosselli in April testified secretly. Johnny Rosselli, the second of the triumvirate recruited by CIA to kill Castro. Johnny Rosselli testified in April in secret before the Senate Intelligence Committee. In August 10th specifically of 1976, Johnny Rosselli's decomposing and dismembered body was found floating in an oil drum in Biscayne Bay in Florida, which also is where Nixon called home, by the way. Now, interestingly enough, again, the Senate asked the FBI to investigate this murder. Again, the FBI refused to investigate the murder of a Senate witness. At this point, the Senate convened and began discussing this, and there was apparently, according to Bernard Fensterwald, in coincidence or conspiracy, in essence, the Senate staged a little session where they threatened to undertake an investigation of the FBI's role in looking into the JFK assassination, and at that point, the FBI agreed reluctantly to investigate the death of Johnny Rosselli. Now, Jimmy Hoffa, who was named by the recently deceased Jose Aleman, he died in a shootout with Miami police recently. Jimmy Hoffa, who supposedly was organizing, according to Jose Aleman, who was organizing the attempts on Kennedy's life by the mob, Jimmy Hoffa disappeared roughly a month after Sam Giancana was murdered in Chicago, and his body has never been found. And worth noting, too, that Jose Aleman's father was a Batista official, left when Castro took over Cuba, and the Alemans have been very much involved and very lucratively involved in the powerful Cuban exile community in Florida. So an interesting postscript to what happened with these fellows who were involved. Santos Trafficante, by the way, was served with a subpoena to testify in front of the committee. He was visibly shaken, according to the person who served him with the committee. His hands were, with the subpoena rather, his hands were trembling, and his face was white. And this from an individual who didn't blanch it very much. It took a lot to shake up Santos Trafficante.
Amen.
Now, returning again to Santos Trafficante, returning again to some possible mob connections to the assassination of President Kennedy, it's worth noting here, and bear in mind Hoffa's antipathy to the Kennedy brothers, it's worth noting that Jack Ruby, who killed Lee Harvey Oswald before he could come to trial and silenced him, Jack Ruby had numerous ties to organized crime and numerous ties to the Hoffa mob. Returning once again to the Hoffa Wars by Dan Molday. Interestingly enough, Jack Ruby, there is an indication that he may have met with Santos Trafficante in Cuba on what looks to be a possible intelligence mission. And Molday writes in the Hoffa Wars as follows. Another possible piece of the Jack Ruby puzzle comes from a CIA memorandum of November 26, 1963, which reports that a British journalist, John Wilson, informed the American embassy in London that while in a Cuban prison in 1959, he met, quote, an American gangster named Ruby, unquote. Wilson, jailed by the Castro government and then deported to England, said that he had also become acquainted with, quote, an American gangster gambler named Santos, who could not return to the USA because there were several indictments outstanding against him. Instead, he preferred to live in relative luxury in a Cuban prison. It was Santos whom Ruby, quote, visited frequently, unquote. Wilson's Santos was a perfect description of Santos Trafficante, who was indeed in a Cuban prison during mid-1959 and had criminal charges against him in the United States. Although Jack Ruby and Jimmy Hoffa shared some of the same friends, including Paul Dorfman and David Yaris, as well as associates of Sam Giancana, Carlos Marcello, and Santos Trafficante, that alone does not represent a direct relationship between them. Recalling now that Ruby, as mentioned a couple of minutes ago, was a member basically of the Capone organized crime organization in Chicago from the time when he was a kid in a youth gang that basically ran messages and bottles of booze for the Capone mob. Now, some much more interesting connections here between Hoffa people and of course, Hoffa's involvement with organized crime was massive. Between Hoffa people and Ruby are delineated here by Molday. Now, what Molday is going to be talking about here are some interesting phone calls between Jack Ruby and two Hoffa organized crime associates named Barney Baker, who is basically Hoffa's chief strong-arm man, and a Hoffa attorney named Irwin S. Weiner, last name W-E-I-N-E-R. Weiner being basically, as I said, an organized crime attorney closely affiliated with Hoffa. And in the weeks immediately prior to the assassination of Kennedy, Jack Ruby called both of these men, and the interesting circumstances surrounding these calls is related by Molday as follows in the Hoffa Wars. Interestingly enough, however, on October 26, 1963, Ruby placed a long-distance call to Chicago to SH-3-6865. FBI records established that this 12-minute call went to Irwin S. Weiner, W-E-I-N-E-R, a veteran member of Hoffa's closest circle of underworld advisors and the major bondsman for the Teamsters Union. By the late 1950s, according to Walter Sheridan, quote, Weiner was representing himself as the exclusive agent for the Teamsters Union bonding, unquote. Speaking from his still thriving bonding business in Chicago, Weiner says that he and Ruby were personal friends. Ruby was a friend of mine. He called me. I talked to him. What I talked to him about was my own business. And I just don't feel that I should discuss it with anyone. It has no bearing on anything, unquote. Weiner adds that he had known the Ruby family since the early days on Chicago's West Side, when Ruby's brother Earl was one of his best friends. I was in fairly regular touch with Earl. He was one of my closest friends from back in school. Later, he moved to Detroit, where he opened up a laundry business, Cobo Cleaners, in about 1961. 4 days after the call to Weiner at 9:13 p.m. on October 30th, Ruby called CH25431 in New Orleans and spoke to Nofio Pecora, P-E-C-O-R-A, a key member of Carlos Marcello's tightly knit apparatus. Pecora's brother-in-law, Dalton Smith, was Marcello's closest underworld advisor and frontman. Smith was incidentally associated with two other Dallas friends of Jack Ruby. Second, Pecora's sister-in-law was the wife of Joseph Poretti, who managed some of Marcello's real estate holdings, coordinating them with the mob boss's $500 million a year gambling network. And Pecora's wife, formerly in business for herself, was now Marcello's secretary. In an analysis of the Marcello empire, Aaron Cohn, K-O-H-N, a respected authority on organized crime, noted that, quote, Nofio Pecora is an ex-convict with extensive past history in the heroin trade. He and his wife directed a call girl ring between Louisiana and Mississippi. On November 7th at 2:12 p.m., Barney Baker, a former street brawler and prizefighter who was one of Hoffa's top aides before Robert Kennedy put him in jail, called Ruby from Chicago. There is no record of an initial call to Baker from Ruby, although Baker claims that he was simply returning a call from a Dallas nightclub owner whom he did not know. So, summing up again, interesting phone calls in the weeks prior to the assassination between Jack Ruby and Hoffa bondsman Irwin Weiner, Hoffa strong-arm enforcer Barney Baker, and key Carlos Marcello associate Nofio Pecora, and recall the threat against Kennedy's life made by Marcello that we discussed a minute ago.
All right, and the key point here with Jack Ruby is to remember that a little later on, most notably probably next week, when we're talking about the actual events of the assassination, you will know, and if you do not know already, that Jack Ruby managed to, as he claimed, coincidentally be just in the area where he happened to be able to find the 20 seconds when Lee Harvey Oswald was available to be shot, and did in fact shoot Lee Harvey Oswald, claiming that he had no other motive than to spare the president's widow from the suffering of having to come back to Dallas to testify. And then, of course, Jack Ruby later on came up with some rather interesting contradictory testimony that, in fact, he was not allowed to give outside of Dallas. And we'll talk about that at some length. So just remember Jack Ruby's very tight ties to organized crime and his suspiciously close ties immediately before, in terms of contact made immediately before the John F. Kennedy assassination.
Now, recall how when we dealt with the Francis Gary Powers book, Operation Overflight, Powers was the first of many to intimate that Lee Harvey Oswald was basically a Soviet sympathizer or agent who was responsible for downing the U-2 and consequently scotching the summit conference between Khrushchev and Eisenhower. Now, Oswald did indeed emigrate to the Soviet Union. While in the Soviet Union, he got a job at a radio factory, was interviewed by a number of people in the U.S. Embassy, all of whom later turned out to be CIA officials, or agents, I should say. And then, despite the fact that he had supposedly committed treason against the United States and espionage by revealing top-secret information on North American air defenses as well as the U-2's radar situation, that he then encountered remarkably little difficulty in getting back into the United States. He did this, the action of getting Oswald back into the U.S. was initiated through a letter to Texas Senator John Tower, who became chairman of the Senate Armed Services Committee. And Oswald got back into the United States, was never indicted or prosecuted for his espionage, and was able to move about the United States rather freely. Now, one of the interesting things is that Lee Harvey Oswald began work on behalf of Fidel Castro, or at least allegedly so. He became not only the head of, but the sole member of the Fair Play for Cuba Committee, New Orleans chapter, and as it turned out, he was the only member of the Fair Play for Cuba Committee New Orleans chapter, but he was not the only person who hung around their headquarters.
Let me stress also this point that Dave is making. Now, on one level, now remember out there, those of you who are not so familiar with some of the subject matter that we're talking about or with the dealings of intelligence, it is very important to remember that the key thing going on here is the difference between reality and appearance. And in this case, Lee Harvey Oswald, who defected to the Soviet Union claiming that he was going to give away all of America's top secret information on air defense and things of this nature, went to Russia, came back, and as a matter of fact, in the process of moving back, I believe he even received a $400 loan from somebody in the government through the State Department to enable him to finish up his affairs and to be able to get back to the United States. When he came into the country, he was never what's called a post-situational interview. He was never debriefed. Thank you very much. He was never debriefed. As a matter of fact, the only person out to meet this heinous defector who'd gone to the Soviet Union, our Cold War enemy, in pitched battle to give them all of our air secrets, the only man out to meet him was a gentleman by the name of Spaz T. Rakin, who was theoretically was a representative of Traveler's Aid, but was in fact a representative of several Eastern European, violently, almost fanatically anti-communist groups who came out in a very friendly manner to meet this Soviet defector, this pro-Castro, pro-Russian defector, instead of any kind of government official who might want to know what Lee Harvey Oswald had talked to the Soviets about while he was in Russia.
It's interesting, too, that Oswald, the supposed leftist, associated with an enormous number of right-wing people. Now, something we're going to talk about next week and in weeks to come concerns the fact that the address for Oswald's Fair Play for Cuba Committee, recall he was its only member, opened on, it basically was in a building which had another entrance on a different street. One was 544 Camp Street and one was 541 Lafayette Place in New Orleans. I can never remember which was which. Which was the headquarters of the so-called Fair Play for Cuba Committee, and which was an office of a former FBI agent and ultra-right-winger named Guy Bannister.
544 Camp Street was the address on Oswald's literature. And again, we're talking about appearance versus reality. Lee Harvey Oswald has had a series of handbills printed up that said the Fair Play for Cuba Committee, of which he was only the treasurer, supposedly, and it had an address of 544 Camp Street. In reality, he may have been the treasurer. He also would have had to have been the president, the vice president, all the members, because, as Dave said, he was the only member. And 542 Lafayette Street was the address kitty-cornered. In other words, it was a building on a corner. One corner was 544 Camp Street. The door on the other corner was 542 Lafayette Street. They both led up to a first-floor landing, and the office space shared on that first-floor landing with Lee Harvey Oswald's Fair Play for Cuba Committee was the offices of a detective who was a former CIA, FBI agent who had many contacts with the anti-Castro Cuban crowd and the Bay of Pigs crowd by the name of Guy Bannister.
None of that, but Guy Bannister was affiliated with Division 5 of the FBI, which is the Internal Security Division. Now, Oswald got in a very highly publicized street altercation with a guy named Carlos Bringuier, who is a Cuban exile affiliated with CIA, and this resulted eventually in an on-air interview between Oswald and a couple of individuals that Nip Tuck is going to tell you about. And this is interesting because this interview certainly laid the groundwork for representing Oswald as a communist sympathizer, if not indeed a Soviet agent, whereas the official version of the Warren Commission's thesis, the Warren Commission thesis was that Oswald was a lone nut. And when the facts of the situation are examined, Oswald's contacts appear to be overwhelmingly not only right, but far right. And it's worth noting here that there was a definite and apparently deliberate effort to represent Oswald as a leftist and to achieve a great deal of publicity with this effort.
Okay, I'm going to be reading from a book entitled Conspiracy. It's by Anthony Summers. It was published in 1980 by McGraw-Hill Books. As a matter of fact, got a lot of very good reviews when it came out. A very scholarly book on the subject of Lee Harvey Oswald and his intelligence contacts.
Summers is a BBC reporter who was commissioned by the BBC to undertake its investigation of the Kennedy assassination.
All right. Once again, reading from Conspiracy and talking first and foremost about a man named Carlos Bringuier, with whom Lee Harvey Oswald had a very publicized shoving match, which enabled him to become known in media circles as a Marxist, because, of course, then he was dragged onto radio programs and interviewed by newspaper reporters, because somebody who was willing to go out in public and hand out handbills for Castro in those days was quite a bit more visible than they would be these days. So once again, that's the first person we're going to be talking about, is this anti-Castro Cuban by the name of Carlos Bringuier. And I read from Summers' book as follows. Carlos Bringuier, the exile in the New Orleans clash with Oswald, certainly had contact with the CIA. He was a New Orleans delegate of the Directorio Revolucionario Estudiantil, the outgrowth of a militant Cuban student group. The group had naturally been deeply involved with the CIA at the time of the Bay of Pigs invasion, and continued to receive funds afterward. The Assassinations Committee found that Bringuier had reported his contact with Oswald to his group's headquarters in Miami, and that the information had in turn been relayed to the CIA. A document obtained from the agency that's from the CIA itself, reveals that the CIA had, quote, past contact with Carlos Bringuier. Contact was limited to domestic service activities, unquote. As we noted in the case of George de Morenschild's CIA contacts, the Domestic Contacts Division is best known for its efforts to obtain information from travelers returning from communist countries. However, CIA spokesmen have in the past confused inquirers by using that title rather than, quote, Domestic Operations Division. The clandestine department, which by 1963 was conducting secret operations within the United States. Let me go back and just restate that real quickly. The agency's own memos revealed that they had had past contacts with Carlos Bringuier, which they claimed the contact was limited to domestic service activities. However, and I quote again from Summers, CIA spokesmen have in the past confused inquirers by using that title, namely domestic services, rather than Domestic Operations Division, the clandestine department which by 1963 was conducting secret operations within the United States. Carlos Bringuier, as New Orleans head of the DRE, also published a right-wing news sheet backed by the Crusade to Free Cuba Committee. The committee was funded by the CIA. It turns out that the agency's fingerprints mark every stage of the process by which Oswald was exposed as a communist. Very little about that, it seems, was spontaneous. First, Carlos Bringuier called William Stuckey, a young reporter who had a weekly radio program on station WDSU. Stuckey went to see Oswald and found him a clean-cut, articulate figure, quite the opposite of the unkempt, wild-looking left-wing prototype he had anticipated. After recording and broadcasting the initial interview, one which he would later recall as oddly, quote, deliberate, Stuckey then began planning a follow-up debate program. What ensued was a classic case of media manipulation for political profit. Stuckey found himself positively showered with information guaranteed to smear Oswald. First, there was a telephone conversation with either the head or the deputy head of the local FBI office, who obligingly read out aloud large extracts from Oswald's file. Thus did Stuckey learn of Oswald's defection to the Soviet Union. Soon the industrious Bringuier popped up again, eager to impress similar information on the reporter. He said he had obtained it by sending an anti-Castro colleague to see Oswald, posing as a Castro sympathizer. Finally, the same day, Stuckey received a phone call from Edward Butler, director of a right-wing propaganda information called the Information Council of the Americas, or INCA, I-N-C-A. Butler confided that after telephone calls to Washington, he had confirmed Oswald's Soviet connections with, quote, someone at the House Un-American Activities Committee. The very title, Council of the Information Council of the Americas, speaks volumes for its origins and allegiances. At the time of the Oswald revelations, its manager was a member of the Cuban Revolutionary Council, the anti-Castro government in exile created by the CIA.
Okay, now we're in just a second going to play you the interview, a tape of the interview that was conducted by Jim Stuckey, Ed Butler, and Carlos Bringuier with Lee Harvey Oswald on WDSU. Now, before we get into the tape, two details that I'd like to call to your attention, two things to pay close attention to. First of all, in the very beginning of the interview, Lee Harvey Oswald was going to be asked a question about his status, about the status of his citizenship while in the Soviet Union, and his reply is very halting. He stutters, but he initially says that at all times while in the Soviet Union, he was under the protection of the United States government, and then he quickly he hems and haws and backtracks and negates that.
Now, again, just to clue you into this stuff, because it all goes by rather quickly, a very odd thing for somebody to say, or even to claim any kind of connection with the U.S. government for somebody who is supposedly and purportedly defected to the Soviet Union because of his disgust with the United States and with the avowed purpose of giving away America's military secrets.
Also, take note of the fact that Carlos Bringuier, right, the member of the DRE, the CIA-sponsored Cuban student group, that Carlos Bringuier asks a very provocative question to Lee Harvey Oswald. He mentions that Castro characterized President Kennedy as a ruffian and a thief, then asks Lee Harvey Oswald whether he agrees with Castro's characterization of Kennedy. This is worth noting because the tape of this interview that we're going to play was broadcast all over the United States the evening of the assassination. So basically what you're about to hear was heard by all of America on the evening that JFK was assassinated.
All right. So once again, this is William Stuckey's radio interview, and the participants are the people that we have outlined: Carlos Bringuier, anti-Castro Cuban with CIA contacts; Ed Butler, a very prominent right-winger, later with contacts to the John Birch Society and other groups, also with CIA contacts; and Lee Harvey Oswald, the alleged assassin of John F. Kennedy.
Stuckey and I are talking with three guests: Lee Harvey Oswald, who is local secretary of a group called Fair Play for Cuba, and with Ed Butler, the executive director of the Information Council of the Americas, and Carlos Bringuier, a Cuban refugee and obviously anti-Castro. Mr. Oswald, as you might imagine, is on the hot seat tonight, and I believe, Bill Stuckey, you have a question for him.
Yes, Mr. Oswald, I believe you said in reply to a question from Mr. Butler that any questions about your background were extraneous to the discussion tonight. I disagree because of the fact that you refuse to reveal any of the other members of your organization, so you are the face of the Fair Play for Cuba Committee in New Orleans. Therefore, anybody who might be interested in this organization ought to know more about you. For this reason, I'm curious to know just how you supported yourself during the 3 years that you lived in the Soviet Union. Did you have a government subsidy?
Well, I will answer that question directly then, since you will not rest until you get your answer. I worked in Russia. I was under the protection of that is to say, I was not under the protection of the American government, but that is, I was at all times considered an American citizen. I did not lose my American citizenship.
Did you say you wanted to at one point, though, or what happened?
Well, it's a long, drawn-out situation in which permission to live in the Soviet Union granted to a foreign resident is very rarely given. This requires a certain amount of technicalities, technical papers, and so forth. At no time, as I say, did I renounce my citizenship or attempt to renounce my citizenship, and at no time was I out of contact or with the American Embassy.
Excuse me, may I interrupt just 1 second? Either one of these two statements is wrong. The Washington Evening Star of October 31st, 1959, page 1, reported that Lee Harvey Oswald, a former Marine of 4936 Collingwood Street, Fort Worth, Texas, had turned in his passport at the American Embassy in Moscow on that same date and had said that he had applied for Soviet citizenship. Now, this seems to me that you've renounced your American citizenship if you've turned in your passport.
Well, the very obvious answer to that is that I'm back in the United States. A person who renounces his citizenship becomes legally disqualified for returning to the United States.
Right, and Soviet authorities, this is from the Washington Post and Times Herald of November 16, 1959, Soviet authorities had refused to grant it, although they had informed him that he could live in Russia as a resident alien. What did you do during the 2 weeks from October 31st to November 16, 1959?
As I've already stated, of course, this whole conversation, and we don't have too much time left, is getting away from the Cuban-American problem. However, I'm quite willing to discuss myself for the remainder of this program. As I've stated, it is very difficult for a resident, for a foreigner, to get permission to reside in the Soviet Union. During those 2 weeks and during the date that you mentioned, I was, of course, with the knowledge of the American Embassy, getting this permission.
Were you in a building at 11 Kuznetskaya Street in Moscow?
Kuznetskaya?
Mm-hmm.
Kuznetskaya is the, well, that would be probably the foreign ministry, I assume. No, I was never in that place, although I know Moscow, having lived there.
Mr. Butler, let me interrupt, and I think Mr. Oswald is right. To this extent, we should get around to the organization which he is the head of here in New Orleans, Fair Play for Cuba.
Committee. Fair Play for Cuba Committee.
As a practical matter, Mr. Oswald, knowing, as I'm sure you do, the sentiment in America against Cuba, we, of course, severed diplomatic relations some time ago. I would say Castro is about as unpopular as anybody in the world in this country. As a practical matter, what do you hope to gain through your work? How do you hope to bring about what you call fair play for Cuba, knowing the sentiment?
The principles of the fair play for Cuba consist of restoration of diplomatic, trade, and tourist relations with Cuba. That is one of our main points. We are for that. I disagree that this situation regarding American-Cuban relations is very unpopular. We are in a minority, surely. We are, however, not particularly interested in what Cuban exiles or rightist members of rightist organizations have to say. We are primarily interested in the attitude of the United States government toward Cuba. And in that way, we are striving to get the United States to adopt measures which would be more friendly toward the Cuban people and the new Cuban regime in that country. We are not at all communist controlled, regardless of the fact that I have the experience of living in Russia, regardless of the fact that we have been investigated, regardless of any of those facts. The Fair Play for Cuba Committee is an independent organization, not affiliated with any other organization. Our aims and our ideals are very clear and in the best keeping with American traditions of democracy.
Do you agree with Fidel Castro when in his last speech of July 26th of this year, he qualified President John Fitzgerald Kennedy of the United States as a ruffian and a thief? Do you agree with Mr. Castro?
I would not agree. I would not agree with that particular wording. However, I and the Fair Play for Cuba Committee does think that the United States government, through certain agencies, namely the State Department and the CIA, has made monumental mistakes in its relations with Cuba. Mistakes which are pushing Cuba into the sphere of activity of, let's say, a very dogmatic communist country as China is.
Mr. Oswald, would you agree that when Castro first took power, would you agree that the United States was very friendly with Castro, that the people of this country had nothing but admiration for him, that they were very glad to see Batista thrown out?
I would say that the activities of the United States government in regard to Batista were a manifestation of not so much support for Fidel Castro, but rather a withdrawal of support from Batista. In other words, we stopped armaments to Batista. What we should have done was to take those armaments and drop them into the Sierra Maestre, where Fidel Castro could have used them. As for public sentiment at that time, I think even at that time, even before the revolution, there were rumblings of official comment and so forth from government officials against Fidel Castro.
You've never been to Cuba, of course, but why are the people in Cuba starving today?
Well, in any country emerging from a semi-colonial state and embarking upon reforms which require a diversification of agriculture, you're going to have shortages. After all, 80% of imports into the United States from Cuba were two products, tobacco and sugar. Nowadays, while Cuba is reducing its product as far as sugarcane goes, it is striving to grow unlimited and unheard of for Cuba quantities of certain vegetables, sweet potatoes, lima beans, cotton, and so forth, so that they can become agriculturally independent.
Gentlemen, I'm going to have to interrupt. Our time is almost up. We've had three guests tonight on Conversation Carte Blanche. Bill Stuckey and I have been talking with Lee Harvey Oswald, Secretary of the New Orleans chapter of the Fair Play for Cuba Committee, Ed Butler, Executive Director of the Information Council of the Americas, and Carlos Brinier, a Cuban refugee. Thank you very much, and good evening.
All right, and that was the voice of Lee Harvey Oswald, as well as the others introduced, and some rather interesting things that we pointed out before, which we hope you got a chance to catch, and some rather interesting things set up for all time. And one, again, cannot help but notice the fact that Lee Harvey Oswald, a communist, supposed communist with no organization whatsoever, managed to make his Marxist sympathies and his relationship to the Castro regime and the Russian government awfully well known for a man with a committee of one.
Keep in mind that this interview was in August of 1963, about 3 months before Kennedy was killed, and it was aired, as we said, the evening of the assassination. Everybody heard what you just heard, and, well, what conclusions do you think they were supposed to draw? Keep in mind, particularly the name Ed Butler, one of the triumvirate who were interviewing Lee Harvey Oswald, because in future broadcasts of the Guns of November and the succeeding three, we're going to come back to Ed Butler. He's a very important figure.
Okay, one of the other key things to remember, and we're going to get into some of these coincidences of timing even more, but just in passing, since Dave mentioned it, it should be important to note that by the time that Lee Harvey Oswald had only been even mentioned in the public airwaves as a possible assassin of John F. Kennedy at like 6 o'clock, I think, on the evening of the assassination, or somewhere about that time in the early evening, and yet within a matter of maybe an hour and a half, there were people broadcasting this tape in several different locations all over the country. It was an extremely rapid way for this particular tape of Lee Harvey Oswald, a very obscure person by anybody's rights, even if the fact that being a pro-communist was fairly individual in those days. I mean, a very obscure person on a very obscure radio station, yet heard all over the country within a matter of practically minutes of his being announced as being a possible assassin.
Yeah, it was, the wire services carried Oswald as a suspect by mid-afternoon, so it was a few hours, but still, it was a remarkable distribution, and certainly the comment by Carlos Bringuier there would be an interesting thing to hear the evening that Oswald had supposedly killed the president.
Indeed. Now, before we go to the telephones, let me just run back down a couple of other things real quickly, and I think Dave will want to pitch in here too. As far as what we've heard tonight and what we're leading you up to with next week's show before we go to the telephones, and what we've seen is not only a Central Intelligence Service basically almost completely devoid from the elected power structure, and especially from the president. We've noticed a Central Intelligence Service not only devoid and removed from the president, but in the case of John F. Kennedy, apparently actively opposed, to the point of deep-sixing their own operations. We have seen a CIA and Mafia connection so strong that the CIA was hiring the Mafia to kill America's enemies, and we have seen connections between those two so strong that one mafiosa claimed that the Mafia gangsters, the gangster bosses, were able to, in fact, kill John F. Kennedy. We've seen the bitter hostility aroused by the Bay of Pigs, an operation that has been, whose failure has been laid at the feet of John F. Kennedy, although people in the midst of the controversy in a position to know have indeed claimed that the CIA deep-sixed it themselves. And lastly, we have seen Lee Harvey Oswald, an obscure Marine, defecting to the Soviet Union untouched, claiming to be about to spill the beans on America's military secrets, being allowed back into the country without so much as a second thought, settling down with a bunch of right-wing czarist, white Russian anti-communists, traveling around the country, painting himself as a Marxist with absolutely no backing in terms of anybody else in his group, managing to get on a radio station and be interviewed by, among other people, two other gentlemen of extreme right-wing nature with contacts to the CIA, where he can proclaim to the world that he is, in fact, a Marxist.
This an individual who had supposedly committed espionage against the United States and who, although it was not to become public later, was being, at least in some circles, blamed for the failure of the U-2 and the deep-sixing of the summit conference between Khrushchev and Eisenhower. And as we've seen also, very importantly, with that charge of Oswald's complicity in the U-2 disaster, we have Oswald being, in essence, blamed for something which he could not possibly have been responsible for. So, again, we see a pattern which is to emerge in much larger and more important fashion with the Kennedy assassination. Also, keep in mind that the person to whom Fletcher Prouty attributes the Bay of Pigs failure, Charles Cabell, basically his brother was mayor of Dallas, and he was one of the fellows who recruited the mafiosi to kill Castro, and as we've seen, according to at least one of them, they wound up operating against Kennedy. And recall what happened when the Senate Select Committee, the Senate Intelligence Committee, began investigating this connection. Three of the principals were murdered, and the FBI refused to investigate those murders.
All right. Some of the antecedents historically for the Kennedy assassination, the Cold War, the position of the CIA, the Mafia, et cetera, et cetera. And we're going to be detailing in the following 3 weeks in the information sections the actual assassination itself and its ramifications. We're just about to open the phones up. We still have one line left open at 415-941-2500. And before we go to those phones, Dave has a little something else he wanted to talk about.
Yeah, I just want to mention very briefly that...
something that we, in fact, did not have time because we want to get you folks on the air. As a matter of fact, we had it all set into the program, but as I mentioned earlier, we've got so much information, we decided to jettison this last little bit just to get you folks on.
One thing we have, we initially had on tap for you is basically a connection between elements of, basically American political elements that were incredibly bitter about Kennedy's very strong support for civil rights, notably Martin Luther King's efforts in the South in the early 60s. Kennedy, on 2 occasions, called in federal troops to support civil rights actions, and this engendered a tremendous amount of hostility on the part of reactionary elements around the country. And one of the things that we were going to read to you was a portion of a transcript of an interview between an undercover Miami police informant and a states' rights activist, which discussed not only plans to kill President Kennedy from ambush, disassembling a high-powered rifle and shooting him from ambush in that building, which of course is, according to the official version of the assassination, what happened, but it also discusses that basically the real marksman would escape while a patsy was fingered and thrown in jail. And interestingly enough, it linked in the same discussion as plans to kill Kennedy. They discussed plans to kill Martin Luther King and also talked about the bombing of a church in Birmingham, Alabama in September of 1963, in which 4 little girls died. It was a very famous incident in the course of the civil rights struggles of the 60s, and the same individuals here who were talking about killing Kennedy and Martin Luther King were also discussing who and how the Birmingham bombing occurred. Apparently it was attributed to the use of plastic explosives. So again, there is yet another Kennedy policy, and this was by no means, there are others that we haven't discussed, that engendered not only tremendous hostility, but also led many of the elements opposed to him to threaten Kennedy with death. So there are other things that we haven't had a chance to present. If you'd like to talk about them, give us a call and we can do just that.
All right, very good. And now we do have the phones loaded up.
What we're going to begin with, in a sense, could be called the evidentiary core of the official version of the JFK assassination. Now, basically, we're going to be talking about the single bullet, or as many critics of the Warren Commission have termed it, the magic bullet theory. Now, this is, as I said, the evidentiary core of the JFK assassination investigation. What it provides for as follows. The Warren Commission conceded that 3 shots were fired at President Kennedy's motorcade. Now, the first shot, they said, basically, one shot blew Kennedy's head completely off and was the fatal wound. That is very visible in the Zapruder film. Another shot missed the motorcade completely, struck a curb, and wounded a bystander named James Tague on the cheek with either a piece of stone, flying stone, or a piece of the bullet itself. That accounts for 2 of the shots. 1 shot misses completely, hits the curb, wounds James Tague. 1 shot blows Kennedy's head right off and kills JFK.
The top of his head.
Now, that leaves a 3rd bullet, and that bullet alone to account for all 7 non-fatal wounds in President Kennedy and then Governor of Texas John Connally, who was riding in front of President Kennedy. Now, there are 7 non-fatal wounds to be accounted for by 1 bullet. If a second bullet has to be required to make those wounds, the entire Warren Commission's thesis goes out the window because the feat of marksmanship that is attributed to Oswald was impossible. Even the Warren Commission admitted it would have been impossible had a 4th shot been uncovered.
Yeah, just to break it down a little more simply, because again, this is very important to understanding the single bullet theory. That literally the entire Warren Commission's thesis is banked on the fact that Lee Harvey Oswald was the lone assassin, acting by himself. Nobody else had anything to do with it whatsoever. Now, as Dave said, this entire thesis is banked on the fact that there were 3 shots fired, and there's without going into details, the Warren Commission waffled back and forth on this for a long time. They would have liked to have attributed more shots to Oswald as actually having hit Kennedy and Connally. However, the evidence of the bystander, the chipped curb, and all that forced them into a position of realizing they had to admit one had missed the motorcade. Now, it is physically impossible for more than 3 shots. It's doubtful even that 3 shots could have been fired by Oswald in the time he was given, and there's a lot of information on that too. But it is physically impossible with the type of gun he had, the action that it had, the rate the motorcade was moving, proven beyond a shadow of a doubt by all physical means, literally impossible for Oswald to have fired a 4th shot. Difficult for 3, literally and totally physically impossible for 4. So, hence, the single bullet, as Dave said, has to account for all of those 7 non-fatal wounds, or else there is de facto, even the Warren Commission admits this, de facto, a second person shooting at the presidential motorcade.
Okay, now, with regard to the single or magic bullet theory itself, the thing to remember about it is that with the single bullet theory, as with all of the other major aspects of the assassination of President Kennedy, the official version, it is not only wrong, it is wrong, but it is physically impossible in all of its major respects. Now, in witness to that, consider the following. First of all, the total amount of the material that was located in the various wounds, the 7 non-fatal wounds attributed to the magic bullet, which, by the way, was called Commission Exhibit 399. You may hear it also referred to as CE 399. Now, CE 399 left bullet fragments in many of the 7 non-fatal wounds, as well as some fragments in the car itself. Now, a total of the bullet itself, CE 399, was not only virtually undeformed in that the only material missing was taken from its base, not from its nose. It was not only undeformed, but there was a total of about 2.4 grains missing from the bullet. Now, a piece of lead was recovered from Governor Connolly's wrist alone, and there were other pieces recovered. The piece from Connolly's wrist alone weighed 3 grams. Now, obviously, the sum of the parts is equal to the whole. The whole is equal to the sum of its parts. Under no circumstances can the sum of the parts be greater than the whole. This is a very basic principle of mathematics, and this principle was thrown out the window in order to arrive at the magic bullet theory. It's one of many reasons why it has been termed that. Keep in mind that there are only 2.4 grains missing. The largest of the many fragments that had to have come from this bullet, if the Warren Commission's thesis is correct, it in and of itself weighed 3 grams. In addition to that, the bullet makes several sharp, and in some cases right-hand turns in midair without being acted upon by another object. Now, this is a direct contravention of the law of inertia. Obviously, a body that is in motion tends to stay in motion unless acted upon by an external force. The same thing goes for a body which is at rest. This was also tossed out the window by the Warren Commission. Now, something to keep in mind, you may see in ballistics demonstrations or material about ballistics, you may see bullets following a very strange path, which they sometimes do. They often follow strange paths in what are known as fascia, layers of tissue. They will do all kinds of strange things in a human body. They do not execute sharp turns when acted upon by nothing in mid-air. You know, it's important to note the difference because bullets do weird things in various mediums like flesh. They don't execute right-hand turns in mid-air in direct contravention of the law of inertia. That's one of a number. Of physically impossible assertions that the Warren Commission credits this bullet. And as I say, if you take out any one of these aspects, the whole Warren Commission thesis goes down the tubes. Now, we're going to get into a section of a Hard Rain show. Hard Rain is a program that I do here on KFJC. This original program, the program you're about to hear an excerpt from, was aired January 4th, 1981. So this is almost 3 years ago. Those of you who'd like to pursue this information further, as Nipper indicated at the top of the hour, tune in other KFJC programs. Now, the first thing you're going to hear here is an excerpt from a book called Whitewash Volume 2. Whitewash Volumes 1 through 4, plus a couple of other excellent books, were authored by one of the premier researchers of the Kennedy assassination, a man named Harold Weisberg, who is a former FBI agent and has done some yeoman-like work on this particular on the JFK assassination, as well as the Martin Luther King assassination. And along with his attorney, a man named James Lazar, L-A-S-A-R, they published an excellent series of books, again, called Whitewash, Volume 1 through 4, also a book called Oswald in New Orleans. And what you're going to be hearing now is a brief thumbnail description of some of the things that the magic bullet did, and after that, you're going to hear a number of other things which we'll sum up afterward. Now, listen very closely to the information that's going to be presented here. Tape it if you're in a position to do so, because you're going to hear excerpts from some secondary sources and also elements taken directly from the 26 volumes of Warren Commission testimony and exhibits, and this is part of the record, so if you'd like to preserve part of it, stay tuned. Once again, the very first, tape what you're going to be hearing. The very first segment here is going to come from book, as I said, Whitewash Volume 2 by Harold Weisberg and James Lazar. Well, Harold Weisberg, the researcher whose work I read you from just a minute ago, in that same book, in Whitewash Volume 2, describes still another supernatural feat performed by the magic bullet. Weisberg writes, "This bullet, after inflicting the other 6 injuries, had to have enough energy left to penetrate the governor's thigh for a distance not indicated in the report, about 3 inches, and at a point not precisely stated, to have embedded a fragment in his femur that still was in this bone at the time of his testimony, and then to have developed enough independent reverse energy to have unassistedly worked its way out of the governor's thigh without detection, and to have gotten under, not on, but under a mattress on a stretcher that is in itself a separate mystery." Well, the mystery he's referring to here is the fact that it has been almost proven beyond debate that the stretcher from which the magic bullet was taken was not Governor Connolly's stretcher at all, but rather that of a small child who had been taken into Parkland Hospital with a bad cut on his chin, his name being Ronald Fuller. Well, for the remainder of this broadcast, we're going to be taking a look at just how the Warren Commission, and in particular Warren Commission Counsel Arlen Specter, set about attempting to prove the single bullet theory. We're going to look at how Arlen Specter disregarded testimony that would have cast doubt on the single bullet theory. We're also going to take a look at how Specter and the Commission adjusted the trajectory of the bullet by 28 degrees, and we're going to wind up by taking a look at how Arlen Specter obtained testimony from the Parkland Hospital physicians that supported his single bullet theory. But before we get on to that, I'd like to go over one more indication that the single bullet theory was in fact impossible, and I'd like to go over the results of the neutron activation analysis of the various bullet fragments taken from all of the 7 non-fatal wounds. The results of the neutron activation analysis test disproved the single bullet theory. In 1976, author Carl Oglesby, O-G-L-E-S-B-Y, published a book entitled The Yankee and Cowboy War. The Yankee and Cowboy War was published, as I said, in 1976 by Berkeley Medallion Books, and Oglesby discusses the results of the neutron activation test. Oglesby writes, "The Commission produced out of its own inquiries the most technically conclusive evidence against the magic bullet theory, although the significance of this evidence may have been concealed from the Commission by the FBI, which arranged for the test to be conducted for this Commission by the Atomic Energy Commission. This test, neutron activation analysis, or NAA, involves the same technique that 2 Swedish scientists used to prove in 1961 that Napoleon had actually been murdered by gradual arsenic poisoning. The method is to bombard the specimen material with neutrons and then measure the emissions thus produced. The operating premise is that any difference in the atomic structure of 2 materials, however slight, will be observable in these emissions. This is why Allegheny County Coroner Cyril Wecht, W-E-C-H-T, describes NAA as, quote, one of the most powerful and sophisticated forensic science methods ever developed. In the current case, NAA was used to compare fragments of a bullet taken from Connolly's wrist and elsewhere with material taken from the nose of CE-399, the magic bullet. CE, by the way, is Commission Exhibit number 399. If the fragments and the slivers are from the same bullet, they will give off precisely the same emissions under neutron activation analysis. Until the success of Harold Weisberg's Freedom of Information Act suit in 1974, it was not known for a fact that NAA had been performed. Hoover reported that it had been, but knowingly or not, he concealed the significance of it in a letter to Warren's Chief Counsel Rankin dated July 8, 1964. By that time, Specter's draft of Chapter 3 of the report, setting forth the single bullet theory, had already been submitted to Rankin. As Wecht observes, Hoover's language, quote, has to be read in its entirety to be appreciated, unquote. So I follow him in repeating the letter in full. As previously reported to the Commission, certain small lead metal fragments uncovered in connection with this matter were analyzed spectrographically to determine whether they could be associated with one or more of the lead bullet fragments, and no significant differences were found within the sensitivity of the spectrographic method. Because of the higher sensitivity of the neutron activation analysis, certain of the small lead fragments were then subjected to neutron activation analyses and comparisons with larger bullet fragments. The items analyzed included the following: C1, bullet from stretcher; C2, fragment from front seat cushion; C4 and C5, metal fragments from President Kennedy's head; C9, metal fragment from the arm of Governor Connolly; C16, metal fragments from the floorboard carpet of the car. While minor variations in composition were found by this method, these were not considered sufficient to permit positively differentiating among the larger bullet fragments, and thus positively determining from which of the larger bullet fragments any given small lead fragment may have come. Oglesby goes on to comment here, the boiling obfuscations of that last paragraph show us Hoover at his best. There is no way for the technically uninformed to know that in the NAA test, any difference is sufficient. If one could strip down Hoover's subordinate clause to its grammatical essentials, one would have the heart of the matter right enough. Variations were found.
Therefore, the fragments from Connolly's wrist and CE-399 were not of the same bullet, which should have been obvious to grown men to start with from looking at bullet CE-399 with their two eyes open. Well, in order to justify the physically impossible, the Commission went to a number of extraordinary lengths, and one of the things that they did was by systematically disregarding testimony which would have led away from their single bullet theory, which, as I said, was crucial to their finding that Oswald acted alone in assassinating President Kennedy. Arlen Specter himself took the testimony of former Governor of Texas John Connally, and Governor Connally said that he is convinced that he could not have been wounded by the first shot because he heard the first shot and he was not aware of any injury. And I will read you the dialogue here between Arlen Specter and Governor Connally. Bear in mind now that it is the first bullet which has to have been the so-called magic bullet theory. He will refer to the first, second, and third shots here. Shot 1 was the magic bullet theory. It had to have been in order for the Commission's thesis to have been valid. So pay particular attention to his reaction to the first shot here. Oglesby writes, this, by the way, is also from the Yankee and Cowboy War. Warren Commission attorney Arlen Specter, the author of the single bullet theory, examined Connally before the Commission on April 21st, 1964. The exchange on this point went as follows. Mr. Specter, in your view, which bullet caused the injury to your chest, Governor Connally? Governor Connally. The second one. Mr. Specter, and what is your reason for that conclusion, sir? Governor Connally. Well, in my judgment, it just conceivably couldn't have been the first one because I heard the sound of the shot. In the first place, I don't know anything about the velocity of this particular bullet. It was 2,000 feet per second. But any rifle has a velocity that exceeds the speed of sound, 600 to 700 feet per second. And when I heard the sound of that first shot, that bullet had already reached where I was, or it had reached that far. And after I heard that shot, I had time to turn to my right and start to turn to my left before I felt anything. It is not conceivable to me that I could have been hit by the first bullet, and then I felt the blow from something which was obviously a bullet, which I assumed was a bullet, and I never heard the second shot, didn't hear it. I didn't hear but two shots. I think I heard the first shot and the third shot. Mr. Specter, do you have any idea as to why you did not hear the second shot? Governor Connally. Well, first, again, I assumed the bullet was traveling faster than sound. I was hit by the bullet prior to the time the sound reached me, and I was in either a state of shock or the impact was such that the sound didn't even register on me, but I was never conscious of hearing the second shot at all. Obviously, at least the major wound that I took in the shoulder through the chest couldn't have been anything but the second shot. Obviously, it couldn't have been the third, because when the third shot was fired, I was in a reclining position and heard it, saw it, and the effects of it, rather. I didn't see it, I saw the effects of it, so it obviously could not have been the third, and couldn't have been the first in my judgment. Well, in addition to disregarding Governor Connally's testimony, which would have indicated that he was not, in fact, hit by the first shot, which had to have been, as I said, the so-called magic bullet, the Commission, and Arlen Specter in particular, pointedly disregarded the many, many witnesses in Dealey Plaza who said that they thought the shots came from the famous grassy knoll in front of Senator Kennedy, in front of President Kennedy, I should say. And in addition, a woman named many witnesses said that they saw someone running away from the grassy knoll, or else saw someone in firing position behind the fence on top of the grassy knoll. One of the people who reported a person running away from the grassy knoll area was a woman named Jean Hill. And her testimony and Arlen Specter's treatment of that testimony was related in an essay called The Case for Three Assassins. And The Case for Three Assassins was co-authored by David Lifton, L-I-F-T-O-N, and David Welsh, W-E-L-S-H. And that essay was included in an anthology that we've used a great deal in the past on this broadcast. That anthology, as regular listeners could probably guess, is entitled The Assassinations, Dallas and Beyond. That was edited by Mr. Peter Dale Scott, Mr. Paul L. Hock, H-O-C-H, and Russell Stetler, S-T-E-T-L-E-R. And in David Lifton and David Welch's The Case for Three Assassins, Arlen Specter's handling of Mrs. Jean Hill's testimony is described as follows. Mrs. Hill testified that she had talked to a Secret Service man on the afternoon of the assassination, and that she had asked him, "Am I a kook or what's wrong with me? They keep saying 3 shots, 3 shots. I know I heard more. I heard from 4 to 6 shots anyway. She testified that the Secret Service man replied, Mrs. Hill, we were standing at the window and we heard more shots also, but we have 3 wounds and we have 3 bullets, an apparent reference to the 3 spent shells found on the 6th floor of the depository. 3 shots is all that we are willing to say right now. And that comes from Volume 6 of that testimony from Volume 6 of the 26 volumes of Warren Commission Testimony and Exhibits, page 220 through 221. As soon as the motorcade passed, Mrs. Hill testified, she saw, quote, a man up there running or getting away at the tip of the slope. And that from Volume 6, pages 210 through 213. Commission Counsel Arlen Specter had Mrs. Hill indicate the location of the running man on a hand-drawn sketch. The sketch appears in the hearings as Hill Exhibit 5. It is stamped with the notation Top Secret. Nobody knows why. That from Volume 20, page 158. Within hours of the shooting, a local newsman, James Featherstone, instructed Mrs. Hill not to mention that she had seen the running man. She testified, quote, he said, you know you were wrong about seeing a man running. He said, you didn't, and I said, but I did. And he said, no, don't say that anymore on the air. He said, pause, that the shots had come from a window up in the depository, and for me not to say that anymore, that I was wrong about it. Now that from Volume 6, page 222. Well, in addition to disregarding testimony that would have led away from the single bullet theory, the Commission resorted to a number of almost unbelievable maneuvers in order to prove, which, as I indicated before, was a physically impossible theory. One of the more interesting maneuvers that they went through in order to do this was the way in which they adjusted the trajectory of the so-called magic bullet by reducing the trajectory from 45 degrees to 17 degrees. The machinations involved are extremely complicated. I'm going to read those to you, but in particular pay close attention to the author's analysis of the chicanery that the Warren Commission resorted to. The author in this case is a woman named Sylvia Marr. Her last name is spelled M-E-A-G-H-E-R. Ms. Marr was one of the better publicized of the early Warren Commission critics. She wrote a book entitled Accessories After the Fact. Accessories After the Fact was published in paperback by the Vintage Press in 1976, as was, by the way, the Assassinations, Dallas and Beyond. For those of you who want to pursue this research, that was also Vintage Press, 1976. Well, of Ms. Marr's discussion of the Warren Commission's unbelievable maneuvering in order to reduce the trajectory of the magic bullet from 45 to 17 degrees, Ms. Marr writes in Accessories After the Fact, saying, other anomalies cannot be ignored in an evaluation of the single missile thesis. The trajectory of the shots, for example. Arlen Specter, the assistant counsel who was primarily responsible for the medical and ballistics evidence, repeatedly posed to witnesses a hypothetical set of circumstances in which the shots that struck Kennedy and Connally followed a 45-degree angle of descent. In his autopsy report, however, Dr. Hume said that the shots came from a point, quote, behind and somewhat above the level of the deceased, that from page 543 of the Warren Report, which does not seem to agree with a 6th-story window or a 45-degree trajectory. How did the Commission establish the trajectory? According to the testimony and the report, it was established by taking an average of the angle from the window to the car between frames 210 and 225, which, after adjustment to allow for the 3-degree slope of the street, came to 17 degrees, 43 minutes, and 30 seconds, and by piercing stand-ins for Kennedy and Connally with a rod held at that angle of descent. Thus, it is hardly surprising that the rod went through the stand-ins at points approximating, unquote, the sites of the wounds actually sustained by the victims. The disparity of almost 8 degrees in the trajectory of Connally's wounds is written off to either a slight deflection of the bullet or a slight shift in the governor's posture. Thus, by virtue of these ingenious calculations, approximations, and speculations, a trajectory of 45 degrees is reduced to one of 17 degrees without regard for the physical law stating that the line between 2 fixed points, the book depository window and the car positioned at the Stemmons Freeway sign, is a constant. The Warren Commission has formulated a new law. The shots came from the book depository window and no other point in the universe. Everything else is mutable.
To regard such capriciously fluctuating evidence as authoritative or authentic would be folly, all the more so when the testimony of the groundskeeper at Dealey Plaza, Emmett Hudson, reveals that one of the two fixed points, the Stemmons sign, had been shifted from its place after the assassination and removed completely by early in 1965. Nevertheless, Leslie Liebler, the counsel who examined Hudson, failed to ask a single question about the removal of the sign or to take the slightest interest in this provocative information. Consequently, we do not know if the sign was moved before or after the FBI reenactment tests of May 24, 1964, or for that matter, before or after the Secret Service reenactments of December 5, 1963. The repositioning and ultimate disappearance of the Stemmons sign is a mystery with ominous overtones. Having no interest in evidence which did not incriminate Oswald, the Warren Commission took not the slightest interest in the Stemmons sign and, needless to say, made no investigation into when and why it was moved. Well, perhaps the most amazing device that the Commission resorted to in order to prove its contention that Oswald acted alone, and of course, as I've indicated many times, the single bullet thesis is absolutely central to that finding. Perhaps the most amazing thing they did in order to elicit testimony from the Parkland Hospital physicians that was consistent with their view was by, in essence, having them assume, for the sake of argument, that what they were saying was true, and asking them, based on that opinion, based on those assumptions, what their opinion was. Those of you familiar with the controversy surrounding the assassination of President Kennedy are no doubt aware that one of the central bones of contention concerns the throat wound that President Kennedy sustained. According to the single bullet thesis, this would have had to have been a wound of exit, a bullet exiting President Kennedy's throat and then executing one of those right-hand turns in midair and striking Governor Connolly. Well, the Parkland Hospital physicians all testified that, in their view, the throat wound was most likely an entrance wound. And so what, as I said, what Arlen Specter did was to have them assume, for the sake of argument, that, in point of fact, the neck wound had been inflicted by a bullet traveling from back to front through President Kennedy's body and, of course, from Kennedy's body into Connolly's. And they then testified, well, obviously, if I assume that's true from the beginning, well, then that's what happened. Well, what the Warren Commission did was to take that testimony and put it in the report, the Warren report, out of context in order to support the single bullet thesis. These amazing somersaults are outlined, are actually dealt with in some detail, in the essay from which I read you a few minutes ago. That essay is The Case for Three Assassins, co-authored by David Lifton and David Welch, once again in the Assassinations, Dallas and Beyond. And of the Parkland doctor's testimony and Arlen Specter's manipulation of that testimony, authors Lifton and Welch write, because the outlines of the frontal throat wound were destroyed by an emergency tracheotomy performed in an attempt to revive the president, the only persons able to see the original throat wound were the staff at Parkland Hospital. Let us examine their testimony. Dr. Malcolm Perry. The wound was roughly spherical to oval in shape, not a punched-out wound actually, nor was it particularly ragged. It was rather clean cut, but the blood obscured any detail about the edges of the wound exactly. That from Volume 6, page 9 of the 26 volumes of testimony and exhibits. Dr. Robert McClelland. If I saw the wound in its state in which Dr. Perry described it to me, I would probably initially think this were an entrance wound. That from Volume 6, page 37. Dr. Ronald Jones. The hole was very small and relatively clean cut, as you would see in a bullet that is entering rather than exiting from a patient. That from Volume 6, page 55. Dr. Charles Baxter. Judging from the caliber of the rifle that we later found or became acquainted with, this would more resemble a wound of entry. That from Volume 6, page 42. Registered nurse Margaret Henchcliffe, Henchliffe, also thought it was an entrance wound. She testified that she had never seen an exit bullet hole that looked like that one. That from Volume 6, page 141. The Parkland staff clearly showed, this is Lifton and Welch writing here, the Parkland staff clearly showed by their testimony that they observed the throat puncture to have all the characteristics of an entrance wound, small and clean cut, and none of the characteristics of the usual type of exit wound, large and with jagged edges.
But Commission Counsel Spector was not content to hear testimony on what the only doctors who had seen it observed of the wound. In his questioning, he asked each of them to assume that the bullet had traversed from back to front through the President via a fascia channel. Fascia are thin tissue membranes that connect muscle, undeflected, without wobble or yaw. The doctors were then asked to express an opinion based on that type of passage as to whether the throat puncture was consistent with an exit wound. Typical was Spector's questioning of Dr. James Carrico, C-A-R-R-I-C-O. Permit me to add some facts which I shall ask you to assume as being true for purposes of having you express an opinion. First of all, assume that the President is struck by a bullet from a rifle at a time when the President was approximately 160 to 250 feet from the weapon, Oswald's range, with the President being struck from the rear at a downward angle of approximately 45 degrees. Spector here seems to accept the angle cited in the FBI summary report, instead of the angle of about 15 degrees shown in the artist's drawing, Commission Exhibit 385, which accompanies the autopsy report. This 45-degree angle would render the pass-through theory just that more ridiculous. Then Spector picks up. Let me reread this for you. He says, at a time when the President was approximately 160 to 250 feet from the weapon, with the President being struck from the rear at a downward angle of approximately 45 degrees, being struck on the upper right posterior thorax, assume further that the missile passed through the body of the President, striking no bones, traversing the neck and sliding between the large muscles in the posterior aspect of the President's body through a fascia channel, then exiting precisely at the point where you observe the puncture wound to exist. Now, based on those facts, was the appearance of the wound, in your opinion, consistent with being an exit wound? That from Volume 3, page 362. Dr. Carrico responded, with those facts, and the fact as I understand it no other bullet was found, this would be, pause, I believe, another hesitation, an exit wound. That from Volume 3, page 362. Dr. Perry, who had given the vivid description of an entry-type wound quoted above, responded to similar questioning. With the facts which you have made available, and with these assumptions, I believe that it was an exit wound. That from Volume 3, page 373. It is obvious that such yanked-from-mouth testimony cannot be taken seriously as independent medical opinion. When questioned on whether the wound was caused by an entry or an exit, the doctors are asked to assume the wound to be an exit to begin with. Norman Redlich, R-E-D-L-I-C-H, who wrote Chapter 3 of the Warren Report, made liberal use of such testimony, safely out of context, to support the conclusion that the throat puncture was an exit wound.
Well, you heard the way that Arlen Spector, who at the time was a committee councilman, councilman for the Warren Commission, or the Commission Council, basically yanked, as they said, yanked the testimony from the mouth of the doctors, all of whom had said it appeared to them to be an entrance wound in the throat, and said, well, if it wasn't an entrance wound in the throat, if it was in fact an exit wound from the throat, would you agree that it was an exit wound? What can anybody say in that situation? Some other very important things to realize in terms of this. Now, bear in mind, what we're talking about here is the magic bullet. We are talking about the very same single bullet that is also supposed to have gone through John Kennedy, later then gone into John Connally, causing several injuries, shattering a rib, shattering his wrist, and later dropping out onto the stretcher, which in and of itself is in some doubt, and having less material gone from it than were found in the car in President Kennedy and John Connally. Now, in and of itself, not only is this hysterical as far as any kind of a legal fact, but on top of this, we have to deal with the fact that the most that they could yank, even yanked from the mouth testimony, the most they could get from any of the doctors was that if, indeed, the bullet had passed from back to front, based on that particular wound in John F. Kennedy's throat in the front, that the bullet would have just barely had the velocity to just barely work its way out of the throat and basically drop into John Kennedy's lap. And there was no possible way that it could have gone on to inflict shattering injuries in John Connally. Another key part of this testimony that has to be dealt with is the way that, and again, I wish that this was television and we could show you the pictures of the blatant way in which the Warren Commission had to really force the issue to try and prove that indeed that this shot did come from the book depository window. Here they had a shot which, first of all, they had all the doctors who saw the body at the time in Dallas on the site said was an entry wound. Not only did they have to try and prove that it was an exit wound, they had to prove that this exit wound went from a spot which was shown not only by the doctor's testimony, but by John F. Kennedy's clothing to be somewhere down near his right shoulder blade, that it had to come from an angle above him, go into the shoulder blade, and then go up and exit out the front of his throat. Well, the way that they tried to do this was to claim that John F. Kennedy had his arms hunched up in such a way that his coat actually rose 6 to 8 inches, bringing the shoulder of the back of his coat right below the shoulder blade up to a position on the back of his neck just below his head. Well, I dare you to go out and get a jacket. And I'll explain even further in a second, but I dare you to go out and get a jacket and try and make a spot located below your right shoulder blade rise to above your neck by hunching your shoulders up. Not only that, but of course at the time that a lot of this was going down, the Zapruder film had not shown up, and of course the Zapruder film totally disproves the idea of John F. Kennedy's clothes being hunched up on his back, because the film of the shot itself of John F. Kennedy as he's being shot shows that he is in basically a normal sitting position. His clothes are not hunched up in any way. His coat collar is right down at the level of where the entrance wound would have had to have been an entrance wound, and in fact that the hole in his jacket would have been right back over his right shoulder blade, which in fact the first doctors who did the autopsy that made the Warren Commission look very bad, they said that that's where the hole was. So there's about 450 other things. We will talk about some of them, but right there is just a few more facts on the single bullet and the literal impossibility and the frantic effort on the part of the Warren Commission to force stubborn reality to fit into their rather imaginative mold for it.
Yeah, a couple of things. Not only was the initial autopsy report destroyed, but the attempt, the entire physical version of the assassination is completely wrong. Oswald has never been, there is no physical evidence whatsoever linking Oswald to the particular rifle. There is overwhelming physical evidence that that rifle could not possibly have hit anybody. At the time Oswald supposedly shot this rifle, it had an uncorrectable sighting deficiency on it. And the grotesque anomalies with regard to the rifle itself, all of the physical circumstances go on from there. A point that's worth making is some of the personalities that were involved in this. Now, Arlen Specter, at the time of the Warren Commission, he was a counsel to the Warren Commission, has since gone on to become a United States Senator from Pennsylvania. Not only that, but he now sits on the Senate Judiciary Committee and is helping to decide who the federal judicial appointments are going to be. So if that helps you sleep well at night, more power to you. Another note along that same line, a man named Norman Redlich, R-E-D-L-I-C-H, who essentially wrote Volume 3 of the 26 volumes of Warren Commission testimony and exhibits. He was the man who quoted the doctor's testimony out of context. Basically, you'll recall that Specter said, all right, I'm going to ask you to assume some things as being true. Now, assuming these are being true, what happened? And they said, well, obviously, if I assume that's what happened, then that's what happened, paraphrasing them, of course. Well, Norman Redlich quoted all of that information out of context. Norman Redlich is now the dean of NYU Law School, and this really brings us to one of the points that we hope to make here, which is that the Kennedy assassination, as we talked about last week, could be described by the metaphor of an hourglass, with basically the assassination itself representing the waist or the narrowing of the hourglass, and all of the events in the history prior to 1963 leading up to it could be regarded as the reservoir of sand to drip down through the hourglass. And the world today, the time since 1963, could be regarded as the bottom of the hourglass. And all of the figures involved in concocting this preposterous version of the assassination have since moved on and are very much with us today. Belle Herndon, an FBI agent who faked Jack Ruby's lie detector test, is now the head of the FBI's crime laboratory. Gerald Ford went on to become president, and so on. All of these people have moved up. William Coleman, another Warren Commission counsel, became President Carter's Secretary of the Treasury, or of Transportation, rather. So
I was looking something up. Did you mention what happened to Gerald Ford?
Oh, yeah. President of the United States after becoming Vice President. president. We're going to come back to Jerry next week and lengthen in detail.
Jerry Ford, who was also interesting because he was after the Warren Commission specifically forbade any of the people involved with the Warren Commission from writing books about the Commission's investigation and things of that nature. Jerry Ford, of course, went out promptly and wrote a book called Portrait of an Assassin, heavily smearing Oswald as a left-wing agent and using, once again, yanked from the mouth and taken out of context testimony from the Warren Commission. We're going to be talking about that in a moment. A couple of more things on the subject of the single bullet, and we could literally go on the single bullet and the resulting fallacies and discrepancies of the Warren Commission. We could go on with this all night long. And I really sincerely urge some of you to go out and just read some of the material on it. It is probably the most shocking evidence of jurisprudence perverted that you're going to find in the history of the United States and probably of a good portion of the Western world. It's really shocking the way that people were taken advantage of. A couple of other things, of course, and one of the key things that apparently that the people who were involved in the assassination of John F. Kennedy were not prepared for was the Zapruder film, that somebody would actually be out and in the midst of all this shooting going on would actually be still rolling their movie camera and get a fairly clear picture of the actual moments at which the bullets struck John Kennedy and John F. Connally. And the Zapruder film in and of itself has been a powerful, damning indictment against the Warren Commission. One of the main factors, of course, the point that the Zapruder film clearly shows John F. Kennedy's body being slammed backwards into his seat. And, of course, the Warren Commission desperately is clinging to the theory that all the shots came from behind. Well, I dare you to go out and find anybody, sit them down in a chair and give them a good hard shove from behind and see if you can make them fall over backwards. It just doesn't happen, folks. It's got to be pushed from the front.
One of the things, too, that's very striking about the Zapruder film is the fact that when the bullet which blew Kennedy's head off hits it, his head, I mean, not to be gruesome, but his head literally dissolves into a very visible shower of fragments which is blown backwards many feet back at the limousine. That is one of the most startling things you'll ever see. I've been in one live audience where the Zapruder film was shown, and everybody gasps physically. It was shown in slow motion, and people actually, you know, it really blows people away, so to speak. They gasp aloud when they see it. It's very dramatic. If this were TV, we could probably just show you the Zapruder film and go home, and then we'd invite anybody who still believed the official version to enter into some business negotiations with us. You know?
Now, if for some reason, if you're too lazy to get down to your library or you're strapped for cash and you can't get out and buy some of these books, let me tell you, and we're going to talk a little later in the show tonight about Life magazine and their ongoing role and their just incredible role, and it's almost laughable except for the gravity of the crimes involved. But Life magazine's role in subverting any questions about the truth of the Warren Commission. And Life magazine, predictably enough, the new edition, the new incarnation of Life magazine, in their November 1983 issue, which is on the stands right now, and I've got it right in front of me, the cover story is The Kennedy Assassination, 4 Days That Stopped America. Now, a little later on in the program tonight, we're going to give you some information on how Life magazine acted back in the 1960s about the Warren Commission. But just as sort of a study aid, any of you can get a hold of it. There's two very interesting things that will lend some credence and will lend a little air of color and on-the-spot coverage to some of the things we're talking about tonight. One of them is on page 69. They have a little collage thing of exhibits from the Warren Commission, and one of the things they have in a little round aluminum box sitting on a pile of cotton, they have bullet number 399, CE bullet 399, the magic bullet. You can look at it for yourself. It is absolutely pristine. This is right in Life magazine, one of the biggest proponents of the Warren Commission. It is literally pristine. You can go buy the magazine tonight at your local convenience store and look at it. The bullet does not have a scratch on it. There is no material missing from it whatsoever. This is the bullet that caused 7 non-fatal wounds, shattered ribs and wrists, and left scattered material all over the car and the bodies of the victims, et cetera, et cetera. Check it out. It's really entertaining. The other thing is, as Dave was mentioning, they on page 55 of this same issue, they excerpt just a few segments of film from the Zapruder film. And one of the things that is shown is John John Kennedy, the actual moment of the fatal shot, he is leaning forward when the fatal shot strikes. His head is in his hands. He's leaning forward. Immediately after the fatal shot, his head snaps back and to the side. You can see that, too. That's right there. It's excerpted from the Zapruder film. It's right in Life magazine, and they blithely talk, as they're talking about it, down at the bottom of the page, they explain how here he is shot from behind, the fatal shot striking the right rear of the skull. Well, again, you can take a look for yourself. The reaction of the head is instantaneous. It does not go forward and then come back. It immediately goes back, and that's shown right there in their excerpted pictures from the Zapruder film. So this is still going on. They're blithely talking about these things in a way that has no reference to reality whatsoever, and you can go check it out yourself.
Well, basically, I think would be a good place to pause for a couple of minutes. We're remember now that there were two killings, well, three killings really, including that of Oswald himself, but two killings that were attributed to Oswald. Not only John Kennedy, but also that of Dallas policeman J.D. Tippit. And we're going to come back to Tippit and the so-called evidence linking Oswald to Tippit. Keep in mind, though, the contravention of, well, is it the proper word? Anyway, the negating of the law of inertia, the negating of the law that states that whole is equal to the sum of its parts, and so forth, because the greater crime, as we said, there are two real crimes here. One is the assassination, one is the cover-up. And the cover-up is not only the easier crime to detect, it is by far and away the most important, because keep in mind that all of our history books, every major institution of our society, every major news medium and publishing house has subscribed to this theory, which is nonsense, which is physically impossible in all of its tenets, and that, for an American in 1983, is the most important aspect of this whole thing.
Indeed. We've got about another hour or so of information, plus then a little later on, sometime after 10 o'clock tonight, sometime after 8 o'clock tonight, excuse me, we are going to be going to the phones up until the end of the show at 10 o'clock. You can have an opportunity to call in then and ask questions or whatever you might want to do to participate at 415-941-2500. Right now we're going to take a short musical break, and then we are going to come back and talk about not only the death of Officer Tippit, but the sort of witnesses and the sort of evidence that were mustered against Lee Harvey Oswald, the alleged assassin of President John F. Kennedy. And we will, as I mentioned before, be right back. We're talking about the specifics of the assassination itself, Lee Harvey Oswald, Jack Ruby, and related matters, which in many ways, although in some ways some of it gets quite tangled, also the most obvious and glaring impossibilities of the Warren Commission surface. And of course, we just spent the last hour talking about the single bullet theory. And as I mentioned earlier, there's hours and hours more that we could go into. However, we're trying to get as much different kinds of information out to you as possible tonight, so we're going to go on and talk about some other things. Specifically, in this case, we're going to talk about the death of Officer J.D. Tippit, which was used as the excuse for the discovery and capture of Oswald. And we're going to talk about the kinds of treatment of that witnesses, especially unfriendly witnesses, found during the Warren Commission. And then we're going to go on and go into that in a little more depth a bit later in the program. So anyway, Dave, perhaps you'd like to introduce this next little bit.
Okay. Now, with regard to did Lee Harvey Oswald kill President Kennedy, well, the single bullet theory, the magic bullet theory, is probably the best indication of whether or not he did. If you can believe that two basic laws of physics could have been controverted by Lee Harvey Oswald, well, at least two, probably more than that, about several laws of physics could have been negated by Lee Harvey Oswald, then and only then can you accept the proposition that Lee Harvey Oswald assassinated President Kennedy by himself. Indeed, as a matter of fact, the paraffin tests performed on Oswald to find out whether or not he'd fired a rifle proved negative. And there are many other physically impossible aspects of the case, but the single bullet theory, at least for present purposes, will have to suffice. Now, there was a second killing attributed to Oswald, that of Dallas policeman J.D. Tippit. Now, there were many witnesses who identified Tippit's killer as someone other than Oswald. Many witnesses stated that basically Oswald's killer was a short, stocky man with black, wavy hair, which was nowhere near the physical description of Lee Harvey Oswald. And as they did so often, the Warren Commission simply ignored those witnesses that had information which differed with their thesis, or in some cases the witnesses with controverting information were intimidated into silence. Now, before getting into the so-called testimony that so-called evidence, really, that was used to muster the case against Oswald muster the case for Oswald killing Tippit, we'd like to play you, basically, one of the witnesses who had something other than the Warren Commission's information, and as a result, basically had something to say other than what the Warren Commission wanted to hear. This particular witness was never called upon by the Warren Commission or the House Select Committee on Investigations to testify. And this is a Dallas resident named Miss Aquila Clemens, A-C-Q-U-I-L-A-C-L-E-M-M-O-N-S. Now, Aquila Clemens, the information, the recording you're about to hear comes from a record that comes from the movie Executive Action. This was put together by Mark Lane, one of the earliest of the Warren Commission critics, and what you're going to hear is Mark Lane interviewing Aquila Clemens.
And did you hear the shots?
Yes, I heard the shots.
And what did you do?
I ran out into the street and looked down the street, and I ran back down the street where he was lying, and I looked at him.
Now, when you heard the shots and you went out of the house, did you see a man with a gun?
Yes, I did.
What was he doing?
Oh, he was reloading it. When I said he was reloading his gun.
And how would you describe that man?
Well, he's kind of chunky. He's kind of heavy. He wasn't a very big man.
Was he tall or short?
Yeah, he's kind of short guy.
Short and heavy?
Yes.
And was there any other man there?
Yes, there was one on the other side of the street. For all I know, he told him to go.
Mrs. Clemens, the man who had the gun, did he make any motion at all to the other man across the street?
No more told him to go.
Oh, he waved his hand and said, go on? And then what happened with the man with the gun?
Well, he unloaded and reloaded.
And what did the other man do?
The man kept going straight down the street.
Now, did you testify before the Warren Commission about this case?
I haven't said anything to anyone.
Did anyone come to see you after the murder of Officer Tippett?
Yes, he was a man came. I don't know what he was. He came to my house and talked to me. But I don't know what he looked like a policeman to me.
He did. Did he have a gun?
Yes, he wore a gun.
Mrs. Clemens, how long after Tippett was shot did this man with a gun come to visit you?
Up to about 2 days. It was about 2 days. Said that I might get hurt. Someone might hurt me if I would talk.
About what you saw?
What I saw. He just told me to be the best if I didn't say anything because I might get hurt.
Okay, that was once again from the movie Executive Action, but that was Mark Lane actually speaking to Aquila Clemens, the woman who was a witness to the killing of Officer J.D. Tippett.
And, of course, she testified that there were 2 men involved with Officer Tippett and did not describe Lee Harvey Oswald. Now, she was never called upon to testify by the Warren Commission, along with many other witnesses. It's remarkable when you actually read the case how many of the witnesses' accounts agree. It's often been maintained that when you interview witnesses, they will give you widely varying accounts of the same physical event. And, many times this is true. When you examine the actual record of the Tippett shooting, most of the witnesses described a short, stocky man with a relatively swarthy complexion and curly black hair. They did not describe Lee Harvey Oswald. Now, in order to demonstrate that Oswald killed Tippett, again, the physical evidence did not indicate this at all. The initial reports from the scene of Officer Tippett's killing provided, basically, the reports were that the .38 caliber cartridges that were found at the scene were from an automatic. Now, this would be easy to tell because the ejector clip from an automatic would leave a mark on the cartridge cases. Oswald supposedly used a revolver, one of a number of discrepancies with regard to the physical evidence that have never been cleared up. Now, in order to arrive at their conclusion, I should say, that Oswald killed Officer Tippett, the Warren Commission mustered 2 witnesses. Now, one of these witnesses was a woman named Helen Markham, last name Markham. She was one of only 2 witnesses to connect Oswald to the Tippett shooting, and initially, her description also was that of a short, stocky man with curly black hair. Now, a police lineup was arranged in which Lee Harvey Oswald was stood up along with a lot of other people who were noticeably younger than Oswald. Oswald was much, much older than, than the other people in the lineup. Plus, Oswald had been involved in a police scuffle, and he was bruised. He had, I believe, one of his eyes was partially closed. He was obviously roughed up. He was obviously older, so right from the beginning, he stood out from all of the other suspects or possible suspects in this police lineup. Now, this police lineup was shown to Mrs. Helen Markham, and I'm about to read you the section of testimony that was relied upon by the Warren Commission in order to demonstrate that Ms. Markham was supporting the thesis that Oswald killed Tippit. Now, the first of these excerpts comes from Volume 3 of the 26 volumes of Warren Commission testimony and exhibits, and this from page 310. By the way, this particular excerpt can be found in many of the books about the JFK assassination. The particular book I'm reading from is called A Heritage of Stone, which was authored by Jim Garrison, the New Orleans DA who investigated the case, published in softcover by Berkeley Medallion Books and copyrighted 1970. As I said, though, this particular section of testimony from Volume 3, page 310 and 311, can be found in just about all of the major books on the assassination. It reads as follows. Now, keep in mind that Helen Markham is looking at a police lineup with Lee Harvey Oswald, noticeably older and much more roughed up. Well, he's been roughed up, so he right away stands out from all of the other people in this police lineup. Now, here's the testimony. Question. Now, when you went into the room, you looked these people over, these four men? Markham. Yes, sir. Question. Did you recognize anyone in the lineup? Markham. No, sir. Question. You did not? Did you see anybody? I have asked you that question before. Did you recognize anybody from their face? Markham. From their face? No. Question. Did you identify anybody in these four people? Markham. I didn't know nobody. Question. I know you didn't know anybody, but did anybody in that lineup look like anybody you had seen before? Markham. No, I had never seen none of them before. Question. No one of the four? Markham. No one of them. Question. No one of all four? Markham. No, sir. And the questioning of Helen Markham went on in that vein for some time. Then, finally, on page 311 of Volume 3, we find the following. Question. You recognized him from his appearance? Markham. I asked. I looked at him. When I saw this man, I wasn't sure, but I had cold chills just run all over me. That, what you just heard, is what the Warren Commission used to maintain that Helen Markham positively identified Lee Harvey Oswald as the suspected killer of Tippit. Now, I'm going to read it to you again. It's very short. Listen to this. This is the evidence the Warren Commission demonstrated. This is how the Warren Commission demonstrated that Oswald killed Tippit. One of two witnesses. Many others had something very different to say. Once again, from Volume 3, page 310. Question. Now, when you went into the room, you looked these people over, these four men? Markham. Yes, sir. Question. Did you recognize anyone in the lineup? Markham. No, sir. Question. You did not? Did you see anybody? I have asked you that question before. Did you recognize anybody from their face? Markham. From their face? No. Question. Did you identify anybody in these four people? Markham. I didn't know nobody. Question. I know you didn't know anybody, but did anybody in that lineup look like anybody you had seen before? Markham. No. I had never seen none of them before. Question. No one of the four? Markham. No one of them. Question. No one of all four? Markham. No, sir. And again, the questioning continued in that vein for some time. Finally, on page 311, the questioner elicited the following. Question. You recognized him from his appearance? Markham. I asked. I looked at him. When I saw this man, I wasn't sure, but I had cold chills just run over me. And that last little beauty there is what the Warren Commission used to maintain that Markham identified Oswald as Tippit's killer. There was one other witness the Warren Commission was able to march forward as well.
Now, and as Dave mentioned, now this is the two witnesses that they were able to put together to support the contention that Oswald killed Tippit, which was vitally important for a number of reasons, not least that if Oswald did not kill Tippit, there was very little excuse for the police to have picked Oswald up in the first place, and it would be much harder to link him with any concept of him being the assassin. So they would have basically picked Oswald up off the street for no reason and dragged him in if he was not the killer of Officer Tippit. Many other witnesses identified the killer as looking nothing like Oswald. We heard Aquila Clemens talking about two men involved besides Officer Tippit and a partnership between them of some kind, and they could only come up with two witnesses. You heard Helen Markham's sterling identification of Lee Harvey Oswald. And this other identification we're going to be talking about right here is it's detailed in a book called, again, this has been detailed in many sources, but this is one of them. This is Coincidence or Conspiracy, produced by the Committee to Investigate Assassinations under the direction of Bernard Fensterwald Jr. and compiled by Michael Ewing. This book is published by Zebra Books, which are, I guess, a subsidiary of Kensington Publishing Corporation. This was published in New York in 1977. Now, the gentleman that they're talking about here, they're going to be talking about two people, essentially, that are important. Warren Reynolds is the other eyewitness to the shooting of Lee Harvey Oswald, and a woman here identified as Betty Mooney McDonald, who we will run back into later under the alias of Nancy Jane Mooney. It's the same woman, Nancy Jane Mooney and Betty Mooney McDonald, the same woman, and this woman had a very important point touching on Warren Reynolds, the second witness, and we're going to read about him now. Warren Reynolds was an eyewitness to the shooting of Dallas police officer J.D. Tippit on November 22, 1963. When interviewed by the FBI on January 21, 1964, he stated that he could not make a positive identification of Lee Harvey Oswald as the man he saw shoot Tippit. Let me run that by one more time. Okay, Warren Reynolds, when interviewed by the FBI on January 21, 1964, stated that he could not make a positive identification of Lee Harvey Oswald as the man he saw shoot Tippit.
Let me interrupt very briefly. Keep in mind now that Reynolds witnessed the shooting and followed the suspect down Jefferson Avenue for some ways until he disappeared into a church. So he was not, this was not a 2-second encounter. He actually followed the suspect for some time.
Okay, so he had a close-up and consistent look for a period of time, could not identify Lee Harvey Oswald as the killer of J.D. Tippit. Going on January 23, 1964, 2 days after his FBI interview, Warren Reynolds was shot in the head by an unknown assailant. Now listen carefully. We're going to see this pattern quite a bit, but it's really entertaining in kind of a sick way here. Warren Reynolds, 2 days after his FBI interview, was shot in the head by an unknown assailant. Despite the fact that he had been shot in the basement of the car lot where he worked, the assailant had not stolen anything or committed any other crime. The Dallas police did not notify either the Warren Commission or the FBI of the Reynolds shooting. Several days after the attack, which Reynolds survived with brain damage, a suspect was arrested for the shooting, Daryl Dago Garner, a seamy character with a significant police record. However, days later, on February 5, 1964, a woman stepped forward to provide an alibi for Garner, saying that she had been with him at another place at the time the Reynolds attack occurred. The woman was Betty Mooney McDonald, a.k.a. Nancy Jane Mooney, a former stripper at Jack Ruby's nightclub. Remember those coincidences that we're talking about, that they keep showing up in amazing profusion. Betty Mooney McDonald, a.k.a. Nancy Jane Mooney, a stripper at a former stripper, Jack Ruby's nightclub. With McDonald's statement in hand, the Dallas police released Garner, and he was never prosecuted for the shooting. On July 22, 1964, Warren Reynolds had recovered from his head wound enough that he was able to be questioned by the Warren Commission. Upon once again being shown photographs of Lee Harvey Oswald, Reynolds, quote, positively identified him as the man he had seen murder Officer Tippit. Reynolds stated that his mind was much clearer than during his FBI interview in January. I'll go back and we'll touch on that again. That's a pretty significant way to deal with things. On February 13, 1964, Betty McDonald, the former Ruby stripper who provided the alibi for the man accused of shooting Warren Reynolds, Daryl Garner, was arrested by the Dallas police. This is Betty McDonald, arrested by the Dallas police. The arrest occurred 8 days after she had gone to the police with her statement and alibi on behalf of Garner. She was charged with breach of the peace following a reported fight with her roommate. 2 hours after being placed in a Dallas jail cell, Betty McDonald was found dead. Jail attendants reported finding her hanging from a fixture in her cell with her own toreador pants having served as the noose. The McDonald death was ruled a suicide. On February 23, 1964, Bob Considine, the nationally known reporter for the New York Journal-American, disclosed the mysterious circumstances surrounding the Warren Reynolds shooting, the related McDonald alibi, and the subsequent death of the former Ruby stripper. While the Warren Commission and the FBI both knew of the Considine article, it later became part of a commission exhibit, neither made any known investigation into the episode. Jack Ruby was never questioned about Betty McDonald during the course of his Warren Commission testimony, and Warren Reynolds' quote, positive identification of Oswald as Tippett's killer was cited by the Commission as key evidence of Oswald's guilt. Now, let's go back and look at that again really quickly. Helen Markham, who says no fully 15 or 20 times when asked if she picked Lee Harvey Oswald out of the lineup that she has just seen moments before, finally, after some coercion, admits that Lee Harvey Oswald sent chills up her spine and was indeed the man who had killed Officer Tippett. Warren Reynolds, who followed the assassin of Officer Tippett down the street for some ways until he lost him in a church, Warren Reynolds could not identify Lee Harvey Oswald. Then he is shot in the head by person or persons unknown, and afterwards finds that his mind is much clearer and he is now able to positively identify Lee Harvey Oswald. This is the quality of evidence that is used all through the Warren Commission investigation to tie Lee Harvey Oswald to the entire thesis of lone assassin of President Kennedy and killer of J.D. Tippett.
Some of this might seem a little incredible to you because obviously what we've been citing is such obvious BS. Rest assured, we're not being cute, and the reason why we're pursuing this, you might call it a somewhat pedantic, we like to think scholarly approach to this subject, is that we don't expect you to take our word for anything. In fact, quite to the contrary, we encourage you to go out and assess this information for yourself. You will find that as above, so below. We have not singled out extremely bizarre aspects of the case and left the intact ones to sort of molder in the corners. The material we're presenting here is representative. The single bullet theory is the evidentiary core. It is the main argument that Oswald was the lone assassin of President Kennedy, and the two witnesses, Ms. Markham and Warren Reynolds, were the only two witnesses to connect Lee Harvey Oswald to the killing of Tippett. And again, rest assured that we're not singling out extraordinarily bizarre details. This is representative, and this is why we're in essence sort of presenting you the information from the horse's mouth. Now, I think it's worth keeping in mind is the fact that according to the official Warren Commission thesis, all of these people were absolutely unrelated. In other words, Lee Harvey Oswald was upset for one reason or another, and he shot President Kennedy, and then Jack Ruby, who had no association with Oswald, and according to the Warren Commission, was so upset by President Kennedy's death that a psychomotor epileptic condition he had was activated, and in the basement of the Dallas courthouse, he had a brief psychomotor epileptic episode which just caused him to pull the trigger and kill Lee Harvey Oswald with a single shot. That is the Warren Commission's thesis, by the way. And so when we see that the man accused of shooting Warren Reynolds is alibied for by a stripper, a former stripper at Jack Ruby's club, and then we see the strange circumstances surrounding her death, this is... well, it certainly contradicts the Warren Commission's thesis rather dramatically. These people fall into a very obvious matrix, and they are not totally unconnected. And furthermore, the strange death of Betty McDonald brings us to one of the most important angles of the whole assassination.
And the strange near death of Warren Reynolds. Yes.
Well, yeah, this touches on one of the most important aspects of the whole case, which is the brutal treatment accorded witnesses who had information other than what the Warren Commission apparently wanted to hear. In other words, information other than the fact that the assertion that Lee Harvey Oswald was the lone killer of President Kennedy and Tippett.
Okay, now as we get prepared to deliver to you some of the information on some of these witnesses, once again, I want to reiterate what Dave said, because even after having seen this information 10, 15, 20 times myself, I must confess, and I hope people out there understand it's not irreverence, it's so utterly astonishing, the kinds of evidence that are offered, that I still find myself, almost pinching myself to see that if people could really actually believe that. And not getting into whether people could believe it or not, or whether they just knew it was a lie, just staying away from that entirely. I think that if you follow up some of the stuff we're talking about, check into some of these things for yourself. As Dave said, you will find out that this stuff is not the fluky, strange stuff that we've pulled out to discredit the Warren Commission. This is the peak of legal reasoning and legal procedure that the Warren Commission could put together, because these, as Dave said, are the evidentiary cores of the whole matter. In other words, the most important political assassination in the United States in 60 years takes place. The Warren Commission is solely commissioned to handle the responsibility of investigating it, and the best that they can come up with are, obviously coerced witnesses, testimony put into the mouth of doctors. Psychomotor epilepsy is the explanation for why an anti-Castro, mafia-linked figure would shoot the alleged assassin of the president. I mean, it's just astonishing, folks. We are not making it up. It just sounds like it sometimes.
All righty. Now, moving along to one of the most important aspects of the investigation of the investigators of President Kennedy's assassination. One of the grisly aspects of this case are the brutal deaths, most of them attributed to accidents or suicide, but the brutal deaths, many believe these were murders, of witnesses who had, or people connected with the investigation who had information that would contradict the Warren Commission thesis. Now, the bedrock research on this was done by a man named Penn Jones, first name P-E-N-N, last name Jones is J-O-N-E-S, and Jones was the editor of the Midlothian Mirror, Midlothian or Midlothian, I don't know how it's pronounced, is a small town outside of Dallas. Penn Jones was the editor of the city newspaper for Midlothian. He was in Dallas and basically witnessed the assassination, and that provided a jumping-off point for him to investigate the assassination. He's been doing that for many, many years, publishes a newsletter called The Continuing Inquiry, which you can obtain. You can subscribe to that if you want to sort of keep abreast of the latest developments with regard to the evidence itself. He also published 4 excellent volumes called Forgive My Grief, volumes 1 through 4. And Forgive My Grief, volume 1, one of its significant contributions was Penn Jones' account of 22 mysterious deaths connected with the assassination of President Kennedy, and we'd like to present you with a few of those mysterious deaths right now. Unfortunately, I do not have a copy of Forgive My Grief Volume 1, which is the volume that presents these deaths. That's quite rare at this point. I have some of the other volumes, but I do not have Volume 1 in my possession, nor does Nip. So what we are going to do is to present an excerpt of Penn Jones' material, and this is contained in a pamphlet called In the Shadow of Dallas, a primer on the assassination of President Kennedy. This is put out by the editors of Ramparts magazine and was copyrighted in 1967.
And just as a local angle for those of you who are interested, that the man who made the contact between Ramparts magazine and Penn Jones and pushed the idea was local columnist Warren Hinkle, who is still writing for the San Francisco Examiner. Chronicle, excuse me, yes, at this very moment, and was one of the early people in the media to jump on to the obvious inconsistencies and to try and get to the root of some of this. And Ramparts magazine, of course, now defunct, and many people attribute its current defunct state to the fact that it was one of the few national magazines to come out foursquare against the Warren Commission and to make a great deal of noise about the inconsistencies.
Okay, now In the Shadow of Dallas is the name of this pamphlet, once again, put out by the editors of Ramparts magazine, and they discuss 10 of the 22 deaths which Penn Jones documented in Volume 1 of Forgive My Grief. Now, keep in mind there have been many, many, many other suspicious deaths since then, because there have been other investigating bodies. At the beginning of the broadcast, we talked about the deaths of Johnny Roselli and Sam Giancana. There are many, many suspicious deaths which we'll be talking about in the rest of this broadcast and in the succeeding 2 as well, in addition to these first 22 that Penn Jones basically came up with in Forgive My Grief Volume 1. But to give you an idea of just sort of what sort of treatment was accorded people who differed with the Warren Commission thesis, we're going to read you 10 of Penn Jones' 22 mysterious deaths. Now, the first death here that I'm going to read you is the death of a man named Jim Coate or Jim Kett. I'm not sure how his name is pronounced. Last name Koethe. He died from a karate chop. Now, reading about Jim Coate as follows from In the Shadow of Dallas. The body of the young Dallas reporter was found swathed in a blanket on the floor of his bachelor apartment on September 21st, 1964. Police said the cause of death was asphyxiation from a broken bone at the base of the neck, apparently the result of a karate chop. Robbery appeared to be the motive, although Coate's parents believe he was killed for other reasons. Whoever ransacked his apartment, they point out, was careful to remove his notes for a book he was preparing in collaboration with 2 other journalists on the Kennedy assassination. Within a week, a 22-year-old ex-con from Alabama named Larry Earl Reno, last name R-E-N-O, was picked up selling Coate's personal effects and held on suspicion of murder. Reno's lawyers were Mike Barclay and the ubiquitous Jim Martin, both friends of Ruby Roomy George Senator, S-E-N-A-T-O-R. Martin and Senator, Warren recalls, were with Coate at that enigmatic meeting on November 24th, 1963. When the Reno case came before the grand jury, District Attorney Henry Wade secretly instructed the jurors not to indict, an extraordinary move for a chief prosecuting officer with as strong a case as he had. Now, keep in mind that the suspect was found selling the deceased's personal effects, and repeating once again what sort of action was taken. When the Reno case came before the grand jury, District Attorney Henry Wade secretly instructed the jurors not to indict, an extraordinary move for a chief prosecuting officer with as strong a case as he had. The grand jury returned a no bill. Reno, however, remained in jail on a previous charge. When they finally sprang him in January of 1965, he was rearrested within a month for the robbery of a hotel. This time, the prosecution, led by a one-time law partner of Martin's, had no qualms about getting an indictment and a conviction. Reno was sentenced to life for the hotel robbery. At the trial, his lawyers called no witnesses in his defense. So take note of the fact that if this was a simple burglary, why did the person who robbed his apartment take all of his notes for a book he was going to publish on the Kennedy assassination?
Why did a 22-year-old ex-con from Alabama take all the notes on the book he was going to write on the Kennedy assassination?
Where did he hope to fence the notes? And keep in mind the extraordinary treatment that was accorded Mr. Reno in connection with the murder of Jim Coate, and then contrast this with the treatment he received in connection with this robbery. As we've said before, the cover-up will obviate the conspiracy.
All right, witness number 2, Bill Hunter, shot dead. Hunter covered the Kennedy assassination more or less on a lark. He was a police reporter for the Long Beach paper, and a good one, with a knack for getting along with cops. He drank with them, played cards with them in the press room. He was a sharp and lucky player, and they would often call him at home when a story broke. Hunter was a big man, described by friends as rough, jovial, quote, very physical, with an attractive wife and 3 children. There was no real need for the Long Beach paper to send a reporter to Dallas, but Hunter, who grew up there, managed to promote a free trip for himself with the city desk. In Dallas, he ran into Jim Coate, the witness that we just talked about, killed with a karate chop, with whom he had worked in Wichita Falls, Texas. Coate asked him to come along to the meeting in Ruby's apartment. They arrived to find George Senator and Tom Howard having a drink. Bill Hunter was killed just after midnight on the morning of April 23rd, 1964, only a few hours after George Senator testified before Warren Commission counsel that he, quote, could not recall the meeting in Ruby's apartment. Hunter was seated at his desk in the press room of the Long Beach Public Safety Building when Detective Creighton Wiggins, Jr. and his partner burst into the room. A single bullet fired from Wiggins' gun struck Hunter in the heart, killing him almost instantly. The mystery novel he was reading, entitled Stop This Man, slipped, blood-spattered, from his fingers. Wiggins' story underwent several changes. Wiggins is the detective, Creighton Wiggins, Jr., who burst into the room and shot Hunter through the heart. Wiggins' story underwent several changes. His final version was that he and his partner had been playing cops and robbers with guns drawn when his gun started to slip from his hand and went off. The 2 officers were convicted of involuntary manslaughter. Sentence was suspended. There were so many contradictions in Wiggins' testimony that Bill Shelton, Hunter's city editor and old friend from Texas, is, quote, still not satisfied with the official verdict. He declines to comment about any possible connection between Hunter's death and the Kennedy assassination. Quote, but I'd believe anything, he says. It is a curious footnote that Shelton's brother, Keith, and this is Hunter's city editor, Shelton. Shelton's brother, Keith, was among the majority of Dallas newspapermen who found it expedient to leave their jobs after covering the assassination. Keith was president of the Dallas Press Club and gave up a promising career as a political columnist for the Times-Herald to settle in a small North Texas town. One reporter who was asked to resign put it this way, quote, it looks like a studied effort to remove all the knowledgeable newsmen who covered the assassination.
Witness number 3, Tom Howard, heart attack. Although Dallas, like any other American city, is slowly being taken over by the well-groomed, image-conscious wonders rolling off our college assembly lines, there is still a lingering appreciation for the characters, unquote, the Bob Thorntons, the Jack Rubys, the Tom Howards, throwbacks to another era when the Old West values reigned supreme. Everyone around official Dallas knew Tom Howard, that familiar figure in the white Stetson who always seemed to show up where the action was. He was a defense attorney in the old rough-and-tumble Texas fashion, operating out of a storefront office devoid of the usual law books across from police headquarters. During his career, he handled about 50 murder cases and was more than once cited for contempt of court for fistfights and shouting matches with the prosecution. Howard was a friend of District Attorney Wade. Recall, Wade was the fellow who had the curious handling of Reno, the coat killer. Howard was a friend of District Attorney Wade, although they often opposed each other in court, and it was not uncommon for them to meet for a sociable drink after court adjourned. He was also close to Ruby and others on the fringes of the Dallas underworld. Like Jack Ruby, Howard's life revolved around the police station, and it was not surprising when he and Ruby showed up at the station on the evening of the assassination. Nor was it unusual when Howard arrived there shortly after Ruby shot Oswald 2 days later, asking to see his friend. Howard was shown into a meeting room to see a bewildered Ruby, who had not asked for any lawyer, and for the next few days until Ruby's brother Earl soured on Howard and had him relieved, he was Jack's chief attorney and public spokesman. Howard took to the publicity with alacrity, calling a press conference wheeled and dealed. He told newsmen the case was a, quote, once-in-a-lifetime chance, unquote, and that, speaking as a private citizen, unquote, he thought Ruby deserved a congressional medal. He told the Houston Post that Ruby had been in the police station Friday night with a gun. He dickered with a national magazine about an Oswald murder story. He got hold of a picture showing the president's brains flying and tried to sell it to life. Ruby's sister even accused him of leaking information to the DA. Continuing, thanks for the fill in there. On March 27th, 1965, Howard was taken to the hospital by an unidentified person and died there. He was 48. The doctor, without benefit of an autopsy, said he had suffered a heart attack. Some reporter friends of Howard's are not so sure. They observed that for 3 days before his death, the normally gregarious Howard seemed preoccupied and uncommunicative, and it did not appear to recognize friends. One Dallas reporter says flatly that Howard was bumped off. Others are more circumspect. As far as I'm concerned, the case is closed, unquote, one of them says. You're not going to catch me messing in that hornet's nest, unquote.
Witness number 4, Earlene Roberts, heart attack. Mrs. Roberts, the plump widow who managed the rooming house where Oswald was living under the name O.H. Lee, was one of the key witnesses before the Warren Commission. She testified that, quote, around 1 o'clock, or maybe a little after, unquote, on November 22nd, Oswald rushed into the rooming house, stayed in his room for, quote, not over 3 or 4 minutes, and walked out, zipping on a lightweight jacket. The last she saw of him, he was waiting at a nearby bus stop. A few minutes later, 1 mile away, Officer Tippit was shot dead. Oswald was accused of the crime. Mrs. Roberts also testified that during the brief time Oswald was in his room, a police car with 2 uniformed cops in it pulled up in front of the rooming house, and that she did not recognize either the car or the policeman. She heard the horn honk, quote, just kind of a tit-tit, twice, and after a moment saw the police car move off down the street. Moments later, Oswald left the house. The police department issued a report saying all patrol cars in the area, except Officer Tippit's, were accounted for. The Warren Commission let it go at that. It did not seek to resolve the question. What were policemen doing honking the horn outside Oswald's rooming house 30 minutes after a presidential assassination? Their swift departure would indicate they were certainly not coming to apprehend him. It is perhaps too far-fetched to imagine that they were giving Oswald some kind of signal, although it seems as plausible as any other explanation for this bizarre incident. After testifying in Dallas in April of 1964, Mrs. Roberts was subjected to intensive police harassment. They visited her at all hours of the day and night, contacted her employers, and identified her as the Oswald rooming house lady. As a result, she was dismissed from 3 housekeeping and nursing jobs in April, May, and June of 1964 alone. No telling how many jobs she lost after that. Relatives report that right up until her death, a year and a half later, Earlene complained of being, quote, worried to death by the police. Mrs. Roberts died January 9th, 1966, in Parkland Hospital. Police said she suffered a heart attack in her home. No medical legal autopsy was performed.
Before proceeding to witness number 5, note how frequently the lack of an autopsy crops up in connection with these deaths. Okay, now number 5 is Nancy Jane Mooney, or Betty Mooney McDonald, who was the Ruby stripper who provided the alibi for the accused shooter of Warren Reynolds. Keep in mind, one of two witnesses to connect Oswald to the Tippit killing. And Nancy Jane Mooney was a former stripper in Jack Ruby's club, and of course, 8 days after she provided the alibi for the shooter of Warren Reynolds, she was found hanged in the Dallas jail following an arrest. And some other interesting things here about the strange treatment accorded Nancy Mooney. Warren Reynolds was just minding his used car lot on East Jefferson when he heard the shots 2 blocks away. He thought it was probably somebody's marital quarrel. Then he saw a man having great difficulty tucking, quote, a pistol or an automatic, unquote, in his belt and running at the same time. Reynolds gave chase for a short piece, being careful to keep his distance, then lost the fleeing man. He didn't know it then, but he had apparently witnessed the flight of the killer, or one of the killers, of patrolman Jefferson Davis Tippit. Feeling helpful, he gave his name to a passing policeman and offered his cooperation. TV cameras zeroed in on him and got his story. Reynolds, the amiable used car man, was making history. But in one of those curious oversights which riddled the Kennedy-Oswald Tippit investigation, Reynolds was not questioned by any police agency until 2 months after the event. When the FBI finally talked to him on January 21st, 1964, the agent's report of the interview said, quote, he would hesitate to definitely identify Oswald as the individual, unquote. The FBI report added, however, in most unpolicemanlike fashion, quote, he advised he is of the opinion Oswald is the person, unquote. 2 days after talking to the FBI, Reynolds was shot in the head as he was closing up the car lot for the night. Nothing was stolen. Later, after consulting at length with retired General Edwin Walker, okay, now keep this in mind. Later, after consulting at length with retired General Edwin Walker, he told Warren Commission counsel that Oswald definitely was the man he saw fleeing the Tippit murder scene. A young hood named Darrell Wayne Garner was arrested for the murder attempt. He had made a long-distance call to a relative and in some drunken bragging admitted shooting Reynolds. But Garner had an alibi, and her name was Nancy Jane Mooney, alias Betty McDonald, who used to take her clothes off to music in Jack Ruby's Carousel Club. Garner was freed. Nancy Jane, a mother of 4, was picked up about a week later for fighting with a girlfriend over a man and jailed on a disturbing the peace rap. The girlfriend was not arrested. Within a few hours, Miss Mooney was dead. Police said she hanged herself with her toreador pants in her private cell at the Dallas City Jail. Garner was free, his alibi witness was dead, and Reynolds was going to pieces out of fear. A week after Nancy Jane was hanged, someone unscrewed a light globe on Reynolds' front porch. It was clearly deliberate because some screws had to be removed to get at the globe. And the same week, a man stopped Reynolds' 9-year-old daughter as she was walking home from school and offered her money to get in his car. Fortunately, she had the presence of mind to run like hell. Through all this, Reynolds had the distinct impression he was being intimidated. Today, after giving the commission a firm identification of Oswald as the Tippit fugitive, he is breathing easier. I don't think they're going to bother me anymore, unquote, he said. Now, it's worth noting that he came to the conclusion that Oswald was the man who he saw shooting Tippit after consulting with General Edwin Walker. Now, General Edwin Walker was a far right-wing ideologue who was basically dismissed from the Army for in essence, he was being treasonous. He was preaching that the United States government was controlled by communists, and between the lines advocating its overthrow. And this is worth noting because he was a divisional commander in Germany. He later became a darling of the far right, has long been affiliated with the John Birch Society, and in attempting to demonstrate that Oswald had a mind to assassinate, unquote, and that he was not ideologically oriented, the Warren Commission presented a case that a shot which was fired at General Edwin Walker in April of '63 and missed had been fired by Lee Harvey Oswald. It's worth noting that Oswald, the expert marksman who pulled off the single bullet theory, was not able to hit Edwin Walker.
Who was sitting on his front porch, I believe, right?
Sitting, right, not even a moving target. And it's worth noting that Edwin Walker was the first person, he himself was the first person to come up with the notion that it was Lee Harvey Oswald who'd fired at him. And he did this on November 23rd, 1963, in an interview with a far right-wing German magazine. And later, the story, it grew from there. But it was Walker who first identified Lee Harvey Oswald as the person who supposedly shot at him. It was Edwin Walker who consulted with Reynolds and we don't know what information he was able to press upon Reynolds, but it's interesting that Reynolds changed his story after being shot in the head and after talking with General Edwin Walker. Now, something else is worth noting here is that President Kennedy had at one point considered arresting General Walker because General Walker was carrying on down at the University of Mississippi, which was in the process of being integrated, and there was a great deal of rioting and a lot of trouble in connection with that integration. And so Edwin Walker's role in this thing is worth taking note of. Note also of the curious things that happened to Reynolds and his family.
Indeed. Witness number 6, Hank Killam, throat slit. House painter Hank Killam was 6'3" and weighed 250 pounds. Quote, a big hunk of man, said his wife Wanda, who used to push cigarettes and drink with the customers at Jack Ruby's club. Hank and Wanda were good friends of John Carter, another painter who lived at Mrs. A.C. Johnson's rooming house at the same time Lee Harvey Oswald lived there. Carter worked several painting jobs with Hank and used to visit at the Killam home. To all appearances, his wife's 15-year association with Ruby and his friendship with John Carter, Oswald's fellow boarder, were Killam's only tenuous links to the Kennedy assassination. For all that, he was inordinately interesting to the, quote, federal agents who visited him repeatedly after the assassination, causing him to lose one job after another. In addition to questions about Killam's connections and whereabouts at the time of the assassination, the interrogators were especially interested in his political views. Killam said he had none. Certainly Killam was most absorbed by the assassination, even obsessed. A few hours after the event, he came home, quote, white as a sheet, Wanda said, and stayed up all night watching television accounts of the assassination. He bought all the papers and diligently clipped the stories about Kennedy's death. Just before Christmas, Killam packed up and left for Florida, where he had family, taking his assassination clipping files with him. But the, quote, agents got to Wanda. Quote, they browbeat me into telling where he was, Wanda said. I guess I'm just a girl that finds it very hard to say no to people. Hank got a job in Tampa, selling cars at his brother-in-law's lot. Again, the, quote, federal police hounded him, visiting the car lot so often that even his brother-in-law was persuaded to let him go. They harassed his second Tampa employer as well, until he lost that job, too. In mid-March, he called Wanda in Dallas to say he had a new job lined up and would be sending for her soon. Quote, I was all excited, said Wanda, because I loved that man. Then, in the early morning hours of St. Patrick's Day, 1964, Killam received a phone call at his mother's home in Pensacola. Immediately, he left the house. Not long afterward, they found him on a sidewalk in front of a broken plate glass window, his jugular vein cut. He bled to death en route to the hospital. His wallet and diamond ring were missing. It is not clear whether the, quote, federal police who visited Hank and Wanda were in fact FBI men or whether they were ever properly identified. If the FBI did interview Killam, there is no indication in the 26 volumes or the Warren Report. A check of the index to commission documents in the National Archives reveals no mention of Killam. But then a number of FBI documents relating to the assassination are withheld, along with most of the documents prepared by the CIA. What is clear is that somebody considered Hank Killam a very important guy.
Witness number 7, William Whaley, last name W-H-A-L-E-Y. Head-on collision. Whaley was the Oswald cabbie, one of the few who had the opportunity to talk alone with the accused killer of Kennedy between the assassination and Oswald's arrest. He testified that Oswald hailed his cab at the Greyhound bus station, then graciously offered the cab to a waiting lady who declined his offer. Now, take note of the fact that if he had just assassinated the president, you wonder whether he'd be that free with his time, saying, after you, ma'am, okay? But keep in mind, officially, this guy just killed the president. Whaley said he drove Oswald to the intersection of Beckley and Natchez, or N-E-C-H-E-S, half a block from the rooming house and collected $1. Now, keep in mind, he took a cab here. Now, that's going to contrast sharply with other versions here that say he drove. This is the essence of the controversy here. Later, he identified Oswald as his fare in a questionable police lineup. Although police records are confused, then he may have picked out another man. Whaley was killed in a head-on collision on a bridge over the Trinity River on December 18, 1965. His passenger was critically injured. The 83-year-old driver of the other car was also killed. Whaley had been with the City Transportation Company since 1936 and had a perfect accident record. He was the first Dallas cabbie to be killed on duty since 1937. When Penn Jones went to interview the general manager of the cab company about Whaley's death, He was literally pushed out of the office. "If you're smart," said the manager, "you won't be coming around here asking questions," unquote.
Witness number 8, Edward Benavides, shot dead. Domingo Benavides, a dark, slim auto mechanic, was a witness to the murder of Officer Tippett, who testified that he, quote, really got a good view of the slayer. He was not asked to see the police lineup in which Oswald appeared. Although he later said the killer resembled newspaper pictures of Oswald, he described the man differently. Quote, "I remember the back of his head seemed like his hairline sort of went square instead of tapered off. It kind of went down and squared off and made his head look flat in the back." Domingo reports he has been repeatedly threatened by police and advised not to talk about what he saw. In mid-February 1964, his brother Eddie, who resembled him, was fatally shot in the back of the head in a beer joint on 2nd Avenue in Dallas. Police quickly picked up Radford Lee Hill, age 41, who confessed almost eagerly. He was a, quote, hired killer, one officer said. Sentenced to 6 years for manslaughter, Hill was back on the streets in 20 months. Domingo's father-in-law, J.W. Jackson, was so unimpressed with the police investigation of Eddie's death that he launched a little inquiry of his own. 2 weeks later, Jackson was shot at in his home. The assailant secreted himself in the carport, fired once into the house, and when Jackson ran outside, fired one more time, just missing his head. As the gunman clambered into an automobile in a nearby driveway, Jackson saw a police car coming down the block. The officer made no attempt to follow the gunman's speeding car. Instead, he stopped at Jackson's house and spent a long time inquiring what had happened. Later, a police lieutenant advised Jackson, quote, "You'd better lay off this business. Don't go around asking questions. That's our job." Jackson and Domingo are both convinced that Eddie's murder was a case of mistaken identity and that Domingo, the Tippett witness, was the intended victim.
Number 9, Dorothy Kilgallen. Miss Kilgallen was the first to make the public existence of Aquila Clemens, a witness to the Tippett killing whose name does not appear once in the Warren Report or volumes. She was also the only reporter ever to interview Jack Ruby privately since the killing of Oswald. During the Ruby trial, which she covered for the now-defunct New York Journal-American, Judge Joe B. Brown granted her 30 minutes alone with Ruby in the judge's chambers. The other reporters were furious. One of the biggest scoops of Miss Kilgallen's career came when she pirated the transcript of Ruby's testimony before the Warren Commission and ran it in the Journal-American. Interrupting here, we're going to present you with part of that testimony next week, and I think you're going to find it most amazing. And when you hear that testimony, keep in mind that it's been public since 1964, that the first person to make this public was columnist and What's My Line panelist Dorothy Kilgallen. That was an old quiz show that was very popular many years ago. She was part of the panel on that. Okay, returning now to the account here of Miss Kilgallen and her death. One of the biggest scoops of Miss Kilgallen's career came when she pirated the transcript of Ruby's testimony before the Warren Commission and ran it in the Journal-American. Thousands of New Yorkers were shocked at the hopelessly inept questioning by Ruby by Chief Justice Warren, by Warren's almost deliberate failure to follow up the leads Ruby was feeding him. Miss Kilgallen died in her bed on November 8, 1965. Dr. James Luke, L-U-K-E, a New York City medical examiner, said the cause of death was, quote, acute barbiturate and alcohol intoxication, circumstances undetermined, unquote. Dr. Luke said there were not high enough levels of either alcohol or barbiturates to have caused death, but that the two are additive, unquote, and together are quite enough to kill. This cause of death, he observed, is not at all uncommon. Was it suicide, accident, murder? Dr. Luke said there was no way of determining that. As we say, Dorothy Kilgallen probably does not belong on any list of Kennedy-related deaths. This is the editor's opinion. Many since then have come to very different conclusions. But questions do remain. An editor of Screen Stars magazine, Mary Branham, B-R-A-N-N-U-M, says she received a phone call a few hours before Dorothy's body was discovered, announcing that she had been murdered. Miss Kilgallen's What's My Line makeup man said that shortly before her death she vowed she would, quote, crack this case, unquote. And another New York showbiz friend said Dorothy told him in the last days of her life, quote, in 5 more days I'm going to bust this case wide open, unquote.
Number 10, Lee Bowers, automobile accident. Lee Bowers' testimony is perhaps as explosive as any recorded by the Warren Commission. He was one of 64 known witnesses to the president's assassination who thought shots were fired from the area of the grassy knoll. The knoll is west of the Texas School Book Depository. And I should just say parenthetically, for those of you who do not know, shots from the grassy knoll would be shots striking the presidential car from the front and striking John F. Kennedy from the front, which would explain why the Parkland doctors thought that the wound in the throat was an entrance wound. It would explain Kennedy being slammed back against the seat, and it would explain a lot of other inconsistencies with the ballistic evidence and the single bullet theory. But, of course, this is not what the Warren Commission subscribed to. Anyway, going on. Lee Bowers was one of the 64 known witnesses to the president's assassination who thought shots were fired from the area of the grassy knoll. But more than that, he was in a unique position to observe some pretty strange behavior in the knoll area during and immediately before the assassination. Bowers, then a tower man for the Union Terminal Company, was stationed in his 14-foot tower directly behind the grassy knoll. As he faced the assassination site, he could see the railroad overpass to his right front. Directly in front of him was a parking lot, and then a wooden stockade fence and a row of trees running along the top of the grassy knoll. The knoll sloped down to the spot on Elm Street where Kennedy was killed. Police had, quote, cut off traffic into the parking area, Bowers said, quote, so that anyone moving around could actually be observed. Bowers made two significant observations, which he revealed to the commission. First, he saw three unfamiliar cars slowly cruising around the parking area in the 35 minutes before the assassination. The first two left after a few minutes. The driver of the second car appeared to be talking into, quote, a mic or a telephone. He was holding something up to his mouth with one hand, and he was driving with the other. This is Bowers being quoted. A third car with out-of-state plates and mud up to the windows probed all around the parking area. Bowers last remembered seeing it about 8 minutes before the shooting, pausing, quote, just above the assassination site. He gave detailed descriptions of the cars and their drivers. Bowers also observed two unfamiliar men standing on top of the knoll at the edge of the parking lot within 10 or 15 feet of each other. Quote, one man, middle-aged or slightly older, fairly heavy-set in a white shirt, fairly dark trousers. Another younger man, about mid-20s, in either a plaid shirt or a plaid coat or jacket. Both were facing toward Elm and Houston, where the motorcade would be coming from. They were the only strangers he remembered seeing. His description shows a remarkable similarity to Julia Ann Mercer's description of two unidentified men climbing the knoll. When the shots rang out, Bowers' attention was drawn to the area where he had seen the two men. He could still make out the one in the white shirt. Quote, the darker-dressed man was too hard to distinguish from the trees. He observed, quote, some commotion at that spot. Quote, something out of the ordinary, a sort of milling around, which attracted my eye for some reason which I could not identify. At that moment, he testified, a motorcycle policeman left the presidential motorcade and roared up the grassy knoll, straight to where the two mysterious gentlemen were standing behind the fence. The policeman dismounted, Bowers recalled, then after a moment climbed on his motorcycle and drove off. Later, in a film interview with attorney Mark Lane, he explained that the, quote, commotion that caught his eye may have been a flash of light or smoke, unquote. His information dovetails with what other witnesses observed from different vantage points. On the morning of August 9th, 1966, Lee Bowers, now the vice president of a construction firm, was driving south from Dallas on business. He was 2 miles from Midlothian when his brand-new company car veered from the road and hit a bridge abutment. A farmer who saw it said the car was going 50 miles an hour, a slow speed for that road. There were no skid marks to indicate braking. Bowers died of his wounds at 1 p.m. in a Dallas hospital. He was 41. There was no autopsy, and he was cremated soon afterward. Doctors saw no evidence that he had suffered a heart attack. A doctor from Midlothian who rode in the ambulance with Bowers noticed something peculiar about the victim. Quote, he was in a strange state of shock, the old doctor said. Quote, a different kind of shock than an accident victim experiences. I can't explain it. I've never seen anything like it. Bowers' widow at first insisted to Penn Jones, that is the person who put together this account, that there was nothing suspicious about her husband's death. Then she became flustered and said, quote, they told him not to talk.
Well, this, again, as with the two witnesses linking Tippit and Oswald to the Tippit killing, as with the single bullet theory, we're not going out of our way here to present you with information which is uncharacteristically, which clashes uncharacteristically with the Warren Commission. This is typical. There have been so many strange deaths connected with the investigation of the Kennedy assassination, going right up to the House Select Committee itself. There were many, many people called to testify in front of the House Select Committee in the mid and late 1970s who were deep-sixed in similar fashion. George de Mohrenschildt, generally believed to be Oswald's intelligence babysitter, and certainly a reactionary white Russian, a reactionary aristocrat. He just before an interview with a Dutch journalist, he basically kissed the muzzle of a shotgun, and unfortunately it went off in his mouth, blew off the back of his head. William Sullivan, head of Division 5 of the FBI, the Internal Security Division, just before his testimony, and here's a man who's been handling firearms his whole life, he had a strange hunting accident, and that resulted in his death. And again, as above, so below. The pattern we're indicating here is typical. We're not going out of our way to make a case, and that's a point I think we should stress here.
Indeed.
All right, now, very briefly, one aspect of the controversy surrounding the assassination of President Kennedy concerns the investigation that was opened in 1967 by New Orleans, I guess 66 is when it began, at New Orleans District Attorney Jim Garrison. Now, Jim Garrison has received essentially the same kind of treatment through the media that a lot of the witnesses received at the hands of person or persons unknown. Basically, he's been not literally assassinated, but he's undergone character assassination and defamation ad infinitum. His whole effort has been ridiculed, and incorrectly so. Basically, Garrison had uncovered a major part of the conspiracy to murder President Kennedy. I don't think anyone at this point could, with the probable exception of Mae Russell, could say for sure whether he had uncovered most of it. But he'd uncovered the core of the conspiracy. And by the way, Mae Russell, whose weekly cassette series is aired every week here on KFJC on Sunday mornings, as Nip mentioned at the top of the program, she is the greatest researcher of the Kennedy assassination. She was one of Jim Garrison's investigators. She actually went to New Orleans and worked with Garrison for some time. Now, basically, Garrison uncovered a number of interesting things concerning Oswald's connections in New Orleans. First of all, last week, you'll recall, we noted that Lee Harvey Oswald was the only member of the New Orleans chapter of the Fair Play for Cuba Committee, and literature that he passed out on the Fair Play for Cuba Committee listed its address as 544 Camp Street. Now, 544 Camp Street was an entrance to a building on a corner. On another street, 531 Lafayette Place, had another entrance to the same building. In other words, 531 Lafayette Place and 544 Camp Street both offered entrances to the same second-story walk-up apartment. Now, Lee Harvey Oswald ostensibly was using this for the Fair Play for Cuba Committee, and this is interesting because the office was shared by an alleged detective service, which appears to have been actually a right-wing paramilitary front operated by a guy named Guy Bannister. Guy Bannister had headed up the Chicago FBI office for quite some time, and then he moved down to New Orleans, where he was, I believe, their deputy chief of police for many years, and eventually he went on to become a right-wing paramilitary organizer, published something called the Louisiana Intelligence Digest, which a racist publication which made integration out to be some sort of a communist conspiracy. And Guy Bannister had a whole stable of investigators in this far right-wing office, which alleged leftist Lee Harvey Oswald was known to frequent. And one of the people who worked in his office was a man named David Ferry. Now, David Ferry had worked for the CIA on the Bay of Pigs and a number of other capacities. He also worked as a private pilot and did other tasks for Carlos Marcello, who was capo mafioso for New Orleans. And last week we looked at a statement by Marcello. Basically, he uttered an ancient Sicilian death oath against the Kennedys and said that John Kennedy was going to be assassinated and that a nut would hire the job. Keep in mind the Ferry-Marcello connection. Now, when Oswald was arrested, he had David Ferry's library card, active library card, in his possession. Now, the FBI then questioned Ferry, who had driven all night through a driving rainstorm from Louisiana to Texas, ostensibly to go ice skating in Houston. And a lot of people found this drive and the motivation for it very strange, and since Ferry was an expert pilot associated with civilian air patrol and a number of other things, they speculated that he might have been involved in attempting a getaway. Now, there's a whole connection with regard to library cards. The FBI asked Ferry if he had his library card. He produced an expired card. And there's a whole library connection, which if people want to know about it, we can talk about it in the phone-in section. Now, very briefly, a witness was uncovered by Garrison named Perry Raymond Russo. And Russo testified that he saw David Ferry, Leon Oswald, and a guy named Clay Shaw plotting an assassination of President Kennedy in which he would be killed, that Kennedy, that is, would be killed from ambush, and there was talk of need for triangulation of fire and sacrificing one man so the others would escape, and so forth. Now, Clay Shaw was a high-ranking U.S. intelligence operative affiliated with a couple of corporate fronts called Permindex and Centro Mondiale Commerciale. We're going to talk about those in the fourth part of the program, or if somebody wants to phone in and ask us about it, we could talk about it a little later. There's an interesting thing that was found in Oswald's and Clay Shaw's notebooks. Oswald, at the time of his arrest, had a post office box 1903 in Dallas in his notebooks, which was interesting because in 1963 there was no post office box 1903. It was a non-existent P.O. box. Now, when a coding key that is found throughout Oswald's notebooks is applied to Post Office Box 1903, keep in mind, a non-existent P.O. box at the time, that P.O. box yields Jack Ruby's unlisted Fort Worth telephone number. Now, that same Post Office Box 1903 was found in Clay Shaw's notebooks. Yet another piece of circumstantial evidence linking these individuals. There are a number of other aspects of the physical evidence inclining Garrison to indict these men for conspiracy to assassinate the president. We can go into that. We'll go into that in the fourth program to an extent, and certainly in response to any listener questions. Now, the important thing for our purposes here about the Garrison investigation is the fact that the jury, which went out to assess the guilt or innocence of Clay Shaw, concluded that there had definitely been a conspiracy to assassinate President Kennedy, and this could be verified on the basis of available evidence. They could not, however, come to the conclusion that Clay Shaw was guilty beyond a reasonable doubt, okay? They concluded that there had definitely been a conspiracy. They could not convict Clay Shaw beyond a reasonable doubt, so he was acquitted. Now, one of the interesting things is that Garrison encountered all kinds of extraordinary difficulties, a media smear and everything else. One of his most unsurmountable difficulties was the fact that 3 of the key witnesses that he sought for his case were not extradited, and the circumstances surrounding the Garrison's inability to get them extradited are worth noting. Now, first of all, one of the witnesses who he sought to have testify in his case was a man named Sergio Arcacha Smith, who was one of a number of anti-Castro Cuban exile leaders. And Arcacha Smith was basically, Garrison wanted to question him and filed an extradition request. Then Governor of Texas John Connally, who of course was in the motorcade, who as Secretary of the Navy subsequently downgraded Lee Harvey Oswald's discharge to dishonorable. Keep in mind he supposedly had performed espionage against the United States, was never indicted for that, by the way. And so John Connally refuses to extradite Sergio Arcacha Smith. The second witness, and this is worth noting at great length and in detail, was a man named Edgar Eugene Bradley. Now, Edgar Eugene Bradley was identified by Dallas policeman Roger Craig as a man who identified himself as a Secret Service agent after Craig had stopped a man looking very much like Oswald coming out of the back of the Texas School Book Depository and getting into a station wagon. This, of course, conflicts with other information. Now, I'm getting a little confused. Craig stopped the man and began questioning him. Edgar Eugene Bradley came up to Roger Craig and identified himself as a Secret Service agent and obliged Craig to let the man go. Okay, now Edgar Eugene Bradley was indicted by Garrison. Then Deputy State Attorney General, then Deputy California Attorney General, Bradley was an L.A. resident, Charles O'Brien reviewed the extradition request by Garrison, recommended that it be granted. Now, the Bradley extradition request was handled by then-Governor Ronald Reagan's legal counselor, who is Edwin Meese, today a presidential counselor. And Edwin Meese is also a colonel in the Army Reserve, and he is specifically involved in intelligence, which is worth noting. He was Reagan's legal counselor when he was governor. He handled the day-to-day, he oversaw the day-to-day handling of the Edgar Eugene Bradley extradition request. Reagan delayed acting on the request till after Richard Nixon had been elected president, and then Reagan turned down the request without comment. And of course, we commented earlier that all of the figures who won encounters, or most all of the living figures who won encounters in the course of the investigation of the assassination of President Kennedy, have moved on and up. And certainly we don't need to tell you what happened to Ronald Reagan. Now, the third of the witnesses that Garrison could not get extradited was a man named Gordon Novel, last name Novel. Now, keep his name in mind, because we're going to come back to him next week in our discussion of the connections between Kennedy assassination and Watergate. Now, Gordon Novel was connected with a burglary in which a bunch of munitions were secured for the Bay of Pigs and then stored at Guy Bannister's detective office. And Novel was connected with a number of other things with regard to the assassination. Anyway, Garrison sought to question him and to have him extradited. Novel fled to Columbus, Ohio, and then Ohio Governor John Rhodes refused to extradite Gordon Novel unless Garrison, now catch this, Garrison agreed not to question him in connection with the assassination of President Kennedy. Now that, of course, was the very case that Garrison sought to question Novel about. And so if you say, well, Garrison had no case, if he had no case, if Novel would have been cleared, why did Rhodes again perform one of these many somersaults that one encounters in connection with the investigation? He agreed to extradite Novel if Garrison would not question him about the case which he was being extradited in connection with.
Absolutely. Ludicrous. Just terrifyingly ludicrous, actually, that people would go for that kind of thing. Now, as we get to the subject, which again we have only time to touch on rather briefly tonight, of the media participation in the cover-up, an important thing to remember now, Dave mentioned in Clay Shaw's trial. Now, Clay Shaw himself, the jury found that the grand jury found that there was not sufficient evidence to prove beyond a shadow of a doubt that Clay Shaw himself was guilty. However, what got very little press play was the fact that the grand jury did find that there was copious evidence of a conspiracy. Now, one of the other things that went on, and this was during the House Select Committee investigation on assassinations, which I believe the report came in 78. Was it 78? 76.
Well, the actual, the committee was begun in 76, held public hearings in 78. Its report came out in 79.
Okay, 79. Thank you very much. Anyway, now the House Select Committee on Assassinations, now which very few people remember these days, this only happened 4 years ago, found in favor of a conspiracy to assassinate John F. Kennedy. Now, to give you an idea of how the press deals with these kinds of things, the New York Times, which I'm going to talk to you about in just a moment, the New York Times actually wrote an editorial. Now, again, we're not making this stuff up, folks. This happens in America. The New York Times, after this congressional committee specifically put together to study assassinations because of the work of people like Mae Brussel and the other people we've quoted from tonight, this House Select Committee found in favor of a conspiracy. They thought there was a conspiracy to assassinate John F. Kennedy. The New York Times ran an editorial that said, literally, although I'm paraphrasing, said, so what? So there were two lone nuts. So what? Now, if you can deboggle your mind over that concept for a moment, that the New York Times could editorialize that there could be two lone nuts and that it was of no particular significance that these two would just happen to show up in Dealey Plaza, just happen to kill John F. Kennedy on the same day, et cetera, and that there would be no conspiracy or danger of a wider conspiracy involved. If you can deboggle your mind for a moment, we're going to go on with the subject of the media conspiracy just a little bit, and we're going to touch on it. I'm going to read a section here from a book called Government by Gunplay. It's one of the many fine anthologies put together of the work of various researchers. As I mentioned, the title is Government by Gunplay, a subtitle, Assassination Conspiracy Theories from Dallas to Today. It is edited by Sid Blumenthal and Harvey Yazigian, and the introduction is by Philip Agee. Once again, this book is called Government by Gunplay, and the book itself is copyright, and I just dropped my information, it's in 1976, and it's published by Signet Classics in paperback. Now, this section that I'm reading from here is the section called The Second Dallas Casualty, and they're referring to press integrity, is what the author Jerry Polikoff is referring to. That's P-O-L-I-C-O-F-F. And here he is specifically talking about the New York Times. Now, the New York Times, right after the Warren Commission's findings came out, the New York Times took the then unprecedented step of literally printing the entire Warren Commission report. Now, not the testimony, as we mentioned earlier, which is where all the hooks are that bring the downfall of the Warren Commission, But the New York Times excerpted the entire Warren Commission report and printed it verbatim. I think it was like a 40-something page supplement to the New York Times special. The New York Times then steadfastly stood by the Warren Commission, as did Time Incorporated, Life and Time magazines, and things of that nature. The New York Times stood steadfastly by the Warren Commission, going to absurd lengths to try and justify it as more and more holes were punched in the Warren Commission. And that includes things that I'm not going to have time to go into in depth, but in terms of utterly farcical and false, misleading book reviews of books written about the Kennedy assassination, and just a whole number of things to at any cost support the Warren Commission. Well, one of the things they did, 2 months after this release of the entire Warren Commission findings, the New York Times released a supplemental volume, okay, on the Warren Commission itself, and basically putting up the Warren Commission as the greatest thing since sliced bread to happen to American jurisprudence. Anyway, I'm going to read from Jerry Polikoff's description of how the New York Times maneuvered the information that it put together, or at least some of it, in this book. And Polikoff writes as follows in Government by Gunplay. 2 months later, the New York Times followed the Commission's release of the 26 supplemental volumes of hearings and exhibits by collaborating with McGraw-Hill and Bantam Books on The Witnesses. That's the title. A book consisting of, quote, highlights of the hearings before the Warren Commission prepared by, quote, a group of editors and reporters of the New York Times. The witnesses included the affidavit of Arnold Rowland, who stated that he had observed a man with a rifle on the 6th floor of the depository before the assassination. But the witnesses did not include his subsequent testimony, in which he stated he had actually seen 2 men, that the FBI had told him to, quote, forget it, and his opinion that the shots had come from the railroad yard in front of the president. Omitted from the testimony of amateur photographer Abraham Zapruder was his statement that his immediate reaction was that the shots had come from behind him in front of the president. Similar statements relating an immediate impression that the shots had come from the front were deleted from the excerpted testimony of David F. Powers, a special assistant to the president, and that of Secret Service agent Forrest V. Sorrells. Deleted from the testimony of 3 other Secret Service agents were the descriptions each gave of a bullet wound in the president's back below the shoulder. The official autopsy report placed the wound at the back of the neck. One of these agents also reported that he was not certain that all of the shots had come from the rear, but this too was omitted from the witnesses. Autopsy Surgeon Commander James J. Hume's excerpted testimony in the witnesses omitted his statement that he had destroyed the draft of the autopsy. And what this book does not mention, Hume also stated, not for public consumption, that he had destroyed his notes of the autopsy, burned his autopsy notes. Going on. The witness admitted his statement that he had destroyed the draft of the autopsy, as well as his verbal gymnastics in reconciling the location of bullet holes nearly 6 inches below the collar in the president's shirt and jacket with the officially designated location of the wound in the neck. Both Humes and Dr. Pierre Fink, F-I-N-C-K, a second autopsy surgeon, voiced skepticism that the nearly pristine bullet found on a stretcher at Parkland Memorial Hospital had hit both Kennedy and Governor Connally. In parentheses, it says, the Warren Commission ultimately concluded that this was indeed the case. But these exchanges also were deleted from the witnesses, as was the portion of the testimony of Nelson Delgado, a friend of Oswald from his Marine Corps days, in which he referred to Oswald's extremely poor marksmanship. The witnesses excluded the testimony of numerous witnesses reporting at least some shots fired from the front. For example, Gene Hill, who reported seeing a man fleeing from the area of the grassy knoll after the shooting, was edited out. The testimony of Wilma Tice and reporter Seth Cantor, who reported seeing, the latter conversing with, Jack Ruby at Parkland Hospital, as well as many others who gave relevant but inconvenient testimony before the Warren Commission, was also left out. In short, a volume purporting to be an objective condensation of relevant testimony compiled by America's newspaper of record, quote unquote, was little more than deliberately slanted propaganda in support of the Warren Commission report. Now, again, the evidence goes on, and the New York Times battle with the forces of truth and goodness goes on at some great length. But the key here, and this occurs all during the media cover-up, is in cases where outright misrepresentation or outright contravention of the facts is not used. What is instead used is selectively excerpted testimony, just as the Warren Commission allowed our inspector to go in and lead the medical witnesses with a bunch of impossible suppositions to saying that given those impossible suppositions that the impossible was possible. Similarly, the New York Times, in this book, The Witnesses, went ahead and pulled all the testimony that would back the Warren Commission, a teeny smart part of the iceberg, out of the testimony, stuck it in their book, and left out all the testimony that the witnesses had come up with. It, in many cases, just absolutely blew the Warren Commission out of the water.
Worth noting that in 1974, the Pike Committee, a House committee put together to investigate CIA activities, and specifically CIA involvement with the media, uncovered the fact that the CIA, now check this out, the New York Times has this reputation as the American newspaper. It was revealed that the CIA considers the New York Times its single most valuable propaganda asset. Worth keeping that in mind as you hear about all the news that's fit to print. Okay, very quickly, one of the most amazing aspects of the whole cover-up of the assassination of President Kennedy concerns the extraordinary handling of photographic evidence by major news media. Specifically here, we're going to be talking about Time Life Incorporated. Now, again, the information that we're selecting here, we're not going out of our way to make a case. This is representative of the preposterous ways and the preposterous lengths to which the Warren Report's defenders have gone in order to make it appear credible. Now, the information I'm going to be reading to you comes from a book called The Yankee and Cowboy War. That was authored by the nominal head of the Assassination Information Bureau in Boston, a man named Carl Oglesby, last name Oglesby. Of his body go in different directions. Many wags have observed that can only happen in a universe which has two suns, a solar system which has two suns, and ours only has one. Now, there are a number of other obviously fraudulent aspects of this particular photograph. Even this photograph was on the was on the cover of Life magazine and has been reproduced over and over and over. It is an obviously forged photograph.
I just want to mention that Lee Harvey Oswald himself was shown that very self-same photograph in the police station in Dallas, took one look at it and said, this is an obviously forged photograph. He himself had some photographic experience. He said, this is an obviously forged photograph, and as soon as I can basically get a chance to, I can prove that this photograph has been stuck together of two photographs in an attempt to make me look, like a killer.
Okay, and we're also going to take a look at Time Magazine's rearranging of the geography of Dealey Plaza and talking about whether or not there was a gunman on the grassy knoll. Okay, we're going to talk about that in a second. Once again, reading from the Yankee and Cowboy War softcover edition, Berkeley Medallion, 1976, author Carl Oglesby writes as follows. Next, take the Life magazine cover photo of Oswald, which appeared on February 21st, 1964. People will find it easy to locate. They will see for themselves what might have been obvious at once to the whole world and certainly to the photo lovers who put Life and the Warren Report together. Namely, that this is a doctored photo, and more than that, it is a crudely doctored photo and doctored more than once by different hands at different times. At first glance, we simply see Oswald in his battle gear, more encumbered seeming than menacing. In his left hand with the butt against his thigh is, possibly, the weapon of the sixth floor. In his right hand, he shows us some literature of the Socialist Workers' Party, the FBI's favorite radical whipping boy. See Hoover's anti-left COINTELPROs, unquote. On his right hip is the pistol with which he is supposed to have slain Patrolman Tippit. But if we notice the shadows on Oswald's face and the shadows his body casts, at once we see that they fall at obviously different angles. The shadow under his nose falls straight down as though the sun were in front of him. All the other shadows in the photo, including the shadow of his body, fall off sharply to his right, behind him as though the sun were to his left. Then we notice how the entire body is standing seemingly at a gravity-defying angle. A still closer look at Oswald's face shows another giveaway. The chin is not Oswald's sharp cleft chin, but a broad, round, blunt chin bearing no resemblance to Oswald's at all. The horizontal line separating the face of Oswald from the rest of the body is also perfectly apparent once one looks. Where did this bogus photo come from? It is said to have been found among Oswald's effects by the Dallas police, who also produced another photo of Oswald armed and similarly doctored, taken with the same camera as the first. No other pictures in the collection had been taken by that camera, nor was that camera found among Oswald's things. But we said it was doctored more than once. The second time was in the photo lab of the Time Life building, where someone unknown but with the authority to do so told an illustrator to paint a telescopic sight on the rifle shown in the photo, something the rifle had when the police presented it to the world after the killing, but not when this picture was taken. What could have possessed Time's editors that they would tamper in the least respect with this critical piece of evidence? But there was to come a third and much worse tampering, again by the specialists of Time Incorporated. In its issue of November 24th, 1975, once more sallying forth to lay all doubts of the lone Oswald theory to rest, Time reprinted this photo, rather, an artfully selected photo, an artfully selected portion of it. For as though to solve the problem of the contradictory shadows, Time cut off the pictured Oswald's knees so there was simply no shadow on the ground to see. And as though to solve the problem of the tilting figure, Time rotated the whole photo a few degrees to the right, aligning the figure vertically, then recropping to straighten the sides and lightly airbrushing the background of fence and houses to obscure the fact that now the background was tilting crazily to the right. What kind of journalism is this? The only possible innocuous explanation is ignorance, and how could ignorance unaided have hit all these hidden bases so squarely? The layout man at Time is not an expert on Dealey Plaza, but surely the writers and editor of that story cannot claim such an excuse. How do we avoid drawing an inference of intentional deception? To top it off, with the same article, Time printed a diagram of Dealey Plaza which totally mislocated the famous grassy knoll. As every school child to the debate about JFK's death learns on the first day in class, quote, grassy knoll, unquote, is a term used exclusively to refer to the area north of Elm up an incline towards the triple overpass. That is, the area to Zapruder's right. But in the Time drawing, the grassy knoll is shown at Zapruder's left, just next to the depository. Could this be another accidental slip? Certainly it is not trivial. The whole debate about JFK's assassination hinges on the shots which Warren's critics say came from this area, the grassy knoll. What gives so much concrete power to this claim is the massive congruity between the president's reaction to the headshot and the response of the crowd. He is thrown backwards, and they, after a moment of shock, surge up the knoll in the direction they thought the shots were coming from. This area, of course, is totally separated from Oswald's supposed perch in the depository at Zapruder's left. But on the other hand, as evidently occurred to someone, if the grassy knoll were next to the depository instead of at the other end of the plaza from it, then the immensity of this problem for the Warren reconstruction of the crime would be lost on the newcomer to the dispute. The newcomer will look at Time's diagram and justly conclude that, since the grassy knoll and the depository are next to each other, the conflict among the witnesses about the origin of the shots must not be so important. So again, in order to obfuscate the significance of the location of the grassy knoll, they simply moved it. They moved it next to the school book depository to Zapruder's left instead of on his right. A small feat of journalistic legerdemain.
That's right, and they saved the trouble of bringing in the Army Corps of Engineers by only doing it on paper. You know, you got to admire that. I'm going to read one last little short thing, and then we're going to wrap up this section of the program. We're going to go to the phones. We don't have time. The story alone of the cover-up is just incredible, and both of the books we read from are good sources on the media cover-up. The patently false recreation of the crime that CBS television went through with Walter Cronkite and Dan Rather and other journalistic foursquares involved is terrifying in and of itself. They hired teams of sharpshooters to try and duplicate Oswald's feat, and after allowing them to practice and throwing out fully half of the times because of trouble with the gun and things like this, you know, they finally came up with some small number of them who some small percentage of the time could equal this feat that Oswald, a poor marksman, supposedly equaled the first time, and they could only do it with a stationary target. It's just absolutely astonishing, the length, but CBS used this to conclude that, yes, a lone gunman could have fired all three shots, etc., etc. Anyway, but one more idea, back on the subject of Life magazine, to give you an idea of what lengths these people went to actually change the story and to at all costs, a supposedly objective news magazine, to at all costs preserve the Warren Commission's integrity, or to try and support the Warren Commission story. Let me read you a little section further out of of Government by Gunplay that I read from just a moment ago. Jerry Polikoff's article, The Second Dallas Casualty, again referring to the integrity of the press. And he's talking about the same October 2nd, 1964 photo that the Oswald cover photo was on, I believe, right? The October 2nd, 1964?
February 21st,
February
64.
21st, okay. It was again in 64 when the Warren Commission came out, though, so I stand corrected on that. Anyway, reading from Polikoff's work. Life devoted much of its October 2nd, 1964 issue to the newly released Warren Report. Rather than assigning one of its own staff to evaluate the report, Life handed the task to a member of the Warren Commission, Gerald Ford. Aside from employing a member of a government commission to review that commission's work for a supposedly objective feature news magazine, that issue is intriguing for another reason. It underwent 2 major revisions after it first hit the newsstands, an enormously costly undertaking that required breaking and resetting plates not once, but twice. That issue of Life was illustrated with 8 frames from the Zapruder film, along with descriptive captions. The 6th slide in the original sequence was frame 323, which showed the president slumped back against the seat a half second after his head had been struck by a bullet. The caption read, quote, "The assassin's shot struck the right rear portion of the president's skull, causing a massive wound and snapping his head to one side." Well, this description was in seeming contradiction to the Warren Commission findings that the shot had come from the rear. That version of the October 2nd issue was quickly withdrawn from sale and replaced by a second version, in which frame 313, the frame in which the president's head explodes, was substituted for frame 323. Although this frame gave no hint of the direction in which the president's head was thrown, the caption remained the same and still described the movement, quote, "to one side." Thus, a third version of the October 2nd issue replaced the second. This time, the caption accompanying frame 313 read, quote, "The direction from which the shots came was established by this picture taken at the instant the bullet struck the rear of the president's head and passing through, causing the front part of his skull to explode forward." The changes in this issue of Life were brought to the attention of Ed Kern, a Life editor, 2 years later by Vincent Salandri, a Philadelphia attorney who was then an active Warren Commission critic. Kern replied, quote, "I am at a loss to explain the discrepancies between the 3 versions of Life which you cite. I've heard of breaking a plate to correct an error. I've never heard of doing it twice for a single issue, much less a single story. Nobody here seems to remember who worked on the early Kennedy story." Anyway, just an example of how these things were manipulated after the facts. We're going to take a very short musical break for about 4 minutes. Then we're going to be back in the studio with your phone calls at 415-941-2500. Myself, Nip Tuck, Dave Emory, and, of course, our guest, Ted Rubenstein, a former member.
Now, we're going to be talking about the Kennedy assassination of the Vietnam War, and we're going to be presenting a view of history which is going to contrast rather sharply with sort of the views both on the Kennedy assassination and on the Vietnam War. Generally speaking, conventional history has it that there was a continuity of policy from Kennedy to Lyndon Johnson with regard to just about all things, including and particularly the the Vietnam War, rather, and that is not the case. Now, we're going to be dealing with an essay here called The Kennedy Assassination and the Vietnam War. Now, that is an excerpt from a book called The War Conspiracy, authored by a University of California at Berkeley professor named Peter Dale Scott. Those of you who were tuned in last week may remember Ted Rubenstein, a fine researcher who works with us here on the station, and his discussions of Peter Dale Scott's work. Well, Peter's done some, who is, as I said, a professor at the University of California at Berkeley, has done some excellent research about the Pentagon Papers and about the relationship between the Pentagon Papers and the memoranda from which they were drawn up. In just a second, Nip Tuck's going to read you an introduction here from Peter Dale Scott's essay. Be informed that the book from which this section is excerpted was suppressed, basically. It was called The War Conspiracy by Bobbs Merrill. Supposed to have come out in '72. It basically really never came out. It was suppressed, and part of the reason why you're going to see in just a couple of minutes. Before Nip Tuck gets into the editor's introduction, and by the way, the essay here is going to come from a book called The Assassinations, Dallas and Beyond. That's an excellent anthology about the Kennedy and other assassinations. The Assassinations, Dallas and Beyond is published in softcover by the Vintage Press, copyrighted 1976, and edited by Peter Dale Scott, the author of The Kennedy Assassination and the Vietnam War, Paul L. Hock, and Russell Stetler. Hock, H-O-C-H, Stetler, S-T-E-T-L-E-R. Now, this is going to be a very, very complicated discussion that we're going to be getting into, not to try and intimidate you, but you're going to be hearing discussion of some national security action memoranda. And even before Nip Tuck gets into the introduction here, I'm going to try and lay out the basic numbers here for you so that you can locate yourself in Nip's introduction and in the weighty tape segments that are going to follow here. National security action memoranda. Prefix these NSAM. NSAM standing for National Security Action Memorandum. Okay, we're going to have 4 National Security Action Memoranda here to keep in mind. Okay, so jot these down. First of all, NSAM 111. NSAM 111, that's dated November 22nd, 1961, 2 years to the day before Kennedy is assassinated. Okay, NSAM 111, 11/22/61. Second memorandum, NSAM 249. NSAM 249. And that's dated June 25th of 1963. Okay, the third memorandum is NSAM 263. NSAM 263. And that is dated October 11th, 1963. 10/11/63. And there are 2 other dates that we're going to talk about that and in connection with that. And the fourth memorandum is NSAM 273. NSAM 273. And there appears to be a little bit of a conflict on the date. NSAM 273 was formally issued on 11/26/63, but it was put together at a meeting of the National Security Council on November 24th. 1963. That was 2 days after Kennedy was killed, and it was the evening of the morning on which Ruby executed Oswald, okay? So 4 memoranda. 111 from 11/22/61, 249 from 6/25/63, 263 from 10/11/63, and 273 from 11/26/63. Now, here's what they did. NSAM 111 committed the United States to helping the South Vietnamese, and it pointedly avoided, Kennedy in this memorandum pointedly avoided committing us to helping the South Vietnamese win. Now, this is more than a semantic distinction, a trifling semantic distinction here. There's the difference between committing us to helping the South Vietnamese and helping the South Vietnamese to win, basically was the difference between a limited and diplomatic approach to seeking a limited and diplomatic commitment, a limited commitment with a diplomatic solution to the Vietnam War, and an open-ended commitment and a military solution. 2 basic and sharply contrasting ways of dealing with the Vietnam situation. Kennedy avoided ever committing us to helping the South Vietnamese win, and there was a long, complicated battle within his administration over these words, symbolized by commitment to the objective. Much more than just a semantic trifle, as I mentioned here, because it really was the difference between a diplomatic solution and the military solution. Okay, NSAM 249 from June 25th of 1963. That was Kennedy's last official document dealing with covert action against North Vietnam, and it pointedly withheld, it suspended all covert action against North Vietnam pending a review of policy. And that was the last official Kennedy document on the subject. And the significance of this, of course, is that it was covert action against North Vietnam, which was to result in the Gulf of Tonkin incident and our eventual involvement in the war. National Security Action Memorandum 263. Now, that basically provided for a phased withdrawal program from Vietnam intended not only to help get our troops out, but also to force then South Vietnamese President Diem to the conference table. NSAM 263 provided for a phased withdrawal of troops from between 1,000 and 1,500 troops, and that was, as I said, October 11th, 1963. Now, NSAM 273, put together 2 days after Kennedy was killed and issued 4 days after his death. That canceled basically all of the previous 3 memoranda. It committed us to helping the South Vietnamese win as opposed to helping the South Vietnamese, thereby canceling, in effect, NSAM 111. It basically provided for covert action against North Vietnam, whereas Kennedy had suspended it, thereby negating the effect of Kennedy's NSAM 249. It canceled the troop withdrawal and committed us to aid levels at least as high as in the Diem regime, and gave indications that we should explore other means of pursuing the war and carrying it north, thereby negating NSAM 263. So keep those in mind. We're going to talk some more about them before we get into the tape here, but it's very complicated, and you really got to have those 4 memoranda down in order to locate yourself in the maelstrom that's going to follow here.
I think you just did the intro for me. One other thing to mention, and this is crucially important because this is essentially the thesis of what we're talking about here. If Mr. Scott's research proves as accurate as it seems to, that what we are essentially talking about is not only the false story, but we're looking at the very real possibility that if John F. Kennedy had not been assassinated, we would not have the Vietnam War hanging on the American consciousness the way it has, for a variety of reasons. And it's very possible the Vietnam War would have been over by 1964. This would have made quite a difference in the American body politic.
One small point that I forgot to mention, the Pentagon Papers themselves, what they were, the Pentagon Papers were a history of the Vietnam War put together by the Pentagon, and they were put together at the request of then Secretary of Defense Robert McNamara under President Johnson, and they were compiled from the various memoranda, including the 4 talked about above. And these were the Pentagon Papers, okay? So because that's essentially what Peter Dale Scott's going to be talking about here, and we'll talk about the Pentagon Papers and their relationship to Watergate in the second half of the broadcast.
All right. Now, this is reading again from Peter Dale Scott's essay, The Kennedy Assassination and the Vietnam War. This is from the book, The Assassinations, Dallas and Beyond, and this was written in 1972 by Mr. Scott. It was the received wisdom of American commentators in the first months of Lyndon Johnson's presidency that the assassination of President Kennedy would have little impact on U.S. policies, domestic or foreign. President Johnson's first speech to Congress on November 27, 1963, quote, "Let us continue," and his retention of Kennedy's top advisors both served to underline this appearance of continuity. In retrospect, it has become clear that in at least one area of U.S. policy planning, Vietnam, this appearance was illusory. On November 20th, 1963, the Kennedy administration had publicly announced plans to withdraw between 1,000 and 1,300 troops from Vietnam by the year's end. The Johnson administration not only quietly canceled these plans, but also replaced them with high-level planning for covert escalation and expansion of the war into North Vietnam. One of the Pentagon Papers, published in 1971, attributes this abrupt reversal of direction to a perception, new in December of 1963, of how close the Saigon regime was to collapse. Peter Dale Scott, in his researches into the Pentagon Papers, has reached a different and more disturbing conclusion. Scott argues that the reversal was in fact authorized by a secret National Security Action Memorandum, NSAM 273, at an unofficial emergency meeting on November 24th, 1963, only 2 days after President Kennedy's assassination. As Scott reconstructed the text of NSAM 273 from partial quotations and references, it represented a departure from past policy in at least 5 respects. 1. An assertion for the first time that the, quote, central objective, unquote, of the United States was to assist South Vietnam, quote, to win, rather than simply to, quote, help South Vietnam. 2. A quiet cancellation of the November 20th plans to withdraw troops, disguised by a public reaffirmation of a previously announced, quote, objective with respect to withdrawal. 3. Authorization of planning for a coherent program of covert activities in 1964, and for exploring the feasibility of initiating a wider war against North Vietnam. 4. An order to, quote, all senior officers of the government, unquote, to avoid any criticism of U.S. Vietnam policy. 5. A directive to the State Department to develop a, quote, case which would demonstrate Hanoi's control of the Viet Cong. Scott's analysis recognizes that some of these bureaucratic shifts of language were subtle, and that the result was to initiate, rather than fulfill, a reversal of policy. He argues, however, that the consequences of the November 24th NSAM, while more symbolic than practical, were well understood, and that they ended a major debate over escalation versus phased disengagement, which had for some weeks caused divisions in both Washington and Saigon.
Okay, now we're going to be going to a couple of segments of tape here in just a second. Let me restate what you're going to be hearing in the first of these two here. Again, you'll hear these memoranda a lot. Don't worry about it, because it's going to, I think you'll find it useful. The discussion is pretty weighty here. Now, basically, in the first of these two segments, which comes from a Hard Rain show, it's a program that I do here on KFJC and have been doing for some time. It was from a Hard Rain show of June 10th, 1981. Now, what you're going to be hearing about here is essentially two main items here. First of all, you're going to be hearing how NSAM 273 reversed the long-standing trend in the Kennedy administration to avoiding an unlimited, open-ended military commitment to helping to South Vietnam. Basically, NSAM 111, which was Kennedy's sort of official document on the subject, clearly set his Vietnam policy in a limited and ultimately diplomatic direction. Kennedy was pointedly avoiding an open-ended, unlimited military commitment to Vietnam. This was symbolized by only helping the South Vietnamese, not committing us to helping the South Vietnamese win the war, or a commitment to the overriding objective. These words became to symbolize, although they sound like very unimportant distinctions, they came to symbolize a central debate as to whether we were there to help the South Vietnamese or whether we were there to basically blow North Vietnam out of the water.
One of the key things to keep in mind is that many people have attributed the statement to Lyndon Johnson that he did not want to be the first president, he did not want to be the president who'd go down in history as losing Vietnam. So this is where the word win becomes a very key point. It is not merely to help the Vietnamese, who were barely capable of keeping their own country under any kind of control and really had very little popular support, but he was basically committed to winning in Vietnam, and he was not going to be the president who was going to lose Vietnam. So we've changed from a focus of helping an ally to winning a war.
Exactly. And the second thing we're going to be talking about, you're going to hear rather in this tape segment here, concerns the way in which NSAM 273 reversed NSAM 263. Now, there are three dates to remember in connection with NSAM 263. It was decided upon at a meeting on October 5th, 1963, which in turn was acting upon some troop withdrawal recommendations which were projected by then commanding officer in Vietnam Maxwell Taylor and Secretary of Defense McNamara. Kennedy asked for an estimate on when troops could be withdrawn. That estimate came on October 2nd. The decision to withdraw 1,000 to 1,500 troops was arrived at on the 5th, formalized in a memorandum on the 11th. Now, this is important because the language of some of the national security memoranda as well as the Pentagon papers refer to maintaining the status quo ante-October 2nd. That, as we're going to see, is a deliberate attempt to mislead. It's to make it appear as if there was a continuity of policy from Kennedy to Johnson, but the status quo ante-October 2nd was in fundamental contradiction with Kennedy's policy because he reversed it. As of the 5th, this formalized on the 11th. And pay attention to the tricky language, because the Pentagon papers themselves, as well as the memoranda from which they were concocted, apparently go out of their way to mislead with regard to policy from Kennedy to Johnson. So those are the things you're going to be hearing about in this tape segment from June 10th, 1981.
Beginning this evening with the first of our two main topics of discussion, the manner in which NSAM 273 committed us to helping the South Vietnamese win the war. The significance of this semantic distinction, basically, as I said, we were previously committed to helping the South Vietnamese. The significance of this commitment to helping the South Vietnamese win is described by Peter Dale Scott as follows. He writes, in The Kennedy Assassination and the Vietnam War, while noting that the stated objectives, unquote, of the new covert operations plan against North Vietnam were unlikely to be fulfilled by the O plan itself, Mr. Gelb, like the rest of the Pentagon study authors, fails to inform us what these stated objectives were. The answer lies in the central objective defined by the first paragraph of NSAM 273. It remains the central objective of the United States and South Vietnam to assist the people and government of that country to win their contest against the externally directed and supported communist conspiracy. The test of all U.S. decisions and actions in this area should be the effectiveness of their contribution to this purpose. Oh, by the way, Leslie Gelb, mentioned by Peter Dale Scott, was one of the authors of the Pentagon Papers and is now national security editor for the New York Times. Now, Scott goes on here to point out that the commitment to helping the South Vietnamese win ended a long-standing and apparently fairly lively debate within the Kennedy administration concerning the nature of our commitment in Southeast Asia. Some favored a limited and political commitment in Vietnam, that is, to assist, and some favored an unlimited and military commitment that would have committed us to helping the South Vietnamese win. Scott describes this. To understand this bureaucratic prose, we must place it in context. Ever since Kennedy came to power, but increasingly since the Diem crisis and assassination, there had arisen serious bureaucratic disagreement as to whether the U.S. commitment in Vietnam was limited and political, to assist, or open-ended and military, to win. By its use of the word win, unquote, NSAM 273, among other things, ended a brief period of indecision and division when indecision itself was favoring the proponents of a limited and political strategy over those whose preference was an unlimited and military one. Scott goes on to point out the significance of the word commitment to the objective. He points out that President Kennedy had pointedly avoided the use of the word commitment, which was used in NSAM 273 2 days after he was killed. Scott writes, in this conflict, the seemingly innocuous word objective, unquote, had come, in the Aesopian double-talk of bureaucratic politics, to be the test of a commitment. As early as May of 1961, when President Kennedy was backing off from a major commitment in Laos, he had willingly agreed with the Pentagon that the U.S. objective and concept of operations, unquote, was to prevent communist domination of South Vietnam. In November of 1961, however, Taylor, McNamara, and Rusk attempted to strengthen this language by recommending that we now take the decision to commit ourselves to the objective of preventing the fall of South Vietnam to communism, unquote. Note the use of the word commitment. McNamara had earlier concluded that this commitment to the clear objective, unquote, was the basic issue, adding that it should be accompanied by a warning of punitive retaliation against North Vietnam. Without this commitment, he added, we do not believe major U.S. forces should be introduced in South Vietnam, unquote. And Scott goes on to point out that Kennedy specifically rejected the use of the word commitment throughout the course of his administration and in all of his statements on his Vietnam policy. Despite this advice, Kennedy, after much thought, accepted all of the recommendations for introducing U.S. units except for the commitment to the objective, unquote, which was the first recommendation of all. NSAM 111 of November 22, 1961, which became the basic document for Kennedy Vietnam policy, was issued without this first recommendation. Instead, he sent a letter to Diem on December 14th of 1961 in which the U.S. officially described the limited and somewhat ambiguous extent of its commitment. Quote, our primary purpose is to help your people. We shall seek to persuade the communists to give up their attempts of force and subversion, unquote. One compensatory phrase of this letter, the campaign supported and directed from the outside, unquote, became, as we shall see, a rallying point for the disappointed hawks in the Pentagon and was elevated to a new prominence in NSAM 273 paragraph 1's definition of a communist conspiracy. It would appear that Kennedy, in his basic policy documents after 1961, avoided any use of the word objective that might be equated to a commitment, unquote. The issue was not academic. As presented by Taylor in November of 1961, this commitment would have been open-ended, quote, to deal with any escalation the communists might choose to impose, unquote. In October of 1963, Taylor and McNamara tried once again, by proposing to link the withdrawal announcement about 1,000 men to a clearly defined and public policy objective, unquote, of defeating communism. Once again, Kennedy, by subtle changes of language, declined to go along. His refusal is the more interesting when we see that the word and the sense he rejected in October of 1963, which would have made the military objective, unquote, the overriding one, are explicitly sanctioned by Johnson's first policy document, NSAM 273 of 11/24/63. The second major point that I'd like to discuss this evening concerning NSAM 273 concerns the manner in which that document, and bear in mind this was 2 days after Kennedy was killed, canceled President Kennedy's announced plans to withdraw between 1,000 and 1,300 troops from Vietnam by the year's end. Now, this troop withdrawal was envisioned by President Kennedy, who had sided with those who favored a limited and political commitment in Vietnam rather than unlimited and military, the significance of which we've discussed. Well, Kennedy had basically elected to begin a phased withdrawal of our troops in Vietnam as a means of pressuring President Diem to go to the conference table and to enact some social reforms which would have enhanced his popularity and the viability of his government. The significance of the troop withdrawal in committing the United States to a political solution to the Vietnam conflict is discussed by Peter Dale Scott in his essay here. Scott writes, "By mid-1963, with the aggravating political crisis in Vietnam, the pressure to move ahead with withdrawal plans was increasing. This increased pressure was motivated not by military euphoria, unquote, if indeed it ever had been, but by political dissatisfaction. A State Department telegram from Rust to Lodge on August 29th of 1963 expresses the opinion that U.S. political pressures on Diem would be otherwise futile, quote, unless such talk included a real sanction, such as a threatened withdrawal of our support. It is unlikely that it would be taken seriously by a man who may feel that we are inescapably committed to an anti-communist Vietnam." You recall the significance of the word commitment we covered a little while ago. Continuing here with Scott's narrative, Pentagon Paper 4B4 ignores this telegram as well, yet even it, in marked contrast to Leslie Gelb's summary and analysis of it, admits that part of the motivation behind the stress placed on U.S. force withdrawal, and particularly the seemingly arbitrary desire to effect the 1,000-man withdrawal by the end of 1963, apparently was as a signal to influence both the North Vietnamese and the South Vietnamese and set the stage for possible later steps that would help bring the insurgency to an end, unquote. Basically, Scott goes on to point out that Kennedy had elected to go ahead with a troop withdrawal as part of as the main element, I should say, in a policy to pursue a political solution to the war. Now, on October 5th, Kennedy decided on this policy, that the troop withdrawal policy was formalized with National Security Action Memorandum 263 on October 11th, and it was canceled by NSAM 273 of 11/24. Now, on November 20th of 1963, at a meeting of the Joint Chiefs of Staff and the National Security Council in Honolulu, President Kennedy announced his October 5th decision that was formalized in NSAM 263 of 10/11/63. He announced this troop withdrawal, and apparently at that same meeting, an accelerated plan of troop withdrawal was also agreed to. That Kennedy had unequivocally elected to pursue the policy of phased withdrawal as a means to a political solution to the war. So his decision to do so was described by Scott as follows. As the President's questioner of October 31st was apparently aware, the issue was no longer whether 1,000 men would be withdrawn, with a military assistance program reduction in fiscal 65 of $27 million, but whether the withdrawal program might not be accelerated by 6 months, with a corresponding MAP aid reduction of $33 million in fiscal 1965. Planning for this second accelerated plan, unquote, had been stepped up after the October 5th decision which authorized the first. The issue was an urgent one, since the fiscal 1965 budget would have to be presented to Congress in January. The chronology of Pentagon Paper 4B4 on phased withdrawal of U.S. forces tells us that on November 20th, 2 days before the assassination, the Honolulu Conference secretly, quote, agreed that the accelerated plan, speed up of force withdrawal by 6 months directed by McNamara in October, should be maintained, unquote. In addition, the Honolulu Conference issued a press release which, according to the New York Times of November 21st, 1963, quote, reaffirmed the United States plan to bring home about 1,000 of its 16,500 troops from South Vietnam by January 1st. Thus, the language of NSAM 273 of November 24th, by going back to the status quo ante-October 5th, was itself misleading, as is the careful selection from it in the Pentagon study. You'll recall that October 5th was basically the day on which Kennedy decided that troop withdrawal was the way to go, and that The proposition by Taylor and McNamara of October 2nd with regard to the objective of our withdrawal was basically simply that was more to do with the idea of a commitment. Basically, by, as Scott points out, by referring to the status quo ante October 5th, it nullified the NSAM 263 of October 11th. This is an important point. Picking up once again with Scott's narrative. Thus, the language of NSAM 273 of November 24th, by going back to the status quo ante October 5th, was itself misleading, as is the careful selection from it in the Pentagon study. By reverting to the informal objective of October 2nd, NSAM 273 paragraph 2 tacitly effaced both the formalized plans of NSAM 263 of October 5th and 11th announced on November 20th, and also the accelerated plan discussed and apparently agreed to on the 20th. NSAM 273 paragraph 6, according to most citations of it, would have explicitly maintained both military and economic programs at levels as high as those of the Diem regime.
Now, the segment that you're going to be listening to next comes from a Hard Rain show from June 17th, 1981. Two basic points are going to be dealt with here. First of all, NSAM 249, the second of the four memoranda that I talked about at the top of this broadcast, that was from June 25th, 63, and it suspended all covert action against North Vietnam. It was the last official Kennedy document on the subject, and it's worth noting here for a couple of reasons. First of all, NSAM 273 of 11/24 negated, in essence, NSAM 249. It scheduled covert action against North Vietnam under something known as SINCPAC O-Plan 34-63. This is important because the America's involvement in Vietnam in terms of main ground units, American combat troops, began from something called the Gulf of Tonkin incident, in which American destroyers, which were supposedly in international waters, were allegedly attacked by North Vietnamese patrol boats. It later developed, when the Pentagon Papers were released, that they not only were the ships in North Vietnamese territorial waters, there was no firm evidence that they were ever attacked, and more importantly, it revealed that U.S. 7th Fleet units had been covering for South Vietnamese commando raids against North Vietnam for some time. This according to the provisions of Plan 3463.
And that specifically a South Vietnamese commando raid had taken place on the in the area immediately adjoining where the Gulf of Tonkin incident took place within 48 hours of the Gulf of Tonkin incident. So it was a direct, if you don't want to use the word provocation, a direct action had been taken in that area by the South Vietnamese under U.S. fleet cover within 48 hours of the events that we know as the Gulf of Tonkin.
Now, in response to the Gulf of Tonkin incident, Congress passed something called the Gulf of Tonkin Resolution, and what this enabled President Johnson to do was to take any steps that he felt would be necessary in order to protect U.S. forces in the region. Under that, I guess you could call it a loophole, Johnson basically committed over 500,000 U.S. troops to Vietnam using the Gulf of Tonkin Resolution, which came from the Gulf of Tonkin Incident, which came from Plan 3463, which came from NSAM 273. Now, it's worth noting here that, as Peter Dale Scott notes, in June of 1963, when NSAM 249 was generated by Kennedy suspending covert action against Vietnam, apparently North Vietnamese and right-wing U.S. sources agree that covert action against North Vietnam, which had been suspended, was resumed in that month. So what we really see here is the intelligence establishment of the United States, or the national security apparatus, once again declaring its functional independence from presidential and constitutional authority, and this is something we've seen in the past with regard to the Kennedy assassination.
That's right. We discussed it at some length in the first broadcast in terms of the Bay of Pigs, the U-2, and a variety of other things. So, again, that is something else to bear in mind here. As Dave put it, and it is a key point, is the independence of the intelligence function.
Okay, one more small point here that's going to be dealt with in this tape segment you're about to listen to is the fact that the language, not only of the Pentagon memoranda themselves, the National Security Action Memoranda, but also of the Pentagon Papers, the Pentagon history compiled from these memoranda, go out of their way to mislead in the language they use to make it appear as though there was a continuity of policy from Kennedy to Johnson, whereas in fact, as we're seeing, there wasn't. But this is important because, once again, another level of cover-up here, apparently.
All right. Now, this is, once again, a tape segment from Dave Emory's Hard Rain. This program was originally aired on June 17th, 1981.
Well, as I said a couple of minutes ago, we're going to begin tonight by looking at
a very important respect in which NSAM 273 reversed President Kennedy's Vietnam policy. That is, NSAM 273 for the first time authorized covert actions against North Vietnam. This, of course, was a major contributing factor to the Gulf of Tonkin incident, which resulted in the Gulf of Tonkin resolution used by President Johnson to involve us in Vietnam and to justify every phase of our escalation in that war. Continue in just a minute here. I'm going to wet my whistle. Okay, proceeding now. Scott begins his discussion of the authorization for covert action that is contained in NSAM 273 by discussing the pressures that had been put on President Kennedy to escalate the nature of our covert operations. He was under a great deal of pressure to intervene frankly rather than surreptitiously and to move from a limited to an unlimited commitment in the area. Scott writes, "The inclusion in planning of MACV was in keeping with the Kennedy doctrine enacted after the Bay of Pigs fiasco that responsibility for any large paramilitary operation, wholly or partly covert, is properly the primary responsibility of the Department of Defense," unquote. Before November 26, 1963, U.S. covert operations in Asia had always, at least in theory, been secret and plausibly deniable, unquote. These were the two criteria set for itself in 1948 by the National Security Council when it first authorized CIA covert operations under its Other Functions and Duties Clause in the 1947 National Security Act. Throughout 1963, the Kennedy administration was under considerable pressure, public as well as within its personnel, to go beyond these guidelines and intervene frankly, unquote, rather than surreptitiously, unquote. In May of '63, this appeal for escalation was publicly joined by William Henderson, an official of Saconee Mobile, which had a major economic interest in Southeast Asia, to an appeal to move from a limited, unquote, to an unlimited commitment in this area. The covert operations planning authorized by NSAM 273 seems to have been the threshold for at least the first of these policy changes, if not both. In contrast, both were wholly incompatible with the Kennedy administration's last movements toward withdrawal. In May of 1963, McNamara had authorized changes in long-range planning, quote, to accomplish a more rapid withdrawal, unquote, and on November 20th in Honolulu, as we have seen, the resulting initial withdrawal of 1,000 men was supplemented by the so-called accelerated plan. It is hard to imagine at either date the same man or men contemplating a new 34A elaborate program of acts which threatened war to coincide with an accelerated withdrawal of U.S. forces. Next, Scott goes on here to describe SINGPAC O-Plan 34-63. That, by the way, was the formal name for the covert operations program against North Vietnam. Scott writes here, "The next sentence of Study 4C2A tells us that SINGPAC O-Plan 34-63 was approved by the Joint Chiefs of Staff on the 9th of September, unquote. This approval, unquote, means only that at the very height of the paralytic standoff between the political and military factions, the Joint Chiefs forwarded one more tendentious military alternative for consideration by McNamara and above all by the 303 Committee, about whom the author is silent. One Gravel Pentagon Papers chronology, 3-141, suggests that Kennedy and his White House staff never were consulted by McNamara about O-Plan 34-63. Next, Scott goes on to describe here how the last policy document of Kennedy's administration with respect to covert operations against North Vietnam delayed any covert action against North Vietnam. That document is National Security Action Memorandum 249 of June 25th of 1963. And Scott also points out that in the very month that document was formulated and approved, June of 1963, apparently the CIA had undertaken covert operations against North Vietnam on its own without Kennedy's approval or knowledge. Scott also indicates that the CIA not only undertook operations against North Vietnam, but operations in Laos and Cambodia as well, which led to escalations of the fighting in both of those areas. Scott points out further that apparently the Chinese nationalists or Kuomintang were involved with the CIA and with their illicit escalation of covert operations in North Vietnam, Laos, and Cambodia. Scott goes on to comment here as follows. The same Gravel chronology reports that CIA cross-border operations, radically curtailed after the 1962 Geneva Agreements on Laos, were resumed by November 19, 1963, one day before the Honolulu Conference, even though the first presidential authorization cited for such renewed operations is Johnson's NSAM-273 of November 26th. Kennedy's NSAM-249 of June 25, 1963, in rejecting states' proposals for actions against North Vietnam, had authorized planning for operations against Laos conditional on further consultation, and it had urged review of whether, quote, additional U.S. actions should be taken in Laos before any action be directed against North Vietnam, unquote. Although the overall language of NSAM 249, which refers to an unpublished memorandum, is obscure, this wording seems to indicate that in June of 1963, Kennedy had delayed authorization of any action against North Vietnam. Yet North Vietnamese and right-wing U.S. sources agree that in this very month of June of 1963, covert operations against North Vietnam were resumed by South Vietnamese commandos. These actions had the approval of General Harkins in Saigon, but not, according to the U.S. sources, of President Kennedy. The same sources, further corroborated by the Pentagon Papers, both link these raids to increased military cooperation between South Vietnam and the Chinese nationalists, whose own commandos began turning up in North Vietnam in increasing numbers. It has also been suggested that Kuomintang influences and their sympathizers in Thailand and the CIA were behind the right-wing political assassinations and military offensive which in 1963 led to a resumption of fighting in Laos with new American supplies and full U.S. political support, unquote. This autumn of 1963 military offensive in Laos coincided with escalation of activities against Prince Sihanouk in Cambodia by the CIA-supported Khmer Sarai in South Vietnam. After two infiltrating Khmer Sarai agents had been captured and had publicly confessed, Cambodia on November 19, 1963, severed all military and economic ties with the United States and 1 month later broke off diplomatic relations. All of these disturbing events suggest that in late 1963, covert operations were beginning to escape the political limitations, both internal and international, established during the course of the Kennedy administration. During the months of September and October, many established newspapers, including the New York Times, began to complain about the CIA's arrogation of power, and this concern was echoed in Congress by Senator Mansfield. The evidence now published in the Pentagon Papers, including Kennedy's NSAM 249 of June and the Gravel chronology's testimony to the resumption of cross-border operations, also suggests that covert operations may have been escalated in defiance of the President's secret directives. If this chronology is correct, then Pentagon Study 4C2A's efforts to show continuity between the Kennedy and Johnson regimes suggests instead that President Kennedy had lost control of covert planning and operations. The last major point I'd like to go on to make in tonight's broadcast is the fact that not only did NSAM 273 reverse in many significant respects Kennedy's Vietnam policy, but the Pentagon Papers, the studies commissioned by then Secretary of Defense Robert McNamara, as well as the original Pentagon memoranda from which they were compiled, go out of their way to deceive a would-be reader with respect to continuity of Vietnam policy from Kennedy to Johnson. There was not, as we have seen, such a continuity. However, the Pentagon Papers and the documents upon which they were based go out of their way to make it appear as if there was such a continuity. Peter Dale Scott describes this in the Kennedy Assassination of the Vietnam War as follows. With respect to events in November of 1963, the bias and deception of the original Pentagon documents are considerably reinforced in the Pentagon studies commissioned by Robert McNamara. Nowhere is this deception more apparent than in the careful editing and censorship of the report of a Honolulu conference on November 20th of 1963 and of National Security Action Memorandum 273, which was approved 4 days later. Study after study is carefully edited so as to create a false illusion of continuity between the last 2 days of President Kennedy's presidency and the first 2 days of President Johnson's. The narrow division of the studies into topics as well as periods allows some studies to focus on the optimism, unquote, which led to plans for withdrawal on November 20th and 24th of 63, and others on the deterioration and gravity, unquote, which at the same meetings led to plans for carrying the war north. These incompatible pictures of continuous optimism or deterioration are supported generally by selective censorship and occasionally by downright misrepresentation. Scott goes on to cite a flagrant case of misrepresentation, quoting directly here from the Pentagon Papers. Scott relates, National Security Action Memorandum 273 approved 26 November 1963. The immediate cause for NSAM 273 was the assassination of President Kennedy 4 days earlier. Newly installed President Johnson needed to reaffirm or modify the policy lines pursued by his predecessor. President Johnson quickly chose to reaffirm the Kennedy policies. Emphasis should be placed, the document stated, on the Mekong Delta area, but not only in military terms. Political, economic, social, educational, and informational activities must also be pushed. We should seek to turn the tide not only of battle, but of belief, unquote. Military operations should be initiated under close political control up to within 50 kilometers inside of Laos. U.S. assistance programs should be maintained at levels at least equal to those under the Diem government, so that the new government of Vietnam would not be tempted to regard the U.S. as seeking to disengage. I'd like to interrupt Scott's narrative here to point out that, as we've seen, Kennedy had opted for a phased withdrawal of U.S. forces in Vietnam as a means of forcing the government of North Vietnam to the conference table in order to settle the war politically rather than militarily. So that last sentence there was a deliberate attempt at deception. Continuing here with Scott's quotation from the Pentagon Papers vis-a-vis NSAM 273. The same document also revalidated the planned phased withdrawal of U.S. forces announced publicly in broad terms by President Kennedy shortly before his death. The objective of the United States with respect to withdrawal of U.S. military personnel remains as stated in the White House statement of October 2nd, 1963. I'd like to interrupt once again to point out that it was on October 5th of 1963 that Kennedy decided on the phased withdrawal of troops. That was formalized on October 11th of 63 and publicly announced on November 20th, at which time the accelerated withdrawal plan was agreed to. But so that the statement here of the objective of the United States withdrawal, that, by the way, refers to the concept of military victory that Kennedy had rejected. The objective of the withdrawal remains as stated in the White House statement of October 2nd of 63. Of course, October 2nd was before Kennedy had decided on phased withdrawal, so this is an example of verbal chicanery here, an attempt to, once again, mislead with respect to continuity of Vietnam policy from Kennedy to Johnson. Continuing once again with Scott's quotation from the Pentagon Papers. No new programs were proposed or endorsed. No increases in the level or nature of U.S. assistance suggested or foreseen. The emphasis was on persuading the new government in Saigon to do well those things which the fallen government was considered to have done poorly. NSAM 273 had, as described above, limited cross-border operations to an area 50 kilometers within Laos. Scott goes on to comment here. The reader is invited to check the veracity of this account of NSAM 273 against the text as reconstructed from various sources in our Appendix A. If the author of this study is not a deliberate and foolish liar, then some superior had denied him access to the second and more important page of NSAM 273, which authorized planning for specific covert operations graduated in intensity against the DRV, unquote, i.e. North Vietnam. As we have seen, this covert operations planning soon set the stage for a new kind of war, not only through the celebrated 34A operations, which contributed to the Tonkin Gulf incidents, but also through the military's accompanying observations as early as December of 63 that only air attacks against North Vietnam would achieve these operations' stated objectives, unquote. And next, Scott goes on to refer to a man named Leslie Gelb, who was the author of the Pentagon Studies, which have become known as the Pentagon Papers. Leslie Gelb was also the national security editor of the New York Times. Continuing here, Scott writes, Leslie Gelb, the director of the Pentagon Study Task Force and the author of the various and mutually contradictory study summaries, notes that with this planning, quote, a firebreak had been crossed, and the U.S. had embarked on a program that was recognized as holding little promise of achieving its stated objectives, at least in its early stages. We have argued that these crucial and controversial stated objectives proposed in SINCPAC's O-Plan 3463 of September 9th of 1963 were rejected by Kennedy in October of 1963 and first authorized by the first paragraph of National Security Action Memorandum 273. And Scott goes on here to describe the manner in which the Pentagon Papers deceive with regard to the Kennedy announcement of troop withdrawal on November 20th. We read part of this passage last week, but I think it's worth repeating. The Pentagon studies, supposedly disinterested reports to the Secretary of Defense, systematically mislead with respect to NSAM 273, which McNamara himself had helped to draft. Their lack of bona fides is illustrated by the general phenomenon that, as can be seen from our Appendix A, banal or misleading paragraphs like 2, 3, and 5 are quoted verbatim, sometimes over and over, whereas those preparing for an expanded war are either omitted or else referred to obliquely. The only study to quote a part of the paragraph dealing with North Vietnam does so from subordinate instructions. It fails to note that this language was authorized in NSAM 273. And study after study suggests, as did press reports at the time, that the effect of NSAM 273 paragraph 2 was to perpetuate what Mr. Gelb ill-advisedly calls the public White House promise in October, unquote, to withdraw 1,000 U.S. troops. In fact, the public White House statement on October 2nd was no promise, but a personal estimate attributed to McNamara and Taylor. As we have seen, Kennedy's decision on October 5th to implement this withdrawal, a plan authorized by NSAM 263 of October 11th, was not made public until the Honolulu Conference of November 20th, when an accelerated withdrawal program about which Mr. Gelb is silent was also approved. NSAM 273 was in fact approved on Sunday, November 24th, and its misleading opening paragraphs, including the meaningless reaffirmation of the objectives of the October 2nd withdrawal statement, were leaked to selected correspondents. Mr. Gelb, who should know better, pretends that NSAM 273 was intended primarily to endorse the policies pursued by President Kennedy and to ratify provisional decisions reached on November 20th in Honolulu, unquote. In fact, the secret effect of NSAM 273's sixth paragraph, which unlike the second was not leaked to the press, was to annul the NSAM 263 withdrawal decision announced 4 days earlier at Honolulu, and also the accelerated withdrawal program. Both military and economic programs, it was emphasized, should be maintained at levels as high as those in the time of the Diem regime, unquote. The source of this change is not hard to pinpoint. Of the 8 people known to have participated in the November 24th reversal of the November 20th withdrawal decisions, 5 took part in both meetings. Of the 3 new officials present, the chief was Lyndon Johnson in his second full day and first business meeting as President of the United States. The importance of this second meeting, like that of the document it approved, is indicated by its deviousness. One can only conclude that NSAM 273 paragraph 2's public reaffirmation of an October 2nd withdrawal objective, unquote, coupled with 273 paragraph 6's secret annulment of an October 5th withdrawal plan, was deliberately deceitful. The result of the misrepresentations in the Pentagon studies and Mr. Gelb's summaries is, in other words, to perpetuate a deception dating back to NSAM 273 itself.
Basically, just boiling the whole thing down, although I think that Mr. Scott and Dave, in his reading, went over it pretty carefully. Just to boil things down for you nicely, basically what we're looking at is a planned effort, and quite an effort it took also, and if you want to call it conspiracy, you can, but I think the facts show that whatever you call it, it was definite and deliberate, an attempt on the part of the Joint Chiefs of Staff and President Johnson and others to literally reverse the course of the Kennedy administration under the guise of continuing the Kennedy administration's response to Vietnam. I'm going to read one last thing here. This is from the same essay, from Peter Dell Scott's essay from the Assassinations, Dallas and Beyond, the Kennedy Assassination and the Vietnam War is the name of the essay. And in this particular anthology, this is Mr. Scott's summing up paragraph, and it goes as follows. National Security Action Memorandum 273, it seems clear, was an important document in the history of the 1964 escalations, as well as in the reversal of President Kennedy's late and ill-fated program of Vietnamization by 1965. The systematic censorship and distortion of NSAM 273 in 1963 and again in 1971 by the Pentagon study and later by the New York Times raises serious questions about the bona fides of the Pentagon study. It also suggests that the Kennedy assassination was itself an important, perhaps a crucial, event in the history of the Indochina War. We're going to be getting on into the essentially the second part of the show. And this, in fact, ties in, though, to some things mentioned in the first part of the show. One of the key points at which it ties in, and it also ties into the first show, in which we discussed the growing rift between the Kennedy presidency, well, actually dating back to the Eisenhower presidency, between the presidency and the performance of the secret intelligence networks, namely the CIA, the FBI, later on the DEA, the DIA, things of that nature. But specifically in this instance, we're going to be talking about, among other things, about some involvement by certain people and their connections to the CIA. And, of course, we're going to be linking this to Watergate because, as everybody knows who's read their Watergate primer, the CIA was a key participant in the Watergate affair. Now, that's not saying what they did or what they were responsible for, but at the very least, they were a key participant in the Watergate affair.
Okay, now, Watergate basically was a break-in in which a number of people connected, were actually working for the committee to re-elect President Nixon, were caught burglarizing the Democratic National Headquarters in the Watergate complex. Now, this plumbers unit was put together by President Nixon in response to Daniel Ellsberg's leaking of the Pentagon Papers, okay? Now, we were just talking about the Kennedy assassination and the Vietnam War. Well, that basically dealt with Peter Dale Scott's comparison of the National Security Action Memoranda from which the Pentagon Papers were compiled with the Pentagon Papers and the summary studies themselves. And when this was released to the press, the Pentagon Papers, that is, was released to the press, keep in mind it was a Pentagon history. When that was released to the press, it so upset President Nixon that he put together this plumbers unit to investigate national security leaks, and that's how that whole thing got started.
Okay, now, again, we realize this is complicated stuff. Here's a couple of high points to bear in mind as to what we're talking about. There was a growing rift, as I mentioned before, between the intelligence networks and the presidency. Well, specifically the Kennedy presidency and the liberal presidency. Now, also, and a key point to realize, to be involved in here, now, Richard Nixon will crop up a couple of times during this show. Now, we're not accusing Richard Nixon of anything per se. However, of course, Richard Nixon is the central figure in the Watergate affair. You will remember Richard Nixon also came up when we were talking about the early breaks between the CIA and the presidency, the Kennedy presidency, in the Bay of Pigs, because Nixon had been, as Eisenhower's vice president, the chief officer, the chief action officer for the Bay of Pigs, and he had planned, along with the CIA and members of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, the Bay of Pigs operation. He was the one who essentially put it on the tracks, which did not come to fruition until the Kennedy presidency began.
And worth noting in that particular context that he put this thing together with the intelligence, the U.S. intelligence apparatus, at least a good portion of it, in direct defiance of presidential orders, because President Eisenhower had directed that no action be taken against Cuba, so that no set policy, so that the succeeding administration would not inherit a predefined policy. And President Kennedy, then, even as a candidate, had penetrated this insider's cabal, as a researcher who we referred to on the subject called it, and had interviewed some of these people that were putting this operation together against presidential authority and independent of any constitutional authority. So keep this in mind. Eisenhower did not sanction it. Kennedy did not sanction it, and it later turned out that the CIA apparently, or elements thereof, deep-sixed its own operation.
Okay, and one more key thing to remember about Richard Nixon is that at the time when the Bay of Pigs was being planned and other things that we still probably have not found out about and some we have found out about, it was the common apprehension, the common concept that Richard Nixon, as vice president of a fairly successful Republican administration, would indeed succeed Dwight Eisenhower as president of the United States. So that has to be borne in mind also. The Kennedy victory, which was very close, was regarded by many, especially in the right-wing establishment, the military establishment, and the intelligence establishment, as being essentially a kind of a counter-revolution, a real coup against their support for the Nixon presidency and the continuation of business as usual in the clandestine sector. Now, going back to the high points again, we have a rift, we have a schism growing between the presidency and the intelligence networks. We have Richard Nixon with heavy involvement with the intelligence networks in and out of office. Also, we have a very key thing going on here where the CIA has always, and this was not just starting then, but the CIA and other intelligence operations have always been very much involved in deniability. So there's a key factor here. A lot of times during the Kennedy assassination, say, during the Warren investigation, the CIA, under questioning from the Warren Commission, would say, well, Lee Harvey Oswald has never been on our payroll. Well, anybody who knows anything about intelligence knows that you don't put people on your payroll if you want to be able to deny them. We see this coming up in a number of other situations where quote-unquote ex-CIA agents or people with affiliations to the CIA but no formal title keep showing up again and again performing CIA business. So that's another thing to bear in mind. Do not be fooled by the simplistic logic of, well, the CIA says they're not on the payroll, so they're not CIA agents. Okay?
It's worth noting in this regard, too, that the head of the plumbers unit, who was James McCord, immediately prior to going to work for the committee to re-elect the president, he was an active-duty CIA officer, and his duties included his main responsibility. He was in charge of physical security for CIA headquarters in Langley, Virginia.
That's right, and he was another person whom one would just wonder why at age, 45 or 46 or so, this man in the prime of his career, coming off an extremely hot position as security chief for the CIA, would suddenly retire. This is the kind of thing, we're not going to get into McCord too much right now, this is the kind of thing we're talking about because we're seeing this everywhere and we have been for 35 years.
And keep in mind Nixon's role in planning the Bay of Pigs, independent of Presidents Eisenhower and Kennedy, and keep in mind that all of the, virtually all, there may have been some members of the plumbers unit who were not Bay of Pigs veterans, but all of the people arrested in the Watergate complex itself were Bay of Pigs veterans.
That's right. Part of the CIA's vast army of anti-Castro Cubans who had been hired and trained by the CIA and then later on ostensibly or supposedly laid off or fired by the CIA, which perhaps could have been the case or perhaps was merely another situation of the CIA establishing deniability.
A lot of this is complex. We've been over it before. Any questions, give us a call during the phone-in section.
That's
we'll
right.
clarify any points.
Not a doubt. We've got some other stuff about Richard Nixon that we will mention later, too. Okay, I'm going to read a small segment here. This article originally appeared in Ramparts magazine, which we've mentioned before. However, it is the edition that we are reading from is also out of the anthology we've been using tonight, The Assassinations, Dallas and Beyond. It appeared in Ramparts in 1973. This is also by Peter Dale Scott. And this is on his section in which he is talking about the Kennedy assassination and its relation to some rather interesting characters. And I'm going to read as follows. The Secret Service in Dallas intercepted a letter to Oswald postmarked Havana, November 28, 1963. That's 6 days after the Kennedy assassination, and signed by Pedro Charles, P-E-D-R-O, Charles. The letter indicated that, quote, Oswald had been paid by Charles to carry out an unidentified mission, which involved accurate shooting, unquote. Meanwhile, the FBI possessed a letter from Havana to Robert Kennedy, quote, written by one Mario del Rosario Molina, which alleged that Lee Harvey Oswald assassinated President Kennedy at the direction of Pedro Charles, a Cuban agent. When they say Cuban in this case, the letters alleged that Lee Harvey Oswald was acting on behalf of the Castro government. That's the Cuban agent that they're referring to Pedro Charles as supposedly being. Anyway, continuing on with the Warren Commission's assessment. According to the writer, Oswald met with Pedro Charles in Miami, Florida several months ago, in other words, in early 1963, and was paid $7,000 by Charles. That's quoted directly from the Warren Commission testimonies. By now, and this is going back to Scott's article, by now this story seems absurd. The elaborate FBI chronology of Oswald's movements gave no indication that he ever visited Miami. Okay, and let me mention one other thing, too, real briefly. This is right out of the Warren Commission, although it's not mentioned in this particular article, is that the FBI also discovered that those two letters, one of them alleging that a letter to Oswald signed by Pedro Charles, blah, 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 saying Oswald was going to have to do some accurate shooting, and the one to Robert Kennedy revealing this connection were both written on the same typewriter. So you can see what kind of story this was. It was an obviously planted story. Now, going on with Mr. Scott's article. But at the time the letters arrived, a reporter in the Miami area named James Buchanan was publishing stories attributed to Frank Sturgis, alias Frank Fiorini. Frank Sturgis, of course, Watergate burglar, Watergate involvement, ex-CIA, ex-Bay of Pigs veteran.
Also, by the way, in charge of managing the mob's casinos during the Mafia heyday in pre-Castro Cuba.
Indeed. All right. James Buchanan, this Miami reporter, was publishing stories attributed to Frank Sturgis that Oswald had been in Miami and also had been in contact with Castro's Cuban intelligence. Later reports from James Buchanan's brother, Jerry, placed Oswald in Miami in March of 1963. These concatenating pieces of misinformation from Miami and Havana suggest, in retrospect, a conspiracy to mislead. And again, the knowledge that both of the letters were written on the same typewriter also certainly leads to that possible conspiracy. The stories today are much less important than Buchanan's sources for them, all of whom came from two Miami-based anti-Castro groups. The first group, the DRE, the Student Revolutionary Directorate, was Cuban. And we're going to get back to that in a second when I finish the article. That's the DRE. We'll talk about that. The first group, the DRE, was Cuban, and the CIA used it to infiltrate Cuba in connection with the Bay of Pigs. The DRE was named in Oswald's notebook, since Oswald had been in contact with him in New Orleans and perhaps in Dallas. The second American group, which included both James Buchanan and his brother Jerry, was the International Anti-Communist Brigade. It was a small band of mercenaries headed by a named source of Buchanan's articles, Frank Sturgis, alias Fiorini, the future burglar of Watergate. Sturgis, like the DRE, had been employed by the CIA in connection with the Bay of Pigs invasion. But after the Cuban Missile Crisis of 1962, Kennedy had begun to crack down on anti-Castro raids launched from the continental United States. Jerry Buchanan had been arrested by the British in the Bahamas in April 1963 on board a boat formerly used in CIA missions, and now being used without presidential authorization for an intended raid against a Soviet tanker. In September, the federal government had issued, quote, strong warnings to 6 Americans for their anti-Castro activities, including Frank Fiorini, or Frank Sturgis, same name, same person, and Alexander Rourke, the owner of Jerry Buchanan's boat. As for James Buchanan, the brigade's secretary and propaganda director, Sturgis allegedly broke with him in December 1963 because of his, quote, excessive attacks on the FBI and the CIA, quote, even going so far as to describe former President John F. Kennedy as a communist. Similar anti-Kennedy sentiments were allegedly expressed by Carlos Bringuier, Oswald's contact with the DRE in New Orleans, and a right-winger who later headed up the Cuban Americans for Nixon Agnew. Another witness told the Warren Commission that Bringuier, because, quote, the United States didn't help to overthrow Castro, hates the United States almost as much as he hates Russia, unquote. Because these sentiments were so widely held among Cuban exiles, many students of the Dallas assassination have theorized that a group of anti-Castro terrorists, Cuban and or American, may have killed Kennedy in revenge for having been abandoned by the CIA in 1963. Okay, now a couple of quick points to make. Carlos Bringuier, who is the member of the DRE that they mentioned in connection with floating this phony story about Oswald and a supposed Castro intelligence agent named Pedro Charles. Well, those of you who listened to last week's show heard...
2 weeks ago.
2 weeks ago. My apologies. Heard Lee Harvey Oswald. You're right. You heard Lee Harvey Oswald on a radio program with Carlos Bringuier on the program attempting to steer Lee Harvey Oswald into saying that he agreed with Fidel Castro's characterization of John F. Kennedy as a thief and a ruffian. Okay, and Bringuier, a violently anti-Castro Cuban right-winger, was on this program with Lee Harvey Oswald where he made his announcement of Marxism that was aired all over the country on the night of the assassination. Again, Bringuier tried to steer Oswald into a position siding with Castro and calling Kennedy a thief and a ruffian. Now, go ahead.
Couple of points that now remember that this organization, the DRE, why don't you handle the Spanish on that, Nip?
Yes, it's the Directorio Revolucionario Estudiantil.
Okay, now that is a CIA-sponsored organization. Bringuier is a member of that, and he is in this radio interview which we aired a couple of weeks ago from radio station WDSU in New Orleans. And this was aired in August of '63 originally, and then, of course, everyone all over the country was able to hear Lee Harvey Oswald talk about what a communist he was the night of the assassination. Now, the person who was on there who helped arrange this, along with Jim Stuckey, the host, and of course Oswald was there, was a fellow by the name of Ed Butler. Now, Ed Butler was affiliated with an organization called the Information Council of the Americas, also a CIA-sponsored organization. So here we have a couple of people with documented CIA ties interviewing Lee Harvey Oswald, talking about what a Castro sympathizer he was. Now, keep in mind about Oswald that he was the sole member of the New Orleans chapter of the Fair Play for Cuba Committee. Now, this pro-Castro, pro-communist organization shared an address. Basically, it was one of two addresses from which you could get to the same second-store walk-up, which was shared by an office, which it masqueraded as a detective agency. And in effect, it was a far right-wing paramilitary front, which we're going to talk about in just a second.
Involved in, among other things, shipping arms to Cuban anti-Castro activists, okay? So once again, to touch on the high points here, we have almost immediately after the assassination, we have a rather contrived and elaborate story being floated with letters coming from Havana, et cetera, suggesting that Lee Harvey Oswald was a Castro agent sent to kill Kennedy. And these stories are concocted, among others, by Frank Sturgis, who later turns up, who was a CIA Bay of Pigs veteran, et cetera, later turns up as a Watergate burglar, and Carlos Bringuier, who set Oswald up on national radio as a Marxist and later shows up heading the Nixon-Agnew, Cuban-Americans for Nixon-Agnew. And we all know that Watergate was in part directly connected to the Nixon-Agnew re-election campaign of 1972. So we've got a whole bunch of stuff tying in there. Now, we're going to go on to another person who plays a rather interesting role in this whole thing and who himself ties back to that self-same New Orleans office that Lee Harvey Oswald's Fair Play for Cuba Committee, a supposedly pro-Castro organization, shared with Guy Bannister's detective firm, which was a front for anti-Castro activity and right-wing shenanigans of all shapes and sorts.
And this group was fingered by Jim Garrison, and we're going to talk about that in a second. Now, the fellow you're going to hear about was one of three witnesses who Garrison tried to have extradited and was not able to have extradited. And probably best maybe to fill in some of the context so you understand who this guy is in connection with the JFK assassination.
And the Gordon Novell extradition attempt is such a screamer. Even though we mentioned it before, it should be mentioned again. It's so funny.
This is, again, the characteristic legal somersaulting which takes place in connection with the Kennedy assassination is one of the many, many strange aspects to this case. Now, basically, a fellow by the name of David Ferry and a number of other CIA-affiliated right-wingers were associated with a guy named Guy Bannister, and Guy Bannister had been head of the Chicago's FBI office, ran what masqueraded as a detective agency, and in effect was a far right-wing paramilitary front in New Orleans. Bannister was a racist, published something called the Louisiana Intelligence Digest, maintaining that integration was part of a communist conspiracy. Now, his detective office shared a second floor. It was a second floor walk-up, and Bannister's detective agency had the address 531 Lafayette Place. Lee Harvey Oswald, the sole member of the New Orleans chapter of Fair Play for Cuba, had 544 Camp Street, but if you walk up each flight of stairs, you get to the same room, okay? Now, Garrison, basically, without going into all of his investigation, he sought to convict a man. He indicted a man named Clay Shaw for the assassination of President Kennedy, and he tried to have a number of different people extradited, either as co-conspirators or as witnesses. Now, one of the reasons that Garrison's case, one of the reasons it fell through was the fact that three of the key people he sought to have extradited were not extradited, and the jury found that there had, in fact, been a conspiracy to kill President Kennedy. They could not find that Clay Shaw, beyond a reasonable shadow of doubt, that he had been involved in the conspiracy. They decided that they proved that there had been a conspiracy, could not prove beyond a reasonable doubt that Clay Shaw had been involved. But basically, Garrison's case was deep-sixed by the lack of extradition of three witnesses. First of all, a guy named Sergio Arcacha Smith, another anti-Castro Cuban, Garrison filed an extradition request to Texas to have him extradited from Texas. Then Texas Governor John Connally refused to grant that extradition request, and he crops up in a number of different contexts, including Watergate. He was indicted in the milk scandal connected with Watergate. We'll talk about all of that in the phone-in section if you like. Now, the second witness was a guy named Edgar Eugene Bradley. He was stopped by a Dallas policeman named Roger Craig, and or basically a Oswald double was stopped by a Dallas policeman named Roger Craig. An individual came up and identified himself incorrectly, as it turned out later, as a Secret Service agent, and this Oswald double was then let go by Roger Craig. Now, the fellow who identified himself as a Secret Service agent was identified from photographs by Roger Craig as a guy named Edgar Eugene Bradley, a right-wing California, affiliated with Reverend Carl McIntyre, a right-wing evangelist who gained a lot of note in the 60s now. Edgar Eugene Bradley lived in California, so Garrison filed an extradition request to have Bradley extradited to New Orleans, and then Deputy State Attorney General Charles A. O'Brien, then Deputy Attorney General for California, he reviewed the extradition request, recommended that it be granted. Now, then Governor Ronald Reagan turned this whole affair over to his legal counselor, Edwin Meese, who was not only a colonel in Army intelligence, in the Army Reserve affiliated with intelligence, but also was not only Governor Reagan's legal advisor, he's now President Reagan's White House counselor. Okay, and Meese handled the day-to-day goings-on with regard to the Edgar Eugene Bradley affair. Reagan did not act upon the extradition request until after Richard Nixon had been elected president, and then turned down the request without comment. Now, the third of the would-be the third of the people that Garrison tried to have extradited and was unable to do so was a guy named Gordon Novel, last name Novel. Now, Novel was affiliated with the same anti-Castro, CIA-sponsored right-wing milieu in New Orleans in the South that we've been talking about. Now, he also was affiliated with Bannister's, quote, detective agency, unquote. And Novel had deposed to Garrison in connection with an arms theft case connected with Bay of Pigs that a whole bunch of munitions taken from the Schlumberger Company, intended for use by the Bay of Pigs Brigade against Castro, had been stored overnight in Guy Bannister's detective agency. Again, this second floor walk-up with two addresses, one to right-wing Guy Bannister, one to left-wing, alleged left-winger Lee Harvey Oswald. Now, Garrison wanted to question Gordon Novel in connection with the Kennedy case. And Novel split for Ohio, and Garrison filed an extradition request to then Governor of Ohio, John Rhodes. Is it John Rhodes? I know there was a minority. The minority leader was John Rhodes from Arizona, and it was Governor Rhodes of Ohio.
I believe it's Governor John Rhodes.
Governor John Rhodes. Anyway, Governor Rhodes, first name we may be wrong on, but Governor Rhodes of Ohio, and I think it's John Rhodes. Basically, he agreed to extradite Gordon Novel on the condition that Jim Garrison would not question him about the assassination of President Kennedy. Now, this is absurd, of course, because that was the very thing that Garrison was attempting to have Novel extradited in order to question him in connection with. So the governor of Ohio says, yeah, we'll grant the extradition request if you don't question him about the thing you want to question him about. And so that's who this fellow Gordon Novel is now. Pick up on his connections to Watergate.
That's right. That slays me, no pun intended. Okay, this little section we're reading here is from a book called Coincidence or Conspiracy, produced by the Committee to Investigate Assassinations under the direction of Bernard Fensterwald, Jr., coincidentally enough, James McCord's lawyer at a later point, and compiled by Michael Ewing. This particular book is published by Zebra Books, Kensington Publishing Corporation. It's copyright 1977. We're going to start out talking about Charles Colson, but Gordon Novel will crop up very quickly. Charles Colson, President Nixon's special counsel and widely hated hatchet man from 1969 to 1973, was the man who originally selected E. Howard Hunt to set up the secret White House plumbers. Colson, with a single exception of H.R. Haldeman, seems to have been involved in more of the horrors of the Nixon rogues gallery than any other aide. During his years with Nixon, Colson attained a well-deserved reputation as one of the meanest, most slippery and dangerous men ever to serve in American government. Nixon himself had once remarked, quote, Colson would do anything. Colson had once been involved with one of Jim Garrison's former, quote, suspects in a mysterious plan to erase the Nixon Watergate tapes in March of 1974. This strange information first came to the surface in August of 1974, when Jack Anderson disclosed that Colson had met with New Orleans electronics specialist Gordon Novell in March 1974 and had begun developing plans for the magnetic erasure of various Nixon tapes. Novell, who had received national attention in 1967 as District Attorney Garrison's, quote, missing witness when he was under investigation for his reported contacts with both David Ferry and Clay Shaw. Novell and Colson discussed the use of an experimental degaussing machine, which could project a magnetic beam into the Nixon tapes and erase them without having to handle them in any way. Anderson reported that Colson had described some of the tapes as containing conversations that, quote, could cause the president's grief, and that Novell recalled that Colson had also spoken of using the erasing machine to obliterate some secret recordings maintained by the CIA as well. Following his discussion with Colson in March of 1974, Gordon Novell flew to Texas to see an associate and drew up a blueprint for the erasing plan, which he cryptically referred to as, quote, the El Paso matter, when he later sent the blueprint to Colson by hand courier in Washington. Colson claimed that the whole erasing idea was just, quote, a joke, and that he had discussed the plan only for, quote, a little bit of comic relief. Okay, well, without confusing you by trying to give you too much more on the Watergate thing itself, just bear that in mind. Here's Gordon Novell, a former Jim Garrison extradition request denied by John Rhodes unless they would agree not to talk to him about the very thing they wanted to extradite him for. Gordon Novell crops up in Watergate trying to help Charles Colson, allegedly trying to help Charles Colson erase the Watergate tapes. Colson, on the other hand, turns around and calls it, quote-unquote, a joke. Okay? Now, this next two little bits here real quickly. This is something we ran across just a couple of years ago with help from Mae Brussel, who found this for us, and we used it on One Step Beyond, and we're going to repeat it here. This is from Technology Illustrated magazine, and it's the April 1983 edition. Okay, and this first little bit is just a little introduction to an article, and it's written by somebody on the staff, and they're just introducing the article, and they say, last summer, 4 spy tech, and this is meaning like summer of '82, so this is pretty recent. Last summer, 4 spy tech luminaries gathered at a private 60-acre camp in Powder Springs, Georgia. Mitch Werbel, the host, known in military circles as, quote, the Thomas Edison of silenced weapons, Gordon Novell, a New Orleans entrepreneur and reputed offshore arms merchant, sometimes referred to as the Mad Bomber, Gordon Liddy, star of Watergate and his own autobiography, Will, and Lieutenant Colonel Alan Bell, U.S. Army, retired, one of the world's acknowledged experts in the field of electronic spycraft. Okay, now, that's just the intro that they use, mentioning Gordon Novell as being present with Liddy at Mitch Werbel's ranch, and Mitch Werbel's camp, actually, is what it is. And calling him and mentioning that he's sometimes known as the Mad Bomber. Now, interestingly enough here, in the Technology Illustrated for July of 1983, Mr. Novell takes pen in hand or typewriter in hand to write an article, to write a letter in himself. In the midst of his letter, where he is talking about different things, he says, quote, the only people, this is Gordon Novell himself, by the way, writing in response to that introduction in the article. He says, quote, the only people who have ever had the fortitudinal stupidity to call me, quote, the Mad Bomber, are all now defendants in 2 ongoing federal civil suits totaling well over $2 billion in damages. This one-man war resulted mainly from my ultra-high technology counterintelligence role in Watergate to erase the White House tapes. Okay, so here's Charles Colson on one hand talking about his contact with this ex-Garrison extradition request as being comic relief and a joke and basically saying it didn't happen. Here's Gordon Novell turning around in a letter to Technology Illustrated basically bragging about his high-tech role in Watergate.
Okay, now the Watergate tapes themselves and some of the controversy surrounding them might be worth covering at this point for those of you who may be scratching your heads and wondering just what this is all about. It was revealed during the course of the public Watergate hearings by a fellow by the name of Alexander Butterfield that Nixon's White House had a taping system set up and that basically all conversations in the Oval Office had been taped. Now, these tapes were then requested by the special prosecutor set up by joint agreement between the President and Congress to prosecute any crimes connected with Watergate. Of course, these tapes became possible evidence and were subpoenaed as a result. Now, a number of the tapes turned up with very suspicious gaps. One in particular had a very famous 18.5-minute gap in the middle of it, which remains a source of controversy. So here we have Gordon Novell talking about erasing the Watergate tapes. Many of the tapes themselves have, to this day, unexplained gaps. And indeed, the gaps themselves have some interesting Kennedy-related connections. Nixon's secretary, a woman named Rosemary Woods, was one of the primary suspects in connection with the 18.5-minute gap, and facing possible prosecution, she retained a man named Charles Rhyne, R-H-Y-N-E, who was a legal observer to the Warren Commission and also a close personal friend of Richard Nixon. A lot of other Watergate connections we're going to go into. The GOP counsel, the minority counsel, was a guy named Albert Jenner, and he had been a Warren Commission counsel. So the Kennedy connection, there are many minor ones. We're going to go into some of the major ones here in just a second.
Okay, one of the other things that needs to be mentioned in context of the Nixon tapes is that one of the things that Richard Nixon at one point was, I believe, and I don't remember the exact person he was arguing whether he was talking to, but it was one of his aides, Richard Nixon, and this is in the transcripts once this came out, and you can find it, I believe, in places, in a variety of places, but Richard Nixon said, literally, one of the reasons that the tapes should not be revealed because they were going to bring up this whole, and I quote Richard Nixon, this whole Bay of Pigs thing. Now, in and of itself, that is very interesting because, according to popular theory, the whole Bay of Pigs thing, embarrassing as it might have been for America, was all known. The Bay of Pigs invasion was started, and it failed. Well, one has to ask a series of questions about why Richard Nixon would be so worried, and he was worried, as the conversation showed, about this whole Bay of Pigs thing. And we've talked in the past about his role in planning the Bay of Pigs, which was also pretty well known. But we've also mentioned two possibilities. One is the fact of the CIA scotching their own Bay of Pigs, and the other is the possibility that the scotching of the Bay of Pigs led in part to the assassination of John F. Kennedy.
Okay, and worth noting, too, that Nixon ran against Kennedy in 1960, and the Bay of Pigs was one of Kennedy's main embarrassments, and here's Nixon trying to cover the thing up. Talking about the tape gaps, too. At one point, Nixon, and in his reference to the whole Bay of Pigs thing, at one point Nixon was considering, in fact, asked former Warren Commission Chief Counsel J. Lee Rankin to go over the tapes to help edit out national security-related matter. Rankin declined, by the way. So, again, the same cast of characters crops up. Now, last week, when we were talking about the evidentiary aspects of the Kennedy case, we talked about something called the single bullet theory. In a nutshell, and I mean in a nutshell, what this provides for is that a single bullet caused all 7 non-fatal wounds in President Kennedy and Governor Connally. There were 3 shots. One blew Kennedy's head clean off, one missed completely, which leaves a 3rd shot, and that one alone to account for 7 non-fatal wounds. If more than one shot is required to cause those wounds, the whole Warren Commission thesis goes down the tubes. Now, one of the things we looked at last week was the fact that something called neutron activation analysis had been performed upon the bullet fragments found in the Kennedy limousine. Now, under that test, basically, the fragments are bombarded with neutrons. They give off a spectrum which reveals the exact molecular structure of the substance. And this is a tremendous breakthrough in regard to forensic science, because this enables determination to be made about bullets and ballistics that had previously had totally eluded would-be investigators. Now, as we saw last week, the neutron activation analysis performed on the bullet fragments disproved the single bullet theory, which was physically impossible in a number of respects, but some of the bullet fragments which were found in the car were proved not to have come from CE 399, and this totally disproves the single bullet thesis. Now, one of the most noteworthy authorities on the Kennedy assassination, one of the sort of main men of the research, so to speak, is a fellow by the name of Harold Weisberg, last name W-E-I-S-B-E-R-G. We referred to some of his work last week. Harold Weisberg is a former FBI agent who's authored a number of different books on the Kennedy assassination. His most famous series is called Whitewash, and there are 4 volumes, volumes 1 through 4. Also wrote an excellent but very rare book called Oswald in New Orleans. Now, in 1970, Harold Weisberg and his attorney, a man named Jim Lazar, filed a Freedom of Information Act suit to oblige the Department of Justice and FBI to release the results of the spectrographic analysis of the JFK bullet fragments.
Something, again, should be mentioned just to bring you back up to the present. We are now talking about the Richard Nixon presidency's Justice Department that they were applying to for permission to get this spectro evidence released.
Exactly, and this is 1970 now. This is 7 years after supposedly Lee Harvey Oswald killed President Kennedy. Okay, now the interesting thing about this is that the Freedom of Information Act specifically forbade the withholding of all information, of any information, because of national security or because of national interest. That was not regarded as one of the reasons why a given federal department could withhold information from a Freedom of Information Act suit. Now, we've looked at in the past, we're going to look at some of the amazing legal maneuvering that took place in connection with one or another aspect of the Kennedy assassination case. Now, it's worth noting here that, first of all, as everybody learned in high school, our government has three branches. There's the executive, the legislative, and the judicial. All right, Congress is legislative, President is executive, and the Supreme Court and courts are the judicial. Now, the Warren Commission was a presidential fact-finding commission. As such, it was part of the executive branch of the government. It was not part of the judicial branch. As a result, the Warren Commission had absolutely no legal status whatsoever. Keep this in mind, because some very, very strange things are going to occur. Now, when Jim Lazar, Harold Weisberg's attorney, filed a Freedom of Information Act suit, they received a number of different rebuffs from the Justice Department. Now, the only legal grounds upon which the Justice Department can withhold information from a Freedom of Information Act suit is if it pertains to an ongoing investigation and could in some way damage that or corrupt that. Now, of course, the official version with regard to the assassination of President Kennedy was that Lee Harvey Oswald, the lone nut, unaided, killed President Kennedy, and since he himself was then executed by the second lone nut, so to speak, Jack Ruby, all possible legal action in the case officially came to an end as of 11/24/63 with the death of Lee Harvey Oswald. So there was no ongoing legal action being pursued by the Justice Department, at least that we know of, and ongoing legal action is the only conceivable grounds that the Justice Department can use to withhold information from a Freedom of Information Act suit. Now, keep in mind that the FBI's spectrographic analyses were performed for the Warren Commission, which is not even part of the judicial branch of our government. It's part of the executive branch. Now, keep these things in mind, because we're going to see some very, very strange things occurring here. Now, I'm going to read you a couple of excerpts here from one of Harold Weisberg and Jim Lazar's books. It's called Whitewash Volume 4. Okay? And the possible legal grounds for the Justice Department withholding evidence from the Freedom of Information Act suit is described here by Jim Lazar, writing in an appendix to Whitewash Volume 4. There was only one conceivable legal justification which the Department of Justice could invoke, its old favorite, the exemption for, quote, investigatory files compiled for law enforcement purposes, unquote. But the purpose of the investigatory file exemption was to prevent premature discovery which, quote, could harm the government's case in court, unquote. Unless the government would admit to conspiracy, the only possible law enforcement action had expired on November 24th, 1963, when Jack Ruby gunned down Lee Harvey Oswald, the government's only suspect. Moreover, the analyses had been done as part of an investigation the FBI made for the Warren Commission. Where the assassination was concerned, neither the FBI nor the Warren Commission had law enforcement powers. Indeed, FBI Director J. Edgar Hoover testified before the Warren Commission that his agency had no jurisdiction to investigate the crime. The Warren Commission did have authority to investigate the assassination, but not for the purpose of prosecuting law violators. Its purpose was to establish the truth and report it to the President. Now, in spite of the fact that it had no legal basis for resisting Lazar and Weisberg's suit, the government did so, and not only did they attempt to prevent disclosure of the spectrographic evidence, but they went through a number of very strange legal maneuvers in order to do this. First of all, when the case was to be heard, the government filed an affidavit by an FBI agent named Marion Williams, which was regarded as a key piece of evidence. Now, the affidavit was filed at the last possible minute. It was filed so late that it did not give Jim Lazar, Weisberg's counsel, time to respond to it, and it was a key piece of evidence. This is worth noting because the affidavit itself was dated 2.5 months before it was filed, so that obviously they could have allowed Jim Lazar, Weisberg's counsel, to go over this 2.5 months in advance. They held this up to the very last minute, and the judge allowed them to do that. Now, in Whitewash Volume 4, the significance of the affidavit, again, by an FBI agent named Marion Williams, W-I-L-L-I-A-M-S, is covered as follows. Again, this from Whitewash Volume 4. The Williams affidavit was an absurd document. It contained at least one provably false statement, mischaracterized Weisberg's request for the results obtained from the spectrographic tests as a request for the release of raw data, unquote, and recited a catalog of speculative horrors which Williams said might ensue court-ordered release of the analyses. Quote, it could lead, for example, to exposure of confidential informants, the disclosure out of context of the names of suspected persons on whom criminal justice action is not yet complete, possible blackmail, and in general do irreparable harm. And Jim Lazar goes on to comment here. The Williams affidavit was clearly preposterous. There is no way that releasing the spectrographic results could lead to the exposure of confidential informants or any of the other harms Williams imagined. Now, a hearing was set before the judge on this case. The government's attorney, a man named Robert Werdig, W-E-R-D-I-G, showed up very late for the hearing. The judge then announced that he was going to have to leave early because he had an appointment to keep. The judge's name, by the way, is John Sirica. Now, John Sirica is old Maximum John, the judge for the original Watergate case in which the Watergate burglars were tried, and his steadfastness in pursuing that case is often credited with having, along with James McCord's letter, with having broken the Watergate case. So pay close attention to his actions here. Now, still later, the government's attorney, in arguing to prevent disclosure of the spectrographic evidence, argued basically that the Attorney General of the United States had determined that national interest would be harmed by the release. Now, remember that national security or national interest was specifically exempted by Congress as a reason for withholding evidence, so that has no merit here whatsoever. In addition, there's no indication that the Attorney General ever made any such finding. Now, perhaps one of the most amazing things connected with this legal maneuvering around the release of the spectro evidence concerns Robert Werdig's argument when pressed by Lazar to cite what law was being enforced by the FBI performing the test for the Warren Commission, remember, part of the executive branch. The attorney says, well, it just has to be some law, quote, natural or human, unquote. Not much of a legal argument. Imagine if you're a student, if you did not hand in your term paper to your professor on time, and when asked why you did not, you said, well, it just has to be some reason, natural or human. Or imagine if you're at work and you're asked by your boss why you didn't do something, and you gave the excuse, there has to be some law, quote, natural or human, unquote. Well, you can anticipate the response. So this was the nature of the government's argument here, and the resolution of this particular case and the government's statement that the Attorney General had determined that release would hurt the country is covered by Jim Lazar as follows, again, from Whitewash, Volume 4. Talking about Government Attorney Werdig here, Robert Werdig. Werdig had another and dirtier trick up his sleeve, one which also helped divert attention from the spurious Williams affidavit. He told Judge Sirica that, quote, in this instance, the Attorney General of the United States has determined that it is not in the national interest to divulge these spectrographic analyses. Because Congress had expressly rejected national interest, unquote, as a grounds for withholding information, Werdig's assertion was at best irrelevant and irresponsible. I now believe that it was worse than that. I believe that no Attorney General has ever made any such determination. No such determination has been produced. In a latter case, the government refused to answer an interrogatory I addressed to it about this, quote, determination, unquote. All of this also detracted from the failure of the Department of Justice to justify its legal position. For example, when pressed to say what law was being enforced by the FBI's investigation for the non-law enforcing Warren Commission, Werdig could do no better than to argue that there just had to be some law, quote, natural or human, unquote. At the conclusion of oral argument, Judge Sirica, ruling from the bench, granted the government's motion to dismiss. He delivered no opinion and made no findings of fact. So apparently Judge Sirica felt that some law, natural or human, was a good enough excuse for the executive branch of the government to be granted temporary law enforcement powers. However, it's worth noting that eventually the case was overturned on appeal, and it's the spectrographic evidence upon release confirmed what everybody already knew, which was that the single bullet theory was impossible.
That's right. As a matter of fact, we presented some of that spectrographic evidence and the FBI's response to it and the way they dealt with it in the second part of the program, or the second part of the series. Another comment that, of course, has to be made at this point is when we're talking about that particular Justice Department, I think it also has to be mentioned that the Attorney General at that time, who, whether he did or did not affirm that the national security would be jeopardized, who was in charge of that Justice Department, was, of course, John Mitchell, who I think in 1969, about a year before this happened, was quoted as saying, "This country is going so far to the right you won't recognize it." John Mitchell himself, the chief law enforcement officer of the entire country, who as Attorney General was responsible for, of course, the secret slush fund, bribing of officials, the setting in motion of a chain of events to literally intimidate and lie about other candidates, and a variety of other just absolutely sickening, even on the surface, just sickening illegal activities. This was the Justice Department that was fighting to look for some law, natural or human, to deny the spectrographic evidence to Weisberg and Lazar.
By the way, that same Justice Department, Jim Garrison has taken a bad rap from popular American history as having been sort of a publicity seeker, and he was defamed as a result of having been indicted. Now, he was indicted for allegedly skimming profits from pinball machines. He was acquitted of this charge, and the witnesses against him were all basically mafiosi working for Carlos Marcello, who was capo mafioso for New Orleans, and also was one of the prime mafia suspects in the mafia angle of the assassination of President Kennedy. And this suit was was filed under Jim Garrison's under John Mitchell's Justice Department, rather. Indeed. Detail I forgot to mention when talking about Judge Sirica was that he had campaigned for Richard Nixon in both of his successful presidential campaigns and had contributed money as well.
That's right. So an interesting character who crops up again. Now what we're going to talk about, and somebody that we have mentioned from time to time on both One Step Beyond and Dave Show Hard Rain, is a gentleman by the name of Leon Jaworski, whose name has cropped up in several situations, not only Watergate, which we're going to talk about, and the Kennedy assassination, which we're going to talk about, but of course more recently in the Koreagate scandal and other things of that ilk.
And in the very beginning of his career, he also was involved with the Nuremberg hearings. So Mr. Jaworski's been there many times when the legal worm has turned, historically speaking. Okay, now, an agreement by agreement, I really should say, between the presidency and Congress, between President Nixon and Congress, a special prosecutor was set up in order to basically investigate and prosecute any crimes performed in connection with the Watergate affair. Now, the initial person agreed upon by both Congress and Richard Nixon was a man named Archibald Cox. Now, Archibald Cox was President Kennedy's Solicitor General, and in that capacity had been consulted by President Kennedy consulted by Kennedy with regard to a number of different matters, including the possible arrest of right-winger General Edwin Walker for stirring up trouble when the University of Mississippi was being desegregated in 1962. Worth noting because Edwin Walker crops up in connection with Lee Harvey Oswald and other people in connection with the investigation. If you'd like to know about that, we'll talk about that in the phone-in section of the program because we've discussed it before and time marches on. Now, Archibald Cox was very doggedly pursuing the White House tapes, the transcripts of the tapes that we referred to in the portion of the program just concluded. Now, as I mentioned, a White House aide, Alexander Butterfield, had revealed the existence of the White House taping system, and that thereby all Nixon conversations, all conversations in the White House had been taped. Now, Archibald Cox was pursuing the release of some of these transcripts in order to investigate possible criminal wrongdoing in connection with the Watergate affair, and apparently was a little too diligent in his pursuit of these tapes. Nixon attempted to block release of the tapes by claiming executive privilege, and when Archibald Cox would not buy that, in what became known as the Saturday Night Massacre, Richard Nixon fired Archibald Cox and several Justice Department aides who refused to effect the firing of Archibald Cox, including his own Attorney General, and basically Richard Nixon fired the congressionally appointed special prosecutor. Now, the man that Richard Nixon named as a successor to Archibald Cox was Leon Jaworski. He was approved by Congress. Now, Leon Jaworski had cropped up in connection with the assassination of President Kennedy. Basically, Jaworski was not only a special Warren Commission counsel, but he was also special counsel to something called the Texas Court of Inquiry. Now, what this was an abortive body set up by then Texas Attorney General Wagner Carr, last name C-A-R-R, to investigate the assassination of President Kennedy for the state of Texas. That investigation never got very far, and Leon Jaworski was named as a special counsel to the Texas Court of Inquiry. And as a special counsel to the Warren Commission, he was in charge of investigating the allegations that Lee Harvey Oswald had been affiliated with either the FBI or the CIA. And picking a man like Leon Jaworski to investigate something like that is very interesting in light of his background.
Indeed, and we're going to read a brief section here again from a book that we just used a few moments ago, Whitewash, Volume 4, by Harold Weisberg, legal analysis by Jim Lazar. This is the people that we were talking about in regards to the spectro evidence blocked by the Nixon Justice Department. And here Weisberg is talking about Leon Jaworski and his role in the Kennedy assassination, and later on he also mentions the Watergate affair. And he says, one of the Texas officials, the also respected and wealthy partner in a prestigious Houston law firm, special counsel Leon Jaworski, was Rankin's accomplice, and that's J. Lee Rankin, who is
Lee J. Rankin.
Lee J. Rankin, okay. Who is...
whatever it is. Maybe it's J. Lee Rankin. You've got it right.
Okay.
J. Lee Rankin.
All right. As shown by what I, meaning Weisberg, what I used to illustrate the transcript's reference to him. Jaworski was Nixon's second selectee as special Watergate prosecutor, as Dave mentioned, following the fired Archibald Cox. In that role, his record is not inconsistent with his working as the actual boss of the aborted Texas Court of Inquiry. Jaworski should never have accepted his Court of Inquiry post, as he should never have become special prosecutor, because he had a conflict of interest. He had been an active participant in illegal CIA activity, in secret funding of secret CIA fronts, domestically. The first suggestion of Oswald as a federal agent, and it was almost immediate, gave Jaworski a conflict he could not resolve. With the abundant reporting of CIA involvement in the Watergate, he faced and ignored the same conflict. Jaworski was and remained on the M.D. Anderson Fund, publicly exposed as a CIA front in the 1967 CIA scandal centering around the National Student Association, which had been financed and seduced by the CIA. One of the abundant sources is a chapter of The Espionage Establishment, an expose of CIA by David Weiss in collaboration with Thomas Ross. So here's Leon Jaworski, who keeps cropping up and essentially is also, and it's important to note, not only show up, but he's been presented by the press to the people of America as the white knight of the American legal system who comes rushing into these situations where there are, possibilities of government complacence and wrongdoing, like Koreagate, like Watergate, like the Kennedy assassination, although that was being played down very heavily, but it was certainly an element from the very beginning. Leon Jaworski comes riding in on his white steed, the impartial and totally unblemishable patron saint of the legal establishment. Well, indeed, what we find out that all along, Leon Jaworski was fronting the M.D. Anderson Fund, a major CIA front, and a group that was used domestically by the CIA to basically infiltrate and overthrow a whole bunch of student and activist organizations and things of that nature.
Two quick details in connection with that. Interestingly enough, Judge Sarah Hughes, who administered LBJ's oath of office, was the head of another one of these domestic CIA fronts. And Now, Leon Jaworski was also named as Koreagate Special Prosecutor. One of the things that came out in the course of the Koreagate hearings was that Tongson Park had set up the Moonies as a front for the Korean CIA, which is, of course, very closely affiliated with our CIA. It's interesting because the Moonies were very active on behalf of President Nixon during Watergate. Okay, now Leon Jaworski, as special counsel not only to the Texas Court of Inquiry, but also as special counsel to the Warren Commission, was one of just a handful of people who were present on June 7th, 1964 in Dallas, Texas, when basically Jack Ruby, the slayer of Lee Harvey Oswald, was interviewed by the Warren Commission. Now, before reading you some portions of that interview, first of all, I'd like to read you the cast of characters that was present at this interview. Now, I'm reading now from a book called Who is Jack Ruby? This is authored by a man named Seth Cantor, last name Kantor, and it's published in hardcover by Everest House and is copyrighted 1978. Now, when Jack Ruby was interviewed by the Warren Commission on June 7th, 1964, there were the following people present. First of all, there was Earl Warren, chairman of the Warren Commission and Chief Justice of the United States Supreme Court. There was also Gerald Ford. Now, Gerald Ford at that time was House Minority Leader. He was the leader of the minority party in the House of Representatives, and he was appointed to the Warren Commission at the instigation of Richard Nixon. Now, Gerald Ford was one of the people present at this Jack Ruby interview. Now, keep in mind that Gerald Ford, after Vice President Agnew was forced from office by a scandal, then House Minority Leader Gerald Ford was named by Richard Nixon as his vice president. Eventually, when Nixon himself was forced from office, Gerald Ford became president of the United States, and within a month after Nixon resigned, Gerald Ford pardoned Richard Nixon for any crimes he may have committed in connection with Watergate. Now, keep in mind that it was at Nixon's instigation that Ford became a Warren Commission member, and Gerald Ford is present at this interview on June 7th, 1964.
Let me make one important clarification from memory. Again, this could be checked, but I believe that what Gerald Ford pardoned Richard Nixon for was any crimes he might have committed while president, which is a much broader sort of basis of things to work with in terms of things we've been talking about tonight and other things. So not just Watergate.
All righty. Now, in addition to Earl Warren and Gerald Ford, present at this particular interview on June 7th, 1964 there were two attorneys reading here now from Who was Jack Ruby by Seth Cantor. Besides the commission members Warren and Ford, there were the commission counsel, Rankin, Joseph A. Ball, and Arlen Specter. Arlen Specter now, by the way, is a senator from Pennsylvania and is sitting on the Senate Judiciary Committee. There were two attorneys, Leon Jaworski and Robert G. Story, representing the official Texas state inquiry into the Kennedy assassination, which was directed by Texas Attorney General Wagner Carr, and which was being muzzled by authorities in Washington. There was Elmer W. Moore, a Secret Service agent, Jim Bowie, an assistant Dallas district attorney, Sheriff Decker, and Tonnahill. Now, Joe Tonnahill, last name Tonahil, was Jack Ruby's defense attorney. A number of other people had worked on his defense, including Melvin Belli. Now, Joe Tonnahill, keep in mind, he's the man who was defending Jack Ruby as an interesting person. Reading once again now about Joe Tonnahill's background, well, this once again from Who was Jack Ruby by Seth Cantor. Belli gave the impression of an international liberal, an anathema in a Dallas court of law. But Tonnahill had the cornpone in him, and his office was a short piece east through the rugged East Texas pines and swamps from Martin Dees Jr. State Park, named after the late communist hunting chairman of what was once the House Un-American Activities Committee on Capitol Hill. Tonnahill himself was the son-in-law of the extremely conservative Virginia Congressman Judge Howard W. Smith, the chairman of the House Rules Committee, who had blocked or tried to block almost every piece of progressive Kennedy administration legislation from getting to the House floor for debate. Okay, so Jack Ruby's defense attorney is the son-in-law of one of President Kennedy's fiercest congressional opponents. Keep that in mind, because Tonnahill is going to figure very prominently in the verbal sparring which we're about to delve into. Now, keep in mind, this is the interview. What I'm about to be reading, what I'm about to read to you here, is the actual transcript of the interview that Jack Ruby had with the Warren Commission. Now, the following people, the preceding people, rather, were present. Now, keep in mind, Leon Jaworski, connected with CIA. He was Watergate special prosecutor. Keep in mind, Gerald Ford, who pardoned Richard Nixon. All of these people are present here. Now,
I was just going to mention one other thing to bear in mind here as far as Jack Ruby. Now, we're talking about a man, again, if some of you missed some of the earlier shows and you're not familiar, Jack Ruby, who shot Lee Harvey Oswald ostensibly, and again, this is the Warren Commission's theory, or the Warren Commission's reason that has been handed around and is still being used by Life magazine, Time Inc., and these people as Ruby's justification was essentially that Jack Ruby felt sorry for the grieving widow of President Kennedy, who would have to come back to Dallas and answer questions, and then another story that he supposedly thought he would be a big man and that they would let him off and say, well, Jack, you shouldn't have done it, but we're not really that mad with you. Here, go ahead, now be famous, and people will come by and shake your hand. Well, in reality, as we've mentioned before, and this is just briefly to bring you folks back up to date, Jack Ruby had a lifelong history of ties to the mafia, not only starting way back in the very early days in Chicago when he was a runner for the Capone mob, going straight on up to Havana, Cuba, where he was involved with the Lansky Syndicate and their involvement with the Batista government, who essentially let the mafia run free in Cuba, doing just what they please, raking in millions of dollars from the casinos. So Jack Ruby is a strong gangster connection with strong connections to Cuba, to pre-Castro Cuba, and to a variety of mobsters who are known to be anti-Kennedy and very violently anti-Castro. So this is the man who, just out of altruism and a desire to save the grieving widow of President Kennedy, a man who by all rights Jack Ruby should loathe, this is the man who supposedly shot Lee Harvey Oswald for these sort of patently useless reasons. And this is the man who is being interviewed by the Warren Commission with all these people that Dave has mentioned, Jaworski and Ford et al., and Tannehill, his own lawyer, in the Dallas cell.
Okay, now I'm going to be reading some excerpts here from a book called The Yankee and Cowboy War that we've read from before on this program. The Yankee and Cowboy War was authored by Carl Oglesby, O-G-L-E-S-B-Y, published in softcover by Berkeley Medallion Books in 1976. Now, in this book and in many other books on the Kennedy assassination, there are some excerpts here published from Volume 5 of the 26 volumes of Warren Commission testimony and exhibits. And the excerpts I'm going to be reading you here come from Volume 5, pages 181 through 212. Now, they're reprinted in Yankee and Cowboy War, as they have been in many books, but these excerpts here are actually from Volume 5 of the Warren Commission Testimony and Exhibits, page 181 through 212. And the excerpts that I'm going to be reading you here were first made public in August of 1964 by What's My Line columnist and gossip columnist Dorothy Kilgallen, What's My Line panelist and columnist Dorothy Kilgallen, who herself died under very strange circumstances shortly thereafter. We talked about her last week. Okay, keep in mind all of the people who were present at Jack Ruby's interview with the Warren Commission. This is the actual text, once again, from Volume 5, 181 through 212. Warren: This is another man on my staff, Mr. Spector. Would you mind if he came in? Chief Justice Warren introduced the men around the room. Ruby: Is there any way to get me to Washington? Warren: I beg your pardon? Ruby: Is there any way of you getting me to Washington? Warren: I don't know of any. I will be glad to talk to your counsel about what the situation is, Mr. Ruby, when we get an opportunity to talk. Ruby has been intermittently begging a chance to talk to Warren alone. Ruby: By the way, the parenthetical interjections here are stuck in by Oglesby. They're not in the actual text. Ruby: I don't think I will get a fair representation with my counsel, Joe Tannehill. I don't think so. I would like to request that I go to Washington and you take all the tests that I have to take. It is very important. Tannehill: Jack, will you tell him why you don't think you will get a fair representation? Ruby: Because I've been over this for the longest time to get the lie detector test. Somebody has been holding it back from me. Warren: Mr. Ruby, I might say to you that the lateness of this thing is not due to your counsel. It was our own delay due to the pressures we had on us at the time. And still later, Ruby: Gentlemen, unless you get me to Washington, you can't get a fair shake out of me. If you understand my way of talking, you have got to bring me to Washington to get the tests. Do I sound dramatic, off the beam? Warren: No, you were speaking very, very rationally, and I am really surprised that you can remember as much as you have remembered up to the present time. You have given it to us in great detail. Ruby: Unless you can get me to Washington, And I'm not a crackpot. I have all my senses. I don't want to evade any crime I am guilty of, but, Mr. Moore, have I spoken this way before when we talked? Moore, yes. Elmer W. Moore, by the way, is a Secret Service agent. Ruby, unless you get me to Washington immediately, I'm afraid after what Mr. Tannehill has written there, well, it is too bad, Chief Warren, that you didn't get me to your headquarters 6 months ago, and still later. Ruby, are you staying overnight here, Chief Warren? Warren, no, I have to be back because we have an early session of court tomorrow morning. Ruby, is there any way of getting the polygraph here? Decker. J.E. Bill Decker, by the way, is the Dallas County Sheriff. He's also present here. Decker, may I make a suggestion? Jack, listen. You and I have had a lot of dealings. Do you want my officers removed from the room while you talk to this commission? Ruby, that wouldn't prove any truth. Decker, these people came several thousand miles to interview you. You have wanted to tell me your story, and I have refused to let you tell me. Now, be a man with a bunch of men that have come a long way to give an opportunity to Ruby. I wish the president were here right now. It is a terrible ordeal, I'll tell you that. Bill, will you do that for me that you asked a minute ago? You said you wanted to leave the room. Decker, I will have everyone leave the room, including myself, if you want to talk about it. You name it, and out we will go. Ruby, all right. Decker, you want all of us outside? Ruby, yes. Decker, I will leave Tannehill and Moore. I'm not going to have Joe leave. Ruby, if you're not going to have Joe leave, Decker, Moore, his body is responsible to you. His body is responsible to you. Ruby, Bill, I am not accomplishing anything if they are here and Joe Tannehill is here. You asked me anybody I wanted out. Decker, Jack, this is your attorney. This is your lawyer. Ruby, he is not my lawyer. Gentlemen, if you want to hear any further testimony, you will have to get me to Washington soon, because it has something to do with you, Chief Warren. Do I sound sober enough to tell you this? Warren, yes, go right ahead. Ruby, I want to tell the truth, and I can't tell it here. I can't tell it here. Does that make sense to you? Warren, well, let's not talk about sense, but I really can't see why you can't tell this commission. Ruby, but this isn't the place for me to tell what I want to tell. Moore, the commission is looking into the entire matter, and you're part of it. Should be. Ruby, Chief Warren, your life is in danger in this city. Do you know that, Warren? No, I don't know that. If that is the thing that you don't want to talk about, you can tell me if you wish when this is all over, just between you and me. Ruby, no, I would like to talk to you in private. Warren, you may do that when you finish your story. You may tell me that phase of it. Ruby, I bet you haven't had a witness like me in your whole investigation. Is that correct? Warren, there are many witnesses whose memory has not been as good as yours. I tell you that honestly. Ruby, my reluctance to talk. You haven't had any witness in telling your story and finding so many problems. Warren, you have a greater problem than any witness we've had. Ruby, I have a lot of reasons for having those problems. Warren, I know that. And we want to respect your rights, whatever they may be. And I only want to hear what you are willing to tell us because I realize that you still have a great problem before you, and I'm not trying to press you. Ruby, when are you going back to Washington? Warren, I'm going back very shortly after we finish this hearing. I'm going to have some lunch. Ruby, can I make a statement? Warren, yes. Ruby, if you request me to go back to Washington with you right now, that couldn't be done, could it, Warren? No, it could not be done. It could not be done. There are a good many things involved in that, Mr. Ruby. Ruby, what are they? Warren, well, the public attention that it would attract and the people who would be around. We have no place for you to be safe when we take you out, and we are not law enforcement officers, and it's not our responsibility to go into anything of that kind, and certainly it couldn't be done on a moment's notice this way. Ruby, gentlemen, my life is in danger here. Not with my guilty plea of execution, i.e. not because of killing Oswald. Do I sound sober enough to you as I say this, Warren? You do. You sound entirely sober. Ruby, from the moment I started my testimony, have I sounded as though, with the exception of becoming emotional, haven't I sounded as though I made sense what I was speaking about? Warren, you have indeed. I understand everything you have said. If I haven't, it's my fault. Ruby, then I follow this up. I may not live tomorrow to give any further testimony. The reason why I add this to this, since you assure me that I have been making sense by then, I might be speaking sense by following what I have said, and the only thing I want to get out to the public, and I can't say it here, is with authenticity, with sincerity of the truth of everything and why my act was committed. But it can't be said here. It can be said It's got to be said amongst people of the highest authority that would give me the benefit of the doubt. And following that, immediately give me the lie detector test after I do make the statement. Chairman Warren, if you felt that your life was in danger at the moment, how would you feel? Wouldn't you be reluctant to go on speaking, even though you request me to do so? Warren, I think I might have some reluctance if I was in your position. Yes, I think I would. I think I would figure it out very carefully as to whether it would endanger me or not. If you think that anything that I am doing or anything that I am asking you is endangering you in any way, shape, or form, I want you to feel absolutely free to say that the interview is over. Ruby, what happens then? I didn't accomplish anything. Warren, no, nothing has been accomplished. Ruby, well, then you won't follow up with anything further? Warren, there wouldn't be anything to follow up if you hadn't completed your statement. Ruby, you said you have the power to do what you want to do. Is that correct? Warren, exactly. Ruby, without any limitations? Warren, within the purview of the executive order which established the commission. Ruby, but you don't have a right to take a prisoner back with you when you want to? Warren, no. We have the power to subpoena witnesses to Washington if we want to do it. But we have taken the testimony of 200 or 300 people, I would imagine, here in Dallas without going to Washington. Ruby, yes, but those people aren't Jack Ruby. Warren, no, they weren't. Ruby, they weren't. Warren, now I want you to feel that we are not here to take any advantage of you because I know that you are in a delicate position. And unless you would indicate it not only through your letters but also through your sister who wrote a letter addressed either to me or to Mr. Rankin saying you wanted to testify before the commission, unless she had told us that, I wouldn't have bothered you. Ruby, the thing is that with your power that you have, Chief Justice Warren, and all these gentlemen, too much time has gone by for me to give you any benefit of what I may say now. And still later. Rankin, it isn't entirely clear how you feel that your family and you yourself are threatened by your telling what you have to the commission. How do you come to the conclusion that they might be killed? Will you tell us a little bit more about that, if you can, Ruby? Well, assuming that, as I stated before, some persons are accusing me falsely of being part of the plot, naturally, in all the time from over 6 months ago, my family has been so interested in helping me. Rankin, by that you mean a party to the plot of Oswald? Ruby, that I was a party to a plot to silence Oswald. Warren, Mr. Ruby, I think you are entitled to a statement to this effect because you have been frank with us and you have told us your story. I think I can say to you that there has been no witness before this commission out of the hundreds we have questioned who has claimed to have any personal knowledge that you were a party to any conspiracy to kill our president. Ruby, yes, but you don't know this area here. Warren, well, I will make this additional statement to you, that if any witness should testify before the commission that you were, to their knowledge, a party to any conspiracy to assassinate the president, I assure you that we will give you the opportunity to deny it and to take any test that you may so desire to disprove it. Ruby, and I wish that our beloved President Lyndon Johnson would have delved deeper into the situation. Hear me, not to accept just circumstantial facts about my guilt or innocence, and would have questioned to find out the truth about me before he relinquished certain powers to these certain people. Consequently, a whole new form of government is going to take over our country, and I know I won't live to see you another time. Do I sound sort of screwing in telling you these things, Warren? No, I think that is what you believe, or you wouldn't tell it under oath. Ruby, but it is a very serious situation. I guess it's too late to stop it, isn't it? And still later. Ford, are there any questions that ought to be asked to help clarify the situation that you described? Ruby, there is only one thing. If you don't get me back to Washington tonight to give me a chance to prove to the president that I am not guilty, then you will see the most tragic thing that will ever happen. And still later, Ruby, now maybe something can be saved. It may not be too late, whatever happens, if our President Lyndon Johnson knew the truth from me. But if I am eliminated, there won't be any way of knowing. Right now, when I leave your presence now, I am the only one that can bring out the truth to our president who believes in righteousness and justice. But he has been told, I am certain, that I was part of a plot to assassinate the president. I know, your hands are tied, you are helpless. Warren, Mr. Ruby, I think I can say this to you, that if he has been told any such thing, there is no indication of any kind that he believes it. Ruby, I'm sorry, Chief Justice Warren. I thought I would be very effective in telling you what I have said here, but in all fairness to everyone, maybe all I want to do is to beg that if they found out I was telling the truth, Maybe they can succeed in what their motives are, but maybe my people won't be tortured and mutilated. Warren. Well, you may be sure that my president and his whole commission will do anything that is necessary to see that your people are not tortured. Ruby, no. Warren, you may be sure of that. Ruby, no. The only way you can do it is if he knows the truth, that I am telling the truth, and why I was down in that basement Sunday morning, and maybe some sense of decency will come out and they can still fulfill their plan, as I stated before, without my people going through torture and mutilation. Warren, the president will know everything that you have said. Everything that you have said. Ruby, but I won't be around, Chief Justice. I won't be around to verify those things that you were going to tell the president. Tannehill, who never left the room. Who do you think is going to eliminate you, Jack? Ruby, I have been used for a purpose, and there will be a certain tragic occurrence happening if you don't take my testimony and somehow vindicate me so my people don't suffer because of what I've done. Warren, but we have taken your testimony. We have it here. It will be in permanent form for the President of the United States and for the Congress of the United States and for the courts of the United States and for the people of the entire world. It is there. It will be recorded for all to see. That is the purpose of our coming here today. We feel that you are entitled to have your story told. Ruby, you have lost me, though. You have lost me, Chief Justice Warren. Warren, lost you? In what sense? Ruby, I won't be around for you to come and question again. Warren, well, it is very hard for me to believe that. I am sure that everybody would want to protect you to the very limit. Ruby, all I want is a lie detector test, and you refuse to give it to me. Because as it stands now in the truth serum and any other pentothal, how do you pronounce it, whatever it is, and they will not give it to me because I want to tell the truth, and then I want to leave this world. Still later. Ruby, how are we going to communicate and so on? Warren, we will communicate directly with you. Ruby, you have a lost cause, Earl Warren. You don't stand a chance. They feel about you like they do about me, Chief Justice Warren. I shouldn't hurt your feelings in telling you that.
All right, and the first time I heard that, well, let me tell you, the same chills went up my spine that just went up now listening to that. Truly an amazing bit of testimony. The one thing that has to be asked is, do you really believe that man, Jack Ruby, wanted to get to Washington so badly to tell the President of the United States, and under oath and under a lie detector test and with sodium pentothal if necessary, that he had shot Lee Harvey Oswald so Jackie Kennedy wouldn't have to come back to Dallas? I mean,
keep in mind, too, that the official Warren Commission version, now there are a number of different, there's the media version, there was the Texas Law Court decision on Jack Ruby that he was basically, well, they decided that they overturned his conviction on first-degree murder, and then there was the official Warren Commission thesis, which was that Jack Ruby suffered from a psychomotor epileptic disorder, which, under the strain of the moment, his tremendous grief at Kennedy's death just triggered a brief psychomotor epileptic episode in the basement there, which just caused him to kill Lee Harvey Oswald with a single shot. Keep in mind all of these things, and once again, his lawyer, Joe Tannehill, was the son-in-law of one of Kennedy's fiercest congressional opponents, which may account for some of his reluctance to deal with him.
Yes, and Jack Ruby's obvious nervousness about having Joe Tannehill in the room with him, and again, I think that just the whole aura of a man just terrified to death to talk frankly and just desperately trying to be taken somewhere to talk. And, of course, none of this comes out in the Warren Commission report. None of this whatsoever. Jack Ruby is painted as being, as Dave put it, psychomotor epileptic, a lone incidence of strange behavior, a fluke, a chance of this and of that. And I think that just listening to that testimony will help you to make up your own mind as to whether that was the case or not.
Keep in mind that Special Prosecutor Jaworski, as well as ex-President Ford, heard exactly what you've heard, except they heard the real McCoy. Jaworski didn't have a speaking part in that thing, but he was there, and I'm told by Mae Brussel, who has cross-indexed this entire volume, that the testimony that was made public is some of the more tame testimony. It gets a lot heavier than that.
Yes, well, we've seen that pattern before, and we will undoubtedly see it again. Okay, we have a couple of last things we want to deal with very quickly here before we open up the phones. One of which we were not able to get the particular document that we wanted, but we are going to mention it anyway because in light of the Kennedy assassination and Watergate, which we're talking about right at the moment, it's rather interesting, and that is the death of Murray Chotiner.
Right. In January of 1973, as the Watergate case was just starting to really thicken, Murray Chotiner, who was an organized crime attorney, generally credited with having given Richard Nixon the boot in the pants which got him into politics in the first place, was killed in a very mysterious hit-and-run accident. And in his obituary, which I was hoping to be able to read to you this evening, we were going to have it on hand, but unfortunately it has been unaccountably delayed in the mails, a copy of it, so hopefully we'll be able to read it to you maybe at the beginning of next week. Anyway, in his obituary in the San Francisco Chronicle in January of 73, Murray Chotiner says, you know, everybody knows that I helped boost Richard Nixon and got him into politics, but what people don't know is that I also gave the impetus to Earl Warren's political career. Worth noting in this context that Earl Warren has this reputation as a liberal. He was the fellow who was, I believe he was then governor of California, helped effect the concentration camp program for the internment of Japanese citizens during World War II. He also was vice presidential candidate on the Republican ticket under Dewey in 1948. So, also, by the way, the leading suspect in the unsolved murder of his own father. So his credentials as an upstanding citizen are at best dubious.
Something to be discussed, and no doubt something that will draw a great deal of response from out there. Anyway, wish we had that Chotiner obituary. We certainly seem to be reading a lot of obituaries on this show, don't we?
Hopefully we'll have it by next week. It should have been here today, but has not gotten here through the U.S. mails.
Okay, one last thing we're going to touch on. And again, the Watergate stuff alone we could be elaborating on for hours and hours, but we're having to pick some high points here. One of my own, and again, this is spoken in a rather cynical way, one of my own favorite parts of the Watergate-Kennedy assassination connections is the question, and now everybody out there who is alive and of reasonable age, even like 5 years old and older, knows where they were the day that John F. Kennedy was assassinated. I'm talking about 6-year-olds in Albuquerque, New Mexico. I'm talking about 9-year-olds in East Oaxaca, Michigan. I'm talking about everybody. Well, let's read a little segment here from Bernard Fensterwald and the Committee to Assassinate Investigations, Coincidence or Conspiracy, which we quoted from earlier tonight, and let's find out about somebody who doesn't seem to remember where he was when John F. Kennedy was assassinated. Reading from Coincidence or Conspiracy. Richard Nixon, the defeated Republican presidential candidate of 1960, flew to Dallas on November 20th, 1963. Nixon was then working as an attorney for the Pepsi-Cola Company and was in Dallas to attend a carbonated bottlers convention. Nixon remained in Dallas for 2 days, leaving the city about 3 hours before President Kennedy was shot to death on November 22nd. In an interview with political reporter Jules Whitcover in early 1967, Nixon told of his November 1963 trip to Dallas and his reaction to the Kennedy assassination. Quote, I was in a taxi cab when I got the news. This is Richard Nixon speaking. I was in a taxi cab when I got the news. I had been in Dallas attending a meeting. I flew back to New York the next morning. It must have happened just as my plane was landing. My cab was stopped for a light in Queens, and a guy ran over and said, have you got a radio? The president's been wounded. I thought, oh my God, it must have been one of the nuts. A half hour later, I got to my apartment, and the doorman told me he was dead. I called J. Edgar Hoover and asked him, what happened? Was it one of the nuts? Hoover said, no, it was a communist. Going on. However, just 3 months after the assassination, Richard Nixon told the FBI another version of his trip to Dallas, when he and his secretary, Rosemary Woods, were contacted by the FBI during the Warren investigation, because Marina Oswald alleged that Lee had also thought about killing Nixon sometime in the spring of 1963. The Warren Commission was seeking to determine if Nixon had ever actually been in Texas during that period. During his FBI interview on February 28, 1964, Nixon inaccurately stated that he left Dallas on November 20th, rather than on November 22nd. An FBI report contained in the Warren Commission Exhibit 1973 states the following. On February 28, 1964, the Honorable Richard M. Nixon, former Vice President of the U.S., was contacted by Assistant Director in charge of the New York office, John F. Malone, and Richard Nixon furnished the following information. Mr. Nixon advised that the only time he was in Dallas, Texas, during 1963 was 2 days prior to the assassination of President John F. Kennedy. Okay, going on. That's an FBI document. While his early 1964 account of when he had left Dallas was obviously inaccurate, his interview with Jules Whitcover in 1967 was equally erroneous concerning his arrival in the city. Nixon told Witkover, quote, "I had been in Dallas attending a meeting. I flew back to New York the next morning. It must have happened just as my plane was landing." Thus, while Nixon admitted in 1967 he had in fact been in Dallas a couple of hours before the shooting, he incorrectly told Witkover that he had come to Dallas the day before the assassination, November 21st, rather than November 20th, the date he had actually arrived in the city. In his highly detailed account of what various public figures were doing on the day of JFK's assassination, William Manchester recorded in 1967 that Richard Nixon had departed Dallas on the morning of November 22nd on American Airlines Flight 82. While one hesitates to draw a conclusion of any kind from the episode, it does seem somewhat peculiar that Nixon managed to forget where he was on November 22nd, 1963, during his February of 1964 FBI interview. The often repeated cliché, quote, "No one will ever forget where they were and what they were doing the day President Kennedy was assassinated," seems to have been inaccurate in at least this one case. Efforts to review the Nixon episode were further hindered when the National Archives disclosed in 1976 that a, quote, letter of FBI of June 29, 1964 concerning Richard Nixon was one of the items missing from the Warren Commission records stored in the Archives building in Washington, D.C. The contents of the letter are unknown. Okay, we're going to let you think about Richard Nixon's strange inability to remember where he was.
It's worth noting, too, that there are about a half dozen different versions, 3 or 4 of which come from Nixon himself at various points in his career, of just what he was doing in Dallas and just when he left. Also, it has been established that he was there as a lawyer for Pepsi-Cola Company. A former Pepsi official named Butler has testified that Nixon was at the Pepsi convention, and he was there, too, when the announcement of the assassination was made, so that apparently, according to this fellow Butler, Nixon, that is a Pepsi-Cola official named Butler, Nixon was in the Pepsi convention when he heard the news.
Okay, so just one of another of a series of versions, and you heard 3 of them from Richard Nixon himself. Well,
you'll recall that in connection with the connections between the Kennedy assassination and Watergate, I read some excerpts from Volume 5 of the 26 volumes of Warren Commission testimony and exhibits that had some rather intriguing remarks by Jack Ruby. Now, Jack has been cited as one of the 2 lone nuts of the Kennedy assassination, and he had a lot of things to say during the course of his incarceration before he died of a berry aneurysm at the base of the brain. And generally, Jack Ruby has been regarded as sort of a screwball, as in, the official version is that he was a nut, that he suffered from psychomotor epilepsy, and that the pressure of the event caused a brief psychomotor epileptic episode of undefined nature, which caused him to kill Lee Harvey Oswald with a single shot. Nipper's about to read you some sections of a letter that Jack Ruby wrote while he was in prison, and this letter, among other things, has been cited as reasons why Jack was crazy.
Okay. Now, the letter that follows, and this is being read from a book called, and it's not really a book, it's almost more of a magazine-type situation. It's called In the Shadow of Dallas, a primer on the assassination of President Kennedy. This was published by the editors of Ramparts magazine, who were among the leading and analysts in terms of getting the assassination researchers and giving them space to pursue these things in the period following the Warren Commission's report. And so Ramparts gave a lot of these people their first shot in print on the Kennedy assassination. Many of them were already writers or journalists or whatever the case may be. But a lot of magazines wouldn't touch them with a 10-foot pole because of the questions that they called up that put a lot of our political institutions in a bad light. Ramparts writes in their introduction to this letter that the letter which follows is one of 2 unsigned letters handwritten in pencil on slips from a memo pad, confiscated by one of Ruby's guards and subsequently smuggled from the jail. They were sold at auction in the Astor Gallery in New York on January 31st, 1966, by Charles Hamilton, a reputable autograph dealer who vouched for their authenticity. The purchaser of this one was Texas editor Penn Jones, Jr., author of the book Forgive My Grief. He paid $950. Ruby's younger brother, Sam, immediately contacted Jones and confirmed that Ruby had admitted writing the letter. Okay? They also add, with Jones's permission, we are publishing the entire letter, which was 33 pages in its original handwritten form. We're not going to be reading the whole letter tonight. This is its exclusive publication, and it is presented as Ruby wrote it, without correcting his errors in spelling, grammar, or punctuation, without attempting to clarify its ambiguities, etc., etc. It will be remembered that Ruby never went beyond the 8th grade in school. Okay, so here is Jack Ruby's letter, or at least portions thereof. John, You must believe what I am about to write to you. And after you have read the contents, try to remember everything, and then destroy same. And whatever you do, don't take anyone in your confidence, except the names of the people that I will enclose here. And these, try to remember them by going over their names constantly until you are sure that you will remember them. First, you must realize that the people here want everyone to think I am crazy. So if what I know is actually, then no one will believe me because of my supposed insanity. Now, I know that my time is running out, and that the most that I'll be here will be 2 or 3 days more, and they plan doing away with me. Don't let the smiles, etc. of the guards fool you. Supposing I prove to be right about not being here much longer, then you will have to believe everything else I'm going to tell you. You have watched my behavior and my actions for some time now, and certainly you have come to the conclusion that I am normal. Otherwise, you wouldn't have been as kind to me as you have been. So you must make up your mind as to what you think of me. If you have up to now thought of me as a nice person and a very sincere person, then you must believe me that I know what is taking place. And so please, with all my heart, you must believe me, because I am counting on you to save this country a lot of bloodshed. As soon as you get out, you must read Texas Looks at Lyndon, and it may open your eyes to a lot of things. This man is a Nazi in the worst order. For over a year now, they have been doing away with my people. Of course, you don't read about these things in the paper. They have means and ways of keeping it secret. But supposing you find out when you are released that all of the Jews have been done away with, and after telling you so far in advance, which proves that I must have some knowledge of what is going on. The reason for this lengthy explanation is that I want you to have faith in me, and perhaps you can be of some use in helping to save a lot of other people.
Interrupting briefly, Jack Ruby was Jewish.
Yes, Jack Ruby was short for Rubenstein, I believe.
Right.
Okay, skipping along through the letter, it says, now, Ruby writes, here is the plan. Someone must get to England and France and Israel and tell the right people what has happened to the Jews so they can prepare themselves from the same kind of thing happening here. They will know that there's only one kind of people that would do such a thing. That would have to be the Nazis. And who is in power in this country right now? And that is who is in power in this country right now. If they would kill a man like Jonas Salk, the man responsible for the cure of infantile paralysis, then there it must be true what I'm telling you. That is why the president don't want any out of the country traveling, because he expects to invade those countries over there. The only countries which will be safe are the former Axis countries, Egypt, Germany, Japan, and Italy. Brazil already has been overthrown. The democratic people of Germany are also going to be slaughtered. Explain this all to blank. He re-returned from Russia. Of both evils between Russia and the Nazis, you have the best in choosing Russia. Johnson is going to try to have an all-out war with Russia, and when that happens, Johnson and his cohorts will be on the sidelines where they won't get hurt, while the Americans may get wiped out. The only way this can be avoided is that if Russia would be informed as to who the real enemies are, and in that way they won't be tricked into starting a war with the U.S. The war can be avoided this way because the Russians will tell Johnson that they won't bomb the U.S. but only Brazil, Germany, Egypt, and then in parentheses, who is only faking it this time to be an ally of Russia, don't believe it. Japan also is in on the deal, but the old warlords are going to come back. South America is also full of these Nazis. England, France, Sweden, and all the other countries who were our allies must be warned, and they must be told who is the worst of the two. They have got to try to make up with the Russians. Explain all of this to blank. Round up all my friends that I mentioned here, and when they all get together, and they have known me for so many years and watched my actions and would swear for me that I couldn't be anything else but a 100% American, it wouldn't to convince them that I had been framed. And if those people were so determined to frame me, then you must be convinced that they had an ulterior motive for doing same. There is only one kind of people that would go to such extremes, and that would be the master race, who want to make slaves of the rest of the world. Johnson is only faking his friendship for the colored race. Don't believe it. That was his strategy to win the election. He also put a lot of Jews in top office positions, just to make people believe he was a friend of the Jews. He put Sheldon Cohen to head the Internal Revenue. He knew he was going to get rid of him very shortly. They are going to come out with a story that it was the Minutemen who killed the Jews. Don't you believe that? They are using that to cover up for the Nazis. One more thing. Isn't it strange that Oswald, who hasn't worked a lick most of life, should be fortunate enough to get a job at the book building 2 weeks before the president himself, didn't know as to when he was to visit Dallas. Now, where would a jerk like Oswald get the information that the president was coming to Dallas? One person could have had that information, and that man was Johnson, who knew weeks in advance as to what was going to happen, because he is the one who was going to arrange the trip for president. This had been planned long before the president himself knew about, so you figure that one out. The only one who gained by the shooting of the president was Johnson, and he was in a car in the rear, and safe when the shooting took place. What would the Russians, Castro, or anyone else have to gain by eliminating the president? If Johnson was so heartbroken over Kennedy, why didn't he do something for Robert Kennedy? All he did was snub him. Also, look another friend, Blank, who owns the Blank in Dallas. Bring these facts up to Blank, that I had been to the Western Union to send money to the showgirl in Fort Worth. That was at 11:17 a.m. Sunday, which was stamped on the receipt. And at a little before 11:21 a.m., I shot Oswald, and it took just that amount of time to walk the distance from the Western Union to the bottom of the ramp. Tell them to check the distance and to time it. It is right on the fraction of a second. I could never have timed it that close and been in on a conspiracy. Also, if I in on something, why would I have accepted a phone call at 10:50 at my apartment from a girl? A man that had planned something that Sunday morning don't accept phone calls. Try and remember all of this. Also, Blank, he knows me very well, by Jack Ruby. Now, a couple of things. Just the most obvious thing, okay, not even getting into the Nazis, which we're going to get into, and we're going to talk about in some more depth. The very fact that Jack Ruby has been painted as a man who either, one, had a sudden psychoneural epilepsy, forcing him to accidentally pull the trigger on the gun in a moment of passion, or two, that he was a man who merely wanted to stop the president's grieving widow from having come back to Dallas, stacked up against his speech in the jail cell, which you will remember Dave read last week, where he was literally begging Earl Warren to take him to Washington and give him a polygraph test. And this letter here, in which he is pleading for this friend of his to get this information out, that some kind of a Nazi conspiracy is going on, and that he fears that his people, the Jews, are going to be wiped out, etc., etc. At the very least, even the most credulous of you out there, incredulous out there, I think would have real difficulty in reconciling this Jack Ruby, who we have given you two examples of his actual words at the time, against the man that the Warren Commission has offered up as being somehow the garrulous nightclub keeper who just wanted to save the widow a lot of grief.
Now, of course, the things that Ruby was saying, the United States should make up with Russia. In essence, he was sort of advocating a reformation of the World War II alliance between Britain, France, the United States, Russia, and so forth. And that letter has often been cited as proof positive that Ruby was three sheets to the wind, basically, that he was crazy as a loon. Imagine suggesting that Lyndon Johnson was a Nazi, or that the Nazis were running the United States in 1963. Pretty crazy, huh? Well, that's what we're going to be examining tonight. How crazy is that? Now, if that sounds a little wild to you, hang on to your hats. I'm going to read you a short section here. This is from a book that we've used a lot on this program, and is featured on other broadcasts on this station as well. It's called The Assassinations, and it's subtitled Dallas and Beyond. Edited by three men: Peter Dale Scott, S-C-O-T-T, UCal Berkeley professor, a man named Paul L. Hoch, H-O-C-H, and Russell Stetler, S-T-E-T-L-E-R. Published in softcover by the Vintage Press in 1976. I'm going to read you a couple of sentences here from an essay by one of the editors, Paul L. Hoch, entitled CIA Activities and the Warren Commission. And what Hoch is talking about here are the techniques used by the CIA to defame one of the early critics of the Warren Report, a German immigrant named Joachim Yosten, last name J-O-E-S-T-E-N, usually called Joe Yosten. Okay, from Paul L. Hoch's CIA Activities and the Warren Commission. The extent of CIA efforts to disseminate derogatory information about the critics should be examined. The agency did give the Warren Commission a 1937 Gestapo memo on Joachim Yosten, the author of one of the first critical books on the assassination. Information that Yosten had been a member of the German Communist Party, taken from the same memo, was later introduced into the congressional record in a report allegedly written by the CIA, which claimed that his criticism of the Warren Report was part of a, quote, communist bloc defamation campaign, unquote. Okay, so here we see the CIA not only relying upon the Gestapo, a Gestapo memo in order to criticize a Warren Commission critic, but then reading portions of that same memo into the congressional record. Pretty crazy, huh? Boy, that nut Jack Ruby. Listen to this. Again, reading a short section here from a book called Documents. This is, as its name implied, a compendium of declassified FBI and CIA memoranda. It was authored by Christy Macy, M-A-C-Y, and Susan Kaplan, K-A-P-L-A-N. And in this book, Documents, there is a section, here we go, got it, an excerpt from a CIA document entitled Document 1035-960. Again, 1035-960. It was issued in 1966, and it says here it was reviewed and released under the Freedom of Information Act in 1976. Oh, by the way, this book, Documents, edited by Christy Macy and Susan Kaplan, published in softcover by Penguin Books, copyrighted 1980. And I'm not going to read you all of document 1035-60. It's dated, by the way, the actual date is April 1st, 1967, but I'm going to read you paragraph 4A from CIA document 1035-60. It reads as follows. No significant new evidence. Oh, by the way, this document, before getting into it, this document is a memorandum to all CIA station chiefs on how to combat Warren Commission critics. In other words, how to defend the Warren Commission. Okay, reading again from paragraph 4A of 1035-60, April 1st, 67. No significant new evidence has emerged which the Commission did not consider. The assassination is sometimes compared, e.g. by Joachim Yosten and Bertrand Russell, with the Dreyfus case. However, unlike that case, the attacks on the Warren Commission have produced no new evidence, no new culprits have been convincingly identified, and there is no agreement among the critics. A better parallel, though an imperfect one, might be with the Reichstag fire of 1933, which some competent historians, Fritz Tobias, A.J.P. Taylor, and D.C. Watt, now believe was set by von der Lubbe on his own initiative without acting for either Nazis or communists. The Nazis tried to pin the blame on the communists, but the latter have been much more successful in convincing the world that the Nazis were to blame. Okay, now, what this basically is talking about here, of course, is the Reichstag fire in which the Nazis, not Martinus von der Lubbe, last name, by the way, V-A-N-D-E-R-L-U-B-B-E, in which the Nazis burned down the German parliament, the Reichstag building, blamed it on the communists, and used that as an excuse to impose dictatorial laws suspending traditional German liberties. And this, of course, was the mechanical device by which the Nazis assumed their total control over German society. Now, the Reichstag fire, I've never heard, I'm not familiar with the work of Messrs. Tobias, Taylor, and Watt. I've read a fair amount about World War II, and I've never heard anyone suggest that the Reichstag fire was anything but the Nazi provocation that it is attributed, that it has generally been labeled. The Reichstag fire was supposedly, according to Nazis, set by Martinus von der Lubbe, who was legally blind and legally insane, and according to John Gunther in his book Inside Europe 1937, was, quote, thrown out of the Dutch Communist Party for being the useless fellow that he was, unquote. And here we have to the Reichstag fire itself, Reichsmarshal Hermann Goering, head of the German Air Force, had a house right next door to the Reichstag. A tunnel adjoined that building, and he appeared on the Reichstag steps as the flames were licking up in earnest, and denounced the communists and so forth. And then there was a very famous trial in which the Nazis were eloquently and thoroughly put down, but it did not in any way affect the verdict that Martinus von der Lubbe, the legally blind and legally insane lone nut, set the fire. Now, the scary part about this memo is that basically we have here an endorsement of the Nazi view of history from an official American government document. In other words, here it's saying that basically von der Lubbe was a lone nut, but that the communists have been very successful in defaming the poor Nazis.
And not only do we have an American government intelligence official endorsing the Nazi view of history, but that they are using that Nazi view of history to in turn turn around and derogate the critics of the Warren Commission. So this is what we're seeing when we're talking about misinformation. We're not only talking about very subtle misinformation, we're literally talking about things like Nazi propaganda and Gestapo memos being used to derogate critics of the Warren Commission, and that goes a step beyond some of the other things that we've talked about.
Now, of course, Jack Ruby, maybe he doesn't look quite so silly now, saying the Nazis are in control of our government. Now, it may be a source of puzzlement to many people as to why we see these Nazi viewpoints, in essence, being disseminated by the CIA. Recall that a 1937 Gestapo memo was used by CIA to defame Joachim Josten, Joe Josten, and then a declassified CIA memorandum says, oh, no sweat, if you want to put down the Warren Commission, critics point out that it was the work of a lone nut, just like the Reichstag fire, although the commies have been very successful in defaming and pinning that on the Nazis. Now, basically, this endorsement of the Nazi viewpoint should not come on the part of the CIA, should not come as much of a shock as it may to some of you. There is a very, very important chapter in American history and in the history of the Cold War, which is virtually unknown in this country. And basically that centers around the role in American society and in the Cold War played by a man named Gehlen. His first name was Reinhard. His last name is spelled Gehlen. Now, Reinhard Gehlen was Hitler's most important intelligence officer during World War II. He was in charge of all intelligence for the Third Reich on the Eastern Front, and in that capacity was head of an organization called Fremde Heere Ost, which I've heard variously translated as Foreign Armies East. That's the most common translation, or occasionally Foreign Intelligence East. Now, this basically was, as I said, Hitler's Eastern Front intelligence organization during World War II, supplied the Reich with all of its intelligence on Eastern Europe and the Soviet Union, and it made very, very, very heavy use, and this is important for our purposes here, of the large anti-communist underground, which was basically left behind by the Tsarist elements after the Russian Revolution. There was still a lot of White Russians in Russia, and they were the Germans availed themselves of this White Russian underground to spy upon Russia. Now, the United States at the end of the war did not have an intelligence capability to speak of in Russia and Eastern Europe, so what they did was 3 months after the war ended in Europe, a series of negotiations between Gehlen and the Americans concluded with Gehlen being flown into the United States in the uniform of a 4-star general. Keep in mind, 3 months after the war ends in Europe, and basically Gehlen and his entire Eastern Front intelligence organization, Fremde Heere Ost, with more than 4,000 SS and Gestapo veterans included in it, that organization was grafted onto the fledgling CIA and became its Department of Russian and Eastern European Affairs. That organization, again, Hitler's Eastern Front intelligence organization with SS and Gestapo agents galore, provided the United States with all of its intelligence, exclusive purveyor of intelligence on Russia and Eastern Europe, for more than a decade after the end of World War II, and the CIA continued to rely upon it very heavily after that. There were 2 other very important incarnations about the Gehlen organization to keep in mind. One was that coterminous with its role as the CIA's Department of Russian and Eastern European Affairs, it became the official NATO intelligence organization, supplying NATO with up to 70% of its intelligence. And finally, it became the West German intelligence service, the BND, the Bundesnachrichtendienst, and it is basically that to this day. Now, keep in mind that this organization provided us with all of our information on Russia and Eastern Europe, and keep in mind the White Russians and the reactionary Eastern Europeans who form an important element of this. In particular, a group which is known under a couple of names as NTS, the Russian abbreviation initials for Death to Tyrants, also known as the Solidarists. Now, not solidarity, but solidarists. Okay, and Nipper's going to tell you about a very important member of the Solidarists.
Indeed. And before I do this, I want to just go back one more time and touch on this, because this is something that Dave and I have talked about a great deal on KFJC, but it's still a lot of things that most people do not fully take into account. What we are talking about is within 3 months after the cessation of hostilities in Europe in World War II, the CIA had begun to literally graft the entire Nazi Eastern Front intelligence operation, including, as Dave said, fully trained Gestapo and SS members, and Reinhard Gehlen himself, one of Hitler's right-hand men, one of the men high in the councils of Hitler. Several of these people were literally sprung from the docket and from the holding cells at Nuremberg as war criminals, and were immediately snatched up and spirited off. Klaus Barbie was only the most recent example of one of these people who cut his deal with the CIA. But this is an entire organization, thousands strong, that was just literally grafted on to the United States intelligence services. So we're talking about not only just the management, but literally the manpower. Maybe fully a quarter of our original manpower in the CIA were SS and Gestapo members. This is something you don't hear much about in your local civics classes. Anyway, back to the Solidarist organization, basically the fifth column White Russian organization that the Gehlen group made such good use of for their intelligence activities, and quite a few of the Solidarists were literally Tsarists, and about as far to the right as you can possibly get. Anyway, this particular book is Were We Controlled by a man named Lincoln Lawrence. Although I believe he's writing under that name, he's actually a TV commentator and a magazine and broadcast media expert.
Yeah, that's a nom de plume. I don't know his real name. Nip, check publisher and copyright date, just for people's information.
Okay,
here.
Yes, indeed. This book was published by University Books Incorporated, and it was copyrighted 1967.
That's hardcover edition.
That's the hardcover edition, indeed. Okay, and he's talking about a man. I'm going to tell you the name now, just because it's a tricky name, and you may have trouble remembering. It's a man named George de Mohrenschildt, and de Mohrenschildt is spelled D-E, then capital M-O-R-E-N-S-C-H-I-L-D-T. Complicated name to spell, not that hard to remember once you've heard it, and somebody who figures prominently in the post-Russian life of Lee Harvey Oswald.
Before getting into the passage that Nip's talking about, to tell you just a couple of things about his background which aren't brought up in this section. George de Mohrenschildt's father was the manager of the Baku oil fields in pre-revolutionary Russia. Those were owned by the Nobel family, the same Nobel as in dynamite and the Nobel Prizes. And, well, as I said, his father was the manager of the Baku oil fields for the Nobel family.
Indeed. Okay, now, one thing here I'm going to tell you is that Lincoln Lawrence in this book uses the word rumor, the rumor, as a keynote of referring. What he's basically referring to is the conspiracy, but he does not want to use the word conspiracy. This book was written in '67. He's talking about some things that he felt at the time were very sensitive and didn't want to get in the position of being a conspiracy buff type of situation. So he calls it the rumor. Anyway, he says, returning to our investigation of the rumor, we note that in the period from 1958 to 1959, a figure in the case decided to go to Switzerland and apparently to Germany. In Switzerland, he would, he stated, like to attend the Albert Schweitzer College in order to, among other things, quote, broaden my knowledge of German and live in a healthy atmosphere and good moral atmosphere. The man, under an influence, question mark, perhaps one that continued long after, who applied for a passport to Switzerland and Germany on September 21st, 1959, was Lee Harvey Oswald. The world has a picture of Oswald as a Castro-Moscow sympathizer. That would lead us to accept his interest in Spanish and Russian. But little known to us was his interest, by his own statement, in German. The strong man that those close to Lee Oswald said was his best friend in those months before the assassination was George de Mohrenschildt. This clever, sophisticated man, whose international background included friendships with Jackie Kennedy's father and mother, somehow found time to attune himself to the conversational sparkle of the Oswald household. George de Mohrenschildt was born in Moscow, Russia. His father was of German descent. George, unlike his brother, obscured his German heritage by a change of name from von Mohrenschildt to de Mohrenschildt. This fact was brought out by Assistant Counsel Albert Jenner in information gathered for the Warren Report. Jenner has since been condemned, along with the rest of the commission, for lack of zeal in digging out the real facts. Nevertheless, it is interesting to note that he scratched far enough below the surface to uncover the fact that in the 1940s, de Mohrenschildt was involved in a business venture called Facts Incorporated, with a questionable partner, a, quote, distant cousin named Baron Maydell. Jenner suggested that Maydell was accused of being a German spy. De Mohrenschildt admitted that people considered Maydell pro-Nazi. A particularly odd coincidence showing up as a result of Jenner's interrogation has to do with de Mohrenschildt's father. He was seized by the communist regime for being outspoken, but decided later not to flee from Russia. To quote de Mohrenschildt, his father, quote, heard from somebody that they, the communists, had become liberal, and so he, quote, stayed in Minsk. Lee Harvey Oswald was later to stay in Minsk. One brief quote from the exchange before the Warren Commission between Assistant Counsel Albert Jenner and de Mohrenschildt. In connection with questioning about photographs that de Mohrenschildt did or did not take of the Aransas Pass U.S. Coast Guard station, presumably during World War II. Question: you went to Aransas Pass, and what did you do there? Answer: this is de Mohrenschildt answering. What do they say we did? Question: did you take some photographs? Answer: possibly of each other. Question: you took no photographs of the Coast Guard station there? Answer: I don't recall that. Question: did you make any sketches? Answer: yes, because I like to sketch. I sketched the dunes, the coastline, but not the Coast Guard station. Who gives a damn about the Coast Guard station in Aransas Pass? Question. I can tell you that that is what got you into trouble. Answer. Is that so? Well, you were the first one to tell me about that. On the way back to the pass, some characters stopped the car and came out of the bushes, and they said, "You are a German spy." Later in the testimony, de Mohrenschildt admitted to knowing a little more about the, quote, characters. I have the impression they told me they were from the FBI, and they followed me all the way from New York. In the bright spotlight trained on the events in Dallas, the principals speak Spanish or Russian. The scenery is backdrops of Cuba, Moscow, and Minsk. In the shadows, the language and influence is German. In this one discrepancy lies the key to an understanding of the ways in which Lee Harvey Oswald may have been controlled. Now, de Mohrenschildt is talking about a variety of things. The de Mohrenschildt thing is vitally important in that one of the things that we're talking about is not only the fact that de Mohrenschildt might or might not have been a German spy, but that George de Mohrenschildt was a very a rich cosmopolitan man who moved in white Russian circles. Now, this is something that people do not talk about very much when they're talking about the Warren Commission, and some people have brought this up in their phone calls in the last couple of weeks. Namely, why did Lee Harvey Oswald, the supposed pro-Castro, pro-Moscow, anti-U.S. sympathizer, consort openly and continuously and virtually live with a group of white Russians who inhabited the Dallas area? Very politically conservative white Russians, many of whom had connections into the oil industry, into the defense and aeronautics industry and things of that nature, especially the aeronautics industry, which we'll talk about, and the oil industry. These questions have not been answered. And George de Mohrenschildt himself, regardless of whether he was or was not a German spy, it was somebody who himself also, all of his best friends were Tsarist sympathizers, white Russians, the European fascist underground that many cases they were fascist sympathizers like the Vichy government, people of this sort. So this was Oswald's milieu. He was not hanging out with communists. He was not hanging out with Marxists, and he was certainly not hanging out with pro-Castro Cubans.
Couple of quick details. First of all, keep in mind that not only was Oswald palling around with all of these white Russian aristocrats and Eastern European aristocrats, but that he supposedly was a warehouse worker with an 8th grade education. And, just about everybody he knew was either an Eastern European aristocrat or, as I've said before, a high roller in the aerospace or defense industry. Another interesting sidelight to this affair of de Mohrenschildt's father staying in Minsk. Now, Minsk is the capital of Bielorussia, and Oswald stayed there and performed activities unknown. Now, the Bielorussian Nazis were a major element of the fascist intelligence service, which was grafted on to the fledgling CIA along with the rest of the Gehlen organization. That group was headed by a guy named Franz Alfred Siex. All of the Bielorussian Nazi collaborators are headed by a guy named Franz Alfred Siex, who was an SS general, and one of the Nazi war criminals that Nip mentioned was actually sprung from the defendant's dock at Nuremberg to work, in this case, on the Special Forces project. He was sprung from the defendant's dock at Nuremberg by then U.S. High Commissioner of Germany, John J. McCloy. Now, John J. McCloy sits on the Warren Commission, along with Allen Dulles, who worked very closely with the Gehlen organization, and J. Edgar Hoover and some other people whose distance from the Third Reich is not as great as they might like to have you believe. Incidentally, the Bielorussian Nazis were the subject of a 60 Minutes show in April of 1982, and there's a book which is out now about the Bielorussian fascists called The Belarus Secret, B-E-L-A-R-U-S. It's copyrighted 1982 by Alfred Knopf, I believe, and is authored by a man named John Loftus, L-O-F-T-U-S. Who was a Justice Department investigator, so this is a government investigation that he first ran into this stuff with. And so if you want to find out about the Nazi sympathizers from Bielorussia, again, Minsk, the capital of Bielorussia, that's a good contemporary source to check out. Now, an interesting thing concerning the Solidarists is the fact that one of these Solidarists, one of these Eastern European fascists, who a member of, in all probability, the Gehlen organization, met Lee Harvey Oswald when he got back from the Soviet Union. Now, keep in mind, Oswald was supposedly a communist, pro-Russian, who had defected, or had stated his intention to defect to the Soviet Union and giving them top-secret information about our radar nets and also the U-2. And keep that in mind. I'm going to read you a short section here. Again, this is from the Assassinations, edited by Scott, Hoke, and Stetler. And this is from an essay in that book. It's an anthology, by the way, a collection of essays. This is an essay called From Dallas to Watergate, The Longest Cover-Up. That is by another of the three editors, this Peter Dale Scott, last name S-C-O-T-T. Now, keep in mind, Oswald has supposedly defected to the Soviet Union, betrayed the United States, committed treason against the United States. Listen to what happens when he gets back to the U.S. Scott writes in From Dallas to Watergate. The desire of U.S. intelligence agencies to interview even casual visitors to the Soviet Union is well known. In June of 1962, Lee Harvey Oswald was a returning Marine defector who had once served at a CIA base and had told the U.S. Embassy in Moscow of his intention to pass information to Soviet officials. That in Volume 18 of the 26 volumes of Warren Commission testimony and exhibits. For 2 years, he had worked in a sensitive Soviet factory and was now married to the niece of a colonel in Soviet intelligence. Yet the report tells us that the returning Oswalds, keep in mind now, he's supposedly married to a KGB colonel's niece, okay? Yet the report tells us that the returning Oswalds were met in New York City, not by the FBI or CIA, but by, quote, Spaz T. Raikin, last name R-A-I-K-I-N, a representative of the Travelers Aid Society. Okay. Now, more about Spaz T. Raikin here. Scott continues. The FBI interviews did not point out that Spaz T. Raikin was also the Secretary General of the American Friends of the Anti-Bolshevik Bloc of Nations, a small but vigorous group of right-wing, revanchist East Europeans in direct touch with the FBI and Army intelligence, and also with the Galen Spy Organization in West Germany, the Kuomintang in Taiwan, the mother of Madame Nu, wife of President Diem of South Vietnam, right-wing Cubans, and right-wing Cubans like Oswald's DRE contact Carlos Bringuier, and other elements of a shadowy world anti-communist league. Okay, so we not only see that Spaz T. Raikin is affiliated with the Galen Spy Organization, but with a number of other organizations as well, including one that we've looked at in a couple of contexts in the past, and that is the DRE. Now, we've looked at the DRE in connection with a couple of elements in both the first and third shows.
That's right, and not only the DRE, the anti-Castro Cuban group that helped to set Oswald up for that radio broadcast that we played for you in the first episode, not only the Galen Organization, but this man, Spaz T. Raikin, the supposed member of Travelers Aid, whose background was not mentioned by the FBI in their report for the Warren Commission, is the only person, and this again has to be stressed, the only person who showed up to interview Lee Harvey Oswald. So at this point, one just sort of has to wonder just a little teeny bit just exactly why they would, nobody but Raikin would show up.
Yeah, a couple of quick points. Remember now, Carlos Bringuier was actually one of the people who interviewed Oswald, and asked Oswald if he agreed with Castro's statement that Kennedy was a ruffian and a thief. And recall that the DRE was one of two sources named for a spurious charge that basically Cuban intelligence, Fidel Castro had assassinated President Kennedy, and this information came from two letters, both written on the same typewriter. One allegedly from a Cuban intelligence agent named Pedro Charles to Oswald, paying him for a job involving skilled sharpshooting, and the other warning about the Pedro Charles letter, supposedly from a fellow I believe whose name was Molina. But at any rate, the FBI investigated these charges and found out that both letters were written on the same typewriter, obviously blowing that out of the water. Now, the two sources for this information, one was an anti-Castro group, paramilitary group operated by Frank Sturgis, one of the Watergate burglars, and the other was the DRE that we talked about before.
Okay, and one more time, it's crucially important to make the point that not only was misinformation being handed out by these various right-wing groups, and well-timed and well-keyed misinformation in many cases, but that, as in the case of Spaz Raikin and a variety of other people that we've named and will continue to talk about, they were taking an active involvement in the life of Lee Harvey Oswald, as opposed to the fact that nobody can turn up a single actual Marxist, communist, socialist. I mean, they can't even find, a member of the Liberal Luncheon Club who considered Lee Harvey Oswald to be a friend or an associate. So We're talking about swimming upstream against an awfully strong historical tide when we're trying to pin Lee Harvey Oswald with being a Marxist.
Okay, now, going on to some other Nazi or fascist connections to the assassination, recall that one of the major facets of the controversy surrounding the JFK assassination concerns the investigation by former New Orleans District Attorney Jim Garrison. Now, Garrison indicted a number of different people in connection with the assassination, and the most important of the people Garrison indicted was a man named Clay Shaw. Now, we've talked about the circumstances surrounding the Garrison case and the information linking Clay Shaw to the patsy Lee Harvey Oswald. Recall that Oswald, as we demonstrated, did not kill Kennedy, certainly not alone, and in all probability, not at all. And so if you want to know about the evidence and the information linking Clay Shaw, Lee Harvey Oswald, and David Ferry, ask us in the phone-in section, because we've been over this before. We've got a lot of stuff to talk about. Okay, now, to Clay Shaw. Clay Shaw was the main figure, according to Jim Garrison, in the assassination. And interestingly enough, even though his investigation was botched by a number of, well, I guess we could call it legal chicanery by a number of authorities we'll talk about later in the program, it's interesting that the jury in the Clay Shaw case concluded that there definitely had been a conspiracy to murder President Kennedy, but they could not find that Clay Shaw, beyond a reasonable doubt, had been involved, okay? Now, keep in mind Clay Shaw, because Clay Shaw was a member of the board of directors of an organization called the Centro Mondiale Commerciali, or World Trade Center in Italian. He also was president of another company called Permindex, Permindex, and that was another corporate front for the Centro Mondiale Commerciali. Now, we're going to, if those names sound confusing, if you're trying to locate yourself, don't worry about it. We're about to go into just what that information was and its relevance to the discussion of the European and Nazi connections to the assassination. Now, the information I'm about to read you comes from a book called The Kennedy Conspiracy. It's authored by a man named Paris Flammonde, last name Flammonde, published in hardcover by the Meredith Press of New York in 1969, copyright 1969. It's one of the best books on the assassination. It is very, very rare, so you'll have a tough time finding it. Libraries would be a real good starting place for this one. Okay, of Clay Shaw and the Centro Mondiale Commerciali, keep in mind that's Italian for the World Trade Center, of which Clay Shaw was a member in New Orleans, and it's one of two fronts for a company called Permindex. Okay, of Centro Mondiale Commerciali, Permindex, and Clay Shaw, Paris Flammonde writes as follows in the Kennedy Conspiracy. The Centro Mondiale Commerciali was founded in 1961. Spokesman asserted that it would function as an international commercial organization, that it would aid in the establishing of a permanent exposition, and generally assist concerns involved in trade. The staffing was expansive, the offices elaborate, and it gave all the appearance of being a rather grand operation. The board of directors was interestingly assorted. Several respected Italians were present: Christian Democrat Deputy Mario Ceravolo, Ceravolo, and former Social Democrat Deputy Corrado Bonfantini, Bonfantini. Listed as president was Carlo D'Amelio, D''Amelio, lawyer and administrator for the former royal family's interests. The remainder of the board consisted of non-Italian names. Swiss Minister Ernest Feist, Feisst, Swiss Professor Max Hagemann, Hagemann, brother Max Hagemann, owner of the editor of the newspaper National Zeitung, not to be confused with the neo-Nazi German National- und Soldatenzeitung. Hans Seligman Schurch, Basel banker, last name Seligman-Schurch. Professor Edgar Salin, Salin, president of the Faculty of Economics at the University of Basel. Dr. Enrico Mantello, brother of George Mandel, or Mantello, the power behind the Società Italo-Americana. That was one of the forerunners of the Centro. Ferenc Nagy, or I'm going to give you an alternate pronunciation of this name. This name you're going to see Ferenc, or sometimes with an E at the end, and then Nagy. Former Hungarian premier and erstwhile leader of the anti-communist Countrymen's Party, and president of Permindex, the head office of the CMC. This is an important figure. His name is spelled Ferenc Nagy. It is pronounced actually Nagy Ferenc. You actually sort of slur the two words. You put the last name first and slur them together, I'm told, by a colleague who works at another station who speaks Hungarian. So you'll actually pronounce it Nagy Ferenc. You'll see it in print, F-E-R-E-N-C, last name N-A-G-Y. And he is, as we're going to see here, a reactionary Hungarian. The next name, Prince Gutierrez de Spadafora, S-P-A-D-A-F-O-R-A, industrialist and landowner of oddly totalitarian turn of mind, related through his daughter-in-law to Adolf Hitler's notorious Minister of Finance, Hjalmar Schacht, S-C-H-A-C-H-T, tried as a war criminal at Nuremberg, and Clay L. Shaw of New Orleans. Now, continuing here. Now, what of these associates of the, quote, old-fashioned liberal of the Wilson-Roosevelt persuasion? That was a description of Clay Shaw by a friend of his. What kind of persons did they seem to be? Again, space precludes a full examination of each, or, for that matter, even a cursory individual analysis, but we certainly can look into the background and activities of a few. First, there is Giorgio Mantello, or Mandel, a Hungarian refugee, Austrian citizen functioning in Italy, Switzerland, and elsewhere, with financial transactions reaching throughout Europe, Africa, and America, who has, according to Paesa Serra, been condemned for his, quote, criminal activities, unquote, in Switzerland. This latter revelation was originally carried in the August 19, 1961 issue of the Basel newspaper A to Z, which featured a report about directors of government agencies saying, quote, in many articles we have justly spoken of the criminal activities of Messrs. Nagy and Mantello. Mantello initiated a suit against the Swiss journal, then abruptly abandoning it, causing A to Z to observe, quote, too bad. We would have heard some great things at the trial, unquote. Ferenc Nagy, again, that's not how his name is pronounced, but for simplicity's sake, I'm going to pronounce it that way here. Ferenc Nagy was closely associated with Mantello in his secret financial political maneuverings, in his highly secret financial and political maneuverings. When Mantello founded Permindex, the head office and other face of the Centro Mondiale Commerciale, Nagy became its president. He was the Nagy accused of, quote, criminal activities, unquote, along with Mantello, and identified by Swiss newspapers as a, quote, dependent, unquote, of the CMC in Rome. Quote, as president of Permindex, I would like to thank the Italian government for the goodwill and sincere interest shown toward our great understanding. The permanent industrial exposition in the CMC, orated Nagy as the operation he fronted began. It was all very grand and impressive, but to quote Paesa Serra, the farce reached the point of the grotesque when the lawyer D'Amelio, praising Permindex as a, quote, capillary organization located in the principal centers of production, unquote, with its head office CMC in Rome, an organization all the while virtually non-existent, brought all of Italian civilization into play by affirming that, thanks to the Centro, quote, Rome will recover once again her position as caput mundi, as center of the civilized world. Actually, it was soon to become evident that the seemingly vast, mighty structure was not a rock of solidarity, but a shell of superficiality. Not constructed with mass, supporting promise, but composed of channels through which money flowed back and forth, with no one knowing the source or the destination of these liquid assets. Ferenc Nagy, who, while Premier of Hungary, was, quote, compelled by communists in key government positions to expel from his party various of its members who had been arrested for plotting against the government, unquote, and who, while on a trip to Switzerland on May 29, 1947, telephoned his resignation to Budapest, moved in shadowy areas of finance and politics. President of Permindex and board member of the CMC, unquote, reports Paesa Serra. He was said by the French press to be a munificent contributor to the philo-fascistic movement of Jacques Soustelle, S-O-U-S-T-E-L-L-E, and a patron of far-right movements throughout Europe, including Italy. Let me interrupt here very briefly. That the Soustelle referred to here was a member of something called the Secret Army Organization, or the OAS. That was a group of right-wing French officers who were attempting to assassinate Charles de Gaulle and overthrow the French government because they were embittered over de Gaulle's granting of freedom to the former French colony of Algeria.
And it should just be mentioned that the OAS, the Secret Army Organization, made no less, I believe, than 41 attempts on the life of Charles de Gaulle. So in France, they take their assassination conspiracies a little more seriously, perhaps, than we do over here, with good reason.
And worth noting, too, that the French Secret Service, the SD, one of their intelligence services, the SDECE, investigated Permindex. Well, they investigated the assassination attempts on de Gaulle, and they came to Permindex and Ferenc Nagy and linked this to the JFK assassination. A book which was basically it goes under the name of Farewell America, authored by James Hepburn, is generally considered to have been written by the French intelligence service. In other words, James Hepburn is a nom de plume for the French intelligence service. And so if you'd like to know some of their results upon the investigation of the assassination, that book is a good one to go to. Okay, keep in mind a couple of things here, too, that Naj was, quote, compelled by communists in key government positions to expel from his party various of its members who had been arrested for plotting against the government. Recall that Hungary fought on the side of the Axis during World War II, and so they would have had, in this point, 1947, the sort of government that all of the Axis countries did, in other words, jointly administered by the various allies, and, of course, staffed, its governmental organs staffed with anti-fascists. Okay? And keep in mind, too, that Naj's brother, or I believe it's his brother, it might be a cousin, a close relative named Imre Nagy, or Nagy Imre, I-M-R-E is his first name, N-A-G-Y is his last name, was the man who was going to become head of state during the 1956 revolt against the Soviets and the communist government of Hungary, which is another interesting detail. Okay, returning now to the Kennedy conspiracy by Paris Flamand and his discussion of Nagy. Certainly, one is led to wonder why, of all the hundreds of nations on Earth, Nagy ended up in the United States, and why, of all the thousands of cities in the United States, Nagy ended up in Dallas. For that is where the violently right-oriented, OAS financing president of Permindex and board member of the Centro Mondiale Commerciale did end up, in the city that boasted the infamous Wanted for Treason manifesto, which accused Kennedy of being a communist, in the city where the president was assassinated, in Dallas. These were two of liberal Clay Shaw's associates in his European activities. And he goes on to describe a couple more. Prince Gutierrez de Spadafora, last name S-P-A-D-A-F-O-R-A, Undersecretary of Agriculture in Mussolini's fascist government, was another. After his wartime achievements, he turned his talents to his vast land holdings in commerce, especially to the establishment of a corporation with himself as president, which constructed a huge refinery at Melazzo in Messina, Sicily. He is also president of the Sicilian Compagnia Amatrice Industriale Petrolifera Amatoriale, which is involved with arms and oil. The prince also owns what is reputed to be the largest hothouse in the world, in Pacino, Syracuse. The more than 100 employees were for some time supervised by landsmen, unquote, from his feudal estates in Valle d'Olma and Musameli in the province of Caltanissetta, who rode about in velvet jackets and high black boots with fancy revolvers flashing from their belts. According to Paesa Serra, quote, the Syracusans, unaccustomed to these mafia-like habits, held a great general strike in protest in December of 1962, and the mafiosi of the prince were forced to return, unquote, to his more feudal properties. Now, keep in mind that this fellow is related by marriage to a man named Hjalmar Schacht, who is known as the Old Wizard of the Third Reich, and he was the financial, basically he was Hitler's finance minister throughout much of the Reich, and is the individual most often credited for having forged the key links between industrialists all over the world and the Third Reich to obtain key technology and raw materials. Okay, another associate of, quote, liberal, unquote, Clay Shaw's. The Centro Mondiale Commerciale boasted another interesting name in its background. He is Giuseppe Zigotti, Z-I-G-I-O-T-T-I, president of the fascist National Association for Militia Arms. Quote, another fact which may help us understand certain things about the personalities around the CMC, said Paesa Serra, quote, is the presence in this group of H. Simon Fay, S-I-M-O-N-F-A-Y, Hungarian refugee, who directs BO-DA, an agency for provocative information from and for the socialistic countries. He is director in Italy of ACEN, specializing in hostile activities and the confrontations of socialist countries, who had an important position in the field of public relations for the CMC, for which he received a secret fee of 500,000 lira a month. However, no behind-the-scenes figure is more intriguing than Major L.M. Bloomfield, last name B-L-O-O-M-F-I-E-L-D, formerly of the American OSS, and later suspected by Jim Garrison of having some affiliation with the CIA. The OSS, by the way, was America's wartime intelligence service, the equivalent of the CIA during World War II. Continuing here. On July 21st, 1961, Giorgio Mantello appeared at the Italian Assembly representing all the stockholders of the CMC. These included himself, his brother Enrico, another Hungarian refugee, Joseph Slivka, S-L-I-F-K-A, and Fellender Irwin, E-R-W-I-N, banker Hans Seligman, and lawyer Carlo D'Amelio, holder of 500,000 lira worth of shares, and Major L.M. Bloomfield, who held half the shares, or 250 million, for party or parties unknown. Now, obviously, the activities of these Shaw associates were closely orchestrated, considering the financial political manipulator Montello was permitted to represent not only himself, but the 6 other stockholders of the CMC, including Bloomfield, former U.S. espionage agent and now a banker in Montreal, who is reputed to control Le Crédit Suisse of Canada, Heineken's Breweries, Canscott Realty, the Israel Continental Company, and the Grimaldi Social Lines Limited, etc. Even Montreal is not without significance, for to quote the Canadian journal Le Devoir, quote, "But here is where the affair assumes stranger and stranger characteristics. It has just been learned that the name of Clay Shaw was found among that of 11 directors of a company which, up until 1962, had its headquarters in Montreal. In Rome, it is known as the Centro Mondiale Commerciale. Shortly thereafter, while alluding to other directors, Le Devoir reports, Ferenc Nagy, exiled head of the Hungarian Peasants' Party, maintains close ties with the CIA, and which link him with the Miami Cuban colony." Okay. Keep in mind all of these things. Again, keep in mind Spadafora, and not only a mafiosi, but Mussolini's Secretary of Agriculture. Keep in mind Giuseppe Zigiotti, and he president of the Fascist Association for Militia Arms. And keep in mind Ferenc Nagy, who resigned the sort of interim government put up by the Allies to manage the affairs of Hungary. Keep in mind a member of the Axis. Keep in mind all these people and this organization, Centro Mondiale Commerciale, because it's one of the central elements in this whole discussion.
Okay, now, also, bear in mind, I realize a lot of names and stuff, but you're getting the drift, I'm sure, if nothing else. One of the things to realize, again, these are the people. Now, Clay Shaw was the man who was indicted by Jim Garrison for participation in a conspiracy to assassinate John F. Kennedy, which, as we mentioned earlier, although Garrison, the jury, the grand jury found that there was not evidence to prove beyond a shadow of a doubt that Clay Shaw was involved, which led the press to talk about Garrison's failure, et cetera, et cetera. The jury did find in favor of conspiracy from the evidence that Garrison put before them. So a very different kettle of fish from what was more or less trumpeted among the public. Now, here's Clay Shaw, this Wilson-era liberal, and all of his friends, most of whom are Eastern European and Mediterranean area fascists, and a right-wing former OSS officer and now Canadian power broker. And some rather other interesting things that connected Clay Shaw to Lee Harvey Oswald, one of which we're going to talk about right now. This is also from the Kennedy Conspiracy by Paris Flamand, and he's talking about a very specific thing that Jim Garrison ran across in the course of his investigation. And Flamand writes as follows. On May 12th, the New Orleans district attorney announced he had uncovered a code, uses of which he had isolated in both the notebook of Lee Harvey Oswald and one of Clay L. Shaw. That New Orleans district attorney, by the way, is the very same Jim Garrison we're talking about. The result of decoding, in each instance, led to the private, unlisted 1963 telephone number of Jack Ruby, he said. This disclosure was made before Judge Edward A. Haggerty in answer to defense motions. The formal legal reply remarked, quote, "While the state considers other items relevant also, the address book is so connected with the issues that it would be an injustice to allow it to be returned, with the possibility that it might be destroyed forever," unquote. Garrison asserted that Shaw's address book contained, quote, "a unique address, which also exists in the address book of Lee Harvey Oswald, as printed in the Warren Commission Exhibits, Volume 16, page 58. The reference was to a notation, P.O. Box 19106. That's 19106. And a photograph of the page was supplied. In Shaw's, this is Clay Shaw, the liberal, quote unquote, in Shaw's address book, the entry read Lee Odom, O-D-O-M, P.O. Box 19106, 19106, Dallas, Texas. Quote, "What makes even more significant this interesting concurrence of addresses is the fact that in 1963 there existed no such post office box number in Dallas," remarked Garrison. Quote, when two parties each have precisely the same non-existent or fictional number in their respective address books, the formal reply continues, the possibility of coincidence is removed because of the uniqueness of a selected non-existent number. The fact is that P.O. Box 19106 has been found to be a coded description of an unpublished phone number in Dallas, Texas in 1963. The code involved is one which is used in Oswald's notebook quite systematically, apparently for the purpose of concealing phone numbers he regarded as sensitive, unquote. The number in question, the pleading goes on to disclose, was the private unlisted one of Jack Ruby for the year 1963. Shaw responded immediately. The number in his book, he contended, was that of a business associate. The defense contention was that Lee Odom, the Lee Odom in question, was a business associate from the 1965 period, and that the number was a business address of his. However, members of the press corps could find no Lee Odom listed in any standard telephone directory or telephone directory. Dallas postal officials said the post office box number came into use late in 1965. The defense attorneys claimed the coexistent numeric notation was pure coincidence. Okay, so later on in this particular book, Flamand, just in the next few paragraphs, goes on to explain the code. It's really a pretty basic and simple code, and talks about the other instances that it was used in Oswald's directory, Oswald's address book. Going on and talking about some of the other things as referring to Clay Shaw, the gentleman in question, as far as relationships not only to Lee Harvey Oswald but to these prominent right-wing European fascists and some prominent American right-wingers. Flamand says, the complexity of Shaw's associations does not end with the Centro Mondiale Commerciale and Permindex, but extends deeply into his personal relationships in Europe. His private address and telephone book, for example, carries the name and address of the wife of a well-known English fascist, as well as the name, address, and private telephone number of Principessa Marcelle Borghese, now the Duchess de Beaumartau, who is related to Prince Valerio Borghese, sometimes referred to as the Black Prince, or the New Duce, leader of the Movimento Sociale Italiano, the anti-British, anti-American neo-fascist organization. The prince was a much-decorated midget submarine commander during the war, following which he was tried and sentenced to 12 years in prison for cooperating with the Nazis after the Italian armistice with the Allies was signed. In other words, this guy was solid to the end, even after the Italians pulled out of the fascist alliance. However, as he had spent 4 years in jail awaiting trial after sentencing, the remaining prison period was suspended. Okay, so here we have merely two more examples of not only of Lee Oswald's and Clay Shaw's relationship and allegations of a relationship between those two, which there are quite a few more than that we're not going into. The Garrison investigation, we could do a whole show on itself. But Clay Shaw's uncontestable links to various right-wing elements, not only right-wing, but severely right-wing elements all over Europe and the United States and Canada.
A couple of quick things about Prince Borghese. It's worth noting that in 1970, he attempted to overthrow the democratic government of Italy in a coup which has received documented financing help from the Central Intelligence Agency. And some of the arms for that coup were provided by former Hitler commando chief Otto Skorzeny, who was an SS colonel who jumped to the CIA with the Gehlen organization. And the conduit for the funds used in Borghese's 70 coup was a fellow by the name of Michele Sindona, who's a mafioso, connections with all kinds of intelligence agencies, and one of the principal figures in the Vatican banking scandals we've been reading about. One other quick note, the Movimento Sociale Italiano, the Italian social movement that Borghese was one of the powers behind, the nominal head of that now is Vittorio Mussolini, Mussolini's son. What you're about to hear, in essence, constitutes a bit of radio history. This is the first time, as far as I know, that most of the information I'm about to read has ever actually been read on the air. Mae Brussel, whose work is featured on this station, and is generally considered the greatest of the assassination researchers, she has discussed this information. As far as I know, the actual names we're going to read, though, have never been read on the air. So, in a sense, you're about to hear a radio first. Okay, now, what I'm going to be reading are some excerpts from a raw manuscript, and I mean raw. It's the carrots and the typos and everything else are still in there. The manuscript is called Nomenclature of an Assassination Cabal, a long-winded title. Nomenclature of an Assassination Cabal was written by a man who went under the pen name of William Torbitt, last name Torbitt, and because of the long title, usually in conversation, Nomenclature of an Assassination Cabal is referred to as the Torbitt document, or else sometimes shortened to just plain Torbitt, usually in conversation. Now, William Torbitt is the nom de plume, the pen name for a lawyer who lived in the Southwest. His name was David Copeland, last name Kopland, and he passed away a year or two ago, so we're now in a position to be able to use his real name. He was a conservative lawyer, it's worth noting. He was right of center. He was not a liberal, not even a centrist. He was very conservative, and he was intimate of many of the figures in the Southwest in Texas who were involved with the assassination. And together with a couple of Treasury Department agents, he began doing research and investigating the assassination, and he compiled the results of his research in a manuscript. And when the woman who was typing it up from raw form realized what it was she was typing, she took off, and the thing has never even been typed up. It came out in 1969, was never published, by the way. As I say, this is a raw manuscript. Now, the Torbitt document, as I'm going to refer to it from now on, is basically the high water mark of the investigation. One deals with the Torbitt document in one of two ways. One either researches the hard investigative leads contained therein, or one closes one's mouth. In other words, it's not something you can argue with simply because this is as far as anyone has gotten. And the main endorsement for the credibility of the Torbitt document comes from Mae Brussel. Now, let me pause for a second and fill those of you who may not have heard the other broadcasts in on who Mae Brussel is. Mae basically was a, quote, average housewife, unquote, who in 1964 was basically given a copy of the 26 volumes of Warren Commission testimony and exhibits by her husband. And Mae then proceeded to cross-index the entire 26 volumes of Warren Commission testimony and exhibits, and that took her 9 years, and she generated 27,000 pages of typed double-spaced commentary in that period of time. Now, it's worth noting that Mae is not only the most scholarly of all these researchers, but she also, by the way, was part of Garrison's investigating team. So, and her work, as I mentioned, is featured here on this station each week. So, Mae wholeheartedly endorses the Torbitt document, Nomenclature of an Assassination Cabal, and inasmuch as she is the only person ever to cross-index the 26 volumes of Warren Commission testimony and exhibits, which disprove the Warren Report, a separate document, as we're about to talk about, then well, as I say, Mae Brussel's endorsement is the soundest one can get, and Mae says that Torbitt is where it's at. But as I said, this is sort of the high water mark of the investigation, so either one pursues the leads contained therein, or else one doesn't. It's not a document one criticizes. It is, in essence, the high water mark of the investigation. Now, I'm going to be reading some excerpts from Nomenclature of an Assassination Cabal, or the Torbitt document. And it's worth noting that Torbitt attributes the assassination, or Copeland attributes the assassination to an amalgam of right-wing and governmental institutions, basically the so-called military-industrial complex that President Eisenhower warned about before leaving office. Now, to begin...
Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut in. What I was going to also mention, and as Dave said, this is a raw manuscript. We mentioned that several times, I think almost ad nauseum. So to get that point across to you folks that what we're telling you is something that you can get a hold of this manuscript. I believe it can be gotten a hold of through research.
Yeah, Ares Research.
Ares Research. However, the thing that we want to stress is that what we're going to be talking about here and what we're going to be giving you is going to be the documentation and the source material that Copeland himself used, okay? So you may draw your own conclusions, but you are also more than welcome to go out and double-check the documentation of these things, okay? Okay.
I will say, personally, in theory, it would be great if someone would check out the leads in a hard investigative fashion. My advice to anyone who wants to pursue this, stick to academic research. If you start nosing around in the pile I'm about to run down for you, you will not be around. I'm telling you, they will get rid of you, and they will do it in short order, okay? So any leads you want to follow, do so strictly in an academic sense, okay? Now, again, this is an unpublished manuscript authored by a man named David Copeland, a conservative lawyer from the Southwest. He titles it Nomenclature of an Assassination Cabal. Now, I'm going to take a seeming digression here for a short period of time from our discussion of the Nazi connections to the assassination. Now, what I'm going to be doing is reading you the actual nomenclature, the names of the Dealey Plaza riflemen. The names I'm about to read you and the organization I'm about to present to you, these basically are the names of the guns of November. Copeland has maintained that Copeland maintains in the manuscript here that there were other riflemen aside from the people I'm about to discuss, but basically most of the shooting, the actual shooting in Dealey Plaza, was done by a group of expert Mexican riflemen who were maintained in Oaxaca, Mexico by U.S. intelligence. And as far as I know, as I mentioned, Mae Brussel has talked about the Oaxaca riflemen for many, many years now, and she was the first to go public with this information. But as far as I know, their actual names have never been read on the air before, so what you're about to hear is a piece of radio history. Now, in Chapter 6, Copeland, again writing under the pen name of William Torbitt, T-O-R-B-I-T-T, writes as follows. The actual assassination was done by a team of highly trained professional assassins from Mexico. These men blended in well with some of the anti-Castro Cubans under the direction of the Free Cuba Committee, with members in Mexico City, Dallas, New Orleans, Montreal, Miami, Chicago, Kansas City, and Los Angeles. That information Copeland got from the New Orleans District Attorney records. The highly trained expert professional riflemen from Mexico were selected from 25 or 30 of the most proficient firing experts in the world. The group of 25 to 30 professional executioners have been based in Mexico and have been used by espionage agencies of the U.S. and various countries all over the world for political killings for the past 25 years. The sources for that information: New Orleans District Attorney records, the private files of Bill Alcorn, who we'll talk about in a minute, the private files of Bill Alcorn on the Buddy Floyd assassination case of Alice, Texas, 1952. Continuing with Copeland's account, the Free Cuba Committee, anti-communist Russian solidarists, the ACCC, the American Council of Christian Churches, usually regarded as usually regarded as a right-wing organization. Torbitt or Copeland identifies that as a front for the Internal Security Division of the FBI. Beginning again, the Free Cuba Committee, anti-communist Russian solidarists, ACC, and Division 5 of the FBI obtained the team of world's best Mexican riflemen through the offices of Double Check Corporation, an American-based subsidiary of Permindex, the FBI and CIA-funded Swiss corporation, and Centro Mondiale Commerciale, also known as World Trade Center Corporation, another FBI and CIA-funded corporation which moved from Rome to Johannesburg, South Africa in 1962. Both of these corporations had been used by J. Edgar Hoover to fund the 1961 and 1962 assassination attempts on General de Gaulle. Should be added here that his analysis of Hoover being behind those is open to argument here. Keep in mind another thing here. He talks about Division 5 of the FBI. That's a relatively small portion of the FBI. The Internal Security Division, or Division 5, is actually, it's very important, but it's actually a relatively small portion of the FBI. And the ambiguous functions of the FBI in the investigation, many elements of FBI functioned according to law and provided us with a lot of the information that Warren Commission critics have been able to cite. So the FBI functioned lawfully, it also functioned unlawfully, and the ambiguous nature of the FBI and other organizations in the assassination is maybe something callers will want to take up in the phone-in section. Anyway, continuing here with Copeland's account from Nomenclature of an Assassination Cabal. The existence of the espionage section of the FBI's nest of professional assassins in Mexico began under the supervision of Albert Osborne in 1943. Last name Osborne. Remember his name, we're coming back to him. It was Hoover's brainchild, and he has kept a close management on the unit of 25 to 30 expert riflemen and continued to do so in 1969. Interrupting that is the date of formation of Nomenclature of an Assassination Cabal. He has allowed the Defense Intelligence Agency to use these men, but they remain as his charges. That information from the Buddy Floyd case file. Now, the Buddy Floyd case is described here as follows, and much of the information on the Oaxaca rifleman comes from the investigation of the Buddy Floyd case. Now, basically, a very powerful Texas landowner named George Parr, last name P-A-R-R, commonly known as the Duke of Duval, attempted to murder a political opponent, a district judge who had been pursuing some of his scams, and that the assassins, two of them, were hired to take this private contract, and that's how a lot of this information came to Copeland. About the Buddy Floyd case, Copeland writes as follows. In 1952, two of the professionals, Mario Sapet, nicknamed El Turco, and Alfredo Cervantes, C-E-R-V-A-N-T-E-S, took a private contract to assassinate Jake Floyd, a district judge in Alice, Texas, and a bitter enemy of George Parr of Duval County. Floyd, of course, F-L-O-I-D. These men were allowed to take such private employment, but Division 5 never knew anything concerning such unauthorized killings. That information from Sapet versus the State, 266 Southwest 2nd 154. That last legal notation, I'm not sure exactly what that refers to, whether that's from the district court that it was heard in or whether that's the federal reporter in which one can check the information. I'm not sure. But anyway, that source again, Sapet versus the State, 266 Southwest 2nd 154. At about dusk on September 8, 1952, Sapet and Cervantes positioned themselves in a field adjacent to the rear of Floyd's house. And when Buddy Floyd, Jake's 19-year-old son who resembled his father, started out of the house to the garage, Cervantes mistakenly shot Buddy through the head, killing him. Cervantes, Sapet, and Nago Alaniz, Nago-Alaniz, George Parr's personal lawyer, were indicted for the assassination and for conspiracy to murder. Sapet was caught before he could cross the Mexican border and was given a 99-year sentence. Cervantes crossed back into Mexico, where he found his Division 5 assassination group, and although Mexican authorities arrested him, political pressure was brought to bear, and Alfredo has remained a free man in Mexico despite 16 years of constant effort to extradite him by Sam Burris, the Alice District Attorney. That's Alice, Texas, of course. Burris, B-U-R-R-I-S. Burris and Bill Alcorn, A-L-L-C-O-R-N, Special Assistant Attorney General of Texas, were unable to convict Nago Alaniz, but one of the conspirators gave Bill Alcorn pertinent information. The accomplice told Alcorn that there were 25 to 30 professional assassins kept in Mexico by the espionage section of the U.S. Federal Bureau of Investigation, that the men were used to commit political assassinations all over North, South, and Central America, the East European countries, and in Russia, that these men were the world's most accurate riflemen, that they sometimes took private contracts to kill in the United States, that the contact man for employment of the rifleman was a man named Bowen, B-O-W-E-N, posing as an American Council of Christian Churches missionary in Mexico, and that you could reach Bowen through the owner of the St. Anthony Hotel in Laredo, Texas. And that information Copeland gets from Bill Alcorn's private file on the Buddy Floyd assassination case, Alice, Texas, 1952. Now, skipping ahead in nomenclature of an assassination cabal. As to the presence of the Mexican professional assassins in Dallas, Copeland writes as follows, this on page 84 of Nomenclature of an Assassination Cabal. At least 7 of the Mexican professionals were in firing position in Dallas on November 22nd. 3 of the Mexican assassins stayed at Tammy True's house in Fort Worth while awaiting their assignment. Tammy, one of Jack Ruby's strippers, allowed them to stay at Ruby's request, and they left for the return trip to Mexico on Saturday, November 23rd. That information from volume 15, well, I think that's supposed to be volume 25. Anyway, from volume 15, that may be a typo, volume 15, page 417 et sequia. In other words, volume 15 of the 26 volumes of Warren Commission testimony and exhibits, pages 415 and following. That's where that information comes from. Continuing. Early during the New Orleans investigation, Jim Garrison questioned one of Osborne's professionals, who was one of the 3 men who had stayed with Tammy True. Emil Santana was the assassin firing from the Dow Tex building across Houston Street from the depository and behind the president's car. Repeating that again. Emil Santana, last name S-A-N-T-A-N-A, was the assassin firing from the Dow Tex building across Houston Street from the depository and behind the president's car. Santana confirmed many of the facts herein. He went on to admit his close acquaintance with Jack Ruby, Clay Shaw, Gordon Novell, William Seymour, and the others. As a matter of fact, Santana told of a close relationship between Ruby and Shaw. This and other facts gathered by Garrison were corroborated by a host of other witnesses closely associated with the principals, that from New Orleans District Attorney records. Continuing. Santana confirmed that he had been employed by Clay Shaw. He further related that Jack Ruby and Shaw made a number of long trips together, and one of these trips took the traveling companions to Cuba in 1959, where they visited McWillie and the gambling casinos to work out details in their arms smuggling assignment. That, by the way, is a gambler named Louis McWillie. There's a lot of discussion of McWillie in the published work about the assassination. Santana admitted that while he was an employee of Double Check, that, by the way, is a corporation used by CIA in Bay of Pigs, Santana admitted that while he was an employee of Double Check, he was an agent for the Central Intelligence Agency. This was the professional assassin and burglar who spent the nights of November 21st and 2nd, 1963, with Jack Ruby's most loyal long-term stripper, Tammy True. That also from New Orleans District Attorney records. Okay. Still more concerning the presence of the Mexican professionals in Dallas. On page 95 of Torbit, we find the following. The Chrisman referred to as a fellow by the name of Fred Chrisman, who was a double of Albert Alexander Osborne, who operated under the alias of Bowen. He's the contact man and supervisor of the assassins, okay? So Bowen is an alias for Osborne. Fred Lee Chrisman is a almost exact double of Osborne, who stands in for him in various places, okay? That's who Chrisman is here. Continuing with Copeland's account. One of Chrisman's Mexican professionals, Manuel Gonzalez, Gonzales, firing from the fence to Kennedy's right side, struck the president in the right temple, killing him instantly. Gonzalez and his aides returned to Fort Worth after the assassination, where they remained at Tammy True's house until Saturday, November 23rd, when they met Joe Cody, a Dallas detective who flew them to Houston. New Orleans District Attorney records. Again, going back to Albert Alexander Osborne. Now, here's where the Nazi connections come in. He was the supervisor of the Mexican assassins, okay? Copeland writes as follows in Torbit document. Albert Alexander Osborne, alias John Howard Bowen, B-O-W-E-N, alias J.H. Owen, O-W-E-N, keep that in mind, a charter member and employee of the ACCC, met Lee Harvey Oswald and accompanied him to Mexico City in late September of 1963. Osborne, or Bowen as he is also known, in 1942 organized and operated a Nazi blackshirt group called the Campfire Council in the country near Knoxville, Tennessee. The Campfire Council was sponsored by the espionage cover group, the American Council of Christian Churches. So here, as of 42, we have an American espionage front sponsoring a Nazi group. Osborne so vehemently opposed the United States war with Nazi Germany that during 1942, he tore down an American flag and stomped it into the ground. The neighbors complained of the pro-Nazi activities of Bowen and his young fascists, even though the rural area in Tennessee where they were located was very sparsely populated. And this also, just like the other information from the about the Mexican assassins from volume 25 of the Warren Commission Testimony and Exhibits, page 24 at Sequoia. In other words, page 24 and following pages. Let me pause here for a couple of things. First of all, a lot of you may be puzzled. All right, we're talking about the Warren Commission Testimony and Exhibits, maintaining all of the information that we've been showing to you here. Now, people may be a little puzzled as to why the Warren Commission Testimony and Exhibits does not support the Warren Report. And Nips can tell you a little about that right now.
Why the Warren Commission didn't support the Warren Report. I'm even having trouble saying it. Well, there are a variety of reasons, and one of the things that we want to talk about, of course, is the fact that, again, when we're talking about something like the intelligence agencies and the intelligence people, we are talking about groups in which the surface is not always the truth. Well, that sounds obvious to most people when you're talking about intelligence and espionage. However, when you're talking about domestic counterintelligence, when you're talking about literally groups that are infiltrating other domestic groups, using other domestic groups, and trying to discredit other domestic groups, you wind up with a very complicated web of intrigue. Well, one of the interesting things that you run across here in this case is the participation all the way down the line of the Central Intelligence Agency, the FBI, and other intelligence groups, not only in the events preceding the assassination, but of course their involvement in the events after the assassination. Most notably, we call it the cover-up, they call it the Warren Report. Dave mentioned at the top of the show a couple of things in terms of the CIA releasing raw Gestapo memos to discredit Warren Report critics and to discredit them by pointing out that the Reichstag fire was another commie plot that they tried to pin on the Nazis, when in fact the Reichstag fire was also a lone nut operation, which most I would say respectable historians would not agree with, and would agree that, in fact, yes, it was the Nazis that set the Reichstag fire. Well, one of the other interesting things is the gentleman that wrote the Warren Report, did the actual writing of the Warren Report itself, condensing it and presumably with the help of some of the Warren Commission counsel, etc., from the Warren Commission findings, but actually did the writing was a man named Winokur. named Dr. Rudolph August Winokur. Well, interestingly enough, according to a book which I just forgot the name of it.
It's called Who's Who in the CIA.
There you go. I knew it had a very obvious name. Who's Who in the CIA, written by a man named Mader, M-A-D-E-R, which has basically been proved out every time that we have gone into it. And there is a lot of the people named in this are even today are all admitted CIA agents or have been revealed long since. Well, one of the people that appears in Who's Who in the CIA is a man named Dr. Rudolph August Winokur, the very self-same man who wrote the Warren Report. Well, here he is, and he's listed as being born in August 25th, 1904 in Germany. Principal language German. In 1931 to 1941, a lecturer in history. 1942 to 1945, an analyst for the OSS. 45 to 49, historian in the War Department. 49 to 65, chief of historical division of Pentagon. Okay, and operating out of Washington. Well, one has to also wonder at this point, with this very important, supposedly bipartisan civilian commission being put together to be the Warren Commission, why the Warren Report itself would be written by a gentleman who is the chief historical writer for the American Pentagon. And according to Mr. Mader and others, is also a very prominent CIA member.
Now, keep in mind that the commander of the Mexican assassins, again, identified by various volumes of the Warren Commission testimony and exhibits themselves as the actual slayers of President Kennedy, the head was a guy named Albert Alexander Osborne, who was an American Nazi. He was proven to have been very active on behalf of Nazi activities in the United States. He was not the only American Nazi whose name is cropped up in connection with the investigation.
Okay, we've got a couple of other things. This, again, is a short section from a book called Power on the Right by William Turner. Quite a good book. Not out of date now, because the things it talks about are all very much still happening, although a lot has happened since this book was written, because I believe this came out in 1971. William Turner is a gentleman who wrote a number of other books and lectured, an ex-FBI agent, a political candidate here in the Bay Area, and as I said, former FBI agent, and wrote a very good book on the right wing and the various small right-wing groups and their interconnections. One of the people he talks about is a gentleman by the name of Frank Hauser. And Frank Hauser, Dave, you might want to mention some of his background real quickly.
He basically was a very well-known Klansman, sometime Minuteman, general far right-wing paramilitary honcho in and around Pennsylvania. Was interviewed by Playboy magazine in '67, which a lot of his musings concerning politics come from, but very well known and active today, by the way.
Okay, now, Mr. Frank Hauser lived in Reading, Pennsylvania. One of the interesting things that came out here is listed in a footnote in Power on the Right. And speaking of Frank Hauser, it says, Frank Hauser was in the news when, on October 31st, 1965, one Daniel Burroughs, spelled B-U-R-R-O-S, committed suicide in Frank Hauser's Reading home, meaning Reading, Pennsylvania. Brilliant and psychotic, Burroughs had alternately belonged to the American Nazi Party, the National Renaissance Party, the American Racial Fascist Party, and the KKK. He was on the staff of George Lincoln Rockwell's magazine, The Stormtrooper. Of course, George Lincoln Rockwell, for those of you who are not familiar, was the Führer of the American Nazi Party for quite some time until his own death, another death by assassination. Burroughs was on the staff of George Lincoln Rockwell's magazine, The Stormtrooper, resigning in 1962 to edit Kill! Which was, quote, dedicated to the annihilation of the enemies of the white people. Interestingly, too, his name and address, as well as George Lincoln Rockwell's, were in the notebook of accused assassin Lee Harvey Oswald. Burroughs shot himself when the New York Times printed evidence that he was part Jewish. Well, once again, just before going back to the Torbett document, it is interesting, once again, as we mentioned at the top of the show, despite the nonsense that people have been handing out for years, and most recently I heard Daniel Shore, who I had previously respected as a political commentator, launch into another thing about Oswald's known leftist background. Well, despite Oswald's quote-unquote known leftist background, which consists of his defection to Russia and his sole members being the sole member of the Fair Play for Castro Committee New Orleans chapter, despite that fact, nobody can find a single one of Oswald's friends, acquaintances, or comrades or contacts who were anywhere to the right of Benito Mussolini. In other words, he doesn't have a single liberal or left-wing friend or contact whatsoever, and instead we find this veritable barrage of every variety of Eastern European fascists, czarists, revanchists, American Nazis, the KKK, international fascist right-wing businessmen like Clay Shaw, David Ferry, the Guatemalan CIA Guatemalan invasion pilot, and all of these people whose names crop up in Oswald's notebooks and wallet and et cetera, et cetera. So I still would just love to have somebody tell me what makes Lee Harvey Oswald a leftist.
Well, one thing that didn't make him a leftist was when George Lincoln Rockwell, whose name was in Oswald's address book, was shot down in August of '67. The official version was the fact that he was killed by a rival within the American Nazi movement. It's worth noting, although that may certainly have been the case, that Rockwell's was one of a number of people who died very violently within months of Garrison coming public with his investigation. It was 1967. Was a bad year for JFK assassination participants. A lot of them made an exit at that point. The witnesses and figures dropped out in basically three waves corresponding with the three investigations. One was with the Warren Report itself when the Warren Commission was investigating. Second was with Garrison's investigation. And the third was in the mid-'70s with the House Select Committee.
Indeed.
Okay, now going back to Nomenclature of an Assassination Cabal by David Copeland, or the Torbett document as it's shortened to. Now, here we're going to get into Copeland's analysis of the real guts of who was involved in killing Kennedy. And basically, as I said, he identifies a number of elements within the so-called military-industrial complex. And in connection with the Nazi connections here, we're going to talk about a couple of names who have become integral parts of American history as well as that of Nazi Germany, namely Werner von Braun, the brilliant Nazi rocket scientist, and also Walter Dornberger, who was the military commander of Peenemünde, the first place where the Germans built their rocketry. And of course, these people were brought over to the United States at the end of World War II under something known as Project Paperclip, which we're going to talk about in just a second. Now, Copeland identifies Werner von Braun and Walter Dornberger as key participants in the assassination of President Kennedy. Reading now from page 104 of Torbett. From 1932 until 1945, Werner von Braun was Adolf Hitler's most dedicated Nazi rocket scientist. As a matter of fact, given a few more months' time, von Braun's buzz bomb and V-2 rockets in 1945 could have turned the tide and forced the Allies to seek something less than real victory over the Third Reich, or total victory over the Third Reich. The enthusiastic Nazi von Braun's V-2 rocket had killed thousands and thousands of British Isle residents, and the sound of the approach of the V-2 was terrorizing the English countryside. In 1945, as the Russians were approaching von Braun's rocket headquarters, he and 115 other of his Nazi rocket scientists escaped with valuable papers and traveled west in Germany until they could turn themselves into the Allied armies on the west. Later the same year, von Braun and the 115 other German scientists were removed to Fort Bliss, Texas, where they remained until 1950. In 1950, von Braun and the others were moved onto the old Redstone Arsenal in Huntsville, Alabama, where they remain to this date. Von Braun, immediately upon arriving in the United States, made close personal friends with J. Edgar Hoover and Lyndon B. Johnson, and the relationship remained close with von Braun working with Hoover in security in the Tennessee Valley Authority and the Redstone Arsenal, and later, beginning in 1958, they worked together in the security of the National Space Agency. 1958 was the year that Lyndon Johnson, as Majority Leader of the Senate, helped to push through the National Space Act, and later, when he became Vice President, he was made Chairman of the National Space Committee. Worth noting that the Tennessee Valley Authority was basically an independent federal agency set up by Roosevelt to govern the Tennessee Valley. It had its own police force, and this police force began working with J. Edgar Hoover in Division 5 of the FBI, and in turn was grafted onto something which Torbett identifies as the Defense Industrial Security Command, basically a sort of private, although private federal police force put together by the munitions makers to police their agency. Okay, and that's how the Tennessee Valley Authority came to be identified with Division 5 of FBI, and where that comes into this whole picture here. By the way, Huntsville, Alabama is in the Tennessee Valley is under TVA jurisdiction. Okay, now remember Ferenc Nagy, the ex-Hungarian Prime Minister, board member of Centro Mondiale Commerciale, Permindex president we talked about a while ago. He comes in here. Ferenc Nagy, ex-Hungarian Prime Minister, and Albert Alexander Osborne, alias John H. Bowen, B-O-W-E-N, the overseer of the assassins in Mexico, both reported consistently to the Muscle Shoals, Huntsville, Alabama area, and there is substantial evidence that their contact in this area was Werner von Braun. The general historical material that I cited, Torbett got from Collier's Encyclopedia. The rest of the information comes from the following. New Orleans District Attorney Records, Volume 25 of the Warren Commission Testimony and Exhibits, page 35 at Sequia, page 35 and following pages, and the statements of A.D. Mueller in Memphis, Tennessee. Mueller is M-U-E-L-L-E-R. Continuing here with Copeland's account. Another of the Nazi space scientists who worked with the cabal was Walter Dornberger, last name D-O-R-N-B-E-R-G-E-R. He had been the commanding officer of Werner von Braun while both were working for Adolf Hitler's rocket program. During the time period involved, Walter Dornberger was a directing officer in the Bell Aerospace Corporation along with Fred Korth, K-O-R-T-H. Fred Korth, by the way, was former Secretary of the Navy, or I guess Undersecretary of the Navy. The former Nazi rocket officer was directly in charge of the assignment of Michael Payne to Bell Helicopter Corporation, a subsidiary in Fort Worth, Texas. Payne's assignment was to provide a place for Marina Oswald during the approximately 8 months prior to November 22, 1963. He provided for Marina to live with his wife Ruth in Irving, Texas. Ray Kristinik, K-R-Y-S-T-I-N-I-K, testified to the Warren Commission that Michael Payne, immediately after Lee Oswald was captured at the theater, said, quote, "The stupid blank, he was not even supposed to have a gun," unquote. Okay, it might be worthwhile in sort of interrupting here to go into a little bit of discussion of the background of Messrs. von Braun and Dornberger. Now, both it has frequently been cited by many historians. Both men have been cited as sort of, in a sense, victims of the Third Reich. In other words, it has been maintained that both men were, in essence, technicians or engineers who were coerced into helping the nasty old Hitler perform, launch his weapon systems and build them and so forth. This has been hotly debated by a lot of people since. Many people have maintained that, in fact, they were virulent Nazis. It's worth taking note of the conditions that the V-1 and V-2 were built under. Essentially, like virtually all Third Reich industrial projects, they used slave labor. People were literally worked to death. They were worked under abysmal conditions, and they weren't fed, and eventually they all died. The slave labor Peenemünde was where the rockets were built at first. That was bombed by the Allies in 1943. Then the Nazi rocket center was moved to the Harz Mountains. Now, in the Harz Mountains, there was an underground series of tunnels dug, and this served as the labor depot, I guess you might call it, for the construction of the V-1s, V-2s, and other Nazi rocket weapons. Now, initially, this camp, by the way, was formally called Dora, D-O-R-A, just like a woman's name. Initially, it was an annex of Buchenwald, one of the most notorious concentration camps. Initially, laborers were taken from Buchenwald and sent to Dora. And Dora was one of the most infamous of all concentration camps. The workers there, well, they basically had to dig all of the facilities out from solid rock with no tools whatsoever. They weren't fed. They had no sanitary facilities, and every few hours, several of the inmates were hung by a piece of piano wire through the back of their neck, and they were allowed to hang from the roof of the catacombs until basically their bodies would fall on the concrete floor. This is sort of work incentive to keep their buddies going. So these are the kinds of conditions that were in Dora. And keep in mind also now that Walter Dornberger is the guy who assigns Michael Payne to Bell Helicopter. Michael Payne was in charge of helicopter development for Bell Aerospace. And that's worth keeping in mind, of course, we talked about the Vietnam connections to the war last week. Bell Helicopter didn't do too bad during the Vietnam War.
Okay, now on the subject of both Werner von Braun and Walter K. Dornberger, a couple of things to touch on real quickly here. The first is from a book called Project Paperclip, subtitled German Scientists and the Cold War, by Clarence G. Lasby. This book was originally copyrighted in 1971, although in the edition that we have, which is the Athenaeum Press paperback edition, was published in 1975. Okay, from Project Paperclip, which again, just to touch back on it, because I know it gets kind of confusing, as Dave mentioned, Project Paperclip was the government's nomenclature, to use that word again, for the project that brought the German rocket scientists into the United States and put them to work for the United States. Okay, reading from Lasby's Project Paperclip. For the most part, the Americans had their way over the division of the rocket experts, this means right after the war, simply because they had them in custody. After all the, quote, shouting and bloodshed, Colonel Toftoy chose the 127 he wanted. The British did win a token victory. Over the protestations of von Braun, they convinced their ally, the U.S., to relinquish any claim on General Dornberger. They, the British, considered him, quote, a menace of the first order, who deserved to be, quote, left on the dust heap. As one Englishman explained to his American friend, the military commander of Peenemünde, Dornberger, quote, will ever have in mind the desirability of returning to a resurrected Reich, carrying with him the knowledge accumulated by the German rocketeers while working under Allied patronage. The Americans were not anxious to import the enemy general. After listening to monitored conversations between Dornberger and fellow inmates of detention centers, they concluded he had, quote, an untrustworthy attitude in seeking to turn ally against ally, and that he would be, quote, a source of irritation and future unrest among the Germans if he were sent to America. One American general quipped that, quote, we may trade him to the Russians for a dish of caviar. But His Majesty's government, meaning Britain, had plans of their own. They imprisoned him for 2 years, hoping to find some legal basis to place him in the dock at Nuremberg. Only upon his release in 1947 was Dornberger free to accept a contract under Project Paperclip, which led eventually to the directorship of research and development at the Bell Aircraft Company. So, here's Walter K. Dornberger, who the British were desperately trying to get into the war crimes trials at Nuremberg, who eventually wound up, as we mentioned earlier, not only working in the U.S. space program, working for Bell Aerospace and Bell Helicopter subsidiarily, however you'd say that, but again having direct influence over the movement of Michael Paine, who the Paine family figured again prominently in the life of Lee Harvey Oswald.
Again, that information from probably the best single authoritative work on Project Paperclip. It's called, again, Project Paperclip by Clarence G. Lasby, Lasby, published in softcover by the Athenaeum Press in '71.
Okay, now, let's just hop along here, and we're going to look at another book. This is the book Dora, and Dave mentioned that Dora is the name of the concentration camp that became an adjunct to the Nazi rocket program's second base after Peenemünde was bombed by the Allies. And their second rocket camp was in the Harz Mountains of Germany, and Dora was a prison camp literally built out of the solid rock of the Harz Mountains. This book, Dora, is written by Jean-Michel, M-I-C-H-E-L, who himself was a prisoner, a French prisoner of war in the camp Dora, and it's written in association with Louis Nucera, N-U-C-E-R-A, translated by Jennifer Kidd. And this book was published by Holt, Reinhardt, and Winston, copyright 1975, English translation copyright 79. Okay, so this chapter deals with Werner von Braun, and leading off the chapter is a short poem by a gentleman by the name of Joe Yosten. Now, Joe Yosten, if you were listening carefully, and I'm sure you were, we mentioned leading off the show tonight, Joe Yosten was a prominent early critic of the Warren Commission, who the CIA released, and where they got them has never quite been explained either, but the CIA released raw Gestapo memos painting Joe Yosten, who at the time had lived in Germany when the Gestapo got this information on him, as a member of the German Communist Party. And, of course, the German Communist Party was basically destroyed by the Nazis, just thoroughly eradicated. And the CIA used this to attempt to smear Joe Yosten, even going so far as to have it read into the congressional record. Raw Gestapo memos read into the congressional record to smear a critic of the Warren Commission. Well, this is a short poem by Joe Yosten, which was published in The Nation magazine leading off this chapter. And it says, "If you have a taste for collective massacre, but your own skin is precious to you, become a scientist, my son. Today, that is the only way to commit murder with impunity. Nowadays, to be a warmongering politician is not a safe profession. If you lose, they will hang you. If you are a defeated general, you will go to prison. But if you are a scientist, you will be honored, whichever side you are on. Your enemies will covet you. They will fight among themselves to have you, without giving a thought to the number of their compatriots you might have killed." Going on with Michel's book Dora, in his memoirs, Albert Speer describes his visit to the extensive underground installations where the V-2 was to be produced. And I should just insert this V-2 was being produced under the ministrations of Walter K. Dornberger and Werner von Braun. Quote, this is Speer's description. Speer, by the way, was the architectural minister and later the financial, not the financial minister, but just the overall master of the Third Reich in its final days.
He was in charge of their armaments program.
Armaments program, thank you. And Speer himself is probably was for a long time the most famous living member of the Reich, and is stuck in prison for quite some time. In his memoirs, Albert Speer describes his visit to the extensive underground installations where the V-2 was to be produced. In enormous long halls, prisoners were busy setting up machinery and shifting plumbing. Expressionlessly, they looked right through me, mechanically removing their prisoners' caps of blue twill until our group had passed them. The conditions for these prisoners were in fact barbarous, and a sense of profound involvement and personal guilt seizes me whenever I think of them. The official report is even more explicit. On the morning of 10th December, the minister went to inspect a new plant in the Harz Mountains. Carrying out this tremendous mission drew on the leaders' last reserves of strength. Some of the men were so affected that they had to be forcibly sent off on vacation to restore their nerves. We might mention here that these are a variety of people who might not be conceived of as having especially weak nerves. Dave, who was there besides Speer?
I don't actually know which leaders were present. I've never seen an exact enumeration, but none of the leaders of the Third Reich were exactly known as, sort of limp-wristed aesthetes.
It's a bunch of softies. Okay, going on, it says, General Walter Dornberger, Professor Werner von Braun, and the Peenemünde scientists must have had steadier nerves and stronger stomachs. From their pens can be found no allusions to the deportation camps or any concentration camp workforce. It was left to Speer, judged and condemned at Nuremberg, to reveal his feelings, and with a sentimentality that came rather too late. The conquerors of space were not about to tarnish their glory with such sordid details.
Well, worth noting, too, that when Dora had such a bad reputation, not only did a mere visit to this camp unnerve the core leadership of the Third Reich, but at Buchenwald, which was itself one of the most notorious of all the Nazi concentration camps, at Buchenwald, and by the way, Jean-Michel was an inmate both at Buchenwald and Dora, the word was, don't get sent to Dora. In other words, the word at Buchenwald was, you go to Dora, you've had it, and Buchenwald was one tough nut to crack by all accounts.
That's right. So by all accounts, not to make light of it, but even the people in Buchenwald and other concentration camps knew that going to Dora was not a day at the beach. And as we mentioned, the Nazi leaders themselves, Speer among them, had to be forcibly sent on vacation after seeing the horrors of Dora that was, again, in part controlled by Dornberger and von Braun.
Okay, now, recall the metaphor that we've used so often of the Kennedy assassination as the waste of an hourglass. We're going to observe some of the sands and how they trickled through this particular hourglass and passing through this. Continuing here with Nomenclature of an Assassination Cabal by David Copeland, operating under the pen name of William Torbett. Von Braun first met Clay Shaw in 1945 when he, Walter Dornberger, and about 150 other Nazi rocket scientists abandoned Peenemünde and traveled south to join the American forces in Germany close to the French border. There's a slight error here. They did not leave Peenemünde. They left the Harz Mountains. Peenemünde was destroyed at this point. The Nazis were brought to the Deputy Chief of Staff's headquarters, where Major Clay Shaw was aide-de-camp to General Charles O. Thrasher, T-H-R-A-S-H-E-R, Deputy Chief, European Theater of Operations. Von Braun, Dornberger, and Shaw maintained the relationship over the years through their mutual connection with the Defense Industrial Security Command, an operational arm of the Counter-Espionage Division of the FBI. The sources for that information: Appointment on the Moon by Richard Lewis, Who's Who in the South and Southwest, 1963 and 64, and New Orleans District Attorney Files, and the General Staff Files of the U.S. Army European Command, OUISE section. Continuing. Ordnance Colonel Holgar N. Toftoy, T-O-F-T-O-Y, which you heard reference to in the passage Nip read you just a second ago from Project Paperclip. Ordnance Colonel Holgar N. Toftoy was in charge of the Nazi scientists, and Clay Shaw in the European Command section gave firm assistance to the transfer of 127 of them to the United States after they had spent about 5 months with the command in Europe. Same sources as the last one, that is to say, Appointment on the Moon, New Orleans District Attorney Records, General Staff Files, U.S. Army European Command, OUISE section. In the transfer of the Nazi rocket scientists, the services of Adolf Hitler's intelligence agency was used extensively, and Shaw, von Braun, Dornberger, and the others began a very close association with the Nazi agency and its commander. The Bundesnachrichtendienst, better known as the Federal Intelligence Agency, or FIA, is largely dependent upon the CIA, which subsidizes and controls it. In 1963 was Reinhard Gehlen, a former ex-Nazi general recuperated in August of 1945 by Allen Dulles, who at the time headed the OSS in Switzerland and was in charge of American intelligence activities in occupied Germany. The Solidarists and Gehlen had conceived of the idea of the Vlasov Army, unquote, which were Russian anti-communist troops, and Gehlen was given the responsibility for the underground that continued to operate behind communist lines until 1950. So basically, guerrilla armies put together by Hitler operated behind the so-called Iron Curtain until at least 1950. I've seen the date put as late as 52 under CIA auspices. Keep in mind, these were former Third Reich combatants. So in essence, there was a continuation of combat in the East. In Poland, Gehlen's guerrillas on March 28, 1947, murdered General Karol Świerczynski, Vice Minister of Defense, who under the name of Walter had commanded the 14th International Brigade in Spain, and who served as the model for one of the characters in Hemingway's For Whom the Bell Tolls. Okay, that basically is most, well, read one more paragraph. Gehlen developed his network under the cover of a firm known as the Economic Association for the Development of South Germany. He employed former members of the Gestapo, such as Bemelberg, his intelligence chief in Berlin, and Franz Alfred Sieks, former SS general and one of Eichmann's subordinates, who was put in charge of Gehlen's contacts in West Europe. So again, through the waste of the hourglass, Clay Shaw, an OSS officer, works with the Nazi rocket scientists and plays a close role in bringing them to the United States, maintains contact with them. They, in turn, meet LBJ at around this same time period, maintain that association, and the Gehlen organization works closely with the transfer of the rocket scientists and is itself brought to the United States. By the way, one spelling here, Świerczynski, the model for the Hemingway character is Swierczynski.
Okay. I believe that for this section of the show, at least as far as the John F. Kennedy information that we have, we are going to put a halt to that for this evening because we still got a lot more we want to talk about regarding other assassinations. We're going to be talking about here is basically an overall picture which we've been trying to paint as much as possible by filling people in on some of the I guess what you could call the context of what was going on not only in the world at large, which people at least know to a degree or at least are familiar with, but in terms of the clandestine world, the forces at play, the shadow world of international fascism and all that kind of stuff, which, you know, it becomes a cliche, but it was very much the case and still is, that there are just literally thousands of people with money and connections and involved in moving guns and weaponry and in many cases drugs in and out of countries for profit and for political gain, and touch in many places on the intelligence communities and the governments of countries such as ours. And this is where a lot of these things come into play. Now, many times these situations, the covert actuating of history, I suppose you could say, is balked at in certain instances mostly by public resistance. And many times public resistance coalesces behind a leader or a group of leaders or a political movement of some kind that will make it difficult for people who are trying to manipulate history for their own ends or just manipulate political fact for their own ends. Again, to touch back on the reference, since we have been talking about the Nazis tonight, to touch back on the Nazis and the way the Nazis came to power, we mentioned the Reichstag fire. Well, the Reichstag fire was not the only way. The Reichstag fire was, in fact, one of the final catalysts that enabled the Nazis to finalize and seal their power in Germany by a full-scale extermination of their enemies. However, basically, first, the position had to arise in Germany where the Nazis could take power, and this happened in a variety of ways. In Germany at the end of World War I, Germany as a country was literally decimated. The economy was virtually gone. Inflation was running, at 1,000% in some places. And of course, in times like this, society goes through great polarization. However, there were it was not strictly a left-right situation in Germany, which is how it has been painted by some people, that there was the Communist Party and there was the Nazi Party, and everybody had to make their choice between them. This is not true. As a matter of fact, some of the people who came out of World War I politically with the best standing were the middle of the road, the liberal German politicians. came out because the military had been so thoroughly discredited in many ways, or at least the military establishment, not necessarily the German army itself, for which there was a great deal of respect in Germany, but the military establishment in terms of the general staff, the people, the pan-Germanist militarists who had essentially been planning World War I since back in the late 1800s as the first step to leading Germany to take its rightful place as master of the world. Well, there was a group called the FEMA, which we have talked about before, spelled F-E-H-M-E, and the FEMA was a group consisting of several members of the German General Staff and high-ranking industrialists in Germany at the end of World War I, who felt that it was going to be their responsibility, and the responsibility was going to devolve on them to rebuild Germany from the ashes and make her a world power yet again, despite the fact that she was reeling from her losses during World War I. And the German General Staff, the military machine of Germany, and these various right-wing industrialists, basically, among other things, while applying political and propaganda pressure on the people to reject the center, the left, and all other non-right-wing modes of conduct, also engaged in a campaign of systematic assassination and elimination of the liberal and liberal left leadership of Germany.
Alrighty, now, the FEMA was actually a revival of an old organization, sort of like the Klan, that had been used by the Junkers, the landowners of Germany, to sort of keep the peasants in their place. It was revived for use by the underground military organizations, the extensions of the German General Staff that existed in Germany. These generally go under a couple of names. They're known as the Freikorps or Free Corps, also the Black Reichswehr. The Reichswehr was the name of the German army in World War I, and the so-called underground organization, well, the so-called, well, the Freikorps, the Free Corps, were actually underground German army units.
Correct me if I'm wrong. Also, the Black Hundreds is a term that one hears.
Black Hundreds is that was the term applied to the Tsarist pogromists in Russia.
Ah, you're right. Okay.
But there were a lot of Black Hundreds wound up in the FEMA and the Freikorps because many of them fled west following the Bolshevik Revolution. But Black Hundreds were Tsarist pogromists.
That's right.
The underground military killing groups in Germany were called alternately. Well, they were known as the FEMA and the FEMIC assassination units of the Freikorps or Free Corps and Black Reichswehr. Now, these organizations systematically eliminated the democratic leadership of Weimar Germany through a wave of assassinations. And the liaison officer between the German General Staff and the Freikorps, the man actually in charge of running the Freikorps and Black Reichswehr units for the General Staff, was an undercover German army agent, basically a Reichswehr agent named Ernst Röhm, last name R-O-E-H-M. And he was reporting to a general named General von Epp, last name E-P-P. Now, Adolf Hitler at the time, his real name was Adolf Schicklgruber. Adolf Hitler was the most commonly used of several intelligence agencies that he was known to use. Now, because of the hard conditions brought on by World War I and none of the economic conditions brought on by the British blockade in World War I, but also the facing the certain prospect of death in the trenches, the German people revolted. They basically, like the Russian people, they hoisted the red flag. Unlike in Russia, there was a large middle class in Germany which did not support the revolution, sided with the, quote, establishment, unquote, in other words, the general staff and the big industrialists, and as a result, the revolution failed. In other words, eventually the revolution was put down and its leaders were dispensed with. Now, Adolf Schicklgruber, operating under his most commonly used alias of Adolf Hitler, infiltrated the unsuccessful German Revolution in the Munich area, and after it was suppressed, he fingered all of its leaders who were shot. He next, along with Ernst Röhm and a fellow named Dietrich Eckert, two other German army agents, undercover German army agents named Rudolf Hess and Alfred Rosenberg, which is where your Black Hundreds come in. Rosenberg was a Baltic White Russian. They were infiltrated into a defunct German political party. At the time when Hitler joined it, this defunct party had something like 7 members, and they met in a beer hall and kept their dues in a cigar box. This organization, a whole bunch of undercover German army agents were Reichswehr agents, including Schicklgruber alias Hitler, were infiltrated into this organization, which was then renamed the NSDAP, the German National Socialist Workers' Party, or the Nazi Party. And the Nazi Party became a vehicle for the introduction of the German army into German civilian society in order to basically drive it to the right, to systematically eliminate not only communist elements but democratic elements as well. And this organization, this ostensibly a political party, in reality simply an extension of the German army, Well, that was the main vehicle for nationalism and anti-Semitic propaganda by the German army, so that you had whole units of supposedly demobilized German troops, demobilized at the end of World War I, being infiltrated into the Nazi party and then turned out sometimes up to complete company strength in the uniform of the SA, the Sturmabteilung, the stormtroopers, whose head was Ernst Röhm, the same fellow who was the liaison between General von Epp and the Freikorps. And so this is what the German army was. It was a vehicle for the Nazi. This is what the Nazi party was, rather. It was a vehicle for the introduction of the German army into civilian society for the purposes of political reaction, basically.
Now, we're going to draw some parallels here between the actions of the FEMA and other similar groups in similar situations, and at least the symptoms, and in many cases actually the causes of some of the things that we've been talking about, most notably the John F. Kennedy assassination and the other assassinations and attempted assassinations that we're going to talk about, as far as the systematic militarization of American domestic and foreign policy. Now, one last thing that I should mention real quickly, which is if people out there listen to something like the FEMA and say, well, what is this, wacky 1918 Nazi stuff? I would urge you folks to go and read your local newspapers, because this has currently been done at the behest of the CIA all over Latin and Central America, just to name one place right now. And this is exactly the same thing that is going on with the death squads of Latin America at this very moment. These are all military and police personnel who are going out ostensibly as civilians by night and systematically wiping out all, not only leftist, but liberal, democratic, even middle-of-the-road centrist opposition to these various fascist governments in El Salvador and Guatemala and etc.
All non-fascists, in other words, are prey to the death squads. Okay, now, in the first broadcast that we talked about on, the first of the 4 episodes of The Guns of November, we relied very heavily on the work of a man named Colonel L. Fletcher Prouty, last name Prouty. Now, Prouty was something known as, is known as Air Force Focal Point Officer. What this meant, he was a colonel in the Air Force, was that he basically was the chief liaison man between the Pentagon and the CIA with regard to all CIA covert operations requiring the use of Air Force units or Air Force technology, okay? He was the chief liaison man, in other words, between the Air Force and the CIA for any CIA operations needing airplanes. And Prouty's one of the acknowledged experts on the covert U.S. intelligence establishment, and in his very famous and excellent book called The Secret Team, subtitled The CIA and Its Allies in Control of the World, he makes an excellent point in a discussion of the American military. Now, of course, anybody even remotely familiar with American society and its underpinnings is aware of the fact that according to the framers of the Constitution, the American military was to have a civilian commander-in-chief, in other words, the president. And basically in wartime, the military was to take over with regard to the direction of the course of hostilities. After that, all control over affairs was to belong to the civilian section of our government. Now, in his book, The Secret Team, Prouty comes up with a couple of interesting observations. First of all, he notes the fact that basically the military, during the so-called Cold War period, the military switched from becoming strictly a wartime apparatus. In other words, during peacetime it prepares for war and it only takes over during wartime, but that there was a subtle change of role for the military in the post-war period, that gradually not only did the military become basically a determiner of policy, and it began to perform the executive function with regard to foreign policy, but more importantly, he talks about something called nation building. Now, this is an interesting concept because he talks about the switching of roles from having the military attempt to stop communism in countries where it already existed, but through conventional armed means. The role switched, and Prouty identifies the switch in the late 50s, early 60s, to the notion of nation building, in other words, preventing communism from ever coming to countries that were not communist to begin with. And this concept of nation building basically entails the military reshaping that society in accordance with American anti-communist doctrine. And perhaps the single most important point he makes in connection with nation building is that you could call it the national security apparatus of the United States, in other words, the military and intelligence services, not only have they been engaged in nation building in other countries, but that the same elements which were used for nation building in other countries have then been brought back to the United States, where, again, they serve as nation builders. In other words, their nation building has gone on in American civilian society just as it has abroad.
In other words, we are the nation that has been built. And again, just to bring you back to the present a little bit, because we're going to be touching on a variety of things that happened in the past, if you want to keep in mind what these types of things, a very small and perhaps trivial example just took place during the invasion of Grenada, in which the press, which was completely barred for the first time in American history from covering a U.S. military action, was told by the State Department, which is the branch of the executive government, which is nominally in charge of American military, was told, sorry, the military's in charge and they make those decisions. We're also talking about an administration that not only has turned over all control to the military and these types of things, which is not supposed to be the military's purview, but we're also talking about a government where Ronald Reagan's, all his closest advisors are ex-military intelligence. And this is also a rather frightening fact because, as has often been asserted, there is some doubt if there is such a thing as an ex-intelligence officer.
Okay, now, the presence of all of these Nazi elements in the assassination of President Kennedy and the manner in which the Nazis came to power in Germany, in other words, through a wave of assassinations of democratic elements, suggests to us an analogy, and we're just offering it forward for your examination here, that basically one could construct a rather haunting parallel between the formation of the Nazi Party, which, remember, was simply a vehicle for the introduction of the German army into civilian life for, if you will, nation building, and basically the dual role that the American military nation builders, quote-unquote, have been fulfilling in the United States. Now, we have not got the time this evening to go into all of the other assassinations, the full versions of all of the other assassinations. Basically, the assassinations of Robert Kennedy, Martin Luther King, and the attempted assassination of George Wallace, the assassination of Malcolm X, these are all, basically analogous to the assassination of President Kennedy. The official versions of all of these crimes are not only wrong, they are physically impossible in a number of important respects. We haven't got the time to go into all of that for you tonight, but again, as I said, the kind of programming you're hearing now is typical of the kind of programming you're going to hear on this station, so we can pursue it in weeks to come. This is not an end, but a beginning. But unfortunately, we haven't got the time to go into all of the particulars concerning the various other assassinations now, or there'll be no phone-ins at the end of the session. So if you have any questions about this, give us a call and we'll go into more detail. We just haven't got time to go into it now.
Okay, now, the thing we're going to be talking about first is the assassination of Robert F. Kennedy. Not so much, again, as Dave said, the assassination itself, but on the nation-building factors and connections to the assassination of Robert F. Kennedy and some other things of that nature. Let me just mention real quickly that the entire public was convinced for a long time that this was the one incontestable assassination verdict by the powers that be, because after all, everybody had seen Sirhan shoot at Robert Kennedy. Well, again, not to go into any details particularly, but several factors have been uncovered rather quickly, actually, and stomped on equally quickly as to some questions about that. For one thing, the coroner's report directly refuted any possibility of Sirhan being the actual assassin of Robert F. Kennedy. He was definitely in the room. He was definitely firing a gun. But as to the fact of whether he actually put the fatal bullet into Robert Kennedy, Senator Robert Kennedy, who had just won the California primary, the coroner's report scotches that absolutely. Also, there's a long history in the Robert F. Kennedy assassination of the Special Unit Senator and the Los Angeles Police Department, the investigative arms at work in this case, literally destroying evidence contrary to the Sirhan is lone nut theory. And a variety of things else of this nature that, again, we don't really have time to go into tonight, but we can entertain calls in or we can talk about on some other venue here on KFJC. One of the strange aspects of the case, which later opened up a lot of these other areas for investigation, was the conduct of a man named Jerry Owen. Again, just to touch on him briefly, just to give you an introduction into what we're talking about, Jerry Owen was a man with a kind of a strange history. He began as a boxer, became an evangelical preacher, had contacts very strongly in various right-wing political organizations and politico-religious organizations, was an acquaintance of Mayor Sam Yorty of Los Angeles, although this was not revealed to anybody until after the assassination itself and after Jerry Owen became rather integrally involved. Anyway, before Jerry Owen became very involved in the assassination. Now, Jerry Owen might not have ever come to anybody's attention except for the fact that he ran in to the Los Angeles Police Department, a few days after the assassination, and claimed that he had given a ride to Sirhan Sirhan in his pickup truck, and that he was afraid that he might come to harm because of having seen Sirhan Sirhan in the company of some mysterious other characters, and being a witness to that fact. Well, the LAPD claimed that they interviewed Jerry Owen and that he had nothing to offer, and that the whole thing seemed to be sort of a red herring, and threw his case out of court.
Yeah, in other words, they said that basically Owen was fabricating the whole thing, that he never picked up Sirhan, and that basically it was a bunch of hot air from a notorious windbag. Now, later on, it developed that fingerprints were taken on the pickup truck Owen was driving, which he borrowed from a guy named Bill Powers, and Sirhan's fingerprints were indeed in the pickup, and a whole network of witnesses had established probable contact between Owen and Sirhan before. In particular, Powers noted that Owen had come driving up, Owen had previously had to borrow $50 to get hay to feed his horses at his ranch, and he drove up in a brand new Cadillac with a man looking very much like Sirhan Sirhan a few days before the killing, and flashed a thick roll of $100 bills, and a lot of other questions have developed around Jerry Owen.
Anyway, Owen, again, is a complicated case. It's covered in very good detail in the book we're going to be quoting from, and that I urge you to check out. You can find it anywhere. You can buy it, or you can get it in the library. But one of the key things is that Jerry Owen's run into the police station to float this story appears, as one investigates the case, to be a situation of Jerry Owen trying to point the case in a certain direction for some reason which has not yet been fully ascertained. However, the two gentlemen who wrote the book, William Turner, who we quoted from earlier, who wrote Power on the Right, a former FBI agent and a former political candidate here in the Bay Area, and John Christian, that's J-O-N-N, John Christian, both of whom began to investigate the story through a court case that Jerry Owen had with radio station KCOP, or not through. The focus of their book was on the court case where Jerry Owen was removed from the air. His evangelical program was removed from the air because of the allegations that he was had a criminal record and might be involved in the Kennedy assassination. So Jerry Owen took TV station KCOP to court, and Christian and William Turner and later Vincent Bugliosi began to try to use this venue as a chance to explore some of the facts of the Robert F. Kennedy assassination. Anyway, we don't have too much time to go into it in depth.
Now, keep in mind here, you're going to be hearing about something, two very quick points before going back to Nip here. Two very quick points. You're going to hear about something called SUS, or Special Unit Senator. That was to the Robert Kennedy assassination, basically what the Warren Commission was to the John Kennedy assassination. In other words, that was the official body charged with investigating the crime, and in fact, instead of investigating it, they covered it up. SUS was the special LAPD unit set up, for the Bobby Kennedy assassination. Now, keep in mind, you're going to hear a name called Dan Mitrione, last name M-I-T-R-I-O-N-E. Now, he's a fairly well-known fellow in the studies of U.S. intelligence operations, basically under the U.S. Office of Public Safety. A number of U.S. policemen were sent abroad in connection with the Agency for International Development and the Office of Public Safety to basically train foreign police in, basically espionage methods, anti-communist methods, and Mitrione in particular, along with many others, was in charge with instructing them in techniques of interrogation by torture. Dan Mitrione was an American torture specialist who was in charge with teaching his methods and other communications methods and other police methods to police forces of various other countries in order to prevent
communism from coming to these countries. In other words, this Mitrione and his fellows were part of the nation-building program that Prouty talks about.
Okay. Just to mention also that the Dan Mitrione case and Dan Mitrione's eventual death is the subject of the movie State of Siege by Costa Gavras, which is quite a well-known movie that you can catch at some of the local movie theaters that play, second or third run movies. A very good movie. And also documented in a book called Hidden Terrors, written by A.J. Langguth, L-A-N-G-G-U-T-H. Anyway, reading here from The Assassination of Robert F. Kennedy by John Christian and William Turner, we're going to talk about a couple of gentlemen, Pena and Fernandez, who were selected... Hernandez, I'm sorry, who were selected by Special Unit Senator in the LAPD to engage in some of the investigative work of the Special Unit Senators and LAPD's investigation of the Robert Kennedy assassination.
These two men actually headed Special Unit Senator. The two men, the actual nominal head was a guy named Robert Houghton, but these men were in charge of the actual day-to-day course of the investigation.
They ramrodded the team. Anyway, reading from The Assassination of Robert F. Kennedy. The choice of Lieutenant Manuel Pena for the key slot in SUS was a curious one. Among members of the force and the Mexican-American community, Pena was a living legend. Reputedly, he had killed 11 suspects, quote, in the line of duty, more than any other officer in the history of the department. In Special Unit Senator, that's the name of the book, Houghton described him as a, quote, stocky, intense, proud man of Mexican-American descent, with 22 years of experience under his belt at the time. Houghton boasted that Pena had commanded detective divisions, supervised a bank robbery squad, and, quote, spoke French and Spanish, and had connections with various intelligence agencies in several countries, unquote. What we, that's the authors, Christian and Turner, what we did not know at the time was that Pena and Hernandez interrogated Jerry Owen. Oh, excuse me, I'm sorry, that's still unclear. What we did not know at the time that Pena and Hernandez interrogated Jerry Owen was that both had long-standing connections with the CIA. Our first clue about Pena came months later, when a faded newspaper article came to our attention. On November 13, 1967, more than 6 months before the Robert F. Kennedy slaying, the San Fernando Valley Times had reported Pena's formal retirement from the LAPD. A surprise testimonial dinner was held in his honor at the Sportsman's Lodge, with LAPD Chief Tom Redden prominent among the law enforcement fraternity in attendance. It was a, quote, rousing and emotion-packed affair, the article said, and then quoted Redden. Quote, I have known Manny for many years. I would have not missed being here for anything. The article revealed, quote, Pena retired from the police force to advance his career. He has accepted a position with the Agency for International Development Office of the State Department. As a public safety advisor, he will train and advise foreign police forces in investigative and administrative matters. After 9 weeks of training and orientation, he will be assigned to his post, possibly a Latin American country, judging by the fact that he speaks Spanish fluently, unquote. It is an open secret, write the authors, that the Office of Public Safety of the AID, Agency for International Development, has long served as a cover for the CIA's clandestine program of supplying advisors and instructors for national police and intelligence services in Southeast Asia and Latin America engaged in anti-communist operations. In 1968, California Chief Deputy Attorney General Charles A. O'Brien informed us that this ultra-secret CIA unit was known to insiders as, quote, the Department of Dirty Tricks, and that one of its specialities was teaching foreign, quote, intelligence apparats the techniques of assassination. FBI agent Roger LaJeunesse, whom Turner had known years before in the Bureau, confided that Pena had left the LAPD for a, quote, special training unit at a CIA base in Virginia. In fact, said LaJeunesse, Pena's departure in November '67 had not been a one-shot deal. The detective had done CIA special assignments for a decade, mostly under AID cover. On some of these assignments in Central and South America, he worked with CIA operative Dan A. Mitrione, a former Indiana chief of police. Further confirmation of Pena's CIA role came from his brother, a high school teacher, who casually mentioned to television newsman Stan Borman how proud Manny was of his services for the CIA over the years. Reporter Fernando Faura, whose byline appeared on the newspaper story of the farewell banquet, recounted that in April 1968, only 5 months after Pena's departure, he was sauntering along a corridor in Parker Center when he spotted a vaguely familiar figure. The square face and fireplug frame seemed to belong to Manny Pena, but now he sported an expensive dark blue suit, a black handlebar mustache, and heavy horn-rimmed glasses. Manny? Fowler probed. The figure stopped and looked sheepish as the reporter approached, with hand extended. "Hey, Manny, I damn near didn't recognize you with that disguise." The detective was not amused. Fowler asked what he was doing back in Los Angeles. Pena explained that the AID job wasn't quite what he had expected, so he quit and resumed his duties with the LAPD. Pena's stints with the CIA were hardly unique. For example, Hugh C. McDonald, who was chief of detectives for the Los Angeles County Sheriff's Department before retiring in '67, recently revealed in a book that for many years he had gone on detached duty with the CIA as a contract agent, primarily in operations in conjunction with white Russian émigré elements in Europe. And, according to Morton Kondrake of the Chicago Sun-Times, quote, a high-ranking former official of the spy agency said in an interview that he remembered some Chicago policemen attending training sessions at the CIA's super-secret facility at Camp Perry, near Williamsburg, Virginia, either in late 1967 or early 1968. The agency itself conceded that, quote, briefings were given to, quote, less than 50 policemen from, quote, about a dozen departments. And we learned much later that Pena's SUS sidekick, Sergeant Hank Hernandez, who was promoted to lieutenant in recognition of his status in the special unit, also had CIA connections. Now retired from the force, he boasts in a resume offering his services as a private investigator. Then in 1963, he played a key role in Unified Police Command training for the CIA in Latin America. He functioned under the usual cover of AID's Office of Public Safety, and even received a medal from the Venezuelan government, then concerned with Fidel Castro's, quote, exportation of the Cuban Revolution. In retrospect, it seems odd that two policemen who doubled as CIA agents occupied key positions in Special Unit Senator, where they were able to seal off avenues that led in the direction of conspiracy.
Okay, so there you have it. At least one example of some nation builders who are at work in other parts of the world participating in a key respect in the cover-up of of the assassination of a major American political figure. And again, keep in mind the hypothesis that what we're looking at with all of our assassinations may be analogous to what went on in Nazi Germany. And keep in mind the whole nation-building thesis that Fletcher Prouty presents in his book, The Secret Team. Now, one of the things that has piqued the curiosity of a lot of investigators have been the numerous, what researchers refer to as evidentiary tributaries that run among the various assassinations. Now, not only are the assassinations and the attempted assassinations portrayed as the work of lone nuts, but the official version maintains that there is no connection whatsoever. Just a bunch of screwballs going around pulling triggers with no rhyme nor reason to the whole thing. Well, upon examination of each of the individual cases, it becomes clear very quickly that there are a lot of connecting links and similar elements and certain threads running through all of the assassinations. And we're going to cover a few of those for you, some of the connecting links between the assassination of Robert Kennedy, the shooting of George Wallace, and the assassination of Martin Luther King. Okay, now, one of the, well, I'm going to go back and read a little bit more from the book that Nip was just reading to you from. It's called The Assassination of Robert F. Kennedy, published in hardcover by Random House, copyrighted 1978, co-authored by William W. Turner, former FBI agent, and John G. Christian. Christian is just as in Christian. Christian, by the way, was a former TV newsman, I believe, with KGO here in the Bay Area. I'm not sure exactly which station. I believe it was KGO. Now, jumping back again, recall that in Jim Garrison's investigation of the Kennedy assassination, although he indicted Clay Shaw and although the jury found that there had definitely been a conspiracy to assassinate President Kennedy, they were unable to conclude beyond a reasonable doubt that Clay Shaw was guilty. And you recall that one of the reasons we mentioned that Jim Garrison was unable to achieve a conviction of Clay Shaw was the fact that three key figures whom he attempted to have extradited in connection with his investigation were not actually, there was more than three, but three of the main ones were not extradited. First of all, there was an anti-Castro Cuban named Sergio Arcacha Smith, who had fled who was in Texas at the time. Garrison attempted to have him extradited from Texas. Then Texas Governor John Connally, who was in the motorcade, wounded along with Kennedy, helped plan the motorcade, and who was Secretary of the Navy, downgraded Lee Harvey Oswald's discharge to dishonorable ex post facto. He refused, John Connally that is, refused to extradite Sergio Arcacha Smith to New Orleans. Now, a second fellow who we talked about in connection with as a possible eraser of the Watergate tapes last week was a fellow by the name of Gordon Novel, last name Novel. He fled to Ohio, and then Governor of Ohio John Rhodes agreed to extradite Novel to New Orleans under the condition that Garrison would agree not to question him about the JFK assassination. Well, of course, that was why, to question him about the JFK assassination was why Garrison attempted to have Novel extradited, okay? Now, the third of these individuals that Garrison wanted to have extradited was a man named Edgar Eugene Bradley, last name Bradley. Now, Bradley was affiliated with the ACCC, the American Council of Christian Churches, headed by right-wing evangelist Carl McIntyre. Recall, that's identified in nomenclature of an assassination cabal as a U.S. intelligence front, and also identified as early as 1942 of sponsoring Nazi activities in the United States. Now, Edgar Eugene Bradley was stopped by Dallas policeman Roger Craig. Roger Craig stopped a person who he said looked like Oswald coming out of the back of the Texas School Book Depository. Up came a man identifying himself as a Secret Service agent, who later turned out not to be a Secret Service agent, and he obtained the release of this particular man. Now, Roger Craig later, from photographs, identified the bogus Secret Service agent as Edgar Eugene Bradley. Now, Jim Garrison attempted to have Bradley extradited. Then Deputy State Attorney General Charles A. O'Brien, who you heard Nip refer to in the section of the Robert Kennedy book that he read, he reviewed Garrison's extradition request, recommended that it be granted. Now, the day-to-day handling of the Edgar Eugene Bradley request was maintained by Edwin Meese, then legal counselor to Governor Reagan, now, of course, presidential now special White House advisor. And he handled the supervision of the day-to-day goings-on vis-a-vis Edgar Eugene Bradley. Then Governor of California Ronald Reagan delayed any action upon the Bradley extradition request until after Richard Nixon was elected president, and then turned it down without comment. And that is one of the main reasons why Garrison was unable to achieve a conviction, okay? Now, keep in mind Jerry Owen, the person who appears to have been driving around Saran and may have been driving a getaway car at the assassination of Robert Kennedy. Now, the Davis you're going to hear referred to here is George T. Davis, a San Francisco attorney. Interestingly enough, Bradley, this fellow, again, we're supposedly dealing with lone nuts here with no connection. Bradley is connected with Jerry Owen here. Reading from the assassination of Robert F. Kennedy. After Davis left the room to make some phone calls, Owen raised the question of John Kennedy's assassination. Obviously, Davis had briefed him on Turner's participation in the Jim Garrison investigation. As Turner spread a number of photographs from his attaché case on the table, Owen looked them over. His finger came to rest on one of Edgar Eugene Bradley of North Hollywood, who 6 months before had been indicted by a New Orleans grand jury for conspiracy in the JFK assassination. The charges were later dismissed. Bradley was the West Coast representative of Dr. Carl McIntyre, the fundamentalist minister who founded the American Council of Christian Churches in opposition to the modernist, quote-unquote, National Council of Christian Churches. "Do you know Bradley?" Turner asked. "Yes," said Owen. He explained that he had casually met him a couple of times in Los Angeles, the last in 1964. "I was affiliated with McIntyre's church in the late 50s, Owen said, but got out because these people were too radical for me." So again, this supposedly random group of individuals appears to be perhaps not so random. Now, keep in mind the name of Edgar Eugene Bradley here. Now, recall that Lee Harvey Oswald, in an interview with two CIA-connected individuals called Carlos Bringuier of the DRE that we talked about last time, and a guy named Jim Butler of the Information Council for the Americas, who Nip's going to tell you about in a second, basically a very convincing, certainly thoroughgoing attempt was made to maintain that Oswald was a communist, okay? A similar attempt at sort of painting Saran red followed the assassination of Robert Kennedy, and the key organization, one of the organizations to keep in mind with a press conference attempting to paint Saran red, is an organization called American United. Now, American United was put together by two reactionaries called John Steinbacher, last name Steinbacher, and a guy named Anthony J. Hilder, Hilder, and their press conference following the assassination of Robert Kennedy, an attempt to sort of portray Saran red, are touched on briefly by Turner and Christian as follows. American United was the two-man show of John Steinbacher, a John Birch Society propagandist and part-time reporter for the Anaheim Bulletin in Orange County, and Anthony J. Hilder, a firebrand activist. Both were protégés of the well-known anti-Semite Myron J. Fagan, a leader of the Hollywood blacklisting clique during the McCarthy era. In fact, Hilder and a gaggle of followers had been at the Ambassador Hotel the previous night trying to race bait RFK by handing out buttons and pamphlets depicting him and black Congressman Adam Clayton Powell, Jr. of New York on the same ticket. After the shooting, the Hilder group created considerable confusion by alleging that the assailant was a Eugene McCarthy supporter. Steinbacher and Hilder had prepared a press kit crammed with their prolific output of ultra-right polemics. And basically they went on to talk about how basically Saran was a left-wing pawn of something called the Illuminati, but anyway, a communist, and that he had supposedly killed Kennedy as part of a communist conspiracy. Again, the same sort of painting of the Patsy Red that we saw with Oswald. Okay, now, interestingly enough, later on in the assassination of Robert F. Kennedy, we see this interesting number here an interesting connection here, rather, of Edgar Eugene Bradley to Jerry Owen, okay? Now, keep in mind also the American United organization that was painting Saran red, because American United, Edgar Eugene Bradley, Jerry Owen, and another right-wing evangelist named Bob Wells appear to have some connection. Certainly they move in the right circles, and there are some common addresses basically shared by all of them. In a footnote in the assassination of Robert F. Kennedy, Turner and Christian write as follows. Foundation researcher Walter J. Carithers informed us in 1971 that American United, keep in mind that's Hilder and Steinbacher's organization, once used the address P.O. Box 285, Woodland Hills, California, on some of its Illuminati record albums. This is the same address on the letterhead of the Edgar Eugene Bradley Defense Fund, an ad hoc group of right-wing preachers raising money to defend him against the charges levied by D.A. Jim Garrison in the JFK assassination case. One of the signatories of a fundraising letter sent out in July of 1968 was Orange County evangelist Dr. Bob Wells. In his 1968 interview with Jerry Owen, Turner asked if the preacher knew Wells. Very well. He don't live far from me. Know him well, unquote. Did Owen know of the Bradley-Wells tie-in? I think Bradley was to speak for him once, unquote. So Owen ties into Bradley. Bradley ties into Wells, Wells ties into Bradley, and Bradley ties into the American United address. Keep in mind all of these connecting links, these evidentiary tributaries, and again, the attempt to paint Saran red.
Okay, going on and reading basically without prelude or prologue, a little bit more from the assassination of Robert F. Kennedy. It says, at 7:15 on the evening after the RFK shooting, a compact man with goggle eyeglasses marched into LAPD headquarters with 4 companions. He gave his name as Major Jose Antonio Duarte and said he and his men were, quote, freedom fighters against Fidel Castro. A Cuban exile, Duarte reported that on May 21st he had attended a leftist meeting because he knew that support for Castro was on the agenda. When he rose to speak out, he said, a small, olive-skinned young man angrily accused him of being a CIA agent, and they got into a shoving match. The young man was Sirhan Sirhan. Duarte tried to unload his story on the news media, but it was ignored. Then, on June 11th, the Anaheim Bulletin headlined, quote, pro-Castro link to RFK slaying. The article, written by Duarte's political associate John Steinbacher of the same Hilder and Steinbacher America United, recounted the Cubans' putative encounter with Sirhan. Steinbacher arranged radio appearances for Duarte, and in an instant paperback book entitled Senator Robert Francis Kennedy, The Man, the Mysticism, the Murder, summed up, quote, Mayor Sam Yorty of Los Angeles has already brought out the pro-communist inclinations of Sirhan, but it was left to Major Jose Duarte, the Cuban anti-communist, to link Sirhan with the riots and unrest in our nation today. In time, the LAPD discredited Duarte's identification of Sirhan by producing a look-alike Iranian student who had been at the leftist meeting and recalled being involved in the altercation. However, the entire scenario struck us, meaning the authors, as all too familiar. In August 1963, Lee Harvey Oswald was accosted by an anti-Castro exile while handing out pro-Castro literature on the streets of New Orleans. Shortly after the scuffle, Oswald was invited to participate in a radio debate on the subject. And you heard that, by the way, on the first episode here of Guns of November. We played that actual radio interview, radio debate. In the evening of the day John Kennedy was shot, taped excerpts were broadcast nationally, and Oswald was heard by millions proclaiming, I am a Marxist. Both the debate and the assassination evening airing of the excerpts were arranged by Edward S. Butler. who headed a right-wing propaganda outfit in New Orleans called the Information Council of the Americas. Well, by 1968, Butler had moved to Los Angeles, where he carried on with financial aid from Patrick J. Frawley, Jr., Chief Executive Officer of the Schick Safety Razor Company. For years, Frawley generously supported hardline conservatives such as Ronald Reagan, Barry Goldwater, and Sam Yorty. Frawley and Yorty belonged to the American Security Council, an embodiment of the military-industrial complex that lobbied for a bigger military establishment and ran a political blacklist service for its large corporation clients. Anthony Hilder also claimed to have the backing of Frawley, and Butler was present when Steinbacher and Hilder held their unattended press conference. Okay, that's the same Ed Butler who was involved with the interview that we played here on the air of Lee Harvey Oswald being led to proclaiming his Marxism on radio, and which was heard the night of the assassination. Ed Butler was also tied up and was at Hilder and Steinbacher's press conference. Continuing, the authors say, thus a right-wing clique colored the facts and conjured up visions of a sinister occult cabal to depict Sirhan as the pawn of an international plot. As the Anaheim Bulletin rhetorically asked in an editorial, quote, are foreign influences at work to conquer this country? Is a hidden plot progressing to eliminate the liberal leadership of the country and throw the movement completely into control of communist agents?
Now, the shooting of George Wallace, if you have any questions about it, ask us a little later, or stay tuned to the subsequent programming here on the station, because we'll talk about it at some length, okay? Again, this supposedly was the work of Arthur Bremer, a lone nut, no connections to anybody, and it removed George Wallace from the presidential campaign. Now, George Wallace, of course, was a right-winger himself, very much opposed to desegregation. That's how he made his political name. And he was going for the Democratic nomination in 1972. Now, he did not get the Democratic nomination and had no chance of doing so. He had announced his intention to run as a third-party candidate. Now, when he was shot and critically wounded by Arthur Bremer, what that basically did was to remove the possibility of him running as a third-party candidate. And in so doing, that guaranteed the, at least, operational sanctity of Richard Nixon's Southern strategy. And if Wallace, in other words, had followed through with his intent to run as a third-party candidate, it might have jeopardized Nixon's his strategy to carry the country by carrying all of the South, okay? When Sirhan shot George Wallace, that removed George Wallace as an independent party candidate, okay? Now, keep in mind Jerry Owen, and keep in mind that supposedly there's, again, this just a bunch of lone nuts with no connection among each other. Now, as it turns out, Jerry Owen, remember, he's a right-wing TV evangelist. One of his followers is a woman named Gail Aiken, last name A-I-K-E-N. Now, Gail Aiken was Arthur Bremer's sister, and here we have him hooked up with Jerry Owen. Again, reading from the assassination of Robert F. Kennedy. We discovered that Gail Aiken had known Owen for some time and undoubtedly accompanied him to the store. She had been a secretary to his college instructor brother since 1966 and was one of his most devoted religious followers. Immediately following the Wallace shooting, Owen somehow felt compelled to report his association with Aiken in an innocent context, just as he had with Sirhan, and again, he didn't go to the news media. However, instead of going to the police this time, he phoned newsman Baxter Ward's campaign headquarters. Ward was then running for his supervisorial post and excitedly insisted upon meeting the candidate. An appointment was set for the next day, but Owen failed to show up. Finally, Owen did show up at Ward's office. After first insisting to Ward that he hadn't called right after the Wallace shooting, he leaned forward sheepishly and in a low voice confided, "Do you realize that the girl who worked for my brother at Trade Tech College was the sister of the fellow who shot Wallace?" "No," Ward gasped. "And she just came to me and I helped her get an airplane ticket to go to Florida. They've been driving her crazy, poor little thing. She was my brother's secretary at Trade Tech for 8 years. The police and FBI had hounded her," Owen said, "and she came to him as a minister, unquote, for help. But he quickly revealed that there was more to it when he mentioned her promised return from her home in Miami to testify at his trial against KCOP and Orbox." "Unbelievable," Ward had commented when he informed Christian about Owen's disclosure. "Owen showing up in the background of the Wallace shooting is just too much to ask of coincidence." And apparently, as it turns out, Gail Aiken was going to be a key witness on behalf of Jerry Owen in his trial against KCOP, but was whisked out of town that same night. So again, a hard link between the Robert Kennedy assassination and the shooting of George Wallace.
article is out of the Friday, September 16th, 1983 San Jose Mercury News, so this is a rather recent Mercury News. The article is headlined, Birmingham Can't Wash Away 20-Year Stain of Black Girls' Deaths. It's by Olivia Barton, written for the Birmingham News, and it's about 20 years after the Birmingham bombings. And I'm just going to touch on some of the the low points, in all reality, of the Birmingham bombings. The Birmingham bombings took place on September 15th, 1963. Okay, so about 2 months before the death of John F. Kennedy. Killed in the Birmingham bombings were three 14-year-old girls, an 11-year-old girl named Denise McNair, and Carol Robertson, Cynthia Wesley, and Addie Mae Collins, all of them young black girls. All killed in the racially motivated bombing of the 16th Street Baptist Church. Now, that Birmingham bombing was in a pre-Kennedy assassination America. It was one of the most shocking things that had happened to that point, and certainly one of the most shocking racial incidents of the time. Now, according to the article, skipping on down, the article is about Chris McNair, the father of one of the young girls killed, and he says, McNair says that the only conviction in the crime, that of former Ku Klux Klansman Robert Chambliss, Chambliss, in 1977, this is 14 years after the fact, for the murder of Denise, quote, wouldn't have happened except for the diligence of Bill Baxley, then State Attorney General, now Lieutenant Governor, said McNair. Chambliss was charged with illegal possession of explosives 2 weeks after the blast. His conviction in city court was later overturned by a circuit court jury, but 14 years later he was indicted and convicted of killing Denise. Now 79, Chambliss is serving a life sentence in state prison.
Okay, now that was one of the major incidents in the highly polarized struggle for civil rights in the South. Now, keep in mind the Birmingham bombing, because I'm about to read you some portions of a transcript of an interview between an undercover Miami police informant and a ultra-right-winger named Joseph Adams Milteer, last name Milteer. Now, this interview here, again, between an undercover Miami police informant, and Milteer, took place several weeks before the assassination of President Kennedy. And in this, the Milteer, the subject here, the two people are identified as informant and subject. Milteer not only described plans to kill President Kennedy by killing him from assassination from a high-powered building, disassembling a rifle and taking it up there, which officially is what Oswald is supposed to have done, but he mentions that basically a patsy would have to be fingered to allow the real killers to escape, and not only described, which of course that's the official version of that is what actually happened, of course. Lee Harvey Oswald became the patsy, the real killers escaped, and initially he describes foreshadows, I should say, some of the official version of the assassination of President Kennedy, killing Kennedy from ambush by disassembling a high-powered rifle, bringing it up to a skyscraper and shooting. And now this is interesting because in this same transcript here, not only does Joseph Adams Milteer describe the official version of the assassination of President Kennedy plus what actually happened, he also talks about an impending attempt on the life of Martin Luther King, and he also links both crimes to the Birmingham bombing in 1963. Again, reading from the Assassinations, Dallas and Beyond, reading a small section here from an article called The Milteer Documents, and this in turn was from a book called Frame Up by author Harold Weisberg, a former FBI agent we've talked about before. I'm not going to read you the whole transcript here, but just a section of it. Again, the informant is an undercover Miami police informant, subject Joseph Adams Milteer. The information I'm about to read you was made available to the FBI on November 10th, 1963. Proceeding. Informant. I don't know. I think Kennedy is coming here on the 18th or something like that to make some kind of speech. I don't know what it is, but I imagine it will be on the TV, and you can be on the look for that. I think it is the 18th that he is supposed to be here. I don't know what it is supposed to be about. Subject. You can bet your bottom dollar he is going to have a lot to say about the Cubans. There are so many of them here. Informant. Yeah, well, he will have 1,000 bodyguards. Don't worry about that. Subject. The more bodyguards he has, the easier it is to get him. Informant. What? Subject. The more bodyguards he has, the more easier it is to get him. Informant. Well, how in the hell do you figure would be the best way to get him? Subject. From an office building with a high-powered rifle. How many people does he have going around who look just like him? Do you know that? Informant. No, I never heard that he had anybody. Subject. He has got them. Informant. He has. Subject. He has about 15. Whenever he goes any place that they know he's a marked man. Informant. You think he knows he is a marked man? Subject. Sure he does. Informant. They are really going to try and kill him? Subject. Oh, yeah, it is in the working. Brown himself. Brown is just as likely to get him as anybody. He hasn't said so, but he tried to get Martin Luther King. Informant. He did? Subject. Oh, yes, he followed him for miles and miles and couldn't get close enough to him. Informant. You know exactly where it is in Atlanta, don't you? Subject. Martin Luther King? Yeah. Informant. Bustus Street. Subject. Yeah, 530. Informant. Oh, Brown tried to get him, huh? Subject. Yeah. Informant. Well, he will damn sure do it, I will tell you that. Well, that is why, look, you see, well, that is why we have to be so careful. You know that Brown is operating strong. Subject. He ain't going for play, you know. Informant. That is right. Subject. He is going for broke. Informant. I never asked Brown about his business or anything. You know, just what he told me told us, you know. But after the conversation and the way he talked to us, there is no question in my mind about who knocked off the church in Birmingham. You can believe that. That is the way I figured it. Subject. That is right. It is about the only way you can figure it. Informant. That is right. Subject. Not being there, not knowing anything. Informant. But just from his conversation as you and me know him, but if they did, it's their business, like you say. Subject. It is up to the individual. Informant. That is right. They are individual operators. We don't want that within the party. Hitting this Kennedy is going to be a hard proposition. I tell you, I believe you may have figured out a way to get in. You may have figured out the office building and all that. I don't know how them Secret Service agent cover all them office buildings or anywhere he is going. Do you know whether they do that or not? Subject. Well, if they have any suspicion they do that, of course. But without suspicion, chances are that they wouldn't. You take there in Washington, of course, it is the wrong time of the year, but you take pleasant weather. He comes out on the veranda, and somebody could be in a hotel room across the way there and pick him off just like... Informant. Is that right? Subject. Sure. Disassemble a gun. You don't have to take a gun up there. You can take it up in pieces. All those guns come knocked down. You can take them apart. Informant. They have got a... Damn, this boy was telling me yesterday about... They have got an explosive that you get out of the Army. It is supposed to be like putty or something. You stick it up and use a small fuse. You just stick it like that, he told me, and I think that is what happened in the church in Birmingham. They stuck this stuff... Somebody stuck it under the steps with a short fuse and went on home. Informant. This boy is pretty smart. Demolition, is that what you call it? Subject. Demolition, that is right. Informant. I'm going to talk with him some more. Subject. Yeah, I would. Informant. I am going to talk with him some more and find out a lot more about his operation because he knows a hell of a lot. Subject. You need a guy like that around, too, where we can put our finger on him when we want him. Informant. Yeah, well, you've got somebody up there in that country now if you need him. Subject. Well, we're going to have to get nasty first. Informant. Yeah, get nasty. Subject. We have got to be ready. We have got to be sitting on go, too. Informant. Yeah, that is right. Subject. There ain't any countdown to it. We have just got to be sitting on go. Countdown, they can move in on you, and go, they can't. Countdown is all right for a slow, prepared operation. But in an emergency operation, you have got to be sitting on go. Informant. Boy, if that Kennedy gets shot, we have got to know where we are at, because, you know, that will be a real shake if they do that. Subject. They wouldn't leave any stone unturned there, no way. They will pick up somebody within hours afterwards if anything like that would happen, just to throw the public off. Informant. Oh, somebody's going to have to go to jail if he gets killed. So, again, there you have it. Plans to assassinate King, Kennedy, and linked with the Birmingham church bombing. All of this information made available to FBI on 11/10/63.
That's right. 12 days before the John F. Kennedy assassination. Okay, again, a couple of more things we want to talk about specifically the Martin Luther King assassination. Quite a bit of the information we're using here comes out of a book called Government by Gunplay. It's another anthology book. It's subtitled Assassination Conspiracy Theories from Dallas to Today, edited by Sid Blumenthal and Harvey Azigian of the Assassination Information Bureau. We've used some sources out of this on the broadcast before, and this is copyright 1976 by Sid Blumenthal and Harvey Azigian, and Signet Books is who published this paperback edition. Now, brief thing, just touching on, again, we don't have much time to talk about all the inadequacies in the government's case against James Earl Ray. Those of you who are familiar with the case will remember some of them.
One thing, before getting down to the material about James Earl Ray and that assassination, one detail I'd like to throw in at this time. Again, from this same essay, The Assassination of Martin Luther King by Jeff Cohen, concerns the fact, now, recall the Birmingham church bombing and the links from that conversation with the Kennedy and King assassinations. Now, the very first, the mayor of Birmingham, rather, at the time that the Birmingham church was bombed, was a fellow named Arthur Haynes. His last name is Hanes. Now, Arthur Haynes was a former CIA contract employee. He was also a lawyer, and when James Earl Ray was fingered as the lone assassin of Martin Luther King, his first attorney was Arthur Haynes, mayor of Birmingham during the bombing and a former CIA contract employee.
That's right. What a wacky coincidence, huh?
Again, another link between these events.
Just another crazy coincidence. Okay, reading again from Jeff Cohen's article, The Assassination of Martin Luther King, which is in the book Government by Gunplay. It goes as follows. One of the shoddiest aspects of the police/FBI investigation was the selection of Charles Q. Stevens as the state's star witness. On the night of the slaying, Stevens, a roomer, meaning he lived in a rooming house, told Memphis reporter Wayne Chastain, quote, "I saw who done it. It was a nigger. I saw him run out of the bathroom. I will never testify against the man who killed Martin Luther Coon, even if it were a nigger who done it." Bessie Brewer overheard Stevens' statement and told the reporter Chastain to disregard it. Quote, "He was so drunk he didn't see or hear anything." Lloyd Jowers, the manager of Jim's Cafe, located below the rooming house, testified that Stevens was inebriated that afternoon. Cab driver James McGraw testified at the 1974 hearing that Stevens was drunk at 5:45 p.m., 15 minutes before King was killed. Stevens, who had phoned for a cab, quote, "was lying on the bed and couldn't get up. He was falling down drunk." Private Stone, a fireman, stated that Stevens visited the nearby station, quote, "every night at 6 p.m. intoxicated." According to press photographer Ernest Withers, the day after the murder, Stevens didn't recall that someone had been shot. Stevens' original statement to the police was that he saw nothing, that he was in the kitchen where he could not see what happened. Accordingly, he was ignored by the police and FBI. But 6 weeks later, Stevens declared that his memory was reawakened after Ray's picture appeared on the front pages. The man he saw was not only Lily White, he said, but was James Earl Ray. Stevens claimed he heard the shot fired from the bathroom and saw Ray run out with a rifle. Stevens became the only eyewitness who would link the accused assassin to the murder scene. If Ray's... Let me just go back and read that sentence one more time. Stevens became the only eyewitness who would link the accused assassination to the murder scene. If Ray's London attorney had known of Stevens' original police statement, the, quote, "nigger story," his drunken condition, or his police record containing 155 arrests, it is likely that Ray would not have been extradited. During the extradition hearings, the FBI took Stevens into protective custody at posh motels, gave him money, openly paid his drinking bills at Jim's Cafe, and hid him from the press. It cost the taxpayers $31,000 to hold the state's star witness, according to Memphis police chief. On the day the FBI whisked Stevens into protective custody, his common-law wife, Grace Walden, was mysteriously committed to a mental institution by someone in the Memphis city government. 3 years later, a judge ruled that her commitment was illegal and unorthodox. Grace Walden's attorney charged that the FBI, county prosecutor, and Memphis police had conspired to commit her in order to destroy her credibility as a witness who would contest Stevens', quote, observations. Quote, "They had to get rid of me to make Charlie's story stand up in court," Ms. Walden told her attorney. She said that Charlie was intoxicated and had almost passed out in the kitchen. Unlike Stevens, Grace Walden's story has never varied. On the night of the murder, she told Chastain that she clearly saw a white man without a rifle leave the bathroom soon after the shot was fired. It sounded like the shot came from outside her window, not from the bathroom, she said. The man apparently entered another room down the hall. She heard two doors slam. Ms. Walden described the man as short, only 5 feet 6, small physique, quote, "salt and pepper hair, in his 50s and wearing a military field jacket." The small man apparently grabbed the bundle containing Ray's rifle and belongings from the other room, ran down the stairs, and dropped the load implicating Ray. Let me just one more time give you this man's physique, that Grace Walton, who is committed, apparently to prevent her from contradicting Charles Stevens' story. She described the man that she saw without a gun, but coming out of the room, as being 5'6", small physique, salt and pepper hair, in his 50s, wearing a military field jacket.
Okay, now, about the actual shooting of Martin Luther King. Now, pay close attention to the physical circumstances here. Try and visualize, if you can, the actual physical location of these various elements. King was shot from ambush and appeared to be lifted up. He was standing on a second-floor balcony overlooking a motel and appeared to have been lifted up by the shot, okay? Now, again, pay close attention to the physical circumstances of the crime here, because it's going to help your understanding of the speech we're going to play in a minute. Again, from the Assassination of Martin Luther King by Jeff Cohen in Government by Gunplay. Where was the gunman? Several eyewitnesses contend the gunman fired from the rooming house backyard, where bushes atop an embankment faced King's motel across the street. Yes, a grassy knoll. At the instant he was shot, Martin Luther King was leaning over a second-floor motel balcony talking to his chauffeur, Solomon Jones, who was on the ground floor. Jones said that King seemed to be lifted off the balcony by the bullet. This upward trajectory suggests a lower assassin's perch, more consistent with the bushes than the second-floor window. I heard the shot and turned around and saw a man with a white sheet on his face and some bushes over there, Jones recounted. When the gunman hunkered down again, unquote, as if he were going to fire another shot, Jones took cover. When the chauffeur looked up seconds later, he thought he saw the same man, without white sheet and rifle, walk out of the bushes and casually join firemen running toward the motel. Rumor Harold Cornbread Carter told police that he happened to be drinking wine in the bushes at 6 p.m. when he heard a shot ring loudly in his ear. Cornbread looked around and saw a man flee by him so close, quote, he kicked gravel on me, unquote. An 11-year-old black youth saw a white man jump down from the bushes onto the street soon after the shot. The 11-year-old ran 100 yards to the nearby fire station, told what he saw to 3 firemen, and was whisked to police headquarters. 2 police detectives who were surveilling King from a concealed position in the firehouse watched him get struck. They believe the shot came from the nearby bushes, not from the window 20 feet above. Bertie Reeves and Willie Auschultz, 2 ear witnesses, unquote, located inside the rooming house, said the shot came from the bushes, unquote. Again, not from the second-floor window Ray supposedly fired from. Now, next, Cohen describes some of the ballistics evidence and cites a former FBI ballistics expert named McDonnell. Ballistics expert Herbert McDonnell, M-A-C-D-O-N-E-L-L, testified at Ray's 1974 hearing that there was, quote, no way, unquote, the rifle said to have killed King could have been fired from the rooming house bathroom window. After examining a dented windowsill on which the state maintains Ray rested his rifle, McDonnell declared that, quote, to get the proper angle, the rifle would have stuck 6 inches into the wall, unquote. The state contends that Ray twisted himself into a contorted firing position, straddling the rim of the bathtub. Ray's attorney, Bernard Fensterwald, remarked, quote, it's inconceivable to me that no one from the defense would have examined the room to see if a shot was possible from that window. There's no proof that the bullet was fired from that window, and there's lots of evidence to show that it was from somewhere else, unquote. Dr. J.T. Francisco, who was originally assigned by the court to determine the circumstances and cause of death, testified, quote, from my findings, I could not exclude other sites in the bathroom window as the source of the bullet, unquote. Ballistics expert McDonnell also contested the FBI ballistics report, which stated, quote, due to mutilation, no conclusion could be drawn that the submitted bullet from King's body came from the submitted rifle bought by Ray. McDonnell argued that an identification could have been possible if the rifle had been test-fired to examine the slugs. So the FBI never even test-fired the rifle Ray supposedly used to kill King.
All right, and summing up the material we're going to present on Martin Luther King tonight, at least as far as the material on the record, the cold gray print. Here's another section out of Government by Gunplay, again, Jeff Cohen's article, The Assassination of Martin Luther King. And it says as follows, 90 minutes before King was slain, an hour and a half before Martin Luther King died, a dark, athletically built man entered Jim's Cafe, that's the cafe just below the rooming house in question, and ordered eggs and sausage, no liquor. Manager Lloyd Jowers and the waitress say they will never forget this well-dressed, sober man who fit about as well in the Skid Row Cafe as Nelson Rockefeller at a Poor People's March. The man appeared irritated as he walked to the phone twice, but did not make a call. An hour after he paid his bill and left, Jowers heard an exploding sound in the back of his cafe. Jowers and the waitress conjecture that the eggs and sausage man, not Ray, killed King. When asked about suspicious persons, Jowers mentioned the eggs and sausage man to police and was told to call them if he ever showed up again. Jowers was startled the following morning when the suspicious stranger returned. A different waitress took his order, eggs and sausages. Jowers called the cops. They picked him up after breakfast. The man was apparently held by Memphis police for the FBI, who quickly released him. That night, a police captain told Jowers, "That eggs and sausage guy you put us on must have had some real connections. One phone call and he was gone. He wasn't in the station more than an hour." 5 days later, Memphis attorney Russell X. Thompson was visited by a mystery man who introduced himself as Tony Benavides and then admitted it's an alias. According to Thompson, quote, Benavides claimed to know how the King assassination actually occurred, not the way it was reported in the press. Skipping on down, talking about, now they're mentioning that Wayne Chastain, who is a reporter who is working on the investigation of the Martin Luther King murder. Through photographs shown to them by reporter Chastain and attorney Thompson, Jowers and the waitress have identified the eggs and sausage man and Benavides, Tony Benavides, the alias just mentioned, as being one and the same person, Jack Youngblood. Youngblood, according to Chastain, is a marksman and soldier of fortune who has worked with the CIA against Cuba and had a book ghostwritten about his exploits during Batista's last months. A high-ranking Memphis police official told Chastain that the eggs and sausage man was an FBI informant and an Army intelligence agent. Now, there's a little more of this section talking about things that Youngblood told the attorney about how the King killing was put together in terms of an advance man coming in to representing himself as part of the King campaign and claiming to be a part of the King campaign and making sure that King had an upper floor balcony room, and there was no such person attached to the King campaign, etc., that we don't really have time to go into now.
Well, it's one thing that is worth mentioning is that initially at the Lorraine Motel, they were going to assign him. I've never seen any record of what room they were going to assign him, but supposedly an advance man came in and had the following information. He said basically, no, Mrs. Bailey, that simply won't do. Dr. King always likes to stay on the second floor overlooking a swimming pool. The thing that's interesting about that is that speculation was made by an employee of the hotel that this was a white man posing in blackface. In other words, had put on makeup to make him appear black, and that this was the fellow who had arranged for Dr. King to stay on the second floor motel. Now, the thing that's worth noting is that Dr. King never used advance men, and so as he got word of this advance man arranging for him to stay over the stay on the second floor room overlooking the pool, he must have known certainly that the advance man was not his advance man.
Indeed. And while you're thinking about the frame of mind that Martin Luther King might have been in, and how he might have looked at these kinds of things, and the hatred that he knew was held for him not only by the police and the FBI, but various other elements in the American governmental system. Let me talk about one other thing real quickly, and then we are going to, this will wrap up the information section of the show. Just briefly, we've been talking about Martin Luther King and Robert F. Kennedy, and one of the sources we used a lot is a book called Government by Gunplay. We use that mostly for Martin Luther King. Well, there is a section in Government by Gunplay, an article written entitled "Who Killed Robert Kennedy?" which again covers some of the terse physical evidence leading to real doubt of the Sirhan as the lone nut theory, including the L.A. Police Department destroying evidence and things about the problem with logistics, the flat refutation the coroner's report makes of Special Unit Senator's verdict, etc., etc. Well, Who Killed Robert Kennedy is written by a man named Allard K. Lowenstein, who is a former government official himself and an intimate of Robert Kennedy, things of that nature. And I'm going to read you the last paragraph and then tell you something about Allard Lowenstein. Lowenstein finishes up his essay this way: "But whatever we discover about the murder of Senator Kennedy, we must find an acceptable way to re-examine all the major assassinations. As in Los Angeles, central and unanswerable questions must be delineated and investigated independently, and Congress should adopt Representative Henry Gonzalez, Democrat from Texas's, resolution to create a special committee to do this. I do not know if there was a conspiracy to murder President Kennedy, Senator Kennedy, Martin Luther King, or Governor Wallace. I do know it is possible that there was a conspiracy to murder one or more of them. If there were such conspiracies, I do not know if there were connections between them. I do know it is possible there were connections of some kind between them. I do not know if we can ever find out the full story, if indeed there is a full story not yet found out. I do know we had better free ourselves of preconceptions so we can do our best to find out. Those of us who have preached that the electoral process is the way to decide policies and leadership ought to feel a special obligation to help this effort. We are about to go through another campaign to choose a president. The last 3 presidential elections were distorted by bullets. If somewhere there are groups and organizations that have aborted the electoral process for political purposes, and that could do so again, the rest of us may be characters in a charade. To face the possibility is not to assume it is a fact. Not to face it is to take an unacceptable risk with the future of the Republic. That's Allard K. Lowenstein. I should just mention that Allard Lowenstein, when he wrote this in 1976, was continuing to press for some kind of reopening into the investigation of the death of Robert F. Kennedy, and in 1982, I believe it was, Allard K. Lowenstein himself was shot to death.
No, he was killed in 1980 during the height of the presidential campaigns. Edward Kennedy was running against President Carter, and in the Florida primaries scored what was regarded by political experts as an upset victory. Allard K. Lowenstein was credited by observers with having engineered the Florida victory in the primaries. Shortly thereafterward, Allard Lowenstein was shot down by a fellow by the name of Dennis Sweeney. And the interesting thing about Dennis Sweeney is that he had worked with Allard Lowenstein on the Civil Rights Program in the South in the 1960s. And his ex-wife, that is to say, Dennis Sweeney's ex-wife, a woman named Mary King, went on to marry Dr. Peter Bourne, who was President Carter's White House advisor on drug abuse and was also in charge of neuropsychiatric research for the United States Army in Vietnam. So again, just a tendril of all of these things running right up to the present. Now, in order to sort of understand what was lost through the assassination of all of these leaders, Nip and I have decided to play you a speech by Dr. Martin Luther King. Now, this was Dr. King's last speech. Let me tell you a little bit about the circumstances of this. Recall that King wound up in the apartment where he was, the room where he was assassinated as a result of the work of an advance man who basically arranged for Dr. King to stay in that room. Dr. King did not have any advance men. So as you listen to this last speech made on April 3rd, 1968, the evening before Dr. King was killed, keep in mind that he probably knew that the advance man who arranged for him to stay on the second floor was not his advance man. And again, the speech that you're about to hear was in the evening of April 3rd, 1968, the evening before Dr. King was killed.